Chapter 1, Act I, Chapter 1. Hello everyone, this is Twubs, smiley face. This is my first fanfic. I've been on the site for a few years and this FIC has been in my head for just as long. As you can tell by the summary, it's a Roran, SI in the inheritance cycle. I am not a frequent writer, as you all will find out shortly, but I'll try and do this story justice and see it through to the end. If you see any grammatical errors, point them out and I will try to fix them. Hopefully I'll pick up a thing or two about writing along the way. Disclaimer: Christopher Paolini owns everything. I own nothing. He woke up on a bed of hay, in a body that wasn't his, or at least wasn't all his. Something isn't right. Looking around, he was in a very sparsely decorated barn/room. He couldn't tell. The room, as it was obvious now, looked like it belonged in the 10th century or earlier. Standing up seemed like the next order of business and it only brought more questions. Where am I? Looking down at his hands, he had the strangest feeling of disagreeing with himself. Something was out of place but also in place at the same time. His body felt foreign but familiar. His hands were calloused because he worked on a farm all day, but he also worked in an office. What the fuck is going on? Everything hit him all at once. His name was Roran, but he used to go by another, in another world, where Roran was a book character. Rushing around the room, he tried to make heads and tails of things. Okay, the last thing he remembered was, his name was, nothing was there. It was there but it wasn't. It was a panicking sensation. He was panicking. Oh God, what is happening? Okay, breathe, focus on breathing, look inward. After repeating this mantra over and over, he slowly began to calm down and assess the situation. His name was Roran. He was born in Carvajal to Garo and Marian. He had a little cousin named Aragon who should be in the spine hunting for the next few days. He was also a 25-year-old nerd born in Texas. It was all so confusing. Deciding not to focus on it, he went about his morning routine. Realizing he has been standing still for the past 5 minutes, he starts to throw on the only clothes he can find, if you could even call them clothes. Opening the door and stepping into the main building of the shack that was apparently his home, he finds his father Garo stepping out the door. Coming. His father manages to grunt out between breaths. Thank God, a distraction. Anything to keep him from thinking. The walk out into the open air confirmed everything the books said about the farm. Around 100 feet from the house stood the barn he knew held the livestock. This was their destination. Garo would start milking the cow and Roran would collect enough eggs for the three of them. Aragon was always a late riser. Garo knew how hard their life was and allowed him to sleep in some days. Being the eldest, Roran wasn't as lucky. Everything I need to know about Roran's life is readily available, but not my past life? Perhaps that was a good thing. Thinking of his family made him wonder if he left anyone behind. It's easier this way. After cooking the eggs over the fire, he refused to allow himself to focus on his merging. What else should I call it? The rest of the day came and went. Roran didn't sit down until that afternoon, and the thoughts he had been avoiding all day caught up to him. All he could think was what was going to happen, to his father, to Aragon, to everyone he knew actually. It was that night that he made a decision that would change the history of Alagagia forever. You would be surprised at how much free time people had in the Middle Ages. Most of the chores and tending to the fields was completed by noon. Another 2 to 3 hours until other small things around the farm, and they called it a day. Most of the long nights and early mornings happened during harvest season. As it was, he had about 3 to 4 hours of sunlight left to do what he wanted. It was hard to tell without a watch. In the end, it took him 2 days to figure out when in the timeline he was dumped in Roran's body. It was a tremendous weight off his shoulders that Aragon wasn't going to show up with a blue stone yet. It didn't click until Garo mentioned that he had another half year until he was 16. That puts him roughly a year and a half until Aragon found Sapphira in the spine. At least I have some prep time. Another day of planning lead him to one person, Brahm the storyteller. He had to convince the ex-dragon rider to train him and teach him the ancient language. It was absolutely crucial. So before he could convince himself that telling Brahm everything he knew was a bad idea, he told Garo that he was taking a trip to the village. A swift nod and a quick question was all he got from his father. Will you be back before nightfall? I do not plan on being long. If you do not, find a place to stay for the night. It is a dangerous trek with no sunlight. Horst would be willing to host you for the night. Yes, father. He was inside the house before I could finish. He says the same thing every time. He must think I am going to visit Katrina. He wasn't the same person. He couldn't find the same excitement that usually came with thinking about her. I can't put her in danger. I'm not even sure if I like her anymore. Pushing it to the back of the list of things he needed to worry about, he set out on the road. In the end, it was about 4 miles to the village, not 10 as Paolini had described in the first book. It is a good thing, or else I wouldn't be able to make it back in time for nightfall, but it also means that my book knowledge isn't as infallible as I believed. It was the first thing that wasn't accurate from the books. At least I know where the old storyteller lives. Walking up to the house I could instantly tell how much better built it is than the rest of the village. Brahm hid it well, but almost immediately I could tell that it was better engineered than other buildings in Carvajal. The way the ends of the planks were perfect, but the appearance came off as worn. The dirt was perfectly distributed to help drainage, only certain spots were allowed to collect water, but it seemed intentional. The nails in the wood were still gleaming almost unnaturally. Many thoughts ran through his head. How has no one noticed this? Are building techniques really that far behind compared to my other worlds? His thoughts were interrupted by an itching at the back of his mind. Almost immediately he realized what was happening. Get out! The foreign mind recoiled as if struck and fled. Brahm was at the door in less than 5 seconds and was currently unsheathing a sword with a blade the color of blood before I could realize what was happening. Zarok! As if a light switch was turned on in his head, a decade of self-defense training was taking over his mind and preparing itself. Ignoring the fact that he just recognized another mind touching his, he immediately got ready to step into Brahm's guard and take him to the ground where his jujitsu would undoubtedly dominate. Luckily Brahm decided to break the tension. Roran? What are you doing here? Brahm supplied. Once Brahm realized he was staring at the legendary sword, his eyes narrowed. I think we should talk inside, there is something we need to discuss. Was the only thing I could croak out. That's the best I can think of. This body isn't used to adrenaline, it seems. His hands were already shaking and tingling. Brahm looked as if he would deny the offer to talk. After a moment of hesitation Brahm sheathed Zarok and stepped to the side to allow him in the house. He wore the face of a battered old man, but his eyes told a different story. This was the man who survived the fall, the same man who slayed Morzan and his nameless dragon. Who knows how many other forsworn deaths he orchestrated. That would be great, thank you. Normally I would decline, but I decided that extending the first olive branch would be the best way to defuse the situation. Brahm's posture relaxed the slightest bit, but it was obvious he was ready to act at any moment. Does he think I am an agent of Galbatorix? I took a seat at what appeared to be the kitchen table and prepared myself for the upcoming conversation. What did you want to discuss? Brahm started from the kitchen. I don't know where to start, to be honest. Maybe you could start with how you could feel me touching your mind. Or how your mind feels 30 years older than it was the last time we met. Well, that was one way to break the ice. 25 years older actually. My answer caused Brahm to literally pause what he was doing for a second. I don't know is the answer to your first question. Brahm sat my tea down on the table between us. Zarok was in the kitchen, forgotten. How is it that your mind became 25 years older? That is another answer I do not have. What I do know is that I fell asleep exactly 3 nights ago and woke up the next day with another life's memories. Brahm's eyebrows furrowed even further. With the adrenaline wearing off, Roran was just now noticing that his appearance was more like the book's description, than the movies. A white beard that would make Dumbledore jealous covered his torso, and he was obviously past his prime. While his body held strength, his soul seemed tired. I am surprised he's even made it this far. Time has not been good to him. And how does this affect an old storyteller? I am afraid I may not be of any aid to you. Was Brahm's response. You're the only one who can help. I decided to rip it off like a band-aid. In approximately a year and a half, Arya will be attacked by Durza while ferrying the dragon egg you stole from Galbatorix. Your son, Aragon, will find said dragon egg and will mistake it as a blue stone. It will hatch around a week after that. I stopped to let it sink in. His tea found its way out of his mouth and onto the floor. After he regained his composure, he started speaking in another language that seemed to vibrate the very world. It was as if nature was bending to his will. That's exactly what's happening, I realized. Was he casting wards? Was he about to kill me? This is the power of the ancient language. How? He says immediately after finishing what I assume is a non-eavesdropping spell. She uses a spell to transport it out of Durza's grasp. It almost kills her. No, not that. How do you know that will happen? How do you know about the existence of an egg? How do you know of Arya? All of these things are a very well-guarded secret that a farm boy should have no knowledge of. He's surprisingly well composed. In my other life, we were all book characters, a fantasy story. I pointed at him. You. My finger pointed back towards my chest. Me, everything about this world, this reality was a book series written by a 15-year-old. I finished with a slump in my chair. It felt good to finally tell someone. 3 days of silence and no outlet took its toll. There was silence for at least 5 straight minutes where I could tell Brahm's mind was trying to process what I had just told him. I can't tell you everything I know, the future needs to be preserved. For me to make any impact could be catastrophic. Then why seek me out? Good point, Brahm, why did I? A lot of people die, there is a war coming, we win, but at such great cost. Everyone loses, everyone wins. Do I help? Do I do nothing? Just tell me. Such is the reality of war, Brahm cuts in sagely. He would know more than I. I can help so many with my knowledge, don't I owe it to them to try? I asked with averting my eyes to the floor. You owe nothing to anyone, but you are already changing everything just by talking with me. The day you woke up as more than you were, the world changed, for better or for worse is yet to be seen. That hit me like a sledgehammer. Intellectually I knew that, but in the back of my mind I thought I could play along, make sure Aragon becomes the hero to defeat Galbi and take a back seat. It was obvious that isn't the case anymore. My eyes hardened. Then I will need help. And you will have it. We will evaluate how exactly I can help you at a later date. You have already given me much to think on. As he stood up he motioned for me to follow him. We stepped back outside and I couldn't help but wonder how easy that was. Was he in my mind the whole time? It was the only explanation I could come up with for his cooperation. Yes. Brahm's old wizened voice cut through my mind like a knife through butter. Does my ability surprise you? You didn't think an untrained mind as yours could detect me unless I wanted you to? I was careless when you were in front of my house. I didn't expect you to detect even the most obvious of invasions. It was the reason I was so startled when I opened the door. Your inability to protect your thoughts will have to change first and foremost. How much did you read? Was the first thought that came to my mind as we stopped in front of his door. Brahm was quick in his response. One does not read the mind like a book. I know nothing besides what you told me, I only sought the truth in your words. If I desired I could feed you images to make you think of what I want to know. I will not invade on your privacy like that, you have my word. Consider that your first lesson. Go home for tonight, I need to think of the best way to get you ready. So I did as I was told and made it to the farm as the sun dipped behind the trees. Chapter 2, Act I, Chapter 2. Hey everyone, I have decided to do a weekly upload schedule. Tell me your thoughts in the reviews, I want to know everything you guys think about the story and the writing. Disclaimer, I own nothing. I woke up to the sound of banging on the door. The sun had yet to peek over the trees but I could hear the sounds of the waking world. It was the morning after I spoke to Brahm. I barely had time to eat supper last night before Garo was blowing out the lights for the night. Aragon was already asleep by the time he finished eating. I have completely forgotten him. He had been avoiding Aragon, not speaking to him for the last few days with everything going on. I should speak to him, we are more brothers than cousins, I should act like it. The beating on the door continued. As he stepped out of his door, he noticed his father had a rusty sickle in his hand as he went to open it. Who is it? It's Brahm, you old bag of dirt. Is he here to see me? Did Roran not tell you I was coming? Garo turned to face him. What does he speak of? He asked as he grabbed the door handle. I do not know. I genuinely didn't know why Brahm was here at this hour. When the door was finally opened, he could see a horse fully saddled with a pack and everything. Where is he going? Where are we going? He heard Brahm correct in his mind. What are you doing here at this hour, Brahm? Garo stated. I realized Garo still had the sickle in his hand. Irritation swelled in my stomach. Get out of my head before I beat you within an inch of your life. I did not want someone inside my head, I don't care who it is. Brahm's presence retreated as he responded, follow my lead. What was he getting at? Maybe he finally went crazy. You did not tell him. Brahm said as we locked eyes. Realizing what he meant, I deciding to do as he told me, I did not have the chance. Ignoring me after that statement completely, Brahm turned to address my father directly. Your son wants to be a traveling merchant, he came to me late yesterday evening to ask for advice. We eventually came to an accord. Before I pass from this world, I wish to introduce him to my contacts in Tirm so that he can establish a means to trade. If he performs admirably, I will then take him to some of the surrounding villages to do the same. We will be back in no less than 3 months' time. And just like that, Brahm was walking back to his horse. Say your goodbyes, Roran, it may be a while before you see your family. There is no way that will convince father. I had forgotten how willing Garo was to let Roran make his own way in the world because he didn't even question Brahm's story at all. Garo had turned to look at me halfway into Brahm's speech. Is this true, son? He said as Brahm finished, looking at me with wide shocked eyes. It took me a moment to respond. I didn't want to be away from my family, but I realized that Brahm was right. In order for the timeline to stay as close as possible to the books, I had to leave. Making my decision, I replied, yes, father. I meant to bring it up last night, but... He had me in a hug before I could even finish. I knew this day was coming, I just didn't expect it for the next year or so. Come, I have something for you. As he led me into the house, I realized he was going for the stash he gave the original Roran in the books. He's never wanted us to be farmers. It's a hard life, before the merge it's all I ever wanted, and now. My thoughts were interrupted by him shoving a bag with some gold into my hands. I have been saving this for you for years, take it. It's not much, but I also want to give another gift, my blessing. He needs this more than me. Embracing him, I realized how much taller I was than him. He barely came to my chin. Your blessing I will take, father, but the coins I have no use for. Aragon will need it more than me. Your blessing is all I will ever need. Keep this, do what you will with it. Save it for Aragon, fix the farm up, whatever you desire. I will learn how to make plenty under Brahm. I was only half lying, taking gold from the ground via magic was apparently an easy thing for Aragon, Brahm could manage it if I asked him to. Too bad Roran couldn't use magic, I wonder if the merge changed anything. Are you sure? I saved this for you, son. Garo said as we broke apart. My damp shirt told me he had been crying. I will see you soon, father. Hold on to it for me if you are truly determined, I may have a use for it later. I have one more person to say goodbye to. I said as I was turning to enter my room and wake Aragon. I thought you had forgotten about me. Aragon said as he stepped out behind the door frame. He's been eavesdropping. Come here, little brother. As we embraced, I could tell he was angry. His whole body was rigid and he seemed hot. Do you have to go? Yes, this is something I have to do. One day you will understand. I said. I will never leave, I will never abandon uncle. He was definitely angry. Garo cut in before I could respond. This is life's natural course, Aragon. Come, I have words for both of you. This is the same speech as in the books, he really has prepared for this. It's time I said them, as you are entering the world. Heed them and they will serve you well. His eyes hardened as he made eye contact with both of them. First, let no one rule your mind or body. Take special care that your thoughts remain unfettered. One may be a free man and yet be bound tighter than a slave. Give men your ear, but not your heart. Show respect for those in power, but don't follow them blindly. Judge with logic and reason, but comment not. Consider none your superior, whatever their rank or station in life. Treat all fairly or they will seek revenge. Be careful with your money. Hold fast to your beliefs and others will listen. He visibly paused as his eyes softened. Of the affairs of love, my only advice is to be honest. That's your most powerful tool to unlock a heart or gain forgiveness. That is all I have to say. Wise words, old friend. Brahm cut in from the doorway. You would both do well to remember them. Get your things, it will only get harder the longer we wait. Brahm said privately to my mind. Once again agreeing with the old bastard, I did as he said. After gathering my things I hoisted the pack onto my shoulder, I once again said goodbye and hugged them both before I turned and walked out without looking back. If I look back now I might stay. I walked alongside Brahm as he rode his horse down the trail we were following. There hadn't been any talking since we left the farm and that was almost 2 hours ago. I was having an internal struggle, did I do the right thing? I was not an impulsive person by nature, but that was by far the most spontaneous thing I had ever done in either life. It was obvious Brahm was letting me come to peace with what he had forced onto me. There was too great a risk. I could not let you interfere with his development. If what you say is true and he was chosen by the egg as a farm boy, he needs to be a farm boy. I could not risk you changing something so crucial to this world. Do you understand, boy? This is the only way. Brahm's voice was light as he started and hardened towards the end. I know. This also gives us an opportunity to get you trained as you obviously need to be. You will be a target for the Empire simply because you are related to a writer. You will have to grow strong in mind and body. I know. When do we start? Now, but first I must know what you know. What do you know of mind magic? Pondering that question for a second I responded, I know it allows you to reach out and touch the minds of other living beings, even steal their life force. Information gathering, privacy, it can be used for a multitude of things, interrogation. I also know that the writers of old were almost constantly broadcasting their mind to their surrounding to help be constantly aware and lightly touch the mind of everything around them. I have many more theories of what it can do, but I have no idea how to do it. I finished with a thoughtful expression. A sound understanding, you've got what it can do. We will work on how to actually do it. Brahm said from his literal high horse. It can be taught? It was never fully explained if mind magic or magic in general could be taught or if it was inherent. Brahm was silent for a long time. Do you know the story of Aragon I? At my nod he continued. What I am about to tell you is one of the most guarded secrets of the Order before the fall. Before the elves formed a pact with the dragons, only rare souls of every race had the ability to utilize magic. After the pact, every elf gained the ability to use magic, along with a pseudo-immortality, enhanced physical and mental abilities. Then when the humans settled and spread across Alagasia, they wanted in the pact also. The Elf King granted their wish after much debate between the writers and the elves. The Writers' Council of Elders thought humans too cruel to be allowed in the order. The king believed magic to be a gift everyone should be able to use, and the king eventually won enough votes in the council and humans were added to the pact. The results were not the same as before, in fact it looked as if nothing had happened, but that is not the case. Since that day every human has the ability to use magic, but it has to be unlocked in some way, whether it be a dragon egg or extreme stress. This was realized quickly by the order and an emergency council was called. The decision was made and the elders sealed the knowledge. To anyone who investigated it would look as if the spell only worked with humans that were chosen to be writers. How did you find this information if it was sealed? I asked, dumbfounded by the revelation. The council really was full of old stubborn elves. My master was on the council and was informed upon his induction. He passed the information on before the fall, in case they all died. He also theorized that whoever cast the spell, altered it for humans. He claimed that it should have had the same effect as it did on the elves. Oramis, I said without thinking. So you know of him also? Brahm said, intrigued. Yes, and his companion. So how do we unlock my magic? I said without letting Brahm continue asking questions. The less he knows, the less we can change. Truly I do not know, I have never done it. I agreed with the council for a long time after the fall and didn't see it as my place to give humans more power. I have since realized my hatred for my peers led me to this thinking. Now I am not so sure what the right decision is. He paused for a moment before continuing. We will start with getting you used to mind magic. I will try to guide your mind out to touch other living animals like my horse here. After we do that, I suspect it will happen naturally. Sounds like as good a plan as any. I replied with a shrug, trying to hide my excitement of learning real magic. Then let's begin. And just like that, he grabbed onto my mind and guided it outwards. It is almost impossible to describe with words, but the best I can compare it to is a feeling of immediate vertigo that disappeared after a second, and then a head-splitting pain rushed through his skull. After another 5 seconds I went into instant panic mode. Put me back! I screamed mentally, and then I was on the ground puking my guts up. After emptying out all of the contents of my stomach, I focused on getting my bearings right. Brahm looked down with a face of worry, but I could tell he was also intrigued. After regaining my composure, I feel something, like a sixth sense. No, that's not right, like a muscle that wasn't there before, or a tunnel my mind had never been down. Like all three combined. There was no other way to explain it. I couldn't describe it any better. Brahm supplied out loud. He was obviously still connected to me mentally. Disconnect with me for a second. And just like that I could feel him withdraw. It was as if I could physically feel him stop touching me. Connect. Immediately I could feel his touch. Okay, that got a lot easier to feel. Good. That is enough for the day. We should look for a place to camp. The sun sets soon. Brahm told me. How long have we been talking? It was just midday. Brahm had already retreated from my mind, no doubt looking for a suitable campsite. After absolutely wolfing my venison, bread, and cheese down beside the campfire, I started to explore with my newfound ability. I was very cautious at first, scared my mind would leave my body and never return, but it was obvious that was not the case. It was as if I always had an anchor. I could see how, with some practice, one could do this constantly and still be functional. It would eventually become second nature. Deciding to be a little risky, I reached out to Brahm, who was across the campfire. It felt like a mile. That will improve with time, I thought as soon as I finally touched his mind. His body jerked and instantly I was hit with an image of a blue sapphire-like stone, no, a dragon egg, Sapphira. I did what I thought was the equivalent of a mental knock, and he softened and lowered his defenses once he realized it was me. Yes, this was my Sapphira the day I first saw her. He stated wistfully. Sorry for intruding, I was just practicing. I forgot how intimate an act such as this was. I could definitely understand why it was considered so. It is okay, years of training kicked in. With that he stood up and threw the stick he was whittling away at towards me. I caught it with a grin. I have been expecting this. Good, then you know magic will not solve everything. Good old-fashioned violence is normally the easiest way of defending oneself. Prepare yourself. After that we began, and let me tell you something. Brahm was an absolute beast when it came to swordplay. Arthur Dane had nothing on this old man. It didn't help that apparently I was no talent when it came to swords. I walked away with too many bruises to count, and he had this shit-eating grin stuck to his face for the rest of the night. Try me in hand-to-hand combat and you won't be smiling anymore. It was not an empty boast. I had worked damn hard for my black belt in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu and I was proud of it. Taekwondo experience didn't hurt either. Oh. He said as he stood back up. Ready for another beating? Absolutely, and we were off. I had him in a rear naked choke in less than 30 seconds. Letting go of him, we circled each other and I decided to limit myself to striking, one that bout in 2 minutes. I have seen enough. The ease with which you defeat me without a sword is impressive considering I have experience in weaponless fighting. Too bad most of your enemies have a weapon. From now on you will focus on swordplay, Brahm said as he sat back down. Get some sleep, tomorrow we will reach Thurin's Ford and get another horse. We need to reach Tirm and back in 3 months. Tirm can't be that far, right? Chapter 3, Act I, Chapter 3. Hey everyone! Back with another update. Thank you to everyone who reviewed last chapter. All the reviews were positive and I look forward to what everyone has to say about this chapter. Disclaimer, I own nothing. The meeting on the bridge at Thurins Ford happened exactly the same way in the books. Apparently this guy has been scamming travelers for a long time. It explained why the coin purse Brahm cut was so full, and why the man was so fat. The interaction with Hayberth, the stable master, went very similar to the books but with a different selection of horses. I could spot a too young Snowfire, he needed another 6 months to a year to be the prized horse he would become. So we got a good strong-looking light bay. I suspected it was K-Doc but wasn't sure. In the end I decided it was as good a name as any and we were on our way to our only other stop. We also made an extra stop at a general store to look for a ring or a necklace of some sort. Now that I had extending my mind outwards and touching other beings, Brahm wanted me to practice handling energy and transferring it to a gem. There weren't a lot of options in the store but I decided on an emerald necklace. I could hide it under my clothes and use it to hide my abilities better. After getting the necklace we decided to leave. I wasn't really sure what route Brahm was going to take but decided it didn't really matter as long as we made it to Tirm. You have an old friend in Tirm, yes? I asked Brahm about an hour outside of Thurins Ford. Yes, you know an awful lot about me. Deciding to ignore that comment I continued the conversation. What is your goal with this visit? Like I told you, we need to get away from Aragon and train you. He replied. There is more to it than that stare he relented. I wish to set up a safe passage for us, when the time comes, to Serta. Where after that we will ride for the Varden. You want to avoid Urbane as much as possible don't you? Yes, the journey will also give me time to prepare Aragon for his life as a rider. To do that I need a few months with him. He will be involved with a lot of politics during his time there. Why not go through Du Weld in Varden? I asked. The elves will want to keep him there and train him for who knows how long. I mean to force their hand, Galbatorix cannot be allowed to grow any stronger. Brahm said. I digested his plan for a few minutes before I responded. He reaches his goal. I said very seriously, testing to see if Brahm knew what I meant. His reaction told me everything. Brahm's head snapped to me if that is the case. How was he defeated? I am not sure, it was never stated in the books. I lied. Why can't I remember how he was defeated? You are right in the need to force the elves to act. How do you know what Galbatorix seeks? Morzin? When I finally killed Morzin, he had been boasting about something to me for years, little hints and clues as to what Galbatorix was doing holed up in Urbane. It wasn't until our final duel that he finally told me he was searching for the name of magic. Some know of what he seeks, Oramis and Ilanzadi to name a few. They seek his true name, to stop him before he finds it. They also believe his quest impossible, another reason for their unwillingness to move on him. Brahm replied. We will have to discuss this and plan later. For now I need to learn the ancient language. I know I can't do magic yet but I want to have a head start for when the time comes. I decided to switch topics. Where would you like to start? Well, vocabulary and also with the grammar. How is a sentence structured and things like that? I replied. When Brahm cleared his throat I knew that it was going to be difficult. The trip to Tirm took around 3 weeks and in that time I had learned a lot. During the day while we were on the road we did nothing but talk about the ancient language and practice attack and defense of the mind. I could hold Brahm out of my mind for a good 5 minutes but he was constantly using new tricks on me and making it harder on me. I found I was a natural at attacking another's mind, mostly I used tricks and imagery to get what I wanted. I was making good progress with the mind arts and I was happy. I was still learning vocabulary of the ancient language but I had sentence structure and pronunciation down. All I had to do was learn basic vocabulary and then Brahm would start speaking to me in only the ancient language in private but it would be a few weeks before that happened. People used to become fluent in languages in 6 months in my old life. That was my current goal and timeline for the ancient language. It looked like it may be accurate with how fast I was picking it up. I was never really good with any other languages beside English in my past life, it must be the young mind of Roran that was aiding in my education. At night we would spar. After about a week and a half Brahm realized that I was ready for real swordplay. My body was naturally muscled so I didn't need a lot of adjustment time to get used to the weight of a real sword. I had yet to bring up the fact that the original Roran used a hammer and shield because I knew I would fight against mostly sword users. I wanted to know the attack patterns and how to counter them, what better way to know that than to learn it myself. It was obvious that I would never be a legendary swordsman but I was determined to be above average. Eventually I decided that I would try out a warmer when I was consistently keeping up with Brahm in our spars. The progress I was most proud of was that I was now able to draw out energy of other beings once I was in their minds and in control. I had begun to pour a lot of energy into my necklace during the day. I had taken also over hunting because I wanted the energy of the kills to go to my necklace. I already had a sizable pool of energy stored. I was using the same technique as Aragon in the books to store up on energy. The only problem I had run into was the same thing that made the elves and most dragon riders vegetarians. It was a terrible feeling when something's soul leaves their bodies and you are attached to their mind. Feeling them enter the void was an experience he wouldn't wish on anyone. It gave you a whole new perspective on life and death, and I could also understand the decision to forego meat altogether. Eventually I would make the transition also, but I always ate my kills and never killed animals solely for the energy. I also needed the nutrition to help aid my physical recovery, as I didn't have access to the alternative nutrition sources from vegetables on the road. It was a necessary evil, one that would eventually stop. Magic was great. After I told Brahm about the concept of drawing fresh water out of the ground, we never lacked for water. He was also extremely impressed with getting gold out of the ground. It got us some upgrades in clothing, and it also bought me a sword and dagger with the necessary sheaths. I didn't want to use Zarok, and Brahm had no other sword, so a stop in Yazuak at the blacksmith was necessary. I had the sword around my waist at all times now, along with the dagger secured in a unique sheath running horizontally across my back, the handle sticking out towards my right side. Both in positions for me to draw with my right hand. If it came down to my left hand, then my hand-to-hand combat would most likely be my best option anyway. Another thing that had been upgraded was my appearance. I had gained some weight that was pure muscle, and Brahm claimed that I grew another inch in 3 weeks, which wasn't crazy to me considering I was on the back end of puberty. It was never specified how tall Roran was in the books, but I stood at about 5'10" now, and it seemed I was going to end up at about 6'1". My hair was getting longer and I had the beginnings of a beard. I was going to let it grow out some more before I began trimming it. I wanted it well maintained. That was obviously my last life influencing me, because never before had I cared about my appearance. I had introduced Brahm to the idea of cleaning ourselves with magic every morning. It took us a good 5 hours on deciding the spell. You didn't want to just get rid of all the bacteria on your body, after all a lot of it was necessary. Another thing that I noticed was that Brahm seemed to get younger with every day that passed. The constant movement and a better diet was great for him. It was obvious his connection to magic was enhancing that in only the way a former dragon rider could. I had a theory that with exercise, dragon riders that lost their partners could live very, very long lives if they kept themselves fit. Brahm certainly seemed livelier than when I had first approached him that day outside his hut, happier also. Maybe they would keep their immortality if they ever got over the passing of their partner. Most would be unable to do so. We reached the gates of Tirm around 3 in the evening. Riding into the city was easy. The guards at the gate didn't even stop them or anyone else like they did Aragon and Brahm. Must be because the lack of Urgal activity, unlike in the books. Or maybe they were looking for Aragon and Brahm for the king in the books. Tirm was an impressive city. In the end it was just as described in the books. The walls were 100 feet tall and around 30 feet thick. The building getting taller and taller the closer they got to the center of the city. The other thing was how many people resided here. It was described as a small ocean town, but I would definitely call it a city. A rough estimate put it at about 10,000 people, which I considered a lot considering I grew up in Carvajal. I was actually very impressed. The journey to Jad's house was actually pretty easy. He was well known within the city, it seemed. I even recognized Angela's house on the way. It was easy considering the oversized cat lounging on a bench outside. It took everything I had not to reach out to Solomon's mind and speak to him. Now is not the time. Arriving at Jad's house, we were greeted with his wife Helen answering the door. "Hello, how may I help you?" she said. "Hello, I was wondering if Jad was available to speak." Brahm responded. "He isn't home yet but is due to be back soon. May I ask why you wish to speak to him?" Helen was actually very polite. It may have been due to our expensive traveling clothes. When did I get so materialistic? I am an old friend of his from before he was a merchant. This is my nephew Roran. I wanted to stop by and visit him while I was in town. Brahm answered without giving his name. I wish he would have kept mine to himself also. He does not wish for me to allow anyone in the house without him home. Is it possible you could come back in a few hours? He should be home then. I noticed she never let us see her left hand. It was always hidden behind the door. A dagger most likely. I didn't blame her. 2 unknown men show up at her door with finely dressed clothes and swords around their waists. She probably thinks us mercenaries. Or maybe it's because his ships are already being intercepted by Galbi. Did it happen this early in the books? Of course, we need to resupply anyway. We can do that and return here after that. Have a safe evening. Brahm said as we turned away and walked back towards the horses. Have you ever had ale before? He said as he turned to me with a grin. I like what you're thinking. I replied smiling. The ale here was not as good as back home. After the war I am going to have to introduce them to real alcohol. It was weird thinking of after the war. As of now he had no plans, just try to survive and make a difference. Maybe he could introduce technology, teach magic to everyone, make the need for technology a little as possible. What if we could use both, a way to produce energy with technology? His thoughts were interrupted by their arrival at Jad's house again. Can you feel him in the house this time? I said, touching Brahm's mind. Yes, he's definitely here this time. He replied. It took him a few seconds to reach the door. Hello, are you they? Brahm. Jayad's mouth was on the floor at the recognition of Brahm. Hello old friend, careful saying that name too loud please. Of course. Come in, come in. He ushered us through the door. He was obviously still shocked at seeing his old friend. They embraced as soon as the door closed. It's good to see you again. What are you doing here? Jayad asked. Brahm seemed to sober up at the question. Is there somewhere we can speak alone? He said while pointing at his ears. Follow me. He said as we walked through the house to his office. Helen will have 2 more joining us for dinner tonight, if you need us we'll be talking in my office. He closed the door behind us as he said that. Brahm started speaking in the ancient language. I wasn't able to understand everything but I did catch unwanted listeners towards the end. I need your help again. Brahm said as soon as he finished the word. Jayad never missed a beat. Of course. I have some minor influence around here, what is it? We need to secure a ship to Reevestone. That is no problem at all, that is where I ship the goods for our. He trailed off as he looked at me. He knows everything. Brahm supplied at his stare. Everything. Jayad looked very intrigued at that statement. Literally everything I supplied, it was the first time I had spoken since we had arrived. Anyway, as I was saying that is where I ship all the goods that go to the Varden. Jayad said after a moment of thought. It gets a little more complicated. Brahm said running a hand through his hair. Jayad's face turned inquisitive. How much more? There will be a dragon and its rider. I said deciding to move the conversation forward a little. I couldn't help but laugh at his facial expression as he processed that piece of information. The egg hatched. He seemed a little weak on his legs so he moved to his chair behind the desk. He seemed elated and shocked. Not yet, but it will in about a year's time. When it does, we'll need to get to the Varden, away from Galbatorix until we're ready to attack. I decided to take over the conversation. We'll need a crew loyal to the Varden, to protect the rider. We also do not have an exact timeline so they need to be ready to go at a moment's notice. I said before he could respond. Is it possible? Okay, ignoring the fact that you can now predict when a dragon egg hatches. None of my crews know where the goods they ship go to. He stood back up and started pacing before he answered. It will be hard to get an agent to the Varden with all the details. Even harder is getting a jihad to send anyone without the dragon even being hatched. We will not be able to let the Varden know. At this point I was enjoying torturing him with these conditions. Why? Jayad stopped pacing with a frown. There is a problem with sending someone to the Varden. Someone with an influential position in the Varden is feeding Galbatorix information. Our best option is to not send anyone and show up unannounced. Then it will be impossible to do anything but smuggle you into Sirta. There is no way I can have a crew and a ship ready to go without the Varden's resources. You'll just have to show up when you can and wait for the next ship to leave. Even then the dragon would have to follow on land without being on the ship. Why not go to the elves? He turned to Brahm as he asked. They would never let him leave in time to defeat the king. I won't let the dragon be separated from its rider, we will have to set sail and she will have to fly during the day and stay on the ship at night. I will take over the crew with force if I have to. He answered. The crew won't like that. We've waited 100 years, you can't wait a few more, Jayad responded. Brahm was rubbing his hand through his beard when he responded. Within the next 2 years Galbatorix will be too strong to defeat, dragon rider or not. We have to move as soon as the dragon hatches. Okay, so go through the Haderach. Jayad said. We have reason to believe we'll be pursued by an Urgal army. I was actually laughing out loud when I delivered another bomb. Jayad threw his arms up in the air. What the fuck? The Urgals have no navy. I doubt Galbatorix will give them his navy either. They cannot follow us on the sea. Ship is the safest way to get them to the Varden safe and sound. Brahm supplied. Just then Helen decided to open the door. Dinner is ready. Chapter 4, Act I, Chapter 4. Hello everyone. I will be posting 2 chapters today. Let me know what you guys think in the reviews. Disclaimer, I own nothing. We stayed another week in Tirm. Brahm and Jayad spent a lot of time catching up for missed time. We didn't spar at all during this time but I did manage to get Brahm to magically make me a copy of Domia Abridged Worda. He agreed when I offered to supply the energy from my necklace, as much as he needed. I think he's enjoyed the time we spent trying to engineer spells for the things I want. If I were being completely honest, he was becoming like a second father of mine. With all the free time we had while Jayad was handling his business affairs we spent the days designing ward schemes and enchantments for our weapons, barring Zarok of course. Brahm taught me the wards he used for himself, we improved on them with my input of bodily systems and how they can be manipulated to incapacitate or kill someone. He taught me the concept of singing in the ancient language, which has a surprisingly broad range of applications. The one I was most interested in was enchanting. So I spent my alone time designing different things like a lamp that activated by touch and shut off by touch, little things to make everyday life more convenient. He would review my notes and use his broader knowledge of the ancient language to improve and perfect the concepts. It was a great way to help learn the ancient language and how to frame spells. My dagger was the thing I had him change the most. The enchantments on it were mainly to help its durability and sharpness. I had him change the metal in some spots to make it softer in some places while more rigid in others to help distribution of stress on the weapon, a concept not quite recognized by the blacksmith who forged the weapon. I also added more carbon to the weapon to make it higher quality steel, little things to help the overall efficiency of the weapon. The night before we were set to leave Tirm I decided that I would visit Angela. I was cautious beforehand for fear of the timeline, but surely a conversation with the witch wouldn't change much. Walking up to the herbalist shop I noticed that the bench Solumbum was on the week before was gone and replaced with some potted plants that looked like it might try to kill you if you got too close. Broadcasting my mind across the area, I made sure they were in before I opened the door. I could feel both of them just beyond the door. Both of them felt the touch and their eyes were on me as I stepped through the threshold. Angela was busy cutting on a plant and Solumbum was lazing about like a typical cat. Sorry, I wanted to make sure you were here before I walked in. I started before they could get too angry at me. I'm still working on making the touch fainter and less noticeable. I continued. Well, isn't that interesting, a fledgling magician. One who isn't afraid of letting others know. Angela stated towards the Wurkat. A flicker of a tail was all she got in response. So what brings you to my shop? Curiosity mostly. My response was quick as I browsed over the shop looking at the different herbs. A traveler? I heard a voice that obviously belonged to the Wurkat. Solumbum was visibly sitting up at this point. Angela seemed undisturbed by the information. How could you tell? I responded. My kind has always been the most in touch with nature, even more so than the dragons. Well, that was interesting information, and wasn't at all helpful. Have there been others before me? Of course. Although none have come from where you have been, nor will there be another. Was his response before he jumped down and went into the back. Well, that only leaves me with more questions. Feel honored he spoke to you at all. Angela's sharp mind cut into mine. What is your name? She asked. Names are powerful things, you may call me Roran, you have no idea how long I have been waiting to say that. I said with a grin. Her laugh cut through the room. You are interesting, aren't you? Before I could respond she spoke again. Why are you here? I told you, curiosity. No, what is your purpose in being here? She corrected. Realizing what she meant, I have been asking myself the same thing since I arrived. I answered. Would you like to know? I can read fortunes, I offer it to everyone Solumbum speaks to. You're only the third he's talked to. She said walking to the back. Where did I put those things? I could hear her rummaging around in the back. Ah, found them. I wasn't sure if I wanted to know my fortune. On one hand it would be nice to know my fate, whether I succeed or fail, on the other, I didn't want to live my life by prophecy. No, I don't think I want to know. I finally stated after a few minutes of consideration. She seemed genuinely surprised. No one has ever said no, never. You will be one to watch, very well if that will be all I have a toad to examine. And just like that she was gone. Numbly walking back to Jad's house, I was greeted by Brahm. Is everything alright? I just talked to a Wurkat. Carvajal hasn't changed a bit. I wonder if they'll recognize me. I doubted it. I stood at 6 foot 1 inches, 3 inches taller than when we first set out. I was also covered in muscle, sparring nearly every night for 4 months was a great workout program. My hair was pulled into a man bun with a few strands framing my face. Tan skin was pulled sharply across my cheekbones and a well-maintained beard hugged my face. A high-quality dark brown leather jacket opened at the top to show a white undershirt on my torso, black breeches reached down to my black boots. My sword stayed sheathed on Kadok while my dagger was in its sheath on my lower back. I cut a handsome and intimidating figure. Not even 16 and almost done growing already. People mature faster in this world, it's a hard life for most. If they don't recognize me they definitely won't recognize Brahm. He had gotten rid of the long beard, trimming it closer than my own on his face. Previously all grey hair had cut closely to his head and turned into a salt and pepper look. He looked like he had gotten 15 years younger. All from 4 months of traveling and using magic. My theory seems to hold true, maybe it's his constantly casting magic for me that did it. His clothes were just as high quality as mine with a maroon and black theme. Zarok was hidden amongst his saddlebags and he carried no weapon but Aaron shined as a warning to those who knew its meaning. It was midday as the farm came into view, springtime meant making the rows for the seeds that would grow into food for most of the town. Garrow and Aragon were both with hoes in their hands working the fields hard. They never noticed that I had already tied up Kadok to a tree as I dismounted and went to grab a hoe from the barn. Standing beside Garo and starting on a row exactly the distance as I was taught as a boy, he looked up and saw me. After a few seconds of staring he realized who I was, Roran. Laughing I swept him up in an embrace. The top of his head barely reaching my shoulders showed how much I had grown. Aragon noticed the disturbance and ran over to join us. "Hello father, Aragon. I'm home," I said as I saw Brahm heading to town, no doubt to rest in his house. "I will see you soon," I broadcasted to him. A wave of his hand was his response. "I have brought gifts," I said as we separated. "Gifts? Have you truly done so well already?" Garo stated confused. "Money is no worry for us anymore father," I stated matter-of-factly. Walking over to Kadok I started unloading several packs. "Finer quality clothes for both of you. Come, let's go inside and we can look at everything." As I opened the door to my childhood home I noticed nothing had changed. The layout of the room was the same as when I left. It's only been 3 months, although it felt like a year. I set out the packs on the table and started unrolling the clothes. "Aragon, can you go look on Kadok and bring me the meats from my saddlebag?" It was from a healthy doe that we had hunted a few days prior, preserved through magic. As he left I began unrolling his pack as Garo did the same with his. Inside his pack were 3 changes of clothes, more than he had ever had at one time, normally wearing 1 change until he wore it out. Past that was a whittling knife made of very good quality steel with his name magically engraved into it by Brahm. "This is more valuable than anything I own, I cannot take it. We will talk about it tonight, Aragon is about to be back," I said as I finished unrolling and stringing his bow. As soon as he walked in he noticed what I was holding. It was sung from a tree by Brahm and it was absolutely gorgeous. I asked him to do it for me and he didn't even hesitate to start that night. Aragon is his son after all. Aragon was staring at it with his mouth wide open. "An early gift for your birthday," I told him. "My birthday isn't for another few months," he responded. I didn't respond as I handed it to him. "Go on, I know you wish to practice. The sun will be up for a few more hours." He practically sprinted out the door. "You have to take it all back. Here we go." I knew this was coming. He's never accepted any help. "I will not. You deserve all this and more. Let go of your pride, you stubborn fool. I do not need your charity. I can provide for us alone. I and you did it for 15 years, now you don't have to do it alone anymore. Be grateful you did such a good job raising me," I said lightheartedly, trying to lighten the mood. I cut him off before he could respond. "We can argue about this later. I just got back, I'll be in for another 2 weeks or so. We will have plenty of time to discuss this later. Use it or throw it away, it's yours. But if you try and take anything away from Aragon we will have more than just a discussion." I didn't want to threaten my own father, but I wouldn't let him take away what little happiness I can give Aragon in preparation of the future. He can keep his gifts. "I do not wish to argue, son. Come, sit and tell me of your travels," he said as the mood did a complete 180. I was all too happy to oblige. In the end, Garo relented at Aragon's happiness with his bow. I had even seen him whittling away with his knife a few times. Soon enough it was time to leave again. It didn't hurt as much as last time, nor was it as hard a decision. Aragon's personality hadn't looked like it changed, he was still the optimistic fool. The light the world would need. "Do you have to leave so soon?" Aragon asked as I was climbing in Kadok's saddle. "I've been here a whole 2 weeks. It's time for me to go visit some of Brahm's other contacts," I replied, getting settled into the saddle. "When will you be back?" he responds with his head down. "It will be longer than last time. Maybe 6 months or so, I'm not completely sure." My answer only seemed to upset him more. Before he could respond I added, "Everything I do is for you and father, Aragon. One day you will understand." I turned Kadok and started down the road. "You said that last time," I heard as I rode away. "And it's still true," I yelled back. A/N, from this point on, assume anything said between Brahm and Roran as being in the ancient language, unless specified otherwise. "Are you ready?" I heard as I recognized Brahm's familiar mind. After a moment of concentration I switched to the ancient language. "Almost to the meeting location. Where are we going this time?" Brahm told me he had plans, but I still didn't know where he planned on traveling. North. Chapter 5, Act I, Chapter 5. Hello everyone. I am uploading 2 chapters today, so don't skip Chapter 4. The story is going to pick up in pace starting at this chapter. Let me know what you think in the reviews. Disclaimer, I own nothing. North. What? You mean to do Weldenvarden? We cannot risk changing Aria's fate. The egg must get to Aragon. She's probably getting ready to start traveling to do Weldenvarden right now with the egg," I said in response to Brahm. "That is why we go. By the time we arrive she will be going from city to see if the egg will hatch. We could intercept her months before she and her companions are ambushed, and would that be so bad? Even you said you didn't know what truly happened to Arya when she was captured by Durza. He responded with just as much heat as I did. I told you she was just tortured. My response was quick. And what do you think that means for a female elf, a beautiful one at that? You would condemn someone to such a fate when we could change it. We travel to Elsmera and get the egg. Take it to Carvajal, make sure Aragon finds it, and 2 elves live in Arya is better off for it. He stated. We do not know the repercussions it will bring. I argued back, tired of the mental link. And I do not care, boy. I will not let such a thing happen to someone I call friend, not while I have the means to change it. I had forgotten his connection to Arya. I was trying to come up with a counter-argument when he continued. I have told you before, just you being here has changed everything. What if the egg doesn't hatch for Aragon and instead hatches for you, or some mason's son from Siunan? Why are you here if not to change things, boy? You think I want my son going through half of the things I did? Do you think being a writer is without risk? He's scared for Aragon. I replied immediately, I am not even sure how we won in the books. I am trying to keep the circumstances the same. Half of the knowledge doesn't even make sense. He leaves to find an edge against Galbatorix somewhere on Vanguard and then it's all blank. Nothing, no memory of the final battle. I don't even know if he casts a spell to kill him, if it's with his blade or if a meteor come from space to strike him down. He looks at me with shock after that revelation. What do you mean it's all blank? You said we win. We do. I just don't know how. I can remember Aragon riding off into the sunset to restart the order. It has to be him. Silence. We need to plan more. If you truly want to intercept her before Durza does, we need to plan. I stated after a moment of consideration. In any scenario, Aragon must become the rider. We travel and prepare you for what's to come. Either way we head to Thurin's Ford. I have a feeling you have more to play in this than you know. He finally said to me. I need to think. As we started along our path. We didn't talk again until we had already camped for the night. No spar as was customary, Brahm was deep in thought. I made a decision to tell Brahm everything, from the first book until Aragon's journey to the forsaken island of Vanguard. I told him of his death, of Ajihad's death, Murtaugh's kidnapping, Najuada's ascension, Oromy's and Gladra's death, Ilanzadi, everything. We went to bed with thoughts on the future and our plans. If we are truly to change everything, we must be prepared. After all, we need to face off against a shade in around a year if we are to save Arya. It's time you let me try to use magic, after all I am almost fully fluent. I told Brahm as we were traveling. Yes, you are as prepared as any has been. You remember the rules I taught you on the way to Tirm? He asked. I was quick to respond, I've been helping you design spells for months now. I understand how it works. May I try? Yes, you know how to push your mind outwards, but this time I want you to look within and find the energy within you. Tap into it and do something simple, like rising a stone. Be careful not to let your thoughts stray, use the ancient language to start. I know you know that it isn't necessary, but it is a good way to focus your intent. He told me. I had suspected a long time ago on how to actually go about casting magic, but I had refrained from trying out of respect for Brahm teaching me. Now that I had the go-ahead, I focused on myself, looking in towards my body for that familiar energy. It was different from taking energy from animal kills, where theirs looked like a muddy brown in my mind's eye. Mine was like a white river flowing through me. I found it almost immediately. Focusing on the task, I willed the energy forward and spoke stone, rise, and the stone I was focusing on rose to my palm and settled there. I cut off the energy. That was surprisingly easy. Was the first thing I thought of. Yes, well, not many have such a good grasp of energy manipulation or knowledge of the language when they start. Congratulations, you're a magician. Don't let me catch you doing something stupid. He stated. Thinking for a moment. Can I try using the energy stored in my necklace? I would prefer you used that energy to practice actually. Don't want you worn out before we spar every day after all. You just need to get used to channeling the energy through your body, and that gem will help. I'm a fucking wizard. By the time we reached Thurin's Ford, we had already decided on saving Arya and her companions. We were going to travel to Siunan and then head east to the elves to get them to agree with the rest of our plan. I really wanted to meet Oromys now that the plot was out the window. Now I just had to bring up and convince Brahm to let me do some body modification to make me stronger and faster. Piece of cake. Absolutely not. Was his immediate response. Why not? He was quick to answer. If your concentration wavered for even a second, you could kill yourself. And that's assuming the modification itself doesn't kill you. I know more about biology than arguably anyone alive. I know how to make small improvements to give me an edge. An edge I will need if we're facing a shade and an all-powerful tyrant. I didn't tell him that I wasn't going to make just small improvements. Here, look, I already know the wording I am going to use. I'm prepared. I said as I handed him a piece of paper. You wish to sing to accomplish this? He said after reading it. Yes, and I only want to do small things at first. A slight increase in bone and muscle density, increase of agility, efficiency of red blood cells, things like that. I replied. He took a while to speak again. You will wait until we reach Elsmera and we will receive counsel from my master and others before we even think about doing this. On our way to Siunan, I was in a state of constant training, whether it be talking to Brahm in the ancient language, practicing mind magic, casting training spells, or sparring with Brahm. The longer we spar, the more I realized that a sword was not going to be my main weapon. It had only been about 5 months, but I could tell that I was going to plateau in skill soon. I could already give most human soldiers a run for their money, but I would never rely on pure swordplay. It was the main reason all my effort was going into my dagger. It was easy to incorporate it into close combat, where I truly shined. Using my superior fighting skills, I could get in close using my fists and feet, draw my dagger and the fight was over. It was actually my game plan for the races that were superior in speed and strength. Jujutsu is the perfect counter for them. It didn't matter how strong or fast you were when I grabbed you, maybe a less experienced practitioner would have trouble, but I was not inexperienced. I was also making headway with a diagnostic spell, something I could use to boost healing spells. I also wanted to get a baseline of my vitals before I started making any improvements to my body. Engineering these spells were becoming a hobby of mine. It was very interesting and also stimulating at the same time. I had already perfected a morning spell, something to clean my body and mouth while also combing my beard and hair at the same time. Brahm called me lazy, and then promptly asked me for the spell. Magic is awesome. Speaking of magic, why don't people have wards up constantly? I asked Brahm. Good question. Most people aren't that paranoid, honestly. Only master magicians or elves have wards up constantly, and they typically take them down once inside Du Weldenvarden or Elsmera. He replied. Why don't you always have yours up? It started when I had just lost Sapphira. I had a death wish, I took them down hoping it would be something random and instantaneous that killed me. I thought myself cursed for the longest time, cursed with life. I could not die on the battlefield. Now I know I had another purpose. He finished while looking at me. I suppose I like the thrill of knowing any moment can be my last. He added when I didn't respond. Well, I need you to live a little longer, so if you would kindly put them up, that would be great. I told him, completely ignoring the fact that he sees me as his purpose. When do you plan on telling Aragon? I was full of random questions today. His eyes took on a look of anguish. I am not sure. He said with a tone that signaled the end of the conversation. Siunan was a very unique city. There was a wall, but not like the towering 100-foot wall of Tirm. It was only around 50 feet tall and 20 feet wide. There were no towering structures either, all the buildings were made of wood with shingles for the roof. The people here were also very merry, it seemed like. Everyone wore a smile. Is it because of their proximity to the elves? Or because they're so far from the oppressive tyrant? In the end they did not stay but 3 days, only enough time to rest and resupply before heading east towards Ocelon. It was around 3 days into our journey when I noticed something was wrong. There was something that was touching my mind every few hours. It had the faintest touch I had ever felt, and Brahm was no slouch at the mind arts. I decided against telling Brahm of the anomaly. From what I could tell, it wasn't malicious in nature, more curious. Things continued this way for another day or so before the anomaly made itself known. It did that in the only way it knows how, apparently. I woke up with a white cat sleeping on my chest. It was the strangest experience of my life. Quit moving. I heard a feminine voice tell me as I lifted my head up. Red eyes met mine and instantly I knew that my mysterious anomaly was a werewolf. Oh, not another one. I thought. My son was right, I think you'll be intriguing. Was her answer as she hopped off of me and started stretching. Your son? Yes, the only other of my kind you have met. Salimbum. Instantly I knew I was speaking to Shadow Hunter, the maid of Grimmerhapa and future queen of the werewolves. Werewolves do not have kings or queens, only representatives. During the rare occasion we make decisions concerning our kind's fate. Well, that was interesting information to know. So I assume you are going to tag along our expedition to change fate. There is no fate. There are only things that will happen and things that won't happen. But yes, I wish to accompany you. Just like that, our party grew to 3. This just got a lot more interesting. We are getting close to Du Weldenvarden. Brahm said as I was softly petting Shadow Hunter. She liked to ride with me on Kadok, who seemed oddly spooked at her presence. That's exciting. Yes, but there are some things I need to teach you about how to properly greet an elf. He continued. How did I forget about the traditional greetings? What kind of fan am I? When you go to greet an elf, before the conversation starts, the parties involved touch 2 fingers to their lips. This indicates we shall not disturb the truth during our conversation, he began. This is followed by the phrase Atra ester ni ono theldwin, to which one replies Atra du e erinya ono arda. And, Brahm continued, if you are being especially formal, a third response is made, un atra moran relifayunan hyarda honor, which means, and may peace live in your heart. I decided to play along even though I already knew most of the information. How do you know who starts the interaction? If you greet someone with greater status than yourself, or if you wish to honor someone, then speak first. If you greet someone with less status than yourself, speak last. But if you are not sure, give the other person a chance to speak, and if they say nothing, speak first. It is an unspoken rule. Brahm finished. Or maybe it is a spoken rule, I can't remember. Just stick to what I told you and you'll be fine. He added with a thoughtful expression. The really old elves do not care so much, to be honest, it's only the ones who think they are important that put a lot of weight on formalities. Roran is my favorite of all of them. Our tag-along decided to add to the conversation. That was one thing on my to-do list, try to obtain a weapon from the old smith. Maybe even learn a thing or two about the enchantments she puts on riders' swords. As we continued to travel and train, it took another day and a half to reach the edge of the legendary forest. I was full of energy and excitement thinking about meeting some of my favorite characters of the series. In the end it was kind of anticlimactic, nothing seemed to change except for the scenery for another 2 weeks. No hint of an elf or anything. It was a little over the month mark before we got close to Ocelon, we were hugging fairly close to the mountains to help guide us. That was when I met my first elf. As we were exiting the small mountain range we noticed him on the road ahead. He had obviously been waiting for us. Have they been watching us? I asked my companions. Most likely, we will never know. They are the masters of this forest and rarely do they have travelers. Even more rare is an escort, they must have noticed the cat. Brahm supplied. We're a cat, you old monkey. Is that an evolutionary joke? I asked after their banter ceased. I got no answer. What is your purpose here? The elf asked in English once we got close enough. I noticed he had his hand on the hilt of his sword. Brahm touched 2 fingers to his lips and started the traditional greeting. Atra ester ni ono theldwin. The elf's eyes grew wide and he quickly responded by touching 2 fingers to his lips. Atra du e erinya ono arda. He obviously wasn't expecting that. We journey to Elsmera, we are unannounced, but... He trailed off as he flashed Aaron on his right hand. His reaction was not what I expected. The elf's face morphed into a full-blown smile as he switched back to the ancient language. A friend of the crown? Forgive my rudeness, I shall escort you there. We will have to stop at Ocelon to tell my people before we leave. Of course, but not for too long. We are in a hurry. I decided to respond. He looked at me and stared for a second, I met his eyes with an unwavering gaze. He seemed satisfied after his appraisal of me. We shall ride with haste then. He responded, and like that he was running. We rode long and hard and reached Ocelon the next day. We discovered that our escort was an elf that went by the name of Vovs, and he was slightly older than Arya, maybe 125 or so, which by their standards was still very young. He was also very fast and could run for forever. Honestly, elves were broken. I really wanted to cast my perfected diagnostic spell on him to see what made them tick, but I was sure he wouldn't take kindly to that. He didn't speak much, only when spoken to, or to give me tips on my swordplay when he watched us spar that night. I could tell he wanted to ask questions about us, but he held his tongue. I was doing the same. There was a lot you could learn from picking the brain of an elf. When we rode into Ocelon, I started to notice how the bottoms of the trees looked to be hollowed out, just like in the books. I have got to learn how to do that. There were probably a couple thousand elves living in the city, and it seemed all of them got the memo of a man wearing Aaron traveling to do Weldenvarden. We were openly stared at by what seemed to be all of them as we waited on Vovs to finish speaking to who I assumed was the leader of the city. I did not expect my comment of us being in a hurry to be taken so literally, because when he exited the tree, he jumped on a horse and we were gone again. To change the fate of so many. Chapter 6, Act I, Chapter 6. Hello everyone. Back with another chapter. Let me know what you guys/gals think in the reviews. Disclaimer, I own nothing. Along the way we were greeted by hundreds of elves living between Ocelon and Elsmera. They would laugh and dance around us as we raced across the countryside. It took us another 2 weeks to reach the edge of the wards, where I knew we would be greeted by Gildarine the Wise. It was just as the books described. He appeared out of behind a tree and he glowed like the sun, with white light flowing out of him. That was when I felt the biggest and most alien mind touch mine. Instantly my walls were up out of reflex more than anything. I lowered them immediately after realizing what I had done. You may all pass. I heard as he left my mind. Shadowhunter was restless afterwards. She obviously didn't like people in her mind. As we rode past I looked behind to see that Gildarine had disappeared. I guess that really was an avatar. After we were cleared to enter the capital of the elves, it took us another hour to reach our destination. We saw more elves in that hour than we had seen total until that point. It seemed like everyone knew of Brahm's return, Ilanzadi included. She was easy to distinguish, considering she was standing at the end of the road flanked by what seemed to be the rest of the race. As we dismounted from our horses and started the traditional greetings. Atra Esther ni ono Theldwin, she spoke before either of us, signaling the respect she had for Brahm. Atra du e Arinya ono Arda, we responded together. She took it a step further by giving the very formal Atra Moran Relifa Unan Hyarda honor. This is a most unexpected visit, Brahm. You told us you wouldn't live to see this forest again. I am glad that was not the case. You have brought company. Ilanzadi stated after the formalities were recognized. She waved for us to follow her into what I assumed was the elves' version of the royal palace. So am I, Brahm responded. This is Roran, he is my apprentice, and the cat is named Shadow Hunter or something like that, he said, pointing to me and waving off the Wurkat. Hello again, Shadow Hunter, she said with a nod. Hello Roran, you are one of only 5 humans to grace these halls for the last 100 years. I am the queen of the elves, Ilanzadi. Greetings, it is an honor to meet you. I said respectfully. What is your purpose here, Brahm? She said. I bring good and bad news. We need to prepare. Is Dathedra still your chief advisor? Brahm answered, getting down to business. He is. You might want to call for him, tell him to meet us at the crags of Tel Nair. Her eyes widened and flickered between his and mine own. He knows everything, Brahm continued. We need to walk and talk. I decided to cut in. We went back outside and started to where I assumed was the direction of Ormes and Glader. Shadow Hunter on my heels. Everything? She asked with a raised eyebrow. Yes, and he is also one of the most talented magicians alive. That was the first time he had ever complimented me outside of spars. I think he is overstating things. Compared to Angela, Gildarine, or even Ilanzadi, I am nothing special. Interesting. Was her only response. How is your grasp of the ancient language, Roran? She asked me directly. I am fluent, but only just. It has yet to become second nature, but all I need is more time and practice. I answered truthfully. Only a slight accent. You will have plenty of time and practice here in Elsmera. I suspect you will be sought after by many an elf in your time here. It is not every day we have a human visitor. She said. Good. I am very curious of the culture here. I stated. She chose not to respond and we fell into a comfortable silence. We walked for a good 2 miles in silence. Shadow Hunter was still right behind us, apparently content with watching our interactions. I could physically see Brahm get more and more excited as we approached our destination, his steps picked up as he recognized the path. Ilanzadi herself seemed to be a bit happier with visiting Ormes. I could barely hide my enthusiasm, it would be my first time seeing a dragon. I'll be damned if I come off as nervous during my first impression. The tree line seemed to end almost suddenly and we were greeted by the sight of a trail leading us through a pasture to a house sitting atop a hill. It was constructed almost exactly like Brahm's house in Karva Hall. That explains a lot. There was an old tree not too far from the house where I could see a silver-haired elf meditating. Glader was nowhere to be found. As soon as we stepped out of the trees, Ormes' eyes were on us. Shock littered his face as he recognized his old pupil. A smile blossomed across his face as he jumped up and started towards us. Brahm's face mirrored his as he practically sprinted to his old master. They embraced while the rest of us stood back, letting them enjoy the moment. Father and son. I realized as I saw them interact. Ormes seemed to take a step back and look at Brahm, no doubt noting how he had aged. After Dathedra arrived and made introductions to us, we gave Brahm and Ormes another 10 minutes of conversing until we started walking up the path. Once we arrived, they turned to us. I apologize, it has been a long time since I have seen my pupil. Ormes said as he touched 2 fingers to his mouth. Atra Esther ni ono Theldwin, he said to our party, but mainly Ilanzadi. Atra du e Arinya ono Arda. We replied in unison after mirroring his act of touching 2 fingers to our mouths. I am Roran, Brahm's apprentice. It is a pleasure to meet you. I said before anyone else could continue. Hello Roran, you may call me Ormes, thank you for taking care of my old student. Was his response. I wasn't sure of how to respond, but luckily I didn't have to. Why have we gathered here? Dathedra cut in. Maybe we should find somewhere to sit, it is going to be a while. I said before we could start. Follow me. Ormes waved us on. Where is Glader? Brahm asked as we started walking towards the house. I thought Ormes would say something about my presence, but it seemed he trusted Brahm explicitly. Maybe they conversed mentally. I said, broadcasting my thoughts to Shadow Hunter. I am surprised Brahm didn't reach out when we were close. Ormes must have been meditating inwards or he would have felt us otherwise. Dragon riders have always boasted of their awareness. She said in response. Suddenly we all felt a rattle across our chests. Followed by another, and any second and Glader would appear. There is your answer, Braum. I told Shadowhunter as we were interrupted. It seems like he had already called Glader back when he was speaking with Braum. Suddenly a golden mass appeared over the tree line. He's fucking huge, was my first thought. Glader was every bit of a small hill like he was described in the books. The second thought that crossed his mind was how beautiful his scales were. It was like they were made of the sun itself. No wonder dragons cause awe wherever they go. He circled and landed right in front of Braum. He leaned his massive head down until he was eye to eye with him. Braum reached out and rubbed his snout, and I swear Glader purred. After what I assumed was them mentally conversing, Glader's head swung around and locked eyes with me. You are the one who has brought him back to us? He asked. His voice was as deep and powerful as his mind was. Yes. I replied, shocked at his presence, not being able to come up with anything else. Thank you, he said as he dipped his head and turned back to Braum. They conversed for a little longer before Glader walked over beside the house and laid down. Shadowhunter padded over to him, snuggled up to him and promptly closed her eyes, presumably to take a nap. I'll never understand war cats. What was even weirder was the fact that Glader didn't react at all to her presence. After we had gathered around the entrance to the house, Braum seemed unsure of where to start, so I did it for him. We know who the egg will hatch for. My voice cut through the air. Impossible, Daedra said almost immediately. No one has been able to predict how dragons hatch for their riders. Mainly because it is up to the dragon who it chooses. Oromese cut in after Daedra. To understand how I know this, I have to tell a story. Before I was Roran, I lived on another world in another universe. You all, including me, were book characters. This book series told the story of the egg hatching to a boy who would go on to vanquish Galbatorix and revive the dragon riders. I know who the egg hatches for, but along the way, a lot of people get hurt and killed. We are here to change that, I said, pointing towards Braum. It was Oromese who spoke again. A traveler. You've met others? I asked. There have been a few who came to the order claiming to have been thrust into our world, but none of them have had knowledge of future events. None had come forth in the past 600 years, it was listed as an anomaly in our records. Most would go on to have significant impact on this world, even becoming riders themselves on one occasion. That would explain why you have a warcat attached to you, they always seem to follow intriguing people. He answered. If you know who the egg hatches for, then why do you wish to interfere? Wouldn't it be wiser to let events play out? It was Ilanzadi who spoke this time. Because your daughter is one of the people who get hurt, along with her companions. She gets ambushed before she tries sending the egg to Braum in Carvajal with magic. She misses and it ends up in the hands of a farm boy, whom it hatches for. Her traveling companions are killed, Arya is captured and tortured by Durza. I responded. Her eyes didn't betray any of her thoughts. I see. So we will need to avoid her capture while also getting the egg to the boy. Who is it? She asks. I look to Braum. It gets complicated. I say. My son, Aragon. He is with his uncle in Carvajal. He says after a moment of consideration. Your son? Oromese seemed to speak for everyone with that question, his eyes lighting up at the revelation. It took a few moments for the news to be processed. You left him alone. He must be protected. Ilanzadi said as she stood up. He doesn't know that I am his father. It is a long story, but he didn't find out in the books until after I had already passed. We couldn't risk a shift in personality that would make him unworthy in the egg's eyes. We need him as he will be, nothing else. Braum finished. That is why you left the Varden. It all makes sense now. Oromese supplied once he got over his shock. Not only do we need to avoid Arya's capture and get the egg to Aragon, but we also see this as an opportunity to eliminate one of Galbatorix's most powerful weapons, Durza. I said, steering the conversation back on track. You want me to risk my daughter's life on the off chance that we can kill a shade? Ilanzadi said. The idea holds merit. Daedra cut in. Arya is prepared to do her duty, she always has been. I knew there was a reason we invited him to this meeting. Ilanzadi lets her emotions cloud her judgment. They are correct. It is too great an opportunity, the war is about to start, I have been scrying the lands again and I can see the signs of war. I fear Galbatorix is about to strike the Varden soon. Oromese cut in. You speak of the Urgals? I asked. He responded with a nod. Durza has their chieftains under his control, if we kill him we can free the Urgals and get them on our side, they hate underhanded tricks and we can use his manipulation to our advantage in recruiting them. They are crucial to our victory. I continued. If we fail at killing Durza, he will use them to attack the Varden in around a year's time, maybe more, this is when he originally dies but he manages to injure Aragon before he is killed. If we kill him before they can attack then we save a lot of lives and gain the strength of the Urgals. This will also allow us to send Aragon to you, Oromese, faster and get him and the egg trained. The timeline wasn't exact in the books, at most it's an approximation. There another reason we are here, we need your people ready. If we fail at killing Durza then the Varden and the dwarves will need your help. I finished telling them the plan Brahm and I had come up with along the way from Karva Hall. So it is finally time, things are about to move at a rapid pace. Davedra said as Ilanzadi was pacing the room. Very well, you will be given my most talented warriors and spellcasters to kill the shade. If we succeed then they will go with you to protect the boy and bring him back to Elsmera for training. If we fail at killing Durza then they will escort him to the Varden where we will fight and hopefully kill him there. Ilanzadi said after a few minutes of thinking. When is Arya set to arrive? I asked. She is in Cirrus right now. She will spend about a year ferrying the egg across Du Welden Varden. If what you say is accurate, it sounds like she will be ambushed on her way to Ocelon. How long after that do we have until the Empire attacks? Ilazandi asks. The dragon is around 6 months old during the Battle of Farthendur. I answer. A year and a half, if we are lucky. Davedra supplied. I'm starting to like him. We need to get our people ready. He continued when no one replied. We have our plan, all that is left is to prepare, if that is all my queen. He left as she nodded to him. Well, we have work to do, I might as well go start. She turned back before she left. Brahm, I assume you know where the guest houses are? I will see they are unlocked for you both. With that she started back to the city. A Sunhui? Who is the mother? Oramis asked as he turned to Brahm. Well, it is extremely complicated. Brahm replied. Feeling out of place I decided I would let the two of them catch up. Come find me in the morning Brahm. I will have her show me the way to the lodgings. I said as I left to catch up to the queen. You do not wish to wait on your master? She asked as I stopped running to catch up to her. I have a feeling they will want time to catch up. I responded as Shadowhunter padded up behind me, no doubt to use me as a pillow tonight. This is bound to be interesting. Chapter 7, Act I, Chapter 7. Hey everyone. Things are going to get more and more from here on out as the plot speeds up towards the start of the Rider War. As always, let me know what you think in the reviews. Disclaimer, I own nothing. I woke up to shuffling outside the guest tree I was staying in. Shadowhunter was still nestled into my side. As I got up I went about finding the bathroom. I wanted nothing more than to take a shower for the first time since waking up in this world. Let me tell you, after so long, it was absolutely heavenly. After the shower I decided I didn't trust the oils they provided and muttered my morning spell to clean myself and my clothes anyway. After dressing and strapping my sword and dagger on my waist and lower back I decided to see if Brahm made it home last night. Branching my mind out, I felt him in the tree next to mine and saw him already up and dressed. Plans for today? I mentally asked as I was walking outside with my cuddly companion padding up beside me. You have already had too long of a break from your training, we will continue today. You need to improve with the sword. Brahm said opening the door to his tree. It's only been a day since we sparred. I responded once we met at the road. I don't think the sword will be my choice of weapon. The original Roran used a hammer and was a natural at it. I continued to explain my reasoning. Well, it can't be any worse than your swordplay. Was it a warmer? They. Cheeky old bastard responded. Shadowhunter seemed to snicker at his comment. No, he literally used a blacksmith's hammer. I would like to try the warmer instead, seems more practical for the future. I said after ignoring his comment and my traitorous companion's snickers. Then we will have to see about acquiring one for you. Brahm said after some consideration. He started walking to where I assumed the training fields were. I have been meaning to ask you. Do elves have currency? I said following him. Originally they had no need for a currency, beyond trading with the other races. Being able to provide for themselves with magic allowed this. Most of the time they trade. Someone makes clothes in exchange for furniture or something of equal value. It wasn't until the humans were included in the pact that they adopted the coin system humans use. Even now it isn't uncommon to see them trading with one another. To answer your question, they will accept coin if you don't have anything else to trade but will often ask for a favor at a later date. They are a very political race. Brahm finished as we were walking into the training grounds. Interesting. I said pondering on what he told me. Deciding that it was time to focus and train, I looked around the racks that housed the different weapons around the fields. There were multiples of every type of weapon you could want to practice with. They even had heavier versions of the originals to help with getting used to the weight of the weapons. Magic is OP when in the hands of a whole race. Deciding on a generic warmer, I picked it up and found Brahm stretching with Zarok already drawn and in his hand. Shadowhunter found a nice spot under a shade tree to watch. Get used to the thing first and then we'll start. He told me as he warmed up. After some time of getting used to the heavy weight, I decided that one of my hands were better served along the middle of the hammer so that I could spin it to parry and lead into an attack afterwards. I didn't want to rely on wide sweeping attacks, I wanted speed also. Warding my weapon to do less damage, I signaled I was ready. After circling each other, I decided to start the engagement and led with overhand strike, which left me open along my right side. Braum deflected my attack and then used the opening to his advantage with a simple swipe that would have left me dead in a normal fight. I saw this coming and used the momentum from my overhand strike to spin my weapon so the head of my hammer deflected his attack before it could touch my ribs. Zarok was sailing towards my neck as he recovered from the blow. We circled around each other, trying to find an opportunity to attack. Eventually I decided to make the opportunity. A wide sweeping attack was parried and countered, which saw Zarok flying through the air after I disarmed him. I easily slid into my next move and stopped my hammer right before I hit him in the sternum, signaling the end of the spar. We both stared at each other dumbstruck. I guess I'm a natural, I said, unsure. That was the fastest you've ever beaten me in a spar, again, he shouted as he picked up the rider sword. The rest of the morning flew by with us sparring and trying different techniques with the warmer. He won most of the bouts as is expected. The first spar was mostly due to him underestimating my ability with the weapon. At the end of the day it was obvious I was a natural at the warmer. My footwork was on point throughout all of the movements and I was able to give him a run for his money in a lot of the spars. With more experience and hopefully the changes I would make to my body, I would become a monster with the warmer. Our spars eventually drew a crowd once word got out that 2 humans were sparring. There were no less than 50 elves along the sidelines watching and conversing at the end of the session. Most seemed to be fairly young, but there seemed to be some older, more influential elves in the crowd. We have a guest, Shadowhunter told me. Sure enough, a brave young-looking elf walked up to us. Would either of you like to continue sparring? He asked. My eyes narrow at the disrespect of him ignoring the traditional greetings. We have finished for the day, maybe tomorrow, I responded, also ignoring the greetings. I understand, I thought to test my mettle against a great warrior. Are you sure I cannot tempt you? His voice changed slightly when he called me a great warrior. I believe that was sarcasm. Shadowhunter supplied from her shade spot. My eyes hardened, but I did not respond. Will I have to resort to underhanded tricks? I'm sure it wouldn't be much of a contest, but I would like to see the best of what your race has to offer. He continued after a moment. I am going to enjoy this, I thought as I stood up. Very well, have it your way. Be careful, he obviously is trying to embarrass us in front of the crowd. Braum told me as I got up. We were standing opposite of each other with whispers echoing through the crowd. The tension was obvious between the two of us. Could I have the name of the elf I am about to face? I said, throwing my hammer down and out of the way. He noticed me discarding my weapon and unsheathed his own. You may call me Vanir. Will you spar with no weapon? He wasn't this disrespectful to Aragon, was he? I thought while confirming that it was indeed the same elf that sparred with Aragon in the books. This is all I will need, I replied as I drew my dagger out of its sheath on my lower back and whispered the spell needed to blunt it. Are you ready? I continued as I got in a ready stance. He said nothing and began the spar with a grin, sending some testing strikes towards me. I deflected and parried every one of them with my dagger. He was obviously holding back and testing my defenses. He was outrageously fast also. I could tell that he was holding back but was matching my speed easily. Suddenly he started putting in more effort, his strikes becoming faster and stronger as he began the spar in earnest. I kept my cool as I waited for the right moment, but it was obvious who the better was. I could barely keep up and at times it felt as if he was toying with me. The right moment came about 3 more engagements after the spar truly began. He stabbed toward my midsection in the same manner he had been doing the whole spar and I reacted by stepping into his guard, grabbing his arm and hip, tossing him to the ground with me still standing. Still holding on to his arm, I twisted it, making him drop his sword. I then brought my knee to his chest and my dagger to his throat, signaling the end of the match. I win, I said as I stared into his shocked eyes. I released him and made my way back towards Braum. The crowd was dead silent, obviously expecting me to be soundly beaten by the talented elf. As I sat down I could see he had stood up and was staring at me while collecting his discarded weapon. After another few seconds of our stare down, he nodded his head and left the grounds with what dignity he had left. Well, that was interesting. Go clean up and we will go see my master again, Braum said in response to our spar. As I watched his retreating figure, all I could think about was how lucky I was for him to underestimate me and how easily he could have defeated me. At any second if he took me seriously, his speed and strength alone could have overpowered me, not to mention his obvious sword skills. I need to lessen the gap, I need to make the changes soon. A/N, from this point on, assume the elvish greetings are being used unless I say otherwise. Braum told me you have something you need my help with, Oramis stated after we had sat down in his house again. Braum said nothing in response, instead looking towards me to explain. Yes, I want to make changes to my body, to improve it more specifically. I already have the spell designed, I said after sipping my tea. My first thought is to tell you absolutely not, but the fact that Brahm is entertaining it is making me consider the possibility. Oramis stated. It is not uncommon for elves to change things about their appearance, but I am not sure any has tried to go beyond our already impressive physical abilities. Human riders have the changes happen over a long period of time, typically hundreds of years, and never saw the need for it. Do you have the spell written out? He asked after pondering my idea. Yes, here it is. I said as I handed the spell over. My people had our biology mostly mapped out. I probably have more knowledge on the subject than anyone alive in this world. I continued while he looked over the wording. You even have the mindset it requires written down, but this means you must be the one to cast the spell. It depends on the knowledge of your biology. If you were to feel any pain and get distracted, you could cause irreparable damage. Any deviation could be terrible. Oramis said after a few minutes of looking over the wording. Yes, that is true, that is why I would want you to, Glader also if he is willing, to be connected to my mind to help me concentrate and not let my thoughts slip while I sing. To guide me if you will. I said in response to his objections. The wording itself seems to work, you have made it vague enough to rely on will in some parts and extremely accurate in others to make specific changes. I hate to admit it, but I can't find any faults in the wording, it could work. He relented after another long pause of consideration. However, you want to do these changes across multiple sessions, yes? I would advise against it. He continued. Why? Wouldn't it cut down on the risk? Brahm stated, finally contributing to the conversation. Maybe, but it also gives us more chances to make mistakes. There is just as much if not more risk doing it over multiple sessions. He finished as he set the paper containing the spell to the side. Is this truly necessary? Oramis asks as he turns back to me. I need every advantage I can get, I know too much. If I am defeated and captured, then Galbatorix will have all the knowledge I do. This mitigates me being captured in battle or otherwise, it's necessary. I responded. You will memorize the words and be able to recite them to me as long as I deem necessary, then you will walk us through every change so that we understand exactly how to guide your mind in the process. Only then will we do it, and we do it in one sitting, no more. Oramis seemed to decide. Wow, I never expected you to agree. I said as I processed his words. It took me a month to convince them that I was ready, I had memorized everything and they knew exactly what I was going to change. Today was the day we would make the changes. It was midday when we all gathered at the crags. We had prepared a spot next to Ormi's house that had a bed where I would lay while I sang. Ilanzadi, Shadow Hunter, and Dathedra would watch and make sure we didn't need help. Glader had also agreed to help. As I laid down, I noticed that Brahm and Ormis were getting into a meditative position in their seats. No backing down. I thought as I reached my mind out, first to my necklace which would provide the energy, second to Brahm, Oramis, and Glader. Is everyone ready? I asked. Everything is in order, we have prepared ourselves. Let's get it done. Brahm supplied. Pulling on the energy I need, I started to sing, my will guiding our minds to body and making the changes. Not once did we waver, not even when I could feel my muscles shifting and becoming denser. I was not aware of anything but singing the changes into being. I kept singing until I felt everything settle. When I opened my eyes, the sun was setting and our guests looked to be exhausted. As I took stock of everything, I noticed Ormis and Brahm standing up to stretch, no doubt sore from sitting close to 5 hours. Then I noticed how great I felt, every movement was easy and exact. Everything seems fine. I said as I muttered a diagnostic spell under my breath, the information telling me that my vitals seemed perfect. How do you feel, anything out of place? Oramis called out Somi during the middle of his stretches. Amazing, I have never felt this way before in my life. I answered. Come, now is as good a time as any to teach you the Rimgar, it will help you get used to the changes. He told me. I stumbled as I stood up. It seems I finished my growth spurt. I grew at least another 2 inches, standing at about 6'3". My legs looked like they belonged on a soccer player, very muscled and very defined. My chest and shoulders had gotten wider also. I didn't gain a lot of mass on my arms or upper body, instead it seems like they were incredibly dense. It worked, I can feel it. I said as I approached him and got ready for some yoga. Copy my stances, let's see if it afforded you any flexibility. He replied as he led me through the motions of the Rimgar. Chapter 8, Act I, Chapter 8. Hello everyone. Thank you all for the views and reviews, it means a lot. If I am honest, I didn't expect this many favorites and follows, it's very humbling and also motivating. For the longest I have felt as if the inheritance cycle has been dead on this site. Does anyone feel the same? There are a lot of amazing stories but the interest doesn't seem to be there. Enough rambling, on to the story. Disclaimer, I own nothing. How do you feel, was getting to be an annoying thing to hear every 15 minutes. Brahm and Ormis worried over him constantly for the next few days after the changes. They were insistent that I not strain myself to let my body adjust, that meant no training at all. At least shadow hunters seemed to know when to leave me alone to myself, having disappeared a few days ago, no doubt to go do some mysterious work-at things. I carried a book or two with me pretty much wherever I went for a week. Luckily something good came out of this, access to Ormy's personal library. I was reading mainly on the subject of enchanting. I am fascinated with the possibilities of enchanting things to do what my previous people had used science to achieve. Lighting, plumbing, crafting, the possibilities were endless. Currently I was reading about enchanting for weapons, more specifically a warhammer. Speaking of the subject, today was the day that I visited Roran to ask her to forge a weapon for me. I fully expected her to deny my request, but I wanted to at least buy the materials to sing the weapon into being. I already had a very simple design drawn out on some parchment I borrowed from Ormy's. There wasn't really anything special about it. It wasn't hard to find the ancient elf's house that doubled as her smithy, it was well known where she lived amongst the community. When I arrived she was bent over an anvil hammering away at a piece of metal, no doubt to help prepare for the coming war. Ilanzadi was getting everyone prepared. She looked towards me once she noticed that someone was watching her and then promptly ignored me and continued hammering away, softly whispering what I assumed to be spells at the metal. Deciding that my book was more important than interrupting her, I sat down in the shade of a tree outside of her house. Close to 2 hours after arriving she walked outside. It's not often that someone visits, even rarer a human. Her voice was a mix between the melodic voice of an elf and a chain smoker from my world. Thousands of years in a forge tended to do that to you, I suppose. The last human tried to start a fight when I refused his request. What do you want? She asked, getting to the point. A warhammer. I replied, deciding not to beat around the bush. Such an ungraceful weapon, why? I have learned that I have some talent with them, swords do not suit me. I told her. Her face morphed into something akin to annoyance. No boy, why should I grant your request? I don't have much I can trade you. What do you require in return? I replied honestly. I want for nothing, bring me something of interest. If you have nothing then leave. Her reply was quick, rehearsed even. She must have used that line many times. She turned to walk back inside when I replied. I thought you would deny me, so instead I'll ask for the materials to do it myself. I told her, closing my book and standing up. You are a blacksmith. She said as she turned back around to face me. No, I will use magic. Humph, I doubt you have the knowledge or skill to forge such a complex weapon with words. What should I call you? Foolish. Roran replied, stepping out of the shop again. I go by Roran. And what is the best metal to use for a warhammer, Roran? Her voice rose slightly as if I had insulted her. I suppose I have, insinuating that I could do what she can with no knowledge on the subject at all. I should have known before I came that she wouldn't like this, as dedicated to her craft as she is. I do not know. My reply was almost a whisper. Then what makes you think that I would give you the material? So that you can waste it. Do you even know the process of forging? I definitely pissed her off. Roughly. YouTube videos may walk you step by step as to how the masters do it, but I would never claim to be able to actually do it. Remove the impurities and increase the carbon slightly in the metal to make it stronger while also adding some sulfur and phosphorus, then shape it to my will. I have a rough plan, but it will no doubt take me a few tries. I finally replied after a few seconds of thought. She seemed surprised at my knowledge. So you're not completely foolish, it seems, even if that wouldn't get you very far. Her mood seemed to do a complete 180, now she seemed curious. I will not give you the ingots either, I have my orders from my queen. I need all the time and materials I have. I visibly deflated as she said that. Before I could respond she continued. You may have one I made many years ago, its enchantments are nothing special, but it is well made and perfectly balanced. Warhammers are the one thing I will admit that the dwarves forge better than I, it suits very few elves. I think she was getting off on my reactions to her sudden changes in mood. She turned around to go into her shop, leaving me standing outside. What she brought outside was not what I would describe as nothing special. Its handle was the same metal as the rest of the hammer, a dull grey in color. It had a black dyed leather wrapped in an intricate pattern on the handle, enough for 2.5 hand lengths. The dull grey metal had vines wrapped up to the head, which was designed exactly like the elven warhammer from Skyrim. Summed up, it was gorgeous and I was in heaven as I took it from her. This is a gorgeous weapon, what made you change your mind? Why give it to me? I said, deciding to call her out on her changing moods. She seemed to contemplate on revealing her reasons before answering. A few days ago I heard tale of a young elf antagonizing a couple of humans on the sparring fields. No doubt to embarrass them and exert his supremacy over them. Imagine my surprise when he was beaten soundly with only a dagger, by what appeared to be a human barely matured. I felt my face flush at the story, not realizing how far it would spread. I do not see how this is relevant to the situation. There is something else, it clings to you like a shadow, guiding you, maybe guarding you, Something tells me you will need it. Consider it an apology for my niece's son, and thank you for the lesson he learned. Vanir has long disliked humans for the damage Galbatorix has done. Regrettably, his family hasn't sought to correct his behavior. Take this as payment, you owe me nothing. She said with finality. Thank you Renanelda. I don't know what else to say. I managed to reply to her after processing what she told me. I will treasure it. Good. Now leave, I have work to do. Renan said as she turned back to her forge. As I turned around to leave I couldn't help but think to myself. All my knowledge of the books and it seems I am surprised at every turn. It was another week after receiving my new warmer that Brahm and Ormes finally let me test out my new physical abilities. We planned on doing a long-distance test to see if my muscles held up, a sprint to see how much faster I was, and a strength test, then we were going to spar until we couldn't stand, at least that was the plan. Are you ready? Brahm asked as we finished our warm-up Rimgar session. As I'll ever be. I replied ready to test out my new body. I got down in a typical ready-to-go stance as I planned on running the full length of the sparring field and back as fast as I could to test my raw speed first. Go. As I pushed off and raced down the sparring fields, the most obvious thing I noticed was how there was no wasted movements. I was in complete control of where my limbs were at all times. The second thing I noticed was that I was already almost back at Brahm. Holy shit! Was the only thing I could say after I stopped, barely winded at all. Well, it's safe to say that you've gotten faster. Brahm commented after picking his jaw off the floor. That was at least as fast as an elf. He continued. That felt great. What's next? I asked. Why don't we spar before we tire you out with a long-distance run? He said as he went to retrieve Zarok and my unnamed warhammer from the shade tree they were under. After we blunted the weapons with magic I started doing some test swings with Renan's gift. It was extremely light as I ran through some of the more common stances and swings. Maybe it's the material, maybe it's the changes, maybe it's both. We started to circle each other and after some unspoken signal we met with a clash of weapons. As we kept going through the motions I could tell that I had absolutely no trouble at all swinging the heavier weapon around. Soon our weapons became a clash of sparks, Zarok easily holding up to the beating I was giving it. We continued dancing around each other, our faces splitting into smiles after another 10 minutes of sparring. The weapon seemed to get easier and easier to maneuver as I swung it around. Brahm had lost the speed advantage he normally had and was loving every minute of it. I am starting to think he just loves to fight. We spar for another 10 minutes before we both decided to call it off, neither getting the upper hand of the other. I noticed that he was breathing heavily with sweat pouring off of his frame while I was breathing a little harder than normal but not strained at all like he was. I am afraid that you will have to find another sparring partner to test your limits, Roran. This old body cannot keep up, or even push you it seems. Brahm said after sitting down and catching his breath. I might have a solution to that. A voice sounded out behind us. Vanir. I said as I recognized the young elf walking towards us, our altercation on my mind. He said nothing, instead he touched 2 fingers to his lips and said, Atra esterni ono theldwin. Surprised I reciprocate the gesture and replied with, Atra du ivernia ono arda. I apologize for interrupting, I was coming to apologize for my behavior from before and overheard you speaking. He said while bowing his head. It's all right, humans don't have the best reputation amongst your people, we understand. I said in response. Sparring is the least I can do to make it up to you, I am quite talented with the sword. My earlier performance was because of my arrogance, I can assure you it won't be so easy next time. He said with a glint in his eye that showed he had something to prove. I look forward to it. When do you normally train during the days? We can meet here in the mornings as you normally do. Vanir said as. Works for me. I would also request we spar without weapons also, I have found a glaring weakness in my fighting style. He said with a grin. I laughed before replying, of course, I need to keep my hand-to-hand skill sharp. Before I knew it 9 months had passed. Vanir became a very close companion of mine, nothing like fighting to bring people together. I always enjoyed his progression throughout the books, it seems that my presence seemed to kickstart his mental growth. He even asked to journey with my party once we eventually decided to move on, I accepted after I told him what he would be committing himself to. He seemed shocked at first but claimed that it would only make the adventure that much better. He quickly found his way into my inner circle, it was an odd friendship for sure. We continued to spar almost every day, we drank together, we even talked about the elven women together. After some time sparring and testing the limits of my new body, we found that I matched an elf in terms of physical prowess. The normal elf seemed to be more agile and faster but they lacked the strength that I possessed, we seemed to even in terms of coordination and gracefulness. I still had to sleep and eat more than a normal human but that was easy to accomplish. Brahm and Ormes saw each other almost every day, seemingly taking advantage of the time that they had gained. I saw them frequently over the first few months and then less and less as Brahm decided he had nothing more to teach me. If we sparred, neither could get the upper hand on the other and usually ended in a draw. Eventually it got to a point that there was nothing to do but go through the motions and wait for Arya to show up. I was trying to have as much fun as possible because I knew that as soon as she made first contact, things were going to start moving at a rapid pace. My appearance hasn't changed much, I haven't grown any more. I still kept my hair in a well-kept man bun, but I added a braid to the left side above my temple. A female elf friend of Vanir's did it one night while we were drinking too much and I decided that I liked it. My beard has grown out a little but is still maintained well. I was learning more and more every day that this is no longer a book series, it is my life. I started thinking about what I would do after the war, I still had no answer. One morning I awoke to a banging on my door. The Queen has received word, Arya will arrive before the sun sets tonight. Chapter 9, Act I, Chapter 9. Hey everyone! This is the longest chapter I have written thus far, barely 4K, with the A/NS, I am going to try and describe the world in more detail than in previous chapters while also covering what the characters are doing during the dialogues. Those are things the areas I feel like I need to improve in. We're getting closer to the start of the books. Exciting times ahead. Shout out to Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta for catching my slip up last chapter. The chapter originally said that she was hammering away on a sword, this was a mistake as her vow prevents her from doing this. It has already been edited. Disclaimer, I own nothing. The Queen has received word, Arya will arrive before the sun sets tonight. Vanir told me as I opened the door to my tree house? It doesn't matter, I'll call it my house. It seemed like Vanir had been running. Come inside, rest while I get prepared for the day. We'll go meet with Brahm, he'll no doubt want to gather armies for her return. He walked inside and seemed to take in its appearance. I had been busy over the past 9 months with making the tree my own. It was a pleasant experience having a queen give you a house because of your relation to a friend of the crown. She is convinced that I will be a frequent visitor and apparently it's not a big deal to sing a house out of tree. Thousands of years with magic makes a race extremely efficient apparently. On a side note, I turned 17 a few months ago. There was a small get-together which ended in a lot of consumption of alcohol. The house was designed a lot like a studio apartment in my past life, without a kitchen. The cooking usually takes place outside or at the fireplace now. Oh yeah, I sung a fireplace into the tree, stupid idea if it weren't for the wards that guarded anything from catching on fire. The room had 3 seats and a couch with a coffee table and table stands designed in a way to entertain guests and promote conversation. The walls had the candles mounted on them, I had to make them after I found out that the dwarven candles that were famous in the books were apparently not something you would find within Du Weldenvarden. Vanir walked to the living room, book in hand, and sat down in the chair he had claimed as his about 6 months ago. He was familiar with my routine as he woke me up almost every day. Most elves are naturally early risers because of how the way they sleep and this led to him getting impatient of waiting at the sparring grounds. 3 months after he joined our posse he decided that he was done waiting on me to show up in the mornings and started collecting me every morning. In my previous life I might have cared with how much I hated early mornings, but Roran being a former farmer, always rose with the rooster's cries and those happened early. So I didn't mind all that much with having a personal alarm clock with pointed ears. The living room was connected to the bedroom with a wide walkway. A bed that had the frame sung from fallen branches and a mattress made from some animal's feathers collected over a long time sat in the middle of the wall framed by 2 bedside tables. A chest sat at the end of the bed and on one of the other walls sat a chest of drawers beside a bookshelf. The other wall had a door that led to the bathroom that was probably exactly like the ones in the book series. Finally dressing and joining Vanir in the living room and downing a glass of water I decided it was time to start the day. Ready? I asked. Obviously. Vanir had picked up a healthy amount of sarcasm over the past few months, something I blamed Brahm for. Shadowcat seemed to appear out of nowhere. Can you take longer next time? She said to us as she stretched. I sheathed my dagger on my lower back and ignored the cat as I searched for Brahm's mind in the tree next to mine. Heard the news? I asked him as we walked out the door and walked towards the road. Yes, Oramis told me this morning. He responded as he met us in the road. I swear he loses wrinkles every month, he looked closer to 45 years old than 50 now. The longer we stayed together the more I think my theory gets proven. Are we headed to the crags? I asked using the nickname we used for Oramis' home. No, he is already at the palace with Daedra and Ilanzadi. We are to join them and wait for the princess' arrival. It was late afternoon when they arrived. There weren't as many people gathered at the palace as when our party had made its appearance. Maybe they don't want the ferrying of the egg to be common knowledge? Or is it that everyone is accustomed to her appearance? I pondered. It seems to be a combination of both I presume. As much as the queen and her daughter do not get along, she does a lot to protect Arya. She probably kept the information on a need-to-know basis. We obviously need to know. Shadowcat responded as we stood leaning on the railing on the balcony above where the main party was waiting. Vanir decided to not disclose the question we seemed to ponder on, no doubt knowing the answer. I do not actually. Some people seem to care and some could care less. Royalty is not as big of a deal as it seems to be with humans. Probably because they interact with us very frequently, no doubt Ilanzadi knows of every elf alive. Human rulers seem to have little interaction with the common folk, yes? He told us after my thoughts bled through the bond. An interesting perspective, was my response. The noise level of the crowd below seemed to lower as the wind blew through the trees. She is here. Shadowcat commented. 3 steeds with white coats appeared from down the road, carrying 3 riders. A head of midnight black rode elegantly in front of the others, seemingly taking all the attention. As they approached I could see many elves running alongside them, jumping and laughing while conversing with the procession. As they got closer he noticed the elves seemed to break off into the trees at around the 100-yard mark to let the 3 approach unhindered. Arya was just as described in the books, beautiful beyond words. He could see how Aragon became love-stricken. Her companions captured his attention also. One held a spear in his hand with a beautiful dagger along his belt. He could also see a harp in the saddlebags. Glenwing, he realized. He had grey hair that spilled out from underneath his ornate helmet of amber and gold. Then that makes you Phelan, he said as he took in the other elf's appearance. Red hair flowed down his shoulders to meet a bow and quiver on his back. He also had a sword on his belt. Both were very fair as was normal from their race. Interesting enough their eyebrows matched their hair color. Glenwing had yellow eyes while Phelan had a very light green, nothing like Arya's deep emerald green. You are correct, Phelan is one of the most talented swordsmen amongst our race. Glenwing prefers the bow and spear, both are fearsome warriors and even more talented magicians. Arya is everything a princess should be. Vanir commented to me as I made my deductions clear, keeping Aragon's infatuation to myself. Vanir seemed to be a fanboy of the 3. Careful, I think they can feel your lust from here. I commented teasingly while sending some less than appropriate images. His blush could be seen for miles. Humans are so ugly when they mate. Shadowcat commented on the imagery. You literally have a human form. Not one that is used while mating, was her quick response. Gladly, Arya and her companions dismounted just before I could think about that terrible image. Ilanzadi did not rush to her as I might have expected. Politics, Vanir commented. She must put on a good show as a queen. After the traditional greetings were recognized. We have arrived, my queen. Arya started. We are happy for your safe return, daughter, and you as well, Phelan. Glenwing. Come, let us go inside. I am sure you are all tired after your journey. We shall eat and then we have much to discuss. Ilanzadi told them as she turned to walk into the palace. I could see Arya's face turn inquisitive as I turned around. That's RK. I told my companions as we made our way downstairs into the dining room. There were at least 30 seats at the table for dinner in honor of the princess returning home. As we sat down I saw Shadowcat scamper off to go do whatever work cats do when they're not in humans' presence. You could stay and keep me company, you know. I told her knowing I wouldn't get a response. Ilanzadi had invited all of us to eat with them as her guests, even Vanir got an invite due to him being in my inner circle. Let us all eat with the knowledge that my daughter returns to us without troubles. Ilanzadi said as the food was brought to us. The dinner progressed for around an hour with many different courses of plants, no meat. I'll have to eat again later. After the changes I made to my body I discovered that I needed to take in a lot of nutrients, and while it was possible to do this as a vegetarian like the rest of the elves, it wasn't practical. Meat was just a much more efficient way of replenishing the nutrients that I needed. I didn't have access to all the protein-packed plants that were so readily available in my past life, so I had to stomach the fact that for the foreseeable future, meat would be a requirement in my diet. Everything seemed to wind down after everyone had eaten their fill and had mingled a sufficient amount. Ilanzadi had enough of waiting. Thank you all for coming and welcoming my daughter back. The night grows late and I wish for some time to catch up with her and talk of her journeys over the past year. I must call this dinner to an end. In other words, get out. I thought. The next morning saw us gathering again at the crags. Ilanzadi did not want to talk about the coming war the same night Arya arrived. I understood, I would want to enjoy the time together again, even if Arya was still guarded around her mother. The party was the same as before with the addition of Vanir. Gladr and Shadowcat rested outside with her listening to everything through me and him listening through Ormes. We were just waiting on the princess and her companions arrive. Soon enough Ormes announced their presence. Even though I already felt it, my awareness of the world around has improved by leaps and bounds. It was like breathing at the point. As they approached I noticed that none of them carried any weapons, the same habit I had to break out of Vanir. They are too comfortable and do well in Varden. For good reason, no one has ever breached these woods. Vanir responded. I didn't have a chance to respond as introductions were already underway and had made themselves to me. Hello Arya Drottning. Brahm said from beside me. Hello old friend. She responded while smiling. This is my nephew Roran. Brahm introduced. He had taken to calling me that after he realized that he had nothing left to teach me. I was no longer his apprentice but a friend, family. Hello, I have heard a lot about you area Drottning, Phelan, Glenwing. I responded in perfect ancient language. I am quite proud of that. You have us at an advantage then. She said while looking at me curiously while I got nods from Phelan and Glenwing. She obviously does all the talking. Hello Vanir. He responded with a nod to the three of them. Why have we gathered? She continued. It is best we take this inside. Oramis said as he led us into his house. It was already decided that I would take the lead in the discussion as I knew the most about what was to occur and we were all on the same page. As we sat down I wasted no time in beginning. A/N, this is basically the same scene from chapter 6 but I wouldn't recommend skipping. We have gathered because the egg will hatch soon and war will plague the land. I said and paused to let it sink in, and continued before they could interrupt. I know this because one day I woke up with memories from another life on another planet and possibly in another universe. In this life we were all characters in a book, all of us, including myself. These books told the story of how the last free dragon would hatch to a young farm boy and go on to free the land of Galbatorix's tyranny. They told the story in great detail. I know every important thing that will happen except for how exactly Galbatorix is defeated. There is a missing spot in my memories. Because of this we have all decided to intervene in certain scenarios while also making sure that certain events stay the same. We cannot give up our biggest advantage after all. I paused again to make sure that they were following along well enough. I was met with a fierce look from the new participants that told me they were paying attention. That is the reason you all are here. On your way to ferry the egg to Ocelon you will be attacked and captured by the Shade Durza. This will cause you, Arya, to send the egg to the closest person you trust. Brahm, she said, cutting in. I met her gaze and nodded. Yes, but you miss. It lands at the feet of a farm boy in the woods in Carvajal. His name is Aragon, he is the one the egg will hatch for, the one the egg must hatch for. He is the key to defeating Galbatorix. I decided to leave out the deaths of her companions. I will change that outcome. No one spoke for a long time. It was obvious Glenwing was thinking to himself while it looked like Phelan and Arya were conversing in their minds. No one doubted the validity of my claims as they were said in the ancient language. At the very least they knew I believed what I was saying. After they seemed to come to an agreement, Phelan decided to speak up. We assume that because everyone is here, you all believe him and we already have a plan. He said, coming to a logical conclusion. Everyone nodded and I continued. Durza has control over the Urgal chieftains, basically he has an army of Urgals. This is an opportunity we cannot pass up. We can take Durza and get the Urgals on our side for the war to come in one small skirmish. How could we turn the Urgals? Glenwing decided to cut in. The Urgals are a warrior race and respect strength. Once they find out the underhanded tricks Durza has used they will seek us out and want retribution, just like in the books. Only this time it will be much earlier. I stopped to let anyone speak up. So basically, we want to use you as bait. We have discussed and have decided that no more than 20 people will be able to party for this upcoming ambush. We can't risk their scouts spotting us and ruining this opportunity, any more than 20 and we have too big of a party. If I had my way it would be less but the Queen refuses any less than agreed upon. All we need is your approval. I decided to finish. We expect your answer soon. I told them as I went to sit down and take a drink of water. Before I could finish the first sip Arya answered. Of course we agree. You have all been debating this and agreed upon the course of action. I have always been willing to do what it takes for my people. I agree. I looked to Phelan and Glenwing. Nods from both told me my answer. Excellent, let's kill a shade then. I need a drink. Brahm said as he walked outside. Everyone got up as one and I realized that almost no one else had spoken the entire time. You did well. Brahm said as I approached him. I looked up and noticed it was midday. Thanks, mind if I join you for that drink? A grin was my only answer. The sparring field is full this morning. I told Vanir as we approached. It is always this way after the egg bearers return. It's true, many more elves surrounded the fields, some sparring, some watching and conversing. Fighting has a way of bringing people together, doesn't it? I pondered as we started going through some of the first forms of the Rimgar to stretch. Seemed to work for us. Was his response. I let the silence continue as I look into the field and take in who was here. I immediately spotted the princess and her companions. They seemed to have already warmed up and Glenwing was practicing with his bow from a considerable distance. Arya and Phelan seemed to have just finished sparring and were resting. What would you like to work on today? I asked Vanir. Nothing specific, let's just spar with everything but magic. Swords, hammers, fists, and feet. Fine with me. The past 9 months has been good to me. I can't help but feel extremely confident in my abilities. I was a master with the Warhammer, I was physically a match for nearly anyone on the planet, and I have developed a deadly fighting style that involved using my warhammer in conjunction with my dagger and hand-to-hand skills. All I lacked was real experience in life or death situations. I knew that would be the true test for my skills. As we began circling each other, I readied myself. It usually didn't take us long to begin, we knew each other too well. Vanir whipped a blow that would have severed an artery in my neck if it connected. Deflecting it away, I was met with a kick coming from the other side which was promptly blocked, and then we were off. I had no problems keeping up physically anymore. Reactions saw parries and pirouettes executed perfectly while swinging a warhammer around like a stick. This continued for at least another 10 minutes before we called it quits. We were running into the problem I ran into with Brahm. Neither could get the upper hand on the other, and we weren't willing to take the chances to injure one another anymore. You know each other too well, came a voice from the sidelines. Phelan. I realized that he must have been standing there since we started. We normally focus on our weaknesses, but today we decided to put it all together. I responded. Smart, but what you need is different partners. To see more styles, it just so happens that we have also ran into the same problem, he said, gesturing to his companions. I just smiled. Who wants to go first? Me and you. Arya and Vanir. Glenwing can have his pick after. Deal. Another 2 months came and went faster than it should have. I miss home more with each day that passes. I told Aragon I would be back a long time ago. I miss my father. Neither will want to see me, that's okay. All I do for them. Today was the day they would set out for Ocelon. Brahm, Vanir, Shadowcut, Arya, Phelan, Glenwing, myself, and the 12 elvish spellcasters that guarded Aragon in the books. Will it be enough? I haven't been idle these past few months. Nearly every day we have sparred with the egg bearers for the last 2 months. Blodgarm and the others arrived about a month ago and joined us every morning, thinking that we would benefit from learning each other's fighting styles. The one who improved the most individually was Vanir. He had always been talented with the sword but just a little too young. Now his swordplay has come to match Phelan's, who is said to be one of the most gifted with a blade amongst the elves. I was humbled many times over the past few months and still lost frequently. However, now it was hard for anyone but an elite fighter to defeat me. I knew on a battlefield against baseline humans I would be a monster. The full group has also been practicing fighting with our minds as a group. I brought up how I was worried about my mental defenses fighting against a shade. Phelan came up with the idea to split up with 2, 3, and 4 total people teaming up to fight mentally. Eventually everyone was comfortable with the tactics that we found were most effective. My mental capacities improved drastically, both offensively and defensively. I have as good of mental defenses as they get, and I am also confident that I could breach the minds of all but the most elite of spellcasters. This also helped me improve beyond just mind magic. I have developed what I like to call a battle switch. As soon as I turn it on, I immediately focus on what is needed to be done and protect my thoughts at the same time. This allows me to take advantage of the weakness of most magicians, physical combat. While they are trying to breach my mind, I close the distance and finish them off before they can cast a spell. This obviously won't work against shades or elves, but for the other races it should be effective. I am not looking forward to the fighting to come, but I am prepared to do what I must. I thought mainly to myself. We all have to be. This war will decide the fate of the races, it is bigger than us now. Shadowcut said as I was packing up my traveling gear. I didn't respond, we both knew she was right. I finished loading up Kadok with the rest of my gear and jumped in the saddle the same time as Brahm riding by, Zarok on his side. Ready. As I'll ever be. Chapter 10, Act I, Chapter 10. Hello everyone. This marks the beginning of the first book, on to the chapter. As always there is an author's note at the bottom, don't miss it. Disclaimer, I own nothing. 1 week after our departure from Elsmera we split up. The egg bearers would ride behind the rest of the party. We stayed a day ahead of them while riding slowly and quietly, making sure that no scouts saw us. There was someone reaching out and checking with Arya every 30 minutes to make sure none got behind us. Everyone was connected and constantly searching for any sign of Urgles or the Shade. We actually had no clue when or where the ambush would take place, so we took every caution available. Brahm was the first to feel the Urgle scout 3 days after we split up. He was about 70 yards off of the road in the woods. We stopped and immediately took a route around his line of sight and behind him, and set up camp with spells to nullify noise and no campfire. I was the one who reached out to the egg bearers and told them of our discovery. After setting up a very basic camp, and warding against detection, we all sat in a circle and extended our minds past his in the direction we assumed the ambush would take place. We found the Urgle camp about a few hours' ride from the scout. It took us around 5 hours of constant searching because we were going so slow. We didn't want to brush the mind of Durza because he would immediately feel the intrusion and most likely flee. We were searching for about 5 or 6 Urgle mines to get the location of the camp and work off of that information. The plan was to let the egg bearers pass the scout, which he would then scurry off to warn of their approach. We would stay in the woods around the party on foot and constantly search for the Urgal archers that killed Phelan and Glenwing in the books. As soon as they sprung the trap they were to take cover and let us engage the enemy, only joining when victory was assured and fleeing if it wasn't. The day waiting for the others to join us had everyone anxious and no one rested while we waited. It was the longest 12 hours of either of my lives. Finally they joined us around the middle of the night. We estimated it would take us about 4 or 5 hours to reach the ambush and we made the decision to continue through the night as that is how the egg bearers traveled most of the time anyway and that is what Durza would expect. On a side note, this was the first time since Shadowcat joined our party that I have seen her human form and it's kind of fucking creepy. A little girl with black hair and her cat eyes with a dagger attached to her hip. I'll say it again, fucking creepy. As we set off I was so happy about my physical changes that I made. I kept up easily with Vanir and Blodgarm as we moved through the woods broadcasting our minds. We were the ones expecting to make first contact, Braum would be at the rear, we needed him alive at all costs to train the next rider and to also keep an eye over Arya and the others. Braum would have to supply himself with energy from Aaron to keep up with the rest of us but it was a small price to pay for taking out Durza early. 3 hours after we set off from camp, I came across an Urgal archer just as we planned and waited. Urgals were just as described in the book, about 6'6" of pure muscle with horns protruding out of its head, luckily it wasn't a cull. I reached out with my mind and made contact with Arya, careful to not brush any minds beside hers and told her of the danger. Getting confirmation and deciding on stealth I drew my dagger out of its sheath, and waited. It wasn't 5 minutes later that Arya, Phelan, and Glenwing came trotting into the line of fire. A horn sounded throughout the forest and I took that as my cue to strike. My blade stabbed into the neck and severed the spinal cord just as the sound of bowstrings being let go and he dropped like a puppet. Not letting myself dwell on the fact that I had just took a life, I looked to make sure that the 3 of the egg bearers weren't killed and saw that none had fallen. Then I was off like a bullet, warhammer in hand. Running through the forest and reaching out with my mind I found Vanir and Blodgarm and joined minds with theirs. We went hunting. Another Urgal found his skull crushed beneath my hammer as I moved through the forest, he never saw it coming. This continued for another 3 Urgals before someone warned them of enemies in the forest. The next Urgal I came across saw me and swung at me with a hideous-looking sword. Ducking under the swing, I slid my dagger up into the bottom of his jaw and pierced his brain, just like the first he dropped immediately. Durza has shown himself. I heard Braum say in my head as the whole party of us grouped minds together. All of us immediately turned and ran towards the direction of the egg. Before I could get there I felt an assault on all of our minds, we easily repelled it. Don't forget, go for the heart. I said to everyone. As I broke into the clearing I could see Braum and Phelan facing off against the shade. Braum was moving faster than I had ever seen a human besides myself move. They were surrounded by elves and Urgals fighting. Each Urgal that was cut down was replaced by 2 more coming out of seemingly nowhere. Luckily we hadn't experienced any losses yet although I could see an elf of Blodgarm's party bleeding down his arm. There seemed to be a wall of enemies between me and Durza. I would later look back and realize it was only 6, all of them Cole. Not breaking stride I parried the first thrust and swung my hammer with enough force to crush his chest, and that is exactly what happened. Not giving him any more attention I raced to the next and he fell to my dagger in his heart. The next 2 attacked me simultaneously and I was hard pressed to get my warhammer around in time to block both attacks. Noticing my disadvantage I dropped the hammer and drew my dagger and stepped into the first's guard while also shielding myself from the other's attack. He fell to the ground with his hands around his throat trying to stem the bleeding. The second didn't waste a moment and tackled me to the ground. He must have weighed around 400 pounds because all of the air in my lungs evacuated as we hit the ground. Instinct seemed to take over as I used the momentum to flip myself on top and shove my dagger into his brain. As he went limp I stood up and tried to catch my breath. The last 2 had been taken care of by arrows shot from somewhere behind me. I noticed that Braum and Vanir had been joined by Glenwing who was poking at Durza with his spear from behind the shade. He didn't seem deterred at all and seemed to be dancing around all of them. As I looked around we all seemed to be finishing up with our enemies and no more Urgals were coming in from the forest anymore. I started running over to help with the shade. As soon as I was close enough, Durza grabbed Glenwing's spear, pulled him close and tried pierce him through the chest. Phelan's blade deflected but left him open to counterattack. Panic overtook me as I thought I was going to witness his death and instead of going for a killing blow, he kicked both of them away and a horse as black as night rode beside him. He used the lull in fighting and jumped on the horse, whispered a spell and they rocketed off into the forest at a speed that should be impossible. As Arya mounted her horse to pursue I cried out no. Do not pursue. Why? None of us can keep up and you're no match for him by yourself. I doubt you can catch up to him anyway. I responded. Everyone had gathered by this point and were either listening to us or healing their wounds. He's right, at best he outpaces you and flees, at worst he duels you and you die. Leave him. Blodgarm cut in as everyone started gathering around. Barzal. Braum yelled as he took a seat obviously winded and verbally expressing the frustration everyone was feeling. Logically I knew that it was possible we would fail but I never truly gave it thought. I counted on the fact that the spirits were looking for a way out of the body and would fight to the death. I was wrong. The contingency plan came to the forefront of my mind. It's all right, we know what happens now. We will carry the egg to Carvajal and wait for the egg to hatch. We cannot be seen with too many elves, Vanir will come. Ilanzadi initially wanted all of you to join us, but we have convinced her that we need stealth. 16 elves cutting a path across Alagagia will draw attention, and that is not what we need. She left the decision of how many that will accompany us to Brahm. He stood up and paced around the clearing, stepping over bodies as he went. Our cover says that we are visiting old contacts of mine. We can say that they wanted to see where you were from and get a feel of your character. He seemed to pause after that. With Vanir accompanying us, 2 more can come. Phelan? Arya? You are both most acquainted with humans the most and know how to blend in. Sorry Glenwing, but they will act as a couple. There will be no acting between them. Glenwing jested in response. I thought it very odd considering the situation. That is fine, we will meet in Farthendur. I decided that we have waited enough, we are on the clock, is it? Right, everyone else do something with the bodies. We depart immediately. We travelled another 6 hours before everyone agreed that we had put enough distance between us and the battle, and we rested. It seemed as if everyone collapsed into their bedrolls, our exhaustion catching up to us, Brahm especially. Physically I felt fine, not even sore, but mentally I was drained. I had been avoiding dealing with the fact that I had just took 10 lives. 10 sentient beings that were now on to the next adventure. Sleep caught up to me before I could dwell on it any longer. As I woke up the next morning, I noticed that I was the second to wake. Phelan seemingly beat me to it. Apparently I had forgotten to clean myself yesterday, so I remedied that problem with a few words. Yesterday was your first kills. At my nod he continued. How are you feeling? Phelan asked me as I prepared my loyal horse for the day to come. I am not sure. I don't know how to describe it. I feel a slight amount of guilt but not an overwhelming amount. I thought I would be puking all over and wallowing in disgust, but as of right now I am calm, focused. Is that a bad thing? I responded completely truthful. No, I have found that everyone reacts differently. Guilt is good but you shouldn't let it consume you. You seem to be processing it well. You have a strong head on your shoulder, Roran, stronger than only a handful of other humans I have met, and I have met quite a few. Silence settled amongst us after that. Death was something that I had given a lot of thought to in my past life, and I had long since come to terms with my eventual fate. My transportation into this world only cemented my belief that there is life after death. I still wasn't sure if I died in my past life, but it hardly mattered. If magic and other sentient life could exist, then an afterlife didn't seem so far-fetched anymore. Maybe it is just the next great adventure. Dwelling on it won't change anything. I decided as everyone seemed to be up and ready to go. It took us a little over a month to ride from Carvajal to Ocelon the first time, but we were planning on making it in under 2 weeks. Our mounts would be pushed to the limit. Our reasoning was that Aragon already had Sapphira by now and she would hatch in a week in the books, and we were losing time with their growth. Never mind the fact that Durza had likely already reported his failure to Galbatorix and would have soldiers looking for Brahm and I. No doubt they think we would flee back to the elves and then to the Varden. This would also mean that it could speed their plans up to finish off the rebels in hiding, though we were hoping not. Logic dictated that we hurry up and get to the Varden to prepare regardless. In the end it took us exactly 2 weeks to make it back to Carvajal. Arya, Phelan, and Vanir would be posing as a merchant couple that let his younger brother accompany them to take over the accounts with Roran. They would hide their elven features with magic. It wasn't an elaborate plan because soon enough Aragon and Garrow would know the truth and we would be on our way to the Varden. I was to present the egg as a gift to Aragon, who would then keep it and it would hatch. As soon as I found out, then we would approach both Aragon and Garrow, tell them as much of the truth as is necessary and then leave. When I arrived at the farm in the late afternoon I was alone. The others would stay at Brahm's house and avoid the public eye. Even with their ears round they would stick out with their otherworldly beauty. I had also left my warmer with them to avoid suspicion, but I kept my dagger for last resorts. Reaching out with my mind I felt 4 presences. Aragon and Garrow had just sat down for supper it seemed. The last 2 were Sapphira and Kadok. After putting my faithful mount in the barn and getting all of my valuables out, I walked up to the door and knocked. Coming! Garrow shouted from inside, and I swore I heard something about unwelcome visitors at this hour. That brought a smile to my face. Soon enough I was brought face to face with my father. Roran! He said in shock. His face seemed to go through a myriad of emotions: recognition, happiness, and finally anger. We were afraid, oh my boy! Were his next words as he crashed into my chest, openly weeping at this point. It had never occurred to me that they would think me dead, although it made perfect sense as to why. I told them I would be back in a certain time frame and came back much longer than that. About a year and a half. I stopped thinking and embraced him back after standing there awkwardly for a few seconds. Roran! Cried another voice as it joined us in the hug. The cries of a rooster woke me the morning after my return to Carvajal. The three of us spent the whole night catching up over supper and I wowed them with tales of cities like Siunan and Gilead, the latter stories I made up but was convincing. I gave Aragon his present and he had looked at the egg in wonder and asked where I found such a stone. All I did was laugh and tell him magic. After I whispered the spell to clean myself and my clothes I walked out to find everyone was still asleep. Deciding that I would cook breakfast I went to work on fixing up sausage, bacon, eggs, and biscuits. It was simple in my past life but to Garo and Aragon it would be a feast. How long will you stay with us, Roran? Father asked me as we finished up our plates. I am not sure. I hope it will be a while before we have to depart. I said, suddenly feeling guilty about the fact that I was about to uproot our family and move them soon. Good. He responded and left it at that. I have been practicing with the bow you gave me. Aragon started as he found a way to insert himself in the conversation. Are you any good? I asked in response. I rarely miss. I can prove it. Well then you'll have to after we finish our chores. I told him, reminding him not to shirk his duties. You don't have to worry about any of that, Roran, we can handle it ourselves. Garo cut in. I think I need to do it more than you need the help, father. I'll tend to the horses. That's 10 bullseyes in a row. I said, dumbfounded as Aragon hit the center of the target at increasing ranges. I told you. He said, beaming a smile in my direction. I was always good but this bow is simply amazing. I didn't know how to respond, so instead I took in his appearance for the first time since coming back. He was definitely taller, he must be going through puberty or coming out of it. He stood at about 5 foot 7 inches with brown hair that was cut close to his head, not really in any style at all. He also has a deep chocolate brown eyes that I could tell must have come from his mother because Brahm had blue eyes. He also looked much more muscular than what was described in the books. Must be from an improved diet and doing more of the chores around the farm. Part of me wanted to go find 2 sticks and tell him to defend himself, but I knew Brahm wanted to be the one to train his son, so I stuck to giving him tips on his form with the bow, things that I picked up watching Vanir and the other elves. Roran, why did you leave? Aragon asked as we left the area he had set up to practice with his bow. Deciding not to lie to him, I told him what I could. You will know soon enough. You told me that last time. I am a man now. Laughing, I responded. And it's still the truth, you will understand sooner than you know, I promise. Keep your secrets then. He said as he stormed off. I misread that situation, he must still resent me a little. It was 2 days later that I woke up and discovered Aragon was up and already out of the house. Looking around, I noticed that membrane seemed to cover some of the floor of his room. I've been staying in the family room to give him and Sapphira the privacy they would need to make the bond. It seemed my plan worked. I sat down at the table and began reaching out with my mind and found Aragon and the tiny dragon near a tree a little way into the woods past the farm. I then reached out to find my companions. Finding Arya first, I told her. The egg has hatched. Okay, I will let the others know. We are only a few days behind, yes? She asked. Yes, we didn't lose too much time. She hatched in a fewer amount of days, but I am not worried about it, the big thing is she hatched. I responded as I found a profound amount of happiness emanating throughout our bond. We have to wait until she is large enough to fly and hunt by herself. I told her, smiling. We will be ready to leave any day. I will let the others know. She said as she withdrew her mind from the connection. I forgot about how long she must have waited, no wonder she is happy. 3 weeks seemed to fly by after that. I fell into a routine, get up, do chores and track the dragon and rider's progress. Their bond seemed to be strengthening and I knew that they were ready. Aragon had already went to Brahm and asked questions about dragons after he gave the same speech as in the books. I made sure that he did when Aragon was in the village. Now all I have to do is convince them to leave with me. Aragon, father, I must speak to both of you. Chapter 11, Act I, Chapter 11. Hey everyone. Back with another chapter. I have started another story called Volar Dame. I've already seen some familiar alias following that story, so I thought I would let the rest of you know about it. Thanks to everyone for showing the story love. Disclaimer, I own nothing. Aragon, father, I must speak to both of you. What is it, son? Garo responded as Aragon seemed to give me his attention. First let's start with Brahm's story. How much do you believe? I asked. I do not worry myself with such matters, who cares if it's true or not, as long as it doesn't affect me or mine then I don't care. He said. I am glad you said that, Aragon. Anything to add? I asked as I turned my attention to him. Panic flashed across his face. No. I already know, Aragon, tell father. At his silence I continued. The stone that I gave Aragon was not a stone at all. It was a dragon egg. I paused. And it has hatched for Aragon. He looked at me as if I had grown a third head. Are you feeling all right, son? Brahm's story was just that, a story. No, he's right, uncle. She hatched. Aragon butted in. She. I tuned the conversation out as I heard the sound of hooves hitting the ground outside. Who could it be? Time seemed to slow as I realized the answer. I tracked what looked like a Molotov crashing through the window and hitting the ground not 5 feet from the kitchen table. Fire spread immediately. I was already moving, one hand grabbed Garo and the other Aragon. Using my impressive strength I hauled them up off of the table and immediately ran towards the back wall. Stay behind me, Judah. I cried out using the energy from my necklace, and the wall folded in on itself as my will tore a hole big enough to shove us out the back wall. Immediately I dodged the swing of a sword that was meant to incapacitate, not kill. At the same time I positioned the others behind me. A being wrapped in a black cloak seemed to pause, surprised by the advanced maneuvers. There was already one waiting out back? I used the pause in activity to draw my dagger and take stock of the situation. On the other side of me was the other Razak approached. Under their cloaks black leathery skin stretched across their frames, beaks poked out from underneath hoods as the shorter one spoke. Where is the egg? Good, they don't know it's hatched. Durza must have sent them to track us from the forest. You will not find any answers here, only death. I responded, not even trying to deny the information. They have to die. Fullest human, you will tell us. I said nothing as we appraised each other. I reached out to the minds of Garo and Aragon. Do not interfere in this fight. Aragon, tell her to stay away, they must not see her. She is not listening. She is about to be here. He responded. Barzul. Deciding that a 2-on-1 battle was not in my advantage, I reached my mind out to the power in my necklace again. Deloy, I spoke as I moved forward. The ground rose up in accordance to my will to try and grab the feet of both of the Razak. In a burst of speed, they both avoided the moving ground, but I counted on that fact as I sped to the taller of the two and parried a strike from his blade and counterattacked. He moved with a speed that I hadn't ever encountered, comparable to the speeds Durza moved at, and dodged while also swiping at my neck. I had to back off as the other approached from behind to get to Garo and Aragon. I quickly intercepted his thrust and kicked him away. He landed on his feet. Of fucking course. Suddenly a roar came from the night sky, and the next thing I knew the taller of the Razak was crushed beneath a mass of sparkling blue scales the size of about 2 horses. Her head naked forward immediately, and a crunch was heard as the Razak was finished off before he could react. My attention immediately went to the other Razak and I attacked. His surprise at seeing his brother killed allowed me to push the advantage and get a swipe across his stomach, only deep enough to be a nuisance. Soon enough we were exchanging blows in a speed that could only be matched by elite fighters. During our clash, I was so focused on the battle that I didn't notice a shadow approach from behind the Razak. A pitchfork pierced through the air toward the back of the Razak, and I could only watch in slow motion as he turned around with an inhuman move, dodged and swung his sword forward with purpose, right through the neck of my father Garo. I could do nothing but stare as I saw his body fall one direction and his head the other. I stood there and distantly heard someone screaming. I would later realized that it was me. He came to his senses and immediately ran the opposite direction. Somehow I snapped out of my daze and remembered that he couldn't be allowed to escape, so I gave chase. He was outrageously fast, but I was keeping up. He hit the tree line, and as soon as the next clearing came into view, a black mass swooped down and grabbed him between its claws. A piercing shriek rang across the sky that made me cry out in pain as my eardrums rang. I readied myself expecting an attack, but none came. A roar carried across the distance in response, a challenge to those who would harm her rider. Why isn't it attacking? I thought as it retreated across the night sky. Numbly I made my way back to the farm, and I realized how far we had made it in such a short run. We were no less than 300 yards into the tree line. Did we really run that far? As I arrived back at the farm, I noticed that my entire party was already there, swords drawn and eyes upwards. Sapphira was curled around Aragon, who cradled Garo's decapitated body with tears running down his face. Numbly I walked up to Aragon and pulled him off of the body and held him as we both cried for our loss. Logs crackled and popped as fire snaked across it. The funeral pyre had a body on top of it. My father's body. It had been roughly 4 hours since the Razak ambushed us. It was the worst 4 hours of either of my lives. It was on repeat in my head, the body falling limp and those lifeless eyes. God, his eyes. Roran. Roran. Brahm's hands cupped my face as he stared into my eyes. We have to move, all your things are packed. Come on son, pull it together, we need you. Aragon needs you. Hey? Yeah, okay, let's go. I said as I climbed up Kadok's saddle. Aragon. I said as I looked around. He was asleep on the back of a newly acquired horse that they had picked up on the way back to the village, a beautiful steed. It was being led by Brahm. I had to get you back somehow. Mourn later, for now we ride. He told me as we sped off. I felt the familiar feeling of my hammer knocking against my leg in its sheath on the saddle as we rode. I reached down and grasped it and centered myself. I realized Shadowcat was sitting in my lap. When did she get there? Are you all right, young one? Was all she said in response. ignoring my question. No. I said as she curled up next to me in a comforting way, not saying anything but helping the most in only the way a mother could. The hand not steering Kadok reached down to pet her and pull her closer. You have to be, mourn, live on for him as he would have wanted. The rider needs you, we need you. She told me and I felt the minds of everyone envelope mine, taking my pain onto themselves, sharing it amongst the 6 of us. We all stayed like that for the next couple of miles, it seemed like an eternity. Eventually I pushed the pain into the back of my mind. I knew it would never leave, a constant reminder of my failure. As I looked around I noticed Arya drying the tears that had fallen on my behalf. Phelan fiddled with something in his lap and had a melancholic look on his face. Brom's eyes were red and puffy. Vanir's jaw was clenched and his hand grasped his sword tightly. Thank you. I spoke to everyone. They turned to face me. My eyes hardened. How did they find us? Brom composed himself before responding. Durza must have sent them to track us after the battle. We were so foolish, we should have left immediately as she hatched, we were sitting ducks. As I pondered the information. How did you know of the attack? Shadowcat. I felt them. Brom and Shadowcat responded at the same time. We just finished dinner and suddenly she's running out the door screaming to grab our weapons. We had no idea what was happening. They never came through the town, we would have known. We have always been able to feel their kind, we were hunted to the brink of extinction thousands of years ago and to survive we adapted. She said, educating us. They came from the air and probably lost your tracks in the town amongst the thousands of hoof and footprints. I took the route around the town in haste if you remember. I led them straight to us. It was a chore to fight the pain down when I realized that fact that I got my father killed. No one replied, there was nothing to dispute. We all made mistakes, Roran, we are all to blame for how lax we became. We must prepare for every eventuality now. Phelan cut in. We were blinded by our happiness for the rider. It will not happen again. Arya chipped in as her eyes hardened. Deciding to switch topics I asked. Where is Sapphira? Brom flinched in the corner of my eye. Is that her name? Brom said aloud, disconnecting from us, no doubt to hide his surprise and pain at the name. Sorry, I forgot, I never told you her name. I said apologetically. No matter. Anyway, she won't speak to us, but Arya convince her to follow from high enough that no one would recognize her from a buzzard. She worries over Aragon. I stated more than asked, looking at his still sleeping form. Deciding to reach out to her, I felt around her mind and I was met with a growl. Peace Bjartschooler. I told her. Thank you for your help, without it I doubt the outcome would have been as good. I didn't do it for you. She snapped. I can't reach him, he is in turmoil. He will need you calm for when he wakes. Comfort him, take his pain onto yourself and guide him out, then he will wake. I told her. I could have done it myself, but they needed to learn how to do it themselves, the closer the dragon and rider the better. Sure enough, about 5 minutes later Aragon stirred from the saddle. I rode beside him and made sure he didn't fall as he came to his senses. I also took the opportunity to let the others ride ahead of us and give us some privacy. Roran. He said as he shot upright. I grabbed him as he almost fell out of the saddle. Easy, we are on the road. How do you feel? I asked. He seemed to deflate at that. He didn't respond immediately, instead choosing to look around at our party, then up to the sky, obviously in a conversation with Sapphira. I waited patiently. What were those things? He asked after a few minutes. They are a race of beings most commonly called the Arazak. They have hunted humans since before humans came across the sea. They work for King Galbatorix. Did you kill the other one? The one who? He choked up at the thought of Garrow. No, he survived. I responded and decided to leave out his parents. Where are we going? He finally responded after digesting what I told him. We are headed to Tirm, to see Brom's old friend. Once we get there we will get on a ship and head south. Is that where the Arazak are? He asked. He still wants to chase after them like in the books. Even after seeing what they can do. No, I know where the Arazak are, but I will not tell you. I told him seriously. Why? They killed Garrow. He screamed at me. You are not ready to face them. I said calmly. Yes, I am. I can fight, I can kill them. I looked at him as if he was mentally insane. Aragon, you saw how they moved, faster than an elf, strong as an Urgle. You don't even know how to swing a sword. I'll fill them full of arrows. They can move fast enough to avoid them, you'd never hit them. Eventually I will take you there myself and we will have our revenge, I promise you, but before that you must be trained. I told him. If you wish to kill the Arazak, then that means you wish to go against the king. I asked seriously. Rebels, is that what these people are? Rebels. He said, putting the pieces together. And soon you will have to choose a side. What if I don't want to? I just want to be a farmer. Unfortunately that is not possible. Galbatorix will hunt you down and force you to serve him. What side are you on? He asked me after a few moments of contemplation. Yours, whatever side you choose. I lied, trying to guide him to a decision. I felt bad about manipulating him, but it had to be done. Is it true what Brahm said about the writers of old? That Galbatorix killed all of them and then became king? Yes, that is true. Are the rebels savages like the Empire tells everyone? No, that is not true. They are just like you and me, but they refuse to kneel before a tyrant. I told him. Galbatorix is evil and they realize it. So that is where we are going? The Varden. He asked, putting the pieces together. We will board a ship in Tirm, sail to Reevestone in Serta and then ride to the Beer Mountains from there. Along the way, you will need to be trained. I told him as we caught up to the rest of the party. Sapphira wants to thank you for helping her wake me up. Aragon said before I could leave. Tell her that she is welcome, I responded. Brahm cut in and added. And that is your first lesson. From now on until one or both of you dies, you will share everything with each other. Pain, happiness, love, hate, anything and everything. It will be your greatest strength. The bond between a rider and dragon should be as strong as possible. From that moment on, Brahm started teaching Aragon, all throughout the day, and then he would beat on him at night. It was obvious to anyone that Aragon had near prodigious skill with the sword. He even had Zarok attached to his hip at all times now. Brahm wearing the one he trained me with at his side. We decided to take the same path to Tirm as we did before, and we couldn't be seen racing across the countryside either, else our cover would be blown, so we were slow. Soon enough Yazuak came into view. I haven't told anyone of what would happen here. It honestly slipped my mind with everything going on, and was only reminded as we rode up to the center of the town. Just like in the books, the bodies were piled high and a stake was driven through some poor soul in an attempt to send a message. The elves decided to go around to avoid being seen, so it was just Brahm, Aragon, Shadowcat, and me. Aragon reached over the side of his horse. Urgles. I supplied to everyone. Reaching out my mind, I found the 3 Urgles that would have ambushed them in another life hiding in an alley between some houses. They have not left. I continued. They took the opportunity to show themselves and attack. I was already out of the saddle with my warhammer drawn. The one that went for me fell easily, a simple dodge and swing ended his life. Brahm did not get caught off guard this time and dispatched his easily, most likely because he was not rusty like he was in the books. He has already been in better shape for a year. Suddenly I heard a yell of Brisingr. And an explosion sent the body of an Urgle soaring over our heads. Well, blast! Where did he even hear that word? I said aloud, wondering how events played out the same. Shadowcat was still napping in Kadok's saddle. Traveling over to the alley where he passed out, I muttered my custom diagnostic spell and discovered that he passed out due to exhaustion. Reaching out to Sapphira's mind, I found her diving at full speed towards the village. Don't. He is fine, he just needs rest. She didn't respond, so I sent images to confirm what I said was true, and finally she banked and flew upwards again. Hopefully no one saw her. I reached out to his mind and fed him some energy to help speed up his recovery. That is my fault. I lit a campfire using it when you were hunting the other morning. He must have heard me. Brahm responded as he rode up behind us. I told the others about what happened so that they wouldn't come running. At least some things are staying the same. Soon enough we were back on the road with Brahm leading Aragon's horse through the countryside. He eventually woke up and started asking questions. He was like a kid in a candy store when he realized he could use magic. Brahm quickly taught him the limitations of magic and left out the ability to store energy in gems for a couple of days to make sure Aragon knew the importance of not overexerting himself. Our slow movement did have some advantages, more time training Aragon. Brahm and I had already discussed what the training should entail. In the books they had time, so he was more relaxed, designed to ease him into the life. We did not have that luxury. If everything went according to plan, then we should be with the Varden in around 3 months. He was put on a fast track. Every night he would spar with Brahm for now, while the rest of us would correct his stance and put in our 2 cents here and there. We would eventually start sparring with him, but for now Brahm was teaching him the basics and building muscles he needed to wield a sword. During the day we taught him how to think like a rider, how to handle situations as the riders of old did. They did keep the peace for thousands of years after all. When we weren't doing that, we were teaching him how to defend and attack with his mind. His only breaks were during meals and right before everyone turned in for the night. He spent this time conversing with the elves or Sapphira. I slowly started coping with my father's death, mostly due to the help of Shadowcat. We would talk most of the day while we rode, way more frequently than we ever had. By the time we arrived at Tirm, the nightmares had stopped. Chapter 12, Act I, Chapter 12. Hello everyone. We hit a huge milestone in the story. 100 follows. Hoob. Here's another chapter. As always, there is an author's note at the bottom. Disclaimer, I own nothing. State your business. The imperial soldier guarding the front gate of Tirm barked out, barely sparing me a glance. Traveling merchant delivering this beauty to a client. He paid quite a sum for it. You see, it's meant to mimic the design. I started patting my warmer displayed for everyone to see. Yes, go on in. He stated as I took on a rambling tone of voice, obviously used to listening to many travelers' stories every day. Thank you, sir. I stated as I rode past him in the direction of Jayad's house, while also rolling the hammer in a blanket to conceal its presence, no reason to give anyone the chance to ask any more questions about it. I was the last to enter the city, no doubt everyone had already arrived at their destination. Brahm and Aragon went together in the morning. Arya, Phelan, and Vanir went in a little after them and used magic to completely rearrange their appearances. I went as the cover of a traveling merchant delivering a specially designed warmer for a client who liked to collect such things. As expected, it was extremely easy to infiltrate the city. The guards didn't even want to find whoever the king was looking for. No doubt they wanted an easy life, and being on the king's payroll suited them just fine. As I strolled through the city, I noticed that not much has changed, if you ignore the staggering amount of soldiers that seemed to patrol the streets. All of them wore Galbatorix's seal on their front, a flickering flame with a gold trim, simple but powerful. He's recruiting already. All the signs pointed towards one direction, war. Finally arriving at Jayad's, I tied Kadok off to the post where 3 other horses were tied to, all of them drinking from the trough and eating oats from the buckets hanging in front of them. The other 2 must have been around back to avoid suspicion. I reached out and let Brahm know that I had arrived. The door opened soon after while I finished gathering all of my things in my hands, and Helen greeted me. Hello stranger, come inside, everyone is gathered in the sitting area. She seems happier. I thought. She seemed to look me up and down, taking in my change of appearance from the first time she saw me, a faint blush on her cheeks. Jayad took your advice and gave her more responsibilities in the company. Claims it even improved their sex life. I snorted at the response Brahm supplied through our link. What is it? Helen said, hearing me. Just remembering a joke. I replied just as we stepped into the main area of the house. Jayad's servant took my things and escorted them upstairs. Hello everyone. Any trouble getting in? I asked as I approached the group. None, the guards were lax in their duties. Phelan responded. I nodded, agreeing with the assessment. Good, how is Sapphira handling it, Aragon? She doesn't like it but understands considering the circumstances. He replied. Jayad. It's nice to see you. You look well. I said truthfully. He seemed to slim up and lost a lot of fat around the face. He looked healthy. Yes, well, considering the circumstances, I knew I had to shape up. You, however, have grown, and you've filled out more. What have they been feeding you? He said jokingly. Nothing nearly as well as you will, I hope. I said semi-seriously, I am tired of eating on the run, not enough time to truly cook something. We continued to exchange pleasantries between all of us, and soon enough we were finishing dinner. It turns out that Jayad has had many ships disappear and was coming into tough times, but they had enough money to live comfortably for a while. Jayad and Brahm called all of us to the main area again to talk business. Jayad has something to tell all of us, Brahm started. Well, good news first, I have found a crew willing to take us. He said, smiling. And the bad news? I asked. His smile seemed to fade. They're known to be smugglers, although no one can prove it. They have also been accused of pirating and are just as likely to sell us to the Empire as they are to deliver us to Serta. They are also asking for an extremely large sum of money. He finally got out. Good. We'll pay any sum, I have more than enough. I said, breathing a sigh of relief, truly feeling that way. Everyone but the elves looked at me as if I was crazy. Why is that good? Aragon asked. I looked around, surprised that they hadn't figured it out. Well, if you think about it, we asked Jayad to find us a crew that would be able to transport fugitives. The way I see that playing out means that as soon as they found out who we are, or saw Sapphira, they try and turn around or worse kick us out at sea. That would force us to take over the ship by less than savory means and turn completely innocent civilians into traitors against Galbatorix, ruining their lives. I paused as I let them digest the information. When they all had looks of recognition on their faces, I continued. I was fully prepared to do this also, that is why I am relieved. Now I will only have to force known criminals to deliver us if it goes bad. Everyone but the elves and Shadowcat seemed to look at me in a different light when I let that last piece of information be known, especially Aragon. He vocalized it next. You would have done that? They are innocent. Of course, we have to get to the Varden, by any means necessary. The coming conflict is bigger than any of us, it will decide the fate of too many people, of all races. I finished. No one spoke for a moment. Then Jayad continued. Yes, well, now we won't have to worry about that now, I suppose. They will be back in a week's time. The next week went by slowly, agonizingly slowly. I got more and more paranoid as the days drug on, but it was unfounded. Aragon managed to meet Angela and Solumbum and get his future told. He also mentioned something Solumbum told him, but for the life of me I could never remember the phrases. Shadowcut trailed him that day and went to see her son also. She told me how she tortured him and gave him a bath while berating him on letting his coat get so ugly. She said he acted like a foolish youngling. It makes me laugh every time I think about it. True enough, on the 7th day after we arrived in the city, Jayad got a messenger from the docks. He and Brahm would go down and deliver half the payment, which took us quite a while to collect from the ground, and talk about when they would be ready. They returned 3 hours later. Right, the captain, Finn, and I have come to terms. We are to meet them at the docks tonight, with all of our belongings. The horse won't do well with such a trip. We paid them enough to drop the rest of their cargo here to make the journey faster. I recommend resting before we leave. Jayad has decided to stay. Brahm finished. I was not surprised. Yes, I will stay here. I help the Varden more than hardly any other merchant with my deliveries, and while they have been getting harassed lately, I am too valuable where I am at. Jayad supplied after a second. No need to lie, I know Helen won't allow you to come. I said, which got a few laughs out of everyone and lightening the mood. 6 hours later and we were fully packed, and I had said my goodbyes to Kadok, gifting him to Jayad and telling him to take good care of him or I would castrate him. The elves seemed unworried about the fact. Their steeds would be led outside the city and let go, where they would make their way back north to Elsmera. Stupid broken elves and their stupid smart horses. I would likely never see Kadok again, but one could hope. There were many patrols out tonight, so we decided to conceal ourselves using magic when we needed to and hide in alleys when it was too risky. It took us another 30 minutes to reach the docks, with Brahm leading the way to the ship that would take us. The ship was one of the bigger in the docks. It had a fairly wide deck and looked to have 2 lower levels. I was impressed. We met the captain Finn, and true to his word, his crew was ready to load us and transport us. I was fully alert and looking around, making sure no patrols noticed what was happening. I had a sneaking suspicion that they were paid off because none came our way the whole time. The docks were actually empty of most people. I heard it just as everyone loaded onto the ships, the sound of boots marching. I immediately turned towards Finn and drew my dagger. Grabbing him before he could react, I held it to his neck. Wait. I didn't tell them anything, I promise. I searched his mind for the truth, finding it completely unguarded, and discovered he was indeed telling the truth. He is telling the truth. I said to my party. I let him go. We are leaving, you useless sons of whores. Let's go. He yelled to his crew, laughing the whole time. Laughter resounded on the deck as they set to work. In an extremely efficient display of teamwork, we were pulling away from the docks before the soldiers came into view. As we continued to get farther and farther away, I saw a figure on a horse appear at the top of the docks looking down onto us. It was the second Arazak, and I swore we made eye contact from 500 yards away. Nothing was said, but we both understood that our next meeting, one of us would die. Luckily no one got seasickness, even Shadowcut seemed fine, and I was kind of hoping to see her flustered for once. 3 hours into the voyage, Sapphira decided to make her appearance. It was hilarious seeing grown men scream like little girls as the dragon, but after introductions were made, they marveled at her. So after that we decided that brutal honesty was the best way to go. The elves dropped their disguises and took off their cloaks, and we told them the truth. Finn was shocked at first, but after talking it over with his crew, they decided that it really didn't matter to them who their passengers were. Either way they were fucked. They were already basically pirates and smugglers, now they just got to charge an outrageous amount for it. They raised the price to double the amount originally agreed upon, and I told them we would pay triple. This on top of the fact that we also told them that if we won, they would be pardoned for any crime they might or might not have done, convinced them. The days passed into weeks and the weeks passed into a month. Most of the time Brahm and Aragon could be found on an isolated part of the ship practicing magic, learning the ancient language, or sparring. It was exceedingly difficult to spar on a ship, so it was only done when the waters were flat and the ship wasn't rocking. Because of the difficulty, it actually benefited us a great deal, improving our footwork and making us more sure-footed. The elves and I got bored most of the time, so we decided to help around the ship a lot. I learned a lot about how it worked and how important everyone's job is on the ship. We rolled dice with the crew and engaged in just about everything that pirates did. Boredom was avoided at all costs. Unless your name was Shadowcut, she just slept through the whole thing. Sapphira would spend most of the day flying and diving in and out of the water and playing. She loved the sea. It was a sight to behold when she came from under the depths and launched into the air. A brilliant sparkle of blue reflected the sun's rays. She was truly marvelous to watch. The fish diet didn't seem to affect her either. She was still growing by the day and seemed to have doubled in size since we first departed from Carvajal. Then finally, Phelan and Arya stopped avoiding showing their affection for each other in public, and I got to see the real side of both of them. Apparently they had been together for a couple of months already and were steadily growing closer. They seemed to laugh and smile more, which in turn brought Maid Vanir join in. I noticed Aragon sulked a little more when he realized the fact that she was taken. Poor kid. Vanir and I grew closer, he seemed dead set on trying anything and everything human, so he gambled with us, developed a taste for English swear words, and even drank rum until he was puking over the side. Luckily there were no human women that he could woo into his bed on the ship, or I'm sure he would do that too. Another thing Brahm and I did was gather all the extra clothes that we had and made a saddle for Aragon and Sapphira. We did it with the help of magic because we had to make some more leather to finish it, but in the end they could enjoy flights during the day on his off days. It was truly a sight to behold. I was truly envious of the two. The views they must get to see from the sky, I thought. We finished it the same day that we caught sight of the Boar's Eye, a massive maelstrom off the coasts of Beerland and the surrounding islands. Finn decided very quickly that we would travel around the islands before turning back east and going to Sirta. His reasoning is that it would throw off the Empire if they decided to pursue from Arufs. I wasn't one of those fans that thought they would get the opportunity to have a dragon hatch for them. I knew for who they would hatch and I was determined to see it happen for them. That line of thought made me wonder what Murtaugh was doing, and if he was okay. I doubt we will get to meet him, unless it's on opposite sides of the war. I had long since realized that I could not save everyone, only help where I could, and leave the rest to any deities that might exist. Luckily the Empire decided not to send any ships at all, which I found quite odd and disturbing also. Maybe Galbatorix was letting us go to the Varden? Maybe he wants to capture Aragon and destroy the Varden in one fell swoop? I wasn't sure, but it worried me. Land ho! Someone from the crew screamed out as he caught a glimpse of the coast. We knew that it was coming soon because of the increasing sightings of other ships coming and going from the port. A chorus of screams resounded across the deck as everyone raced to the edge to confirm, and surely enough there was land. Fucking finally! I thought. Captain Finn. Your payment as agreed. It has been a pleasure, I said, handing over the bags of coin. If you ever need anything else, Roran, I would love to do business with you, he said as his arms dropped from the weight of the gold. He turned around and went back to the ship, no doubt to resupply. We drank a lot of rum over the past month. I eventually found the others purchasing mounts for 7 of us, but Aragon would be riding on Sapphira for most of the trip, only coming down to get practice in the ancient language. He had mastered the basics of magic, all that was left was to survive the coming battle and send him off to Ormuz so he could become the man he was meant to be. We would begin sparring with him at night during the trip also to advance his swordsmanship also. I wish we could have stayed a few nights in Sirta to see the sights, but unfortunately we could not risk any more time. We had to reach the Varden soon to help prepare for the attack. So we set off without any delay and rode for about 6 hours before setting up camp. Remind me why we couldn't stay and rest before riding again, Aragon said as we all dismounted. Sirta and the Empire are notorious for having spies in important places. We couldn't risk being found out, and we need to reach the Varden soon, I told him in response while feeling the same way. I don't under. Suddenly I felt something hit me in my left shoulder with enough force to knock me to the ground. And then the pain started. It was extremely intense. I looked down to see an arrowhead sticking out of my chest right below the collarbone. It was barbed. How did it get through my wards? Ignoring that fact and getting up, I looked around to see that I was the only one that was hit, but everyone else was set upon by Urgles. Luckily I seemed to have gotten the worst of the ambush and everyone was dealing with their opponents quickly. Suddenly a roar could be heard in the sky and it was met with a piercing shriek. I felt panic. Razak! I yelled as I broke the arrow off and pulled the shaft out. Concentrating, I muttered a diagnostic spell and took cover behind a tree, knowing I would be a liability until I fixed the damage. Poison. This is what they tortured Garrow with in the books. I quickly muttered the healing spell and concentrated my will on accelerating the rate in which everything sewed up and healed. It took a fair amount of energy in my necklace, but not enough to be a hindrance in the future. With that finished, I drew my dagger and ran back out into the fighting and saw bodies falling. There were 10 dead Urgles and 4 Kull engaging the elves and Brahm. They seemed to be intentionally isolating Aragon and I because the Razak took that opportunity to jump into the fight and engaged us in combat. I could immediately tell that it was out for blood. It didn't care for the others because they didn't kill its brother. It wanted us too, and Sapphira, who was in a life or death battle in the skies with the Lether Blaka. I wanted to reach out to the others but couldn't because of the concentration it was taking to defend myself and cover for Aragon in the fight. Eventually I could tell he wasn't ready because he kept making more and more mistakes, leading to cuts and bruised over both of us. Go get your bow and go for a killing shot, I screamed at Aragon, mainly to get him out of my way. As he turned and ran to his horse, the Razak gave chase and I intercepted him before he could get any further. He chose a different tactic than engaging me in swordplay like last time and decided to try and tackle me. He succeeded and we went tumbling with him winding up under me. Both of us were unarmed, so he decided to use his next best option. Wrong decision. His beak snaked forward towards my head and I just moved my head to the side as the sharp beak pierced right into the same red wound I just got done healing. Ah! I cried out as I felt it reopen. My left hand grabbed the beak, ripped it out and held on for dear life as I rolled us around and my right arm snaked around his windpipe. I sat behind his body, wrapped my legs around his center and pulled. He continued to struggle for a long time and could somehow still breathe, so I rearranged my arms. I grabbed his right shoulder with my left hand and his jaw with my right, and with a roar I twisted. Snap! The body beneath me dropped to the ground completely limp as I continued to roar, and the crunch of bone breaking rang out through the field. A shriek pierced the air again in response, and I looked around to see two culls sprinting towards me. Suddenly both were pierced by an arrow, and then they fell. Seeing no more enemies, my thoughts went to Sapphira and I looked up to search for her. I found her and the Lether Blake in a clash. It detached itself from the clash with Sapphira and looked in my direction, no doubt searching for its offspring. Sapphira took the opportunity and her head snaked forward, grabbing the beast by the neck, and plummeted. As the fell through the sky, a shriek that would have incapacitated lesser men pierced the air. Then in a cloud of smoke and the crack of bone rang through. When the smoke cleared, Sapphira could be seen standing on top of her foe. She shook her head to make sure the bastard was dead, and after her confirmation, raised her head high and roared in triumph. My body took the opportunity to react to the injuries sustained and I promptly passed out. Chapter 13, Act I, Chapter 13. Hello everyone. Things will start to slow down after the next few chapters, but until then enjoy. Author's note at the bottom: don't skip it. Thank you for making it this far. Disclaimer: I own nothing. I woke up with a groan. My body felt sluggish as I opened my eyes and examined my surroundings. The first thing I noticed was that a campfire crackled near me, then I saw a shape moving towards me. It reached down as soon as I sat up to support me. Careful, careful. Hey, your friend is waking up. I heard an unfamiliar voice say. Roran. How do you feel? Like hammered dog shit. I responded to Vanir's familiar voice. Suddenly the world seemed to sharpen and I could concentrate. There was a fire over the entire left side of my chest. The poison. I realized. Ignoring the two talking to me, I reached my mind out to my necklace and muttered the diagnostic spell again. Fuck, I forgot to extract the poison before I healed everything. It was spreading, slowly. It wasn't the Seath Royal I thought it was, otherwise I would be dead already. Focusing myself on what I needed to accomplish, I whispered. Heil. And set about guiding my cells to carry every last drop of the poison out of the wound and onto the soil. Then continuing the magic, I set about healing the damage it caused. About 10 seconds later my shoulder closed and a red scar the shape of an X took its place. That was foolish of you. Vanir said to me as he handed me a skin of water, which I downed in record time. It worked, didn't it? I said as I stood up and refreshed my body with energy from my emerald. As I looked around I could see everyone else was sleeping besides Shadowcat and the stranger who approached me earlier. She jumped up and was rubbing her side down my leg and purring, obviously distraught at my injuries. Is everyone all right? I asked Vanir as I stared at the stranger. Yes. Arya, Phelan, and Aragon are the only ones who didn't get injured. They just got back from hunting the Urgles who ran away after the fight, that is why they are resting. He said. I broke my stare down with the stranger and reacted to that statement and looked him up and down. Eventually my eyes found his face and I saw the injury. A thin red line ran from above his right eyebrow, skipped his eye, and continued another inch into his cheek. Luckily he still had his eye. It was an uppercut I didn't expect, luckily I reacted and it only grazed me. I think it looks good, don't you? He finished jokingly. Oh yes, I'm sure the female elves will swoon over such a rugged warrior. I said as we laughed. How is Brahm? I asked. A slight fracture in his arm, already healed. A kick from a cull he blocked. He answered. Good. Sapphira? I asked as I looked over the blue mass snoring off to the side, no doubt covering Aragon with her wing. Scratches and tears in her wings, she has been healed also. I nodded in confirmation. And you? What is your name? I asked the stranger who was sitting quietly by the fire listening to us. I had a sneaking suspicion who it was. Murtaugh. The grey-eyed stranger said, confirming my suspicions. Was it you who shot those two Urgles when they caught me off guard? I asked, genuinely curious. I shot one, the rider shot the other. He answered. I owe you a debt, son of Morzin. He stood up quickly with a hand on his sword. That man is not my father. Peace, I meant no offense. I said with my hands up. He took his hand off of the sword when he realized that none of us cared who his father was and sat back down facing the fire. I decided to join him. What are you? He responded, looking me up and down. I don't understand. I responded honestly. You ripped the head off of Arazak, you were poisoned by one of the most deadly poisons known and you're perfectly fine 6 hours later, are you half-elf? I snapped its neck, there is a difference. I told him. No Roran, you ripped it off. Vanir chipped in as he laid down for bed. I do not remember that, then again I was a little preoccupied with trying to survive and a poison was running rampant in my body. I am a human, I have just been, enhanced. I responded, digesting the information. We sat in silence for a long time. Why were you here? I asked him. I was hunting them, they killed my father. He answered. I decided not to call him out on the half-lie. We have a lot in common then. What will you do now? I don't know. Good. You'll join our party. We head to the Varden, there is a battle coming and we could use your help. I said, standing up and going over to my bedroll. I cannot go to the Varden, they'll kill me immediately. He said. I pointed to Brahm. That is one of the founders of the Varden and Bane of the 13, your biological father's killer. And you just saved his nephew's life, they will not kill you because we will not allow it. I said, rolling over. He didn't respond, nor did he leave. I took that as a good sign. Good night. I told Shadowcat as she curled up to me and laid down. I was not the first to wake. Good, you are still here. I said, spying the black-haired Murtaugh. Only until a better option presents itself. He responded. I nodded, knowing he wouldn't find anything better, but deciding to keep it to myself. Instead I muttered the incantation to clean myself and my clothes and went about making breakfast for everyone. An hour later we were on the road and riding hard. Deciding Brahm and I needed to talk, I reached my mind out to his. Have you figured out who he is yet? I asked curiously. I knew the moment I set my eyes on him. I have invited him to come with us to the Varden, I owe him a debt. He is important for Aragon's growth. I said, and decided to add the last part to make sure he understood his importance. He didn't respond. We reached the Beer Mountains in a week, and it was a week of hard riding. They truly were massive, bigger than anything I had seen so far in either of my lives. It was another 2 weeks before we reached the lake and waterfall that hid the entrance to the Dwarven city. We didn't see any signs of Urgles along the way, so I was hoping we weren't too late. Brahm was the one to knock and yell out the password. Soon enough, archers appeared along the sides of the mountain as we heard someone yell out. You may enter. Then Brahm rode towards the waterfall and went along the outermost part and disappeared. I followed right after him and had to force my steed forward and through it. As we entered I saw no less than 20 armed guards, all with spears leveled towards us. In the center of them stood 2 bald twins dressed in very garish robes. Stay where you are or you die. My eyes hardened as I saw the traitors. Eventually everyone made it into the waterfall except Aragon and Sapphira. We wanted to use them as shock value. I couldn't help but want to see their reactions once they saw who they were dealing with. My thoughts were interrupted by a roar and the waterfall seemingly exploding into sparkling blue scales. 2 flaps of her wings and she landed with a thud. Once again, the looks on the soldiers' faces would forever be etched into my memory, especially the twins. After Sapphira shook herself dry, Arya rode up in front of the procession and the twins finally noticed her. Take us to a jihad. She demanded, leaving no room for debate. As soon as the unknowns have their minds searched, Your Highness. They managed to get out after they picked their jaws up off the floor. I will vouch for them, there is no need. I must insist. He responded. You can insist all you want, take us to a jihad now. Arya responded with anger. That is the first time I have ever seen her raise her voice. I am thoroughly enjoying this. They turned to each other and conversed to themselves inside their minds for a few moments before finally responding. Follow us. A snap, and soon we were being led in a single file line with Aragon and Sapphira at the head with him riding her. No doubt to inspire hope like in the books. The tunnel leading us into the city was very long. It was hard to tell the time without the sun, but it was at least an hour or 2. At the end I could hardly hold in my excitement. Reaching my mind out to the both of them. Sit up straight, Aragon, we are about to be paraded around. The people need to see a confident rider. Sapphira, just be yourself. Neither responded, but I could see Aragon fix his posture and take on a regal look, while Sapphira preened under the praise. Soon enough the tunnel opened up to the most impressive thing I have ever seen. A mountain hollowed out and missing its peak greeted me. There was no way to know how big it truly was. Sunlight poured through the massive hole in the mountain and shone onto a flourishing city of pure marble. It was the most beautiful sight my eyes had ever seen. Wow! I verbalized my impression. Indeed. The dwarves truly are craftsmen unlike any other. Phelan answered from behind me as we took in the sight. All around its base people could be seen running around and going on about their everyday lives. Another few minutes and we were approaching Trondheim proper. Word seemed to spread because sure enough by the time we reached the city, the roads were covered in humans and dwarves alike. Everyone had their eyes on Aragon and Sapphira at the front of the procession. The parade continued for a while and the crowds eventually took notice of the ones in the back, but the beauty of the elves seemed to distract everyone. Soon enough it ended and we were led into a chamber that was blocked off by soldiers. Dismount. We will have servants take your things to your rooms. No weapons will be allowed inside, leave them on the saddle. The twins barked out. I did as I was told, but I did not feel right leaving my valuables with the traitors, so I walked up to them. If anything goes missing, let's just say it's better that they don't. I said as I stepped into their personal space and looked them individually in the eyes for about 3 seconds apiece. Fucking idiots. I said as I walked past them and joined my party as we entered the chamber. Their ceiling was probably 15 feet tall and had a low-hanging chandelier filled with the dwarven lights from the books. It was quite beautiful actually. Underneath it was a rug made out of some enormous creature, no doubt a native of the Beers. Soldiers guarded the entrances. Off to the side a small set of steps led to a desk with papers scattered all across it. A jihad stood in front of it with his hands clasped behind his back. His sword lay sheathed and propped up against the desk and slightly tilted his way, no doubt to make it easier to draw should the need arise. My respect for him just rose another notch. We stood side by side looking up at him. Phelan was the furthermost left and the order went from left to right as follows. Phelan, Arya, Brom, Aragon, Murtaugh, Vanir, and I was the furthest right. Sapphira crouched behind us, finding it difficult to stretch out in the chamber. Somehow Shadowcat found her way onto her back and seemed to be napping. What an interesting party. Welcome to Trondheim, home to the dwarves and, for now, the Varden. His deep voice boomed and echoed across the chamber. Arya, Phelan, it is good to see you well. We feared the worst until Ilanzadi got word to us what happened. He said, nodding to both of them. His gaze roamed over the rest of us and soon enough he recognized Brom. A smile flashed across his face and dimples that hadn't been used in a long time appeared as he walked down the steps and towards us from in front of his desk. Brom, my old friend, it is good to see you. You as well, Ajihad. I expected them to converse a little longer but it was obvious Ajihad wanted to greet the rest of us. The rest I do not know. My name is Ajihad, leader of the Varden. He said looking at Aragon. At his reluctance to introduce himself Brom shoved him forward. He stumbled a bit and no one commented. I am Aragon, rider of Sapphira. We come seeking refuge from the Empire. He said and I grimaced. He didn't realize the implications of that statement. Ajihad smiled. And you will have it. He paused as his eyes roamed to Murtaugh and recognition bloomed. I have seen those eyes before, and that face. Guards. At his order, 4 soldiers appeared in front and behind us. Vanir and I reacted immediately. I moved to stand in front of Murtaugh and Vanir moved behind him. Stop. Brom ordered as he walked towards Ajihad. He is with us. You know who this is? This is the spawn of Morzan. Surely you of all people understand. Ajihad continued. He saved one of our own, he's fought with us, bled with us. I'll take responsibility for him. Brom barked back at him, showing a little anger. Ajihad and Brom stared at each other for another few moments and neither backed down. Soon Ajihad lifted a hand and the guards retreated back to the entrances. Fine, if he betrays us it is on your head, against my better judgment. And you too? Are you also spawns of the Forsworn? He asked still heated. I am Vanir, no relation to any of the 13. Vanir responded finally leaving Murtaugh's back and turning to face the leader of the Varden. He got no response. Finally I moved back to my position from before and out from in front of our newest party member and introduced myself. Roran. I decided to keep it simple since technically Morzan and Brom could be considered my uncles, therefore related to a Forsworn. His eyes seemed to linger on mine longer than anyone else's, everyone else seemed to avoid his gaze. Seemingly satisfied he nodded to me and spoke. You are all welcome to Trondheim, we will reconvene in the morning, you must be tired from your journey. These men will see you to your rooms. He turned around and walked back to his desk. Stay. Brom told me as he reached out to my mind. Looking down I felt Shadowcat rubbing against my legs, she was staying for the upcoming conversation also. Soon everyone left the chamber and we hadn't moved a muscle. My servant was still standing beside me waiting, he stopped trying to get my attention after a few tries anyway. We need to talk. Brom said when it was obvious Ajihad still knew we were here and wasn't going to speak first. About? Was his response. I decided to cut in before Brom could respond. Traitors. That seemed to get his attention finally as his head lifted from the papers he was concentrating on and looked at us. He waved us over. As we walked up I could tell that he wasn't going to send anyone away, so I decided to take the initiative. Reaching for the power inside the emerald around my neck I began to speak. I felt a slight resistance as the spell took, a curse was heard outside and along with the sound of fading footsteps. The twins were eavesdropping using magic. No doubt they were fleeing after my breaking of the spell. As I came back to reality I noticed that the soldiers guarding the entrance moved forward and had their weapons drawn while pointing them at me. Maybe I should have asked permission. Putting my hands up in a non-threatening manner I spoke to Ajihad. Sorry we had some eavesdroppers, I warded us 3 from being listened in on. Could you please? I said trying to get him to tell the soldiers to stand down. He waved his hand in the same manner as before and they once again returned to their post. Traitors. He parroted to me as he waited for me to continue. Right. The past few months have been troubling for the Varden haven't they? At his nod I continued. Shipments disappearing at sea, important people disappearing, the egg bearers getting ambushed, Surely you have suspected traitors. Yes, that is why everyone is supposed to having their minds checked before entering this place. He said, putting emphasis on supposed. We haven't found any suspects. Well, it's quite simple. It's the very people that you have searching minds that are the moles. I told him, tired of beating around the bush. The twins are for sure spies, have been for a while now. He didn't react at first and I could tell he was pondering the information. What proof do you have? He asked finally. None, but I could get some if you wanted, with your permission of course. In fact, why don't you call for the twins and another sorcerer you trust? I can take the information from their minds. I said arrogantly. I was doing this for a few reasons, mainly because I didn't like the traitorous fuckers. It was an opportunity to save Ajihad and Murtaugh after the battle, and I would have the opportunity of showcasing my mental and magical prowess after I broke into their minds and left them a quivering mess, thereby showcasing my usefulness to the Varden. Very well, however, if you are wrong, you will hang. Well, I didn't expect that, but I knew I was right. At my nod he sent for the two and a trusted magician. Soon enough the twins walked in flanked by guards. Another followed after them. She was one of the most beautiful humans he had seen since waking up in this world. Black curly hair spilled from her head to frame her face, high aristocratic cheekbones cut into her skin, she had red supple pouty lips, and finally striking sky blue eyes. Triana. I thought as I drank in her form. Shadowcat heard me and sighed. Men, no matter what race, so easy to manipulate. Was all she said. I decided to ignore her as my attention was drawn to them finally approaching. The three of them bowed their heads to Ajihad. Triana, join us. As for you two, there have been some accusations. These gentlemen claim you traitors, what do you say? Ajihad spoke, getting straight to the point. Preposterous, we would never betray the cause. They answered too quickly and everyone knew it. Ajihad took in a deep breath and exhaled extremely slowly. Do it. He commanded towards my direction. I had been preparing myself since they walked in. Shadowcat joined her mind with mine but did not act, she was just to make sure I didn't lose. As soon as the words were spoken I attacked. The initial assault had no finesse, only pure brute force. Their minds held, so I tried a different tactic, testing them. My mind encircled both of theirs and immediately I was met with the image of a single steel wall, a common defense. Suddenly I grabbed onto both of their minds and pulled in different directions, disorienting them. This continued for a good few minutes until I could tell they were lost within each other. That is when I went digging. I sent them images meant to bring up the memories of their dealings and they broke. It was laughably easy. I found the memories and dragged them to the surface. Holding them in my will I reached out to the unfamiliar mind of Triana and pulled her in. She saw everything. I opened my eyes as we withdrew from watching the betrayals. It's true. She said. They were using the tunnels beneath the city to send animals with information to spies. The spies would then funnel the information back to Durza. These two didn't know anything beyond that. They were promised magical knowledge in exchange for the information. They only started a few months ago. Her voice seemed to find strength the longer she explained. She was obviously shaken up by the ordeal. Barzal. Ajihad said as he slammed his hand on the desk. I took the opportunity to look at the twins. They were kneeling down holding their heads and muttering in incoherent sentences. I didn't realize that something so simple could leave them this broken. This just confirms the state of the Duvrang Brigada. First things first, correct the name to Dugata Vrangr. Ajihad took a few moments to collect himself. Take them to the dungeons. He ordered. I decided not to speak, so did everyone else apparently. It seems I owe you a debt. Roran, was it? Ajihad asked. I shrugged my shoulders. Consider the debt already paid for, you have given us shelter. It was the least I could do. He didn't respond, instead choosing to stare at me for longer. Triana, you are dismissed. She looked up from the trinket on her arm she was playing with, acknowledged the command with dignity and walked out. We made eye contact for longer than probably appropriate and she left with a grin. Brahm, are you going to say anything or should I dismiss you and talk to who is obviously the leader of your little band of travelers? He spoke, obviously still angry at the events of the day. The leader? I thought to myself. Actually I think that will be all for today, don't you, Roran? Everything else can wait for tomorrow. Brahm spoke up for the first time. One quick question. Has there been any Urgal sightings recently? Chapter 14, Act I, Chapter 14. Guys, I'm so sorry. I've been on vacation and I was under the impression that I would have at least some service to log in and post the chapter, but I was obviously wrong. This is my bad. We cracked 4K words this chapter. Don't forget the author's note at the bottom. Disclaimer, I own nothing. I woke up in a bed for the first time in what felt like forever. It was absolute heaven. Eventually I had to get up and get prepared for the day. I had the option to go bathe in the bathhouses, but I really didn't feel like being surrounded by naked men and dwarves. So instead, I opted for muttering my morning spell, and also trimming my hair and beard with an alternate spell. I didn't change the style at all, just trimmed up some areas. Eventually I got dressed and strapped my dagger across my lower back and started walking. Naturally, I had no idea where anything was, but I was determined to figure it out. Eventually I had to ask some of the natives to point me in the direction of the training grounds. I finally arrived and noticed that there were actually a lot of people there, way more than was common in Elsmera. I also noticed that there was absolutely no order to the way in which they fought, everything was hacking and slashing away at each other. This led me to why I was there in the first place. I had no idea how the armies of this world fought. I actually thought there would be marching, shield walls, and cohesion in the units, but I could tell that discipline was a foreign word in this army. That will have to change. Along with Du Gadavrangr. So much to do, might as well start somewhere. I turned around as I finished my assessment of the army, not needing to see anything else. Someone must have noticed me this morning because a messenger boy approached me. I'm to escort you to a jihad, my lord. My lord? What are we in Game of Thrones? Roran is fine, lead the way. And so he did. Along the way I discovered that he was 13 years of age, his father was killed in a raid on the Empire some time back. He was helping to support his mother raise him and his 2 younger brothers. Once we made the same chambers as yesterday, I made sure to drop a few coins in his hand, enough to feed them for a month or so. He thanked me profusely and cradled them to his chest. We have been waiting for quite some time, Roran. Brahm told me as I walked in the room. Everyone was present, along with a few more important-looking people. There were also 12 extra elves in the chamber. Why are they so late? I thought they would make it before us. I thought to myself. Soon enough I felt Blodgarm's mind join mine. Ilanzadi sends her apologies, politics got in the way of us departing. He sent my way, I ignored him in favor of replying to a jihad. Apologies, I wanted to check something on the way here. He gave me an inquisitive look but did not respond. Introductions were made and I was introduced to 4 other people present. All of them were on the council, the only important one being Hormander, commander of the Varden forces. I decided to take the time to respond to Blodgarm. Politics? I thought we handled all that? There were a lot of important people that were not informed of us ambushing the Shade. Most notably Gildarian. He responded. It has all been resolved, but it delayed us for longer than it should have. Elves don't make decisions fast, nor do they forgive easily. Well, that actually made sense. The important thing is that you are here now. We broke the connection as Ajihad continued speaking. Before dawn broke this morning, I was informed by our host, King Hrothgar, that his spies had intercepted Urgal scouts and discovered that the Shade Durza has an Urgal army hidden in the ruins of Ordiad, Ithrozada. It is estimated they arrived the past few days, we have no estimation of their numbers yet. There were a string of curses around the table, but no one spoke. The king has decided to call upon the clans and prepare for war, we will do the same. It will be announced later today that the women and children will be transported to Serta, and should we fall they are to renounce all ties and live peacefully. The war for the fate of Alagajia is here. Ajihad has been rehearsing. You are all dismissed, you will be called upon when I know more. He finished and everyone got up to leave. I spied a dwarf introduce himself and heard something about meeting the king. They soon left together. He'll be fine. Arya approached me. He blessed a child this morning, there was a big ruckus about it. She told me. Fuck, how could I forget about Elva? Damn, do we know the words he used? I asked seriously, hoping that his knowledge of the ancient language helped him this time. No, what's done is done. It is best to leave it alone afterwards, blessings are easily construed. She responded. He is to be tested in the practice fields tomorrow. I looked at her strangely. We know of his abilities. And so does a jihad, but it is to take place at the training fields in front of everyone. She trailed off. They need a hero to rally around, of course, he is to be pranced around like a prize horse. I responded. It can't be avoided. Who will be doing the testing? Me. Good. Don't embarrass him too much. I laughed. Her melodic laughter carried across the chamber. No promises. She said as she walked away to join Phelan, they disappeared soon after. What will you do? Vanir asked as he approached. There is too little time to do anything but prepare ourselves, we have maybe 4 days before the battle begins. Soon they will ask us to help them in collapsing the tunnels. When the time comes, just search for any weaknesses in the rock and exploit them, it won't take that much energy. I answered. Excuse me. A voice called out from behind us as we walked. It was a dwarf, he was barrel-chested and had arms that looked to be chiseled out of stone. Yes. I answered. I am Auric. King Hrothgar requests your presence, if you agree I am to take you to him. So this is Auric. Very well, lead the way. I will see you later, Vanir. I responded as he led me through the corridor and out into one of the 4 main tunnels that divided Trondheim. We conversed a little along the way, mainly about construction techniques and the clans. Nothing was revealed that I didn't already know. Soon we were passing Aragon as he returned from his meeting with the king. How did it go? I asked. I am not sure honestly. He replied a little uncertainly. I'm sure you did fine. We'll talk about it later. I told him and continued my journey. Another 100 steps and I was led through a grand doorway. Sure enough, Hrothgar sat upon his throne and looked down at me with his flinty eyes. His hair was braided finely and he was built similar to Auric. Powerful arms connected to a thick chest covered by chain mail. On his head sat an exquisite crown with rubies and diamonds embedded in it. He looked every part of what a king should look like. I bent slightly at the waist and nodded my head in respect. King Hrothgar. Rise up, I am not your king, no need to bow. He continued after I obeyed. Roran, is it? At my nod he resumed. You're the one who has gotten a jihad all worked up. Yes, I can see it, you have a warrior's eyes, but also shrewd. I assume you know exactly the consequences of your actions yesterday. He asked after his assessment. I do, but I had no choice, they had to be taken care of, it just so happens that it presented a great opportunity to make myself valuable. I responded knowing he could see right through my actions. And honest when the occasion calls for it. He muttered to himself. This is a trial. I thought to myself. I shook the waters a lot yesterday and a jihad didn't know how to react, so he threw me to the wolves. Why? He asked me eventually and we both knew exactly what he was really asking. Why are you here, what do you hope to accomplish? Everything I do to bring about Galbatorix's destruction. I replied as honestly as I could. His eyes lit up once he heard that, and then darkened when he understood what it could mean. I instantly regretted being so honest to such a dangerous political player. You will be one to watch for sure. What about afterwards, assuming we succeed in the coming war? He said, switching topics. I'm not sure, settle on a farm somewhere. I told him. He looked off and seemed to contemplate that statement for a minute. No, that won't suit you at all. He said, staring off somewhere above my head. No, it won't. I said softly as I realized that he was correct. I could do too much, improve the lives of people too much with my knowledge on the world. I could never sit back and do nothing. Where that would take me I'm not sure, but it wouldn't be on a farm in Carvajal, that's for sure. You have satiated my curiosity, Roran, cousin of Aragon. Go, you have my blessing to return to Trondheim should you ever have the need in the future. He dismissed. I hid my shock well as I turned around and left the chamber. I didn't even notice Auric trying to guide me back to my room as I was too lost in my thoughts. Somehow out of that clusterfuck I just gained a powerful ally. I had no business being in that room, the books did not make him seem so dangerous. He sees keen into the mind of man was the understatement of the century. Then I realized why he may have invited me in the first place. No doubt he had people watching me as soon as I left my room this morning. They would have reported back that I studied the troops for a while before attending the meeting this morning. This on top of the fact that I had ousted a traitor the night before and made a spectacle of it probably led him to think I had some nefarious purpose. He might have even thought me a traitor myself. What better way to get into someone's good graces than helping them discover who is betraying them? It really was a trial. Now I realize that my honesty helped me more than I know. When I walked in he saw a warrior, not a spy. Someone willing to fight and take advantage of opportunities, not one willing to sell out his family for power. All he had to do was find out my objective. It was a good thing he didn't think I was lying because I don't even want to think about what would have happened if he did. What a badass! Were my only thoughts as I returned to my room. I was woken by Shadowcat jumping on my chest. There is a dwarf beating on the door, make it stop. Grumbling I walked to the door and opened it. The dwarf turned around immediately. Didn't get dressed, oops, it's only underwear. Oh right, medieval society. No need to be embarrassed, what is it? I started. Your presence is being requested, a jihad sent me. Give me a moment. Soon enough I was dressed and for the first time since I had entered in the mountain, I was carrying my warmer. We ran through the corridors and soon enough we were joined with the rest of my party. A jihad was barking out orders to others before he finally addressed us. We have reason to believe that they will use the tunnels beneath the city to attack. I need your help. What can we do? Aragon spoke up. We have decided that since we cannot close all of them, we will have to live with funneling them into easily defensible positions. Is it possible to collapse the tunnels with magic? Aragon did not respond, so I decided to. The question isn't if it's possible, it's if it is feasible. The answer would be yes. We can search for weaknesses in the stone and using the least amount of force possible, collapse it. Good. Will you do this for me? He continued at my confirmation. We all nodded at him. I cannot use magic, but I would like to help. Murtaugh said. See me after this. Everyone else, follow these dwarves, they have been briefed on which ones need to fall. He said and turned to Murtaugh. I ignored them as I raced off again. As we ran around I could see everyone arming themselves preparing for the coming battle. Dwarves were fitting humans with chainmail and handing them weapons, most had a shield and sword. Soon enough I arrived at my first tunnel, there were dwarves chipping away at it with pickaxes but they were making poor progress. Everyone back up, I don't know how much will fall. As soon as the were cleared I whispered only one word and let my will do the rest. Deloy. Soon enough I found a weak spot and the ceiling fell, covering enough of the tunnel for it to be useless. We continued for hours, most of our time was spent running around to the tunnels. Soon enough we fell no less than 20 before we finished. With all of us working to take them down, we collapsed every single tunnel the dwarves felt comfortable with. Any more and they feared for the integrity of the city. After everyone finished there was nothing to do but rest, something I did not do. I spent my time strategizing where our troops would be stationed, and how we would split up the magicians amongst the battle. The strategy ended up being the same as the books, the entrances to the tunnels would be covered in oil and as soon as the Urgles came forward we would light the oil, the archers would begin firing and wouldn't stop until the battle was over. Any that got through would meet our soldiers in melee, unfortunately there would be no order after that, we hoped Durza would be dead by then. Finally the only thing left was to go armor up. As I was brought to a dwarven smith, he showed me many options. I decided against full plate, instead I had chainmail on that didn't have sleeves, instead vambraces covered my forearms leaving my upper arms bare. A cuirass covered my chest and back. I wore no helm, I couldn't see anything out of any of the options. They thought me insane but they didn't know about my warts anyway. My legs had my normal attire on and greaves over the lower part of my leg. The cuirass was very plain and in my anxious state before the battle I decided to engrave a basic design of a bald eagle with its wings spread across the front of it, paying homage to my past life. The greaves and vambraces had tribal designs etched across them by the end of it also. God, I am so vain. I couldn't help but think as I waited. I was woken by Vanir shaking me. It is time. I took a look at my surroundings and saw our original party minus Aragon and Sapphira, they were with the 12 spellcasters Ilanzadi sent to protect him. Even Shadowcat was in her human form being creepy as fuck. Off to the side I even saw Angela and Solembum. We were in the same group as Brahm and Murtaugh but we were going to be running around a lot. As soon as one tunnel was about to fall we would head over there and take some of the pressure off, Sapphira and Aragon would do the same with the spellcasters trailing after them. Brahm, Murtaugh, Phelan, Glenwing and Arya would protect Ajihad, he also wanted to keep an eye on Murtaugh himself. This battle would also be the first when I would try a new trick, or rather a tactic, something to push me over the edge to truly elite spellcaster status. It was fairly simple actually, while engaging in combat with an enemy, as soon as I, presumably defeat them, I will reach out to their minds in their last dying seconds. This will allow me to grab onto their life energy as they are fading away and either store it in my emerald, or use it to kill the next enemy or the next two enemies. A simple concept, yes? Except I would do it over the span of an entire battle. The amount of focus that it will require will be, well, difficult would be underselling it. Now I didn't expect to succeed every time I did it but it seemed like such a waste to just let the universe drift off into the universe unused. Eventually I drew into myself to prepare myself mentally for what was to come. We were all standing with all the soldiers at the ready when we heard the first noise, the warband howled as they ran through the tunnels. It had an effect on our troops but none fled. Eventually they came into view and the next thing I knew the tunnels and bodies caught flame. From where I was standing I couldn't smell them burning and was immediately grateful. Eventually the flames died out and the Urgles charged out again. The archers immediately started firing and the enemy's ranks were thinned considerably. Then the melee began and our troops were holding their own. The constant hail of arrows meant that our boys only had to deal with a small amount of Urgles but even then the pikemen at the front of the vanguard was overrun. Vanir and I set off with the spellcasters immediately and reached the battle the same time Sapphira and Aragon landed and joined in the melee. I stayed a fair amount of distance from the distance so that I wasn't mistaken as a foe and went to work. My hammer sung as I dodged the swing of a cull and crushed his skull with the flat of my hammer. I didn't have the time to reach out and capture his energy before he faded. The next one to fall never saw me, and another try at capturing energy escaped me. Vanir was a whirlwind of death and activity as bodies fell around him. Murtaugh raced over on his horse and picked Aragon up off the ground. They rode over to where Sapphira was getting surrounded, I joined them. Our initial charge allowed for her and Aragon to escape to the skies and they began circling around the battlefield. After we finished off the group I reached my mind out to Brahm. Where to? I asked still fighting. Another 2 Urgles fell to my hammer before he responded. Hrothgar is being overrun, Sapphira and Aragon are on the way. Vanir and I both ran to the direction we knew the king to be fighting and reached him quickly. We hit the side of the Urgles the same time Sapphira flew down and startled them enough for the dwarves to fight back. The next thing I knew the king was fighting right beside me swinging Volander round with so much skill it amazed me, every blow signaled death. I was right beside him, looking less graceful, but dealing out just as much death. Ha 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 ha, truly a great battle. He's a fucking madman. Vanir took the opportunity to connect his mind to mine. We are needed with Brahm. And so we would run, turn the tide of one side of the battle and then run again. I continued to be unsuccessful at my new trick until I simply let my mind broadcast to my surroundings before I attacked. At first it was very disorienting and I faltered before everything clicked, and Urgel saw my stumble and thought me easy prey. I felt his intentions through my new awareness and reacted. Everything fell into place, and as his soul left the world, I grabbed onto his energy and pulled it into my emerald. I did it. Now I understood what Ormes really wanted Aragon to learn. This had to be one of the most overpowered techniques. I thought I had the trick down initially of broadcasting my mind out and being aware of everything around me, but this is actually the culmination of all the aspects of magic. From that point in the battle I was a nightmare for the enemy troops. Every Urgel I killed either replenished my energy or 3 others would fall with their hearts crushed into their chests as my words vibrated the very air around me. The night continued like this for hours and we were slowly being pushed back. Vanir and I continued to run around and help where we could, but it wasn't enough. We were being slowly pushed back into the city. We typically stayed on opposite sides of the fights as Aragon and the spellcasters, they were doing the most damage to the enemy forces. Every once in a while I would look to the sky to see if Aragon and Sapphira had fled to the dragon hold. Eventually I heard a roar and Sapphira rose above the fighting with 2 familiar shapes on her back. It is time, I told Vanir. I immediately turned around and sped off, Vanir on my heels. We ran into one of the 4 main chambers of the city. It took us about 15 minutes to get to the bottom of the dragon hold, and when we did I was greeted with the sight of dust and rock exploding upwards. We quickly made it to Aragon before anyone made it out of the tunnel. Out stepped a tall figure in black armor, red hair spilled out of his helmet and onto the shoulders. His eyes found mine immediately. The human and one of the elves from the forest? I suffered greatly at your party's interference. He spat out. I didn't even know he saw me that night. Oh? Was Galbatorix rough? I responded. He didn't get the joke. You have no idea. This guy must not know what a sexual innuendo is. Ah, the writer, I will make you watch as I break his mind. He continued after I didn't respond. Then he barked out orders to the cull and they formed a circle around our party. The 12 spellcasters arrived too late and were on the opposite side of the cull, and there were a lot. At some unspoken signal everyone sprung into action. The 3 of us melded minds at the same time. Durza went for Aragon first, trying to incapacitate him fast. As soon as his sword met a shield, we felt our mental defenses get attacked. Luckily we were used to this type of fighting so it didn't affect us. Vanir and I stepped in and engaged him. It was the hardest opponent I have faced to date. He was so fast and so strong, it was all Vanir I could do to cover each other's bases. Every swing was batted away easily, counterattacks were barely avoided and the mental fight raged in our minds, distracting us. Even with all of our practice we were no match for the shade. In the end it wasn't enough and we were separated. Vanir's overhead swing was blocked and then he took a kick to the chest. He flew away wheezing, no doubt with broken ribs. I tried to take advantage of the distraction and swung at his heart with the sharp side of my warhammer. He deflected, counterattacked, and swung down with force. My warhammer rose to block it, and was cut in 2. The 2 useless hunks of metal dropped beside me in slow motion as I realized that my weapon was destroyed. Luckily I wasn't close enough to his swing for him to actually hit my body or I would have been bisected. I suffered the same fate as Vanir and landed some feet away with no less than 2 cracked ribs. I looked up and saw Aragon engaging him in combat and realized that our minds were no longer connected. Aragon's swing was lazily deflected and backhanded to the ground. He retaliated with a blow to Durza's hip which distracted him. Soon enough they both stumbled with their hands on their heads. Durza's face contorted in rage as he reacted first and swung. No. I thought as I got up to move. Durza's swing was already connecting with Aragon's back and a spray of blood ran across the floor before I could even step towards them. As I moved towards him I heard a crack and then a loud shattering sound. The Izadar Mithram. I thought in the back of mind as the star sapphire shattered and we both looked up. Sapphira had her jaws open and fire billowed out of them as Aria's green-tinted magic littered the sky. The next thing I heard was a cry of Brisingr. And a flaming sword burst through Durza's chest. His eyes met mine as an inhuman howl rang out through the corridor as Durza's skin peeled back and split, then disintegrated. 3 bright red balls of energy exploded out of his body and raced out of the mountain. Aragon fell back to the floor, and Zarok fell from his fingertips with a loud clang on the stone. Chapter 15, Act 2, Chapter 1. Hello everyone. Eldest begins immediately. As always, thank you for reading, and as always there will be an author's note after the chapter. Disclaimer, I own nothing. Sapphira. Let me help him, we need to close the wound. I yelled at the distressed dragon. She wouldn't even let us get close without growling at us. She caved and backed away as whimpering sounds emanated from her throat. Worry spread across our link. I know, I won't let him die, I promise. I said in response. Aragon was laid on the bed face down. The armor came off fast as our hands moved to undress his torso. My diagnostic spell told me that his spine wasn't cut. That's good. Luckily his mind seemed to be at rest, so Ormes had already helped him drive the spirits off obviously. The spell also told me that there was lingering magic crowding around the wound, no doubt a parting gift from the shade. I have no idea how to heal that. Okay, fix what you can for now and get him stable, we can deal with the curse later. Taking into account all his injuries, I focused on everything I needed to will the cells to heal. Heil. I whispered after going over the injuries in my head. His back started knitting itself back together from the top of the wound down to his lower back. I also removed most of the scar tissue, all that was left was a thin line instead of an ugly scar at the end of the process. It was possible to remove it completely, and I would if he wanted me to, but I personally like the reminders that scars give us and don't think they should be removed completely. The job was done and he was stable. Arya, stay with him. Vanir, there is still a battle raging, my friend. I said to the two of them as the 12 spellcasters watched on patiently. Actually, the clans have started fighting each other, we are chasing them out now. Brahm said as he ran in the chamber. How is he? Good, he is healed, but there is some sort of curse lingering around the wound. I have no idea how to remove it. I responded quickly. Ajihad wants us scouring the tunnels to finish them off, take a few moments and we'll leave. You 12 will join us. Phelan, Glenwing, and Murtaugh are with Ajihad and have already left. Arya, can you continue? He asked as he finished up. I only need a few moments. My last spell took a lot out of me. Arya said. We made eye contact and I pointed at my temple. Soon enough we were connected and I pushed some energy into her from my emerald. She looked at me very surprised and even shocked. Did I do something wrong? I asked, noticing her reaction. No, it is fine, it is just considered very intimate. Apologies, it is my gift for saving us. I have a vast amount stored, are you ready? I asked as I broadcast my desire to give her more. She nodded and I poured a significant amount of the energy that I gained from the Urgles in the earlier battle into her. I could feel her reach out onto her person and store it somewhere, but I couldn't tell where and didn't ask either. Soon we disconnected as she stood up. Thank you. It's the least I could do. We all would have died without your help. Brahm seemed to notice our interaction and commented. Yeah, well, you better hope the dwarves feel the same way. What happened? He asked, not knowing how Durza was defeated. I'll tell you on the way. 3 days, it was 3 days that we hunted down Urgles in the tunnels. We joined up with Ajihad's group sometime in the second day, it's hard to tell time in the tunnels. I was happy because that meant that I could prepare us for the ambush that would come at the conclusion of our raids. If it even comes. I thought as we neared the end of the tunnel. I looked around our group, all of us with bags under our eyes. The twins should still be in the cells. None of us spoke, everyone was just ready to be back so that we could rest. I was too worried about the ambush, so I reached my mind out to the surrounding tunnels and all around us. Nothing. I could finally see the light at the end of the tunnel and I decided to give everyone a warning. My mind reached out to nearly everyone in the party and I was let in easily, they were used to the feel of my mind, even Ajihad. Don't let your guard down just yet. Everyone straightened up at the reminder. It didn't take us long to clear the rest of the distance. When we cleared the tunnel, everyone in the party inhaled deeply and relaxed. I did not. Instead I turned around, still searching with my mind for the ambush that was supposed to come. Once again I found nothing with my mind or my eyes. Suddenly the rest of our party minus Brahm, Vanir, Murtaugh and I snapped into 2 lines and followed their leader, marching the way. The rest of us followed at a slower pace, they could still feel my apprehension at the tunnel and how an ambush hadn't come yet. It was a long walk, but eventually we made it to the welcoming party. Apparently we were the last group to arrive because the 12 elves and Arya had already been healed and washed. Aragon and Sapphira were also up and about, obviously still hurting from his back, the grimace on his face told me everything. The marching soldiers and dwarves stopped as Ajihad raised his hand, with another motion, they were dismissed. His personal guard stayed a safe distance behind him. He started to speak but I didn't hear him, instead my attention was drawn to the werewolf rubbing against my legs purring. My body seemed to relax and let out all of the tension built up for the past few days. I couldn't help but squat down and pet her, no words were said but I was happy to see her again. A hand broke me out of my trance as it crossed into my line of sight and stayed there. I grasped it and noticed that everyone was already walking away except Vanir, who the hand belonged to. Ajihad will meet with us in the morning, go rest. He told me, lifting me up. We plan on leaving for Elsmera directly after. He continued at my nod. I responded as we started walking to our rooms. He visibly paused at that. You are not leaving? He said, more of a statement than a question. No, there is too much to do. Aragon is in safe hands. I replied. Then I will stay also. He stated after thinking for a moment. You do not wish to go home? I asked, genuinely surprised. I spent all my life in that forest, I have learned more on this adventure with you than I ever did in Elsmera. He replied honestly. Du Weldenvarden will always be there, but this adventure is something that will define us. He continued on wisely. I wouldn't miss that for the world, isn't that how the saying goes? He asked at the end of his sentence. I laughed at that. Yes, that is perfect. I responded, throwing my arm around him. He didn't say anything, so I continued. There is nothing I can teach Aragon that Ormes or Brom cannot. But there is a lot I can do for the Varden. Did you see how they fought? Little more than one-on-one battles, no cohesion, no discipline. Not to mention the Dugat of Rangwer. I said, subconsciously correcting the name. You have plans? He asked. You have no idea. It felt good to walk around without armor on, my body had become accustomed to the extra weight during my time during and after the battle. The necklace around my neck also seemed to weigh a little heavier, even though I knew it hadn't changed at all. I wore my usual traveling attire, dagger included, although my warmer lay in pieces in my room. The only difference was that it was teeming with life energy from the Urgles in the battle. It wore on my mind, animals were one thing, a sentient life form was completely different. My only consolidation is that it would go to waste unless I captured it, it would help during the war. It already had a significant amount of energy in it, I know for a fact that it had about the same as Aaron did before the battle. Now it was at least triple that amount, or more. It was this reason that it was now enchanted to only be worn by me or those I allow. Anyone who tried to remove it from my person, would find it almost impossible, it would burn up the energy stored inside it trying to make you stop. Soon I found myself in Ajihad's office again. This time I was the first to arrive, with Shadowcat hot on my heels. I'm glad you are here first. Ajihad said immediately as I walked in. Would you mind warding us? He asked. I didn't even hesitate, the world vibrated as I summoned my magic and spoke my will. Once it was done, I told him. It is done. You are leaving today? Ajihad asked in response. No, Vanir, Shadowcat, and I will stay. I said seriously. His head whipped up in shock. Well, that makes this easier. I will skip to the important information. Aragon will be invited to join Durgrimstingi item, I cannot warn him for fear of Hrothgar's wrath. If he accepts, the power balance will shift. Ajihad said. He will accept, if he hasn't already. I replied honestly. And I approve. I finished. Ajihad looked at me inquisitively. Why do you say that? For all intents and purposes, Aragon is or will become a dwarf in all but biology, that is an extremely powerful position if wielded correctly. He is already a human rider, that enough is all we need for him to be the figurehead of the Varden. I don't see the problem. I said, laying out my evidence of why Aragon needed to accept without giving away my future knowledge of us needing Auric as king in the future. A dwarf. He said, obviously not thinking of that angle. Very well. Now on to the other business. The Duvrang Grigada need a leader, you are the obvious choice. You wow. I accept. I said, cutting him off. You wanted this the whole time? That is why you volunteered to break the twins, yes? He asked. There are much subtler ways to gain loyalty. Also, they escaped during the battle. Well, I needed to get my point across, I knew we didn't have much time. I answered truthfully before I processed what he told me. They were still alive. I asked in shock, thinking they would be executed immediately. I didn't have time to do anything with them with the battle approaching. He continued. They were tracked to a steep cliff and remnants of their clothing were scattered around the area, we think they jumped. He concluded. They didn't. Double your guard at night, and make sure there is a magician amongst them. I answered, thinking of the development. At least they won't get Murtaugh. There is something else. I continued after I came to terms with the information. The Varden needs discipline, no, it needs a complete rework. I said, getting to the point. What do you mean? He asked, not losing his cool, instead he seemed intrigued. There are no shield walls, the men fight one-on-one, instead of in cohesive units, they are quick to run, I can go on but you get the point. Against Urgles or elves it is understandable, they are physically more impressive. But this war will be against humans from now on, we can dominate this war with discipline. I said seriously. I pushed the book that I wrote during my time in Elsmera towards him. It was written in the runes of this world, extremely detailed, and even had drawings. It was everything I remembered about the Roman legions and how they ran the armies. It was the only thing I felt comfortable with bringing over from my previous world. I absolutely refused to introduce the idea of gunpowder and bombs to this world. It is just too pure, I was in an extremely unique position to influence the world in a different direction. With everyone being able to use or at least learn how to use magic, science becomes a secondary. I have this idea in my head of a world where everyone is nearly self-sufficient through the use of magic. Science will tell us how the world works and how to influence it, but magic will be the instrument to do it. It will be clean, the world won't suffer the consequences like my last world did. Carbon won't be pumped into the air to use energy, energy will just be used and dispersed back into the universe naturally with magic. But to do that, I cannot let humanity progress without guiding it. I would need power, this is the first step. This is incredible. Ajihad said as he browsed through the book. It will change the way war is conducted. I said seriously. There is more. More. He said in shock. Just then Vanir walked into the room and noticed us talking. I waved him over, what I am about to say was something he needed to know. Once he got close enough I spoke the words to allow him to hear the conversation. We are all capable of magic, humans, every one of us. I said. It spoke of Vanir's trust in me to not deny the information outright. Ajihad had a deep frown on his face. Do you have proof of this? He asked. I am the proof. I answered. I had no talent until Brahm taught me, he thought his end was coming, so he began searching for someone he could teach the secrets of the dragon riders to, in case he couldn't be here to teach them himself. I lied with the story Brahm and I had developed in Elsmera. A lot of work had been done for this exact moment. Why isn't this common knowledge? Vanir spoke up asking. He knew that it was a lie but he didn't know of the actual information. The dragon riders thought the information too dangerous. They didn't have the resources to teach everyone how to properly wield it either. I answered. You wish to take advantage of this? Ajihad said. Yes, we have to. We need more magicians. I answered. But I won't choose just anyone to teach, they will have to meet my requirements. For example, they have to be at least 15. People were shuffling into the room now, the council plus Murtaugh and Brahm. All that's left are Aragon the 12 elves, and the egg bearers. They were probably busy packing and getting ready. He was obviously deep in thought. We will speak of this later. He finished. I nodded to him and cut off the flow of magic to the spell. Vanir and I joined the others and waited. His mind knocked on mine. How much of that is true? He asked in the ancient language. I responded with the ancient language also. Almost all of it, everything except the lie about Brahm searching for someone to pass the knowledge to. He told me shortly after I joined this world. I said speaking of the merge. He didn't say anything, instead falling into himself, no doubt to come to terms with the information. Soon enough there was a black cat laying across my feet as Aragon and the rest of his party entered the chamber. You've been clingy lately. I told Shadowcat. She swatted my leg in response. Good, now that everyone is here, we can begin. Aragon and the rest of his party depart for Elsmera immediately after we are done. Before that, there are some announcements. He paused looking at all of us. We are moving to Serta. He said. No one uttered a word but I did notice some shuffling. The council looked a bit angry at not being included in the decision. We cannot launch a campaign against Galbatorix from these mountains. King Orin and his forces will also join us when we arrive. Another pause to let us soak in the information. The Duvrang Grigada will have a new leader. Roran Garrison has been appointed to the position and granted a seat on the council. He said, dropping the biggest bomb on everyone. Wasn't expecting the seat on the council, a political move to tie the Varden to Aragon further. Smart? I thought, seeing the reasoning behind it. There were audible whispers at that declaration as everyone looked towards me. I stood stoically and accepted the position with a nod. Everyone besides Aragon and Sapphira is dismissed. He finished, not in the mood to deal with people apparently. We shuffled out of the room and I was accosted by those I would consider friends. Before they could ask any questions I decided to get my intentions out in the air, so that they would know. Before any ask, I will not be departing for Elsmera. I will stay here and try and whip this wandering path into shape. I said. Any are welcome to stay and help me, although I know most won't. Their excitement of my new role diminished as they processed the information. I have gotten close to nearly everyone the past year or so. The egg bearers, the 12 spellcasters, Murtaugh, and especially Brahm. Blodgarm stepped forward. We wish you good luck in your future endeavors, we will meet again soon. And then the 12 spellcasters drifted away from the party, to let everyone else say goodbye. Arya, Phelan, and Glenwing stepped forward next. You are always welcome in Du Weldon Varden. Arya said and gave me a half bow. You honor me. I replied dumbfoundedly. I'm pretty sure that is a big deal. Don't let it get to that big head of yours. Glenwing interrupted, slapping me on the back, always the jester. We will see each other soon. He finished walking off. Phelan picked up where he left off. We will. Take care, friend. He said as he extended his hand. I grasped it with mine and pulled him into a half hug, completely manly of course. You as well, take care of my brother, he will need it. I said looking into his eyes. Of course. He said walking away. Murtaugh approached next. I would like to stay with you, the elves would never accept me like the Varden has. He said. Of course. You have proved yourself to a jihad, I know he'll let you stay. I told him as he went to stand with Vanir and wait for Brahm and me to finish. Brahm looked almost sad. Can I convince you to come with us? He said starting the conversation. You probably could, but I wish you wouldn't. I have become a crutch for Aragon. I said revealing half of the reason for me not leaving with them. Then I won't try. I will miss you. He said. I know you already have a father, and I wouldn't dream of replacing him. But I consider you as a son, and I'm proud of what you have become since we started on our journey. Wow, I was not expecting him to be this emotional. It would only be about 2 months before I saw him again. I honestly got a little choked up at hearing that and wrapped him up in a hug. You are like a father to me. Doesn't mean I don't miss Garo, and you're not replacing him. It's just, I appreciate all you've done for me. I said fighting back tears. You know I'll see you in a few months, don't you? I asked. I wanted to tell you just in case that doesn't happen. He responded. Just like I will tell Aragon everything soon. He finished. It's about time. I thought in response to the information. Good, he may be angry for a little, but he'll come around. You'll have to tell him everything soon also, you know. He said back to me. When you all return, I'll tell him everything. Now leave before you convince me to come with you. I said jokingly. Goodbye son, take care of yourself. He said as he let go of me and joined the others waiting on him. Aragon will miss you, we will miss you. I heard Sapphira say in my mind as her massive consciousness touched mine. I will see you soon, although you will be completely different people. I replied to the beautiful dragon as they walked out of Ajihad's office. I will miss you too. I said as Aragon approached me. He had a smile on his face. Ready to go? He asked. He doesn't know? I asked Sapphira. You humans' ears are nothing like dragons. She said pointing her nose to the sky. I am staying Aragon. There is a lot of work to be done. I told him. The smile fell from his face. But I need you. He said before he could stop himself. You don't. You've seen war, you've killed, and you face a shade and came out on top. You don't need me. I told him. I did all that with your help. I couldn't have done that alone. He replied. You already have, once before. I thought. It's time you become your own man, Aragon. You are the rider, you are stronger than you know. I said trying to get him to see the point. He broke eye contact with me. You're leaving me again. He said letting his age show, and mirroring what he said a few months ago. I grabbed him and pulled him into a hug, he embraced me immediately. It's only for a few months, we'll be back together soon. The morning sage will teach you all you need to know, more than I could ever. I said revealing that I knew of his interaction. His face morphed from sad to confused, and then it became hard. He broke contact, steeled himself and looked into my eyes. I'll miss you. He said. I smiled in response. I'll miss you too, little brother. I will scry you until you reach Du Weldenvarden. He nodded, happier than earlier, then he turned and walked over to Sapphira, who leaned down so he could get on her. His back is hurting him, no doubt. I expected them to leave immediately, but I had been so distracted that I didn't even notice all their gazes looking past me, towards something behind me. I turned to see what it was. King Hrothgar stood alone 20 paces behind me. His personal guard stood a respectable distance away from him. In his right hand, he held Voland. In his left, he held a different type of warhammer. It was absolutely gorgeous, the metal was black, the handle wrapped around a lot of the frame and inside it was a pitch black leather with gold ornamental drawings in it. The metal leading up to the hammer had a gold eagle flying towards the head on both sides of it. The actual hammer was designed a lot like the one Roran had made but with more of a dwarvish feel to it, one blunt end and one spiked. Roran Garrison, without your aid in the defense of Trondheim, we would have no doubt lost our ancestral home. King Hrothgar said loudly for everyone to hear. That's an exaggeration. I thought as I saw this move for what it was, a political move. You lost your hammer during the battle with the Shade, no? He asked me directly. Yes, your highness. I replied respectfully. He walked forward, closing the distance between us. Soon enough he was within arm's reach. He looked up to me. Accept this, as a token of my people gratitude. You honor me, King Hrothgar. I said kneeling and placing my palms flat in the air for him. His left hand rose and placed the warhammer perfectly in my hands. Once he let it go he turned around and yelled. Stronghammer. It sounded like the entire dwarven nation repeated after him. Stronghammer. Chapter 16, Act 2, Chapter 2. Hello everyone. I've really been enjoying writing the last few chapters of my stories. There is an author's note at the bottom, like always. Disclaimer, I own nothing. My new worm rested in my hands. I had been getting undressed for the night when I got distracted by its beauty. I didn't have a lot of time earlier, too busy being distracted by the seemingly endless amount of political moves in such a short time. Ajihad and Hrothgar were doing everything they could to tie Aragon to the rebellion. Every good weapon needs a name. I thought looking at my new weapon. It took me a while to decide, but eventually I came to a conclusion. Fram. Forward, in the ancient language. I thought to myself. A reminder, to always move forward. Setting the beautiful warmer beside my bed, I went about undressing fully and warding my room. Soon enough I was asleep. I woke to a mental buzz, one that was definitely not my morning wake-up call. Someone tripped the wards. As soon as I came to that conclusion, my hand reached out and grabbed my warmer as I spun around and jumped out of bed, waking Shadowcut as I did so. An 8-foot Cole stood at the doorway into my chambers. What the fuck is he doing here? I thought as I noticed he hadn't moved. Who cares, just deal with him so I can go back to bed. Shadowcut echoed in my mind. He still hadn't moved and I pondered on using magic to get rid of him, but his eyes were hazy and unfocused, showing that he wasn't in full control. I decided not to waste the energy in my necklace. I took a few steps forward and he matched me. I stopped, he didn't. His axe flew through the air lazily and I sidestepped and swung once. The fight ended with blood splattering on the walls. I'll have to clean that later. Why would he? A diversion. I thought as I sprung into action. I didn't even bother throwing on a pair of pants, instead I was sprinting through the city, bound for Ajihad's chambers. My mind reached out and found Vanir, still sleeping. I woke him quickly. Urgles are here, was all I said before I disconnected us. As I got closer I could see dead bodies of both Urgle and humans alike. Two of whom I recognized as part of Ajihad's personal guard. It didn't take me long to stumble upon the scene. It was a bloodbath. I spotted Ajihad fairly quickly, and I could tell his chest was still rising, but barely. As I approached I could hear coughing and bloody wheezing. I knelt down and cast my diagnostic spell. Immediately I could tell that the damage was too extensive for even me to heal. Most of his chest was pulp, his lungs were collapsing and multiple arteries had been cut. Even if I succeeded, he would never be the same. My knowledge just wasn't extensive enough. Roran, I need you to take care of the Varden. Promise me. He said, and before I could answer, his chest fell and a large breath of air escaped him. His eyes became glassy and unfocused. I didn't say anything, couldn't say anything. Instead I just closed his eyes. I heard footsteps and noticed guards, led by Vanir, were approaching. On the opposite side, dwarves led by Auric came sprinting down the hall. Auric approached first and noticed the scene. Barzul. I stepped away from the body and made my way towards Vanir. We can't find Murtaugh, he said. I didn't react at first, instead I took in a large amount of air, and exhaled, trying to cool the boiling anger underneath the surface. I was unsuccessful. We tracked them to the mountains, then the trail went cold. Hormander told me as we walked together to the council meeting. I was annoyed at the fact that I had to attend it, I was annoyed at the fact that Murtaugh will face the same fate under Galbatorix's hand, and I was annoyed that I let it happen. Thank you, Najuita has to be the one, I said. Yes, that is what the others are saying also, although for a different reason than you, I suspect. He said in response, a bit puzzled. He didn't give me a chance to respond, instead he continued. Ajihad gave this to me before, well, he said it was yours. I feel obligated to return it. It was the book that I had given him to improve the army of the Varden. It contained a lot of Roman techniques, and other things from other empires in my past life. I thought about taking it, but instead I just pushed it back to him. You are in charge of the military operations, I will help, but I have my hands full with Dugat of Rangwar, and you have more of an idea of how to actually implement these strategies. Keep it, I told him. He took the book back and looked down at it. It's genius, but we don't have the supplies for half of the things on here, he responded. We will discuss what is important after the meeting, I told him as we walked into the chamber that we would be using for the selection of the next leader. We walked in and it had 5 chairs set up in a semicircle. It overlooked a section of the room that was lower in height, an obvious power position. The other 4 members of the council were already seated. I nodded at Hormander, telling him to take the last seat. There should be 6 chairs, I thought as I took in the sight of the room. Ah, they don't recognize me, I'm an outsider. I decided not to make a big deal out of it and stood next to the table, chin up and shoulders squared. Hormander, you brought a spare, the ugly one with makeup said. I was appointed to the council by Ajihad, I said simply. The council decides who sits on the council, the more important looking man said. Is that so? Well, thank you for appointing me then. I said in response, and before anyone could respond I spoke up again. Bring her in. The guards complied and soon Nejuita was brought in and was standing before us. Do you know why we called you here? I said, emphasizing the we. No, my lord. She said in response, and I frowned. Roran. She didn't respond and instead just nodded in acceptance. The council has decided that we want you to step into your father's position. Hormander said, taking over for me. I would be honored. She said. That was all I needed to hear. As soon as she said that I started moving towards the door. I entered the chamber where close to 30 people were standing around talking. The room was divided, around 20 people stood to one side and obviously already knew each other, the others looked puzzled at what they were doing here and most were young, only a few looked over the age of 20. Vanir was sitting on the floor while leaning against a wall and petting Shadowcat, his eyes caught mine as I made my presence known. Triana was the only person I recognized in the bigger group, everyone else was a stranger to me. You are all here because you are in or you are interested in being in the organization known as the Duvrang Brigada. I started, and the room quieted. It just so happens that I was recently appointed to the leader of this little group. Does anyone have any objections to that? I said, trying to establish the hierarchy fairly fast. Surprisingly no one spoke up. I half expected Triana to make a move for leadership, she obviously wanted to in the books. Once no one spoke up I continued. Good, now let me be perfectly honest with everyone here. You are all a lousy excuse for a magician, every single one of you. I tried to meet everyone's eyes, especially the ones who seemed to take offense, once again no one spoke up. But once I'm done with you, you won't be. Now, the first order of business is to properly rename this group. To properly name us as the Wandering Path we must first use proper grammar. In the ancient language, it should be spoken as Du Gadavrangr, this is the proper way to say it. Triana was openly smiling at me now. I honestly felt like one of the rats that Shadowcat likes to play with before she eats them. That is the only lesson of magic we will get to today. Instead, all of us needs to make a decision on if we really want to be here. Here is how it will work, we will all meet around an hour after the sun rises, in this very room. We, the collective group, will learn magic, and all its beautiful intricacies. We will do this until noon, where you will all be released to do what you like for the rest of the day. I will stay to tutor anyone who wants or needs extra lessons. I paused for a moment to let it sink in how much of a commitment it would be. Now I know that some of you have jobs and families to feed. So you will be compensated for that. I would not leave you unable to feed your family. I know this is a huge commitment, but I promise you, after the first few months, you will never have to worry about money or prestige ever again. We may be a laughing stock now, but soon we will be the most important group in the Varden, if not the country. I once again paused for a bit longer. Now, if you don't feel up to the task, then leave. Not a single person moved, I expected to lose most of them. I turned to look at Vanir, he answered with a smirk and a shrug of the shoulders. We've got our work cut out for us. I thought, looking at all the faces in the crowd. Good, Vanir, could you come up? This is Vanir, he is my second in command. Yes, he is an elf. No, it doesn't matter at all. His people know more about magic than any other race alive. If anyone has a question and I am not around, he is your best source of information. I continued. Now I want everyone to come up individually. I said, taking out a journal and pen. Triana approached first. Name. I said, more for a formality than anything. Triana. She responded. Proficiency with the ancient language. I asked curiously. Extensive vocabulary, but not fluent. She said honestly. I made my notes about it and asked my next question. Why? Why? She parroted. I nodded in response. She seemed to be having an internal battle about whether or not to answer truthfully. I decided to interject before she could answer. I will not deny you, it is to help decide how best to teach you. I elaborated. I was weak once, I won't be again. She said with her head held high, her blue eyes piercing my brown. I nodded at her. Next. Stronghammer. The guard said as he put a fist over his heart and opened the door to the same study Ajihad used to work in. I had been getting that a lot. Stronghammer seemed to follow me around wherever I went. I wasn't angry, just shocked at the impact Hrothgar had. Nejuita had apparently heard her guard because as soon as I entered she parroted him. Stronghammer, does it get old? She asked curiously. Honestly? No. I said, letting a bit of my ego show. My father put a lot of faith in you. She said, starting the conversation off. I made myself valuable. I said, deciding to be completely transparent, opposite of the rest of the council members. Yes, you did. She responded. We stood in silence for a moment. How goes the Duvrang Brigada? She asked after the silence. Du Gadavrangr. And there is no need to say the before the name, Du translates to the. There is a lot of work to be done, but we will get them ready. I responded, trying to educate her a little on the subject while also showing off my competency. Apologies, du Gadavrang Grid is then. My father told me something very important right before he passed. She started, obviously getting to the point of why she called me in. A secret so big, that it could change our race forever. It didn't take a rocket scientist to figure out that she was talking about how all humans were capable of learning magic. And it will. I responded. I will be blunt, there will be no more recruits. No one else will know that all of us are capable of magic, none but the ones you have already told. Any that you haven't will be told to return to their duties. Understood? She said, giving me the order. No. I said simply in return. No. She said with a raised eyebrow. I don't think you understand. She continued. That wasn't a request. You respected me enough to be straightforward, so I will do the same. I refuse. Anyone that comes to me and wants to learn magic, as long as he or she isn't a criminal, will be taught. I said with a tone that signaled finality. Don't you understand? Should this information get out, the repercussions would be terrible. Left and right, people would be trying to perform magic, imagine anyone. I couldn't listen to her ramble any longer. Let me stop you there. Why hasn't it already happened? I asked. Why hasn't what happened? She asked, obviously angry that I interrupted her. Why hasn't these repercussions already happened? I asked. At her silence and confused stare I continued. Let me answer for you and elaborate a little, it has to be taught. Yes, all of us can use magic, but it has to be drawn out. Of course there are exceptions, and some rare few will naturally draw on their magic, but the most they could do would be to hurt themselves and maybe a few others around them. Magic is bound to a language, and it can be extremely dangerous when you don't know that language and how to properly speak it. But, knowledge of the language does not mean that you can use magic. For example, du Gadavrangra means the wandering path in the ancient language. But nothing happened when I spoke the words correct. At her nod I continued. You have to put all of the pieces together, you must learn to channel the energy from your body, focus it, and on top of all of that construct a sentence that allows you to do what you want to accomplish. It's actually even more complicated than that, but that is the basics behind the art. Do you see now? We have to educate people on the subject. By educating them we can make sure that less accidents happen, and at the same time, better people's lives, enrich them in the country. Imagine it, no starvation, shelter for everyone, cleanliness. I finished trying to show her the benefits. She didn't say anything for a long time, an uncomfortably long time. Instead she began pacing around the room, trying to digest the information dump that I just gave her. Eventually I decided to add. Plus we can help fund the war. I said, trying to make the decision easier on her. Her eyes lit up at that. I will need to think a little bit longer on this. I'll call for you when I have made a decision. She said, eventually dismissing me. I got to the door before I decided to speak about something that was bugging me. Before I leave I feel like I should get this off my chest. If you suppress knowledge that could help your people in indescribable ways, wouldn't that make you a tyrant? Why should I help someone replace a tyrant, with another tyrant? Food for thought. I need your help. I said to the person standing opposite of me. A person that should be with Aragon right now, a person that is known to travel around a lot. Why should I? Angela responded. Because you have such a big heart. I said hopefully. She looked down at her chest. Nonsense, it average-sized. I just stared at her in response. I decided to try a different tactic. Here, just read this, this is what I would want you to teach. I have read this before, did you get that from the library in Elsmera? She said, throwing me off. This is a copy, an edited copy by me. There is some extra stuff you might find interesting. I said. I'll get around to it. She said in response. Well, hurry because I will need that in the next few days. The very next day. When do we start? I jumped out of bed with my dagger in hand. Angela was standing in my room, inside my wards, without me knowing about it. Wait, my wards aren't up anymore. Impressive. Angela said, looking down towards my crotch. Chapter 17, Act 2, Chapter 3. Hello everyone. Back with another chapter. As always, there is an author's note at the bottom of the chapter. Disclaimer, I own nothing. Now, luckily everyone in this group has had no experience with magic, so this will be easier for all of you. I started as I had my group sat down in a room. Why were we separated into different groups? Someone from the back randomly asked. Well, it's simple really, everyone here is new to magic. The other groups consist of people who are already familiar with magic but want to specialize a little bit. For example, everyone in Angela's group are healers and have no interest in fighting or power. The other group under Vanir is for people who will march with the armies and fight the magicians of the empire. I said, summing up how I split the groups up. And what is it that this group will focus on? The man that looked about the same age as me asked from the front. What is your name? I asked him. Karn. He answered quickly. I am going to set the foundations for magic, while also unlocking everyone's magic, since I am the only one who knows how. Now, any more questions? I asked, slightly annoyed at being interrupted constantly. Good. Now I like to think of magic as being split up several ways. The language, the mind, the world, and energy. These areas encompass every aspect necessary to use magic. I stopped to let that sink in. We will all start with the mind, it is the most necessary to unlocking magic. I continued, and I noticed I still had everyone's attention. Karn? Would you mind stepping up, please? I asked of him. He looked nervous but nodded his head and obeyed. Magic allows one to extend their mind in certain directions, past their body. You can touch other people's minds, plants, rock, everything. This is going to be one of the most important lessons you can learn. Karn, I want you to close your eyes and tell me if you feel anything. I told him. He nodded once again, and I reached out to his mind and touched it. Immediately his feelings and thoughts came to me. What is that? I heard him ask himself. He obviously felt me. I decided to be a little more forceful, so I grabbed onto his mind and pulled. His mind didn't snap back into place like mine did when Brahm did the same thing to me. Instead, he seemed familiar with the act. His mind told me that this wasn't the first time he felt this foreign sensation. I guided his mind around the room and let him touch the others' minds, their feelings, but I didn't let him delve too deep. That is the one that was standing beside you. I spoke into his mind. Roran? He asked me once he realized who it was. Yes. I'm going to put you back. Pay attention and recognize the feeling of returning to your body. You must never get lost, ever. I told him as I put his mind back to where it was supposed to be. He opened his eyes and looked around excitedly. Incredible. I smiled at him and then turned to the rest of the room. Next. They're pathetic. Vanir told me as he walked into the study that I had taken over. He's right. Shadowcat said from my lap. She is way clingier than Solumbum apparently. Yes, that's why I gave them to you. You have more patience than I do. I told him. Take them back. He whined in my ear. I sighed. Vanir, they are not like me. You cannot expect them to take to it like I did. Teach them what they need to know and teach them the language, they will do the rest. Think of it like you influencing human magicians for the millennia to come, because once we win, these humans will be the new teachers for the rest of our race. His eyes narrowed, but I saw something click. He didn't say anything, instead turning around and walked out. Well said, young one. Shadowcat told me in my mind. Most of the time I forgot she was even there. Love you too. How goes the training? I asked, walking up to the training fields and startling our military commander. It's only been a week, but the improvements, well, they speak for themselves. Hormander said, looking out over the marching formations. It was fairly early in the morning, the sun had yet to shine through the giant hole in the top of the mountain we were in. We have enforced the strict rules listed out and there was an uproar at first, but after a few examples, well, things have improved. Every morning they are awoken before the sun rises and they start their run, in full armor. After that, we begin the marching formations, and we have been beating that into them. Afternoons are for the shield walls, which need improvement, but as it stands, we have improved by leaps and bounds since the battle. Hormander finished. And our numbers? I asked, genuinely curious. Just over 20,000. And that's with boys in the ranks, no older than 14 some of them. He answered bitterly at the end. They'll be men soon. Whether we want them to or not, but these tactics will help them survive, this gives us the best chance. I said, trying to justify such a thing. Little more than children. He continued. I was the only thing I could say. What was I supposed to say? He is right. And the magicians? He asked me. Some are taking to it faster than others, but it goes well, much better than I expected. I answered and he nodded. You asked for me? I asked, walking into Najuada's quarters. I hadn't seen her in the 2 weeks since our little chat. She looked like she was getting less sleep but adapting well. Yes, I did. She answered simply. What is your plan after the war? She asked me randomly. Rest. I said truthfully after a moment's contemplation. She actually seemed surprised at the revelation. Before she could ask another question or comment, I continued. Then I will start a magical school somewhere. Where? I don't know, but I would like to teach for a while. Then hopefully after I have given the world the tools to educate itself on magic, I can retire to a little cottage somewhere and help raise grandchildren, then I would like to die peacefully, in bed, next to the love of my life. She just stared at me. I returned the gaze, although mine was much less intense than hers. A noble goal. She said as she broke eye contact. And one that I feel will be impossible. I returned. Why do you say that? She asked as if I had just broke her heart. This is war. Assuming I survive, I am Aragon Shadeslayer's cousin. People will want things from me, and I'm not sure I will be able to resist. Her eyes seemed like they understood everything I just said. Still, a noble goal. You? Have you given thought to afterwards? I returned the question. Honestly? If I survive, and we win, I imagine I will become queen. She answered. Is that what you want? More than anything. I saw her in a different light, not necessarily in a bad light, respectful. Someone who wanted something in life and made it happen. It was inspiring. It was also frightening. That lust for power can be dangerous. I thought, remembering a certain someone with silver hair, purple eyes, and dragons. What you told me about being a tyrant, last time we spoke, I've been thinking about it. She continued. And where have your thoughts led you? I responded. Everyone is a tyrant, in some way. Do you think it is possible to rule without being one? She genuinely asked. She's been thinking all right. My thoughts applied. Yes, there is a fine line all good rulers must walk between administration and oppression. The people will do your job for you, culturally, but every once in a while, someone or something will tip the balance. It is your job as a queen to make sure we all walk the proper path, and the only way to do that is to walk it first, and have us follow. I answered, thinking about the good king/queen archetype. You would make a good king. Nejuita said out of the blue. I met her eyes again to see if she was lying or not. Or maybe that was a proposal. Is that a proposal? I asked her, mirroring my thoughts. Not now, but if we win, you would be an obvious choice, politically and, personally I know you make a good partner. She continued with a straight face, no blush at all. I smiled. I am flattered, really. Why don't I think on it? I answered. Of course, first we have to win, I don't need an answer until then. I didn't say anything, instead I was lost in my thoughts about this. Now on to the real topic. You are free to recruit magicians from wherever you want, you have free reign. I have accepted my ignorance, and I have also accepted that I was scared of magic because of my ignorance. That is the last we will speak on it. I was about to respond when she beat me to it, no doubt realizing how much time we had spent together. Don't forget that we move out and start marching next week. You are dismissed. Organizing a convoy of about 70,000 people was no joke. My seat on the council and rise to power was also showing off my intelligence. I quickly made myself the number 3 person in the Varden in under a month since joining. This was why I and the rest of the Ducat of Rangr were leading the procession. Or maybe it's because of our ability to scout better than anyone else in the army. Either reason didn't matter to me, it was a wondrous opportunity to train the new magicians in my care. It also allowed for longer uninterrupted lessons on the ancient language, and longer periods allowed for getting the body used to transferring energy. Karn rode beside me, someone I saw that was a lot like me from my last life, before the merge. He was ambitious, he was hardworking, and most importantly, he tried to be a good person. Sometimes life just doesn't let us be. I thought, thinking about what he told me about his family. Flashback. I twisted and pulled on his mind, with much less force than I did with the twins. I still wanted him sane after all. Then I slipped through his barriers. Blood. The image splattered across my mind as Karn cut the connection. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I started before he interrupted me. It's okay. He said as he got up and started walking around the room. I didn't say anything, instead I just watched him. He was the only one who showed up every day after the normal lessons. Every single day, he stayed until nearly dark. We were getting to know each other fairly well. You know that I traveled here from Gilead, right? He asked me. I nodded, not sure where he was going with this. I wasn't alone when I left, I was traveling with my mother and sister. My father just passed away, right after my 18th birthday, and the debtors came to collect. When we couldn't pay, they threatened to sell us into slavery. They had connections in the Imperial Army. So we ran, to the only place we could. He continued. We were almost here when we were attacked. He made me choose, he asked me, your mother or your sister? Which is most important to you? Karn said with shadows under his eyes. I wasn't actually expecting him to tell me about it, but he continued. So I chose, my mother had lived longer and she would have wanted me to choose my sister, so I did. Karn continued and looked away when he spoke next. He slit both of their throats. I blacked out and they were all dead, not a scratch on their body, eyes wide open. I assumed it was magic. I was found by Varden patrols the next day and brought here, a day before the battle. He continued. Who was it? I asked, curious as to how he got into the situation anyway. Slavers. In the end, the thing we were running from, caught up to us and I couldn't protect us. Now you know why I am here every day. So you heard of someone willing to train magicians and you thought you could figure out whether or not it was you who killed those men. He nodded. Flashback end. Ever since that particular lesson, I had taken him under my wing, so to speak. A motivated person can be very dangerous without guidance after all. He was also soaking up knowledge like crazy. His knowledge of the ancient language was growing faster than mine had under Brahm's tutelage. He was still nowhere near fluent, but he was farther along than he had been in the books for sure. He was also extremely crafty with mind magic. He was built for wizarding duels. Come on everyone, we're going hunting. I said to all the members of Dugadavrangr. I got a bunch of inquisitive looks, but everyone got off of their seats around their fires that were spread out around the campsite. I didn't actually mean to make Angela get up, but it looked like she wanted to see this particular lesson. I started to join minds with the members of my group. We all melded together seamlessly because of our practice. I sent out the command to Angela and Vanir to do the same, and then the three of us combined the groups, making sure no one got lost in each other's minds. It was rare for that type of thing to happen, but the odds increased with an elf and Angela in our midst. I let them all see my intention and made sure they watched me reach within myself and grab the power within myself. They all followed me and whispered the spell needed to silence our footsteps and make us scentless. A perfect spell for hunting, and one we could keep up without feeling the drain on our reserves. I sent our minds out, guiding us around the forest as we walked together. I touched the minds of all of the plants, went deep inside the minds of trees and showed them the wonders of truly understanding the world through our minds. Then I finally found a stag, a perfect way to teach them the next lesson. I want you all to feel his mind carefully. Vanir, if you would. I told them as I disconnected my mind. I didn't want them to know the spell I was about to use to cause the death of this noble creature. I stopped its heart with no words, only will. Something extremely dangerous, but I wanted them to understand the feeling of another being's death, not how to cause it, not just yet. I melded my mind back with the groups before the animal truly died, and I could feel some of their anguish at experiencing that firsthand. I took the energy from the animal and guided it to be stored within the necklace hidden under my shirt. This is one of the most important lessons you will learn from me. Energy can be transferred between living beings, and it can be stored in crystals. There is no need for the ancient language to do this, simply will. I stopped explaining this to them as I bent down to the magnificent stag and grabbed it. My enhanced strength easily allowed me to lift the animal and drop it onto my shoulders. I started walking back towards the group and led them back to the campsite. This is also a perfect reason to explain why the elves are vegetarians, as were most of the dragon riders of old. Most cannot stomach the thought of taking another's life after they experience this, even to feed themselves. I paused again to let everyone digest the information. Magicians and death walk hand in hand. This is something you must accept if you are to continue down this path. On the battlefield, I will ask you to hunt down the magicians of the Imperial Army and kill them. I will not judge if you decided to, instead, become a healer and join Angela's group. That is a very noble thing to do. But for everyone else, this will be our main mission during the battles. The soldiers will handle everything else. I revealed the reasoning for this little expedition of mine. Before I had been teaching them magic, building their foundation, letting them forget that we are a part of an army. Now they all had a decision to make. Now you can make that decision fully understanding what we will be doing. I finished and broke off the connection just as we reached the camp again. You did well, young one. Shadowcat told me as she came up and rubbed herself against me. Thank you. I wasn't sure if I was laying it on too thick. I responded. She didn't answer. Vanir went about skinning the animal and preparing dinner for everyone who wanted it. The only people who ate were me and Karn. Everyone else, instead, decided to eat from the vegetables given by the army. Afterwards, after the food had settled, I nodded to Vanir. He got up almost immediately and Karn found a wooden stick about the length of a sword thrown into his hands. What is this? Karn asked Vanir. I would pick it up if I were you, Karn. I answered him. Why? Smack. That's why. Another swing by Vanir, except this time it was blocked and the next swing hit. I raised my voice to where all the students could hear me. Last lesson of the night. The easiest way to kill a magician is to get close to them. From now on, everyone but the healers will be required to carry a weapon and, more importantly, learn how to use it. If any healers wish to join, well, that is your decision. Vanir has volunteered to teach you the ways of the sword. Everyone else gets me. Everyone come grab a stick and wait in line. I could see Angela grinning from ear to ear, enjoying this just as much as Vanir and I were. Don't I get a say in this? Karn asked me, dodging another swing. Nope. Chapter 18, Act 2, Chapter 4. Hello everyone. Thanks to everyone who stuck with me so far, it means a lot and keeps me motivated to write. As always, there is an author's note at the bottom. On to the next chapter. Disclaimer, I own nothing. Get up. Get up. You're burning daylight, ahahaha. The drill sergeant is having too much fun. I thought as I took in the sight of the soldiers running around trying to get dressed and ready for their daily routine. Plus the sun isn't even out yet. Karn and Vanir stood beside me. The rest of Dugatavrangar was, no doubt, still asleep. I was not allowed that luxury as I wanted to see the update of the soldiers. In this particular camp there were 10 tents that I knew 80 men would share together. A century. I concluded. Stronghammer, what brings you to my century? The man I falsely recognized as the drill sergeant asked me. He is the centurion. I deduced. I wanted to see an update on the soldiers. I told him simply. Have we pleased you, my lord? He said suddenly becoming formal, his whole body locking rigidly. Call me anything besides my lord will you? Roran or Stronghammer suits me fine. I told him becoming slightly uncomfortable. As you say, Stronghammer. He replied. Yes, they seem much more disciplined than when we left. What is the training for the day? I asked. We will complete our 20-mile march on the road, after that they will be still march to protect the people but we will be much less strict. They are still encouraged to practice but the days on the road has beat the proper formations into them. After the march we will let them unload their pack onto the mules to decrease the weight they have to carry. He paused but I knew he would continue. When we stop for the day, they will feed, then we will do weapons training. I interrupted before he could go farther. Have they all been outfitted with the proper weapons? I asked him. No my lo, Stronghammer. He corrected himself. Nearly everyone has the short swords, but we do not have shields, nor the javelins. He answered. Have your superiors given you a reason as to why? I asked him curiously. I have been kept in the loop for the most part but Horminder has been handling most of the details. No Stronghammer. Any guesses? I asked trying to get an answer. No Stronghammer. How have you been handling the weapons training? I asked curiously. With wooden representations, heavier than the actual weapon. As you instructed. He added that last part in. So the people do know that these are my tactics, interesting. Carry on. I said as I turned around and started walking with purpose. Something I can help you with Stronghammer? Najuada asked me as I rode up beside her. I just have a few questions, not sure if I should ask you or Horminder. I told her honestly. You want to know why all the soldiers aren't properly outfitted yet? I said not even wanting to know how she knew the information. Money, and time. There are not many forges that can be constructed along the way to Sirta. She answered immediately. In fact, money seems to be our main problem nowadays. Well I have a few solutions. I told her. She finally looked towards me then, and we locked eyes. She's definitely interested now. Magicians have a very unique situation, we can break economies fairly easily. We can summon gold from the ground, we can create materials that are fairly rare, without much energy expended. Those are just a few examples. I told her trying to lead her to an answer. She looked ahead then, and I could tell she was racking her brain trying to use this to our advantage. I would recommend. I told her before she could answer. Compiling a list of what our allies lack or value the most, and then we can decide how Dugatavrangar can best be used. Now she was really thinking about the possibilities, her face beamed with a bright smile. You will have it soon. 3 taps on my thigh ended the spar. I let go of the arm I was torquing and I heard a sigh of relief from the body beneath me. Still can't beat you on the ground. Vanir said as he stood up, dusting himself off. I did the same and slapped him on the back. And I will never beat you with a sword. I told him. We turned back to our only charge that bothered to watch us spar. Karn's jaw was on the floor at our display of unarmed combat. How? Karn spoke up from the crowd. How what? How can you compete with an elf in raw strength and speed? He continued throwing his hands in the air. I looked to Vanir. Should I tell him? I asked him in the ancient language. He thought for a moment before responding. We made it back over to the campfire and sat down by the time he responded. It is your secret to tell. He finally said. I thought for a long time. Karn didn't say anything the whole time, he could tell I was thinking about something. I altered my body with magic. Karn looked up at the stick he was whittling on then. He seemed interested. I knew that the other races outstrip humans in some way, Urgals are much stronger and even faster than us. Elves are the fastest of all and their strength still surpasses humans. Dwarves are smaller in stature but are also stronger on average. I thought I needed something to even the playing field. So I constructed a spell that did that, and the results, well they speak for themselves. I told him honestly. Could you cast that spell on me? Karn asked me as he took in the information. I thought about that question. Yes I could, but I'm not sure if I will. I have been torn on whether or not to give it to others, it's a lot of power to have. How about this, you become fluent in the ancient language, and then ask me again. I told him. His eyes brightened with a fire in them, the same fire one gets when they get particularly motivated. Deal. A stick hit him in the head from behind him, courtesy of Vanir, and then another stick was thrown on the ground in front of him. Good, now defend yourself. I wrote in front of my group of cute little soon-to-be magicians. Today we will discuss elemental transformation. Does anyone know what an element is? I started as we begin the lesson. I learned that a great way for them to get used to using their minds and feeling others would be to do the lessons in our minds. It also helped me not having to yell to all of them. Element as in wind, fire, earth, water. A mind I recognized as one of the youngest members of Du Gadavrang grasped. In a sense, it is fairly simple. Elemental transformation is just changing one thing to another. It is also mostly impossible for anyone without massive amounts of energy. I told them, showing them images in my mind of what I meant. But if we can't use it, then why bring it up? Karn asked, the dutiful student. Simple, eventually you will find yourself in a bad situation. Say for example, you are lost in the desert and you are out of water, what do? I asked them, thinking of the exact scenario Aragon found himself in during the books, which also led to the lesson I am about to tell them. No one answered for a while, but they knew I wouldn't continue until someone spoke up and at least offered some insight. I assume you cannot just create water? The same young boy from earlier sounded out, he's never afraid to talk, as most teenagers are. You can try, but you would most likely kill yourself before you could taste a drop. I am bringing this subject up to change the way you think about the world around you. I paused so that it could sink in. Instead of wanting to create the water, would it not cost less energy to draw the water out of the ground? Instead of creating glass, would it not be easier to heat sand to create the glass? I asked, sending them images of the processes and how it would work. Now obviously not everyone understands the process of glass making or smithing or any other trade that requires knowledge. But that is why magicians are considered learned, knowledgeable people. We have to be constantly thinking, constantly learning. I told them and let them think about the information. I took the time to reach into my saddlebag on the back of my faithful steed and pulled out one of my shirts from my time in Du Weldenvarden. Here is another lesson for today. This is a shirt made of lace. With a few words, or word if you are disciplined enough and you can unravel the shirt, to go back to a raw material. For example, I set my mind to focusing on the thread and spoke. Losna. The shirt suddenly started to unravel and I could barely feel the energy leaving my body, so cheap was the task. The shirt started at the bottom as the thread unraveled and soon enough I had a bundle of lace. The word itself means to release, or loosen. But my will and my mind guided what I wanted to accomplish. Does everyone understand this lesson? I asked them honestly, trying to get the lesson across to them. I dove a little bit deeper in their minds and I could tell that they were all pondering the information. Most connecting the dots, the others well on the way. Good. Now another important lesson, it's infinitely easier to create more of something, when you have that material readily available. I won't go into why just yet, but know it is important. First. I spoke, cutting off a small strand of lace. I then lifted the strand up and once again focused my magic. More. I spoke in the ancient language. Everyone watched as the strand I held in my fingers started to grow and lengthen. I cut the spell off, knowing that I got my point across. Now the reason I have brought all of this up today is because it is time for all of us to earn our keep in the Varden. We will now be funding the Varden by making lace. After we have made a significant amount, the Varden will trade these goods off to pay for the expenses of war. I told them, waiting for an outrage. Instead all I got was contemplative silence. I agreed for many reasons. 1. The Varden needs money, simple. 2. This provides you all a very unique opportunity to make us invaluable to the cause, in other words, it gives us a lot of power. 3. This is a great way for you to get your bodies used to channeling magic through it. I once again paused to wait for someone to say anything, to protest. In the end, it was once again the youngest member of our group that said something. So when do we start? You summoned me, Najuda. I asked as politely as I entered into the tent, Shadowcut hot on my tail. Yes, I wanted to speak to you before we arrive in Serda next month. She told me as I sat down in her tent, with Shadowcut jumping into my lap and pawing at my hand until I pet her. She'd been needy since I was giving a lot of people's attention besides her. A purring soon filled the room as I relented. In Najuda's left hand she held a cup of wine, the other had a quill in it, writing constantly. I sat there for a while and I was reminded of how Tywin Lannister did the same thing to everyone around him to remind them that they were on his time. He was in control. Most of the time, someone would try to take power back and force the issue, others waited patiently. I sent a letter to King Oren. Here is his response. She said as she handed me the letter. To Najuda. I hope the road treats you and your subjects well. I also look forward to seeing you once again, it has been a very long time. Things were much different then, weren't they? What I wouldn't give to go back to those times where we only had a few skirmishes with the Empire a year. But alas, we must endure as leaders. I will keep it short. I have instructed our blacksmiths to begin making the short swords. They assured me that the designs are simple, and are well within their ability to make, cheap also. The javelins, we already have most of, because of their popularity amongst the cavalry, but they are also in production. The shield is an interesting design, we will have to start from scratch with them, but it will be an enjoyable challenge. I look forward to your arrival and delivery of your end of the trade agreements. Hrothgar has been especially lively lately. I'm not sure if that is because of the rider, or the man they call Stronghammer, the rider's cousin. We have much to discuss once you arrive. Oran, King of Serta. I set the letter back down on the desk, my mind wondering why the Serta's ruler would name drop me in a letter to Nejuda. You have been making a lot of waves in this world. Shadowcut told me inside my mind. How long will it be until those waves are felt? She continued ominously. What is that supposed to mean? I asked her. Will my future knowledge be useless? She didn't answer. I broke out my thoughts to listen to Nejuda. Even our allies have spies amongst us. He is crafty, isn't he? She said, noticing that I was done. She stopped writing and looked at me for the first time since I walked in. To be fair, most of this is fairly common knowledge. Hrothgar's gift to you was not without its witnesses. But that doesn't explain why he would mention you. No offense, but he never met the twins, nor did he mention them in conversation. She continued after I didn't answer her initial question. None taken. So it's safe to assume that he knows it is me that came up with the changes in the soldiers too? I asked. Nejuda nodded her head. He will want to recruit you. Well, you don't have to worry about that. I told her truthfully. Really? He could grant you money, influence, power, women. She continued, holding my eye. Most men are susceptible to all of those. And I am no different, but I don't need him to acquire any of those. Nor will I shackle myself to him just to get them. I replied honestly. Her eyes bore into mine. I can't figure you out. I am a very good judge of character, and I can typically find out what people want fairly easily. For example, your cousin, do you know what he wants? Aragon? I've never really thought about it, to be honest. To be the best writer he can be, I suppose. I answered truthfully. It's as plain to anyone that he wants to be you, or at least equivalent to you. Did you think Hrothgar gave you that masterpiece of a weapon because of your defense of the Trondheim? No, why didn't he give everyone a warmer then? After all, there were many heroes that day. I had never really stopped to think about it that way. I thought to myself. Do you agree? I said, patting my companion in my lap. Surely you can't be that dense. Shadowcut asked. Of course she's correct, she is female, we are always correct. I laughed a bit at that. I hoped I was just special. I told Nejuda in response to her comments. What is it that you want? She finally asked me what the wanted to ask. I really thought about it this time. Did I want to be king? No, influence. Yes, but not enough to shackle myself and my children to a throne. I told you that I would think about it. I told her, knowing that she was about to propose to me again. She wants to do it before we win, she wants to tie herself to me. She thinks that I could take the throne and have no need for her. I realized as I saw underneath the conversation we were having. She's right. Shadowcut sounded out from my mind. I am surprised you are just now realizing this. You'll have to make a choice soon. Nejuda told me, her voice gained an edge that wasn't there before. Is that a threat? I asked her, my voice gaining a similar edge. She wouldn't try to remove me from the equation, would she? Of course not. She answered, her voice lighter like before. My face was set in a frown as I continued to think. She said she wanted the throne more than anything. Power does things to people. Fine, then I don't want the throne. I will have to deny your proposal. I answered truthfully. If this is what life would be like as king, they can have it. I am tired of all these plots and schemes between her, Hrothgar, and Oran. I broadcasted to Shadowcut. They haven't even started yet, young one. Shadowcut told me, amusement laced her tone. Nejuda seemed pleased at my declaration, she obviously believed me. It may not be that easy, Stronghammer. I only groaned in response. Chapter 19, Act 2, Chapter 5. Hello everyone. Back again with the latest chapter. Enjoy. As always, don't miss the author's note at the bottom. Disclaimer, I own nothing. Edit, sorry about the confusion, I accidentally uploaded 18 again. Thanks to the reviewers for letting me know. Oberon was much bigger than Tyrm. It sat on a large bluff and plains, turned farmland, surrounded the city. The wall wasn't very impressive, Aron's castle, however, was. There were more walls surrounding it, and 4 towers jutted into the sky. I had yet to enter the city since we have been setting up the camps on the outskirts of the city. Until now, of course. I thought as I saw Nejuda riding towards where I sat on my own trusty steed. Go play politics. Shadowcat told me as she jumped off the horse from my lap and scampered off to torture some poor soul some Huura. Stronghammer. I heard as Nejuda pulled up next to me. Nejuda. I returned with a nod of my head. Things had been tense between us since my denial to her proposal. Kind Oran has requested our presence. She told me bluntly. I've always liked how blunt she is. I thought to myself. After you, my lady. I told her teasingly. A glare was all I got before she turned away and led the way into the city. Soon we met up with the rest of our entourage. Hormander and the rest of the council rode beside me, behind Nejuda. We agreed to make a good impression of the Varden, so we had all of our centurions marching in front and behind us as we made our way into the city. The gates were much more impressive up close than from far away, now that we could see the murals decorating it. The gates opened and we made our way through the city, following our escort to the castle. People lined the streets to watch the leaders of the army camped outside their walls go to meet their king. The first level of the city were the lowest income earners. It wasn't quite the slums, but I could tell that the conditions could be better. Soon we passed into the second level of the city, and I could immediately tell the difference between the people. The streets were well kept, the clothes on the people back were of better quality. The guards lining the streets were in greater quality here also. To make sure the peasants don't cause trouble for these higher class of individuals. I couldn't help but think to myself. The third level of the city was the busiest, and subsequently the largest. It was obvious that this is where all of the markets and businesses were located. People of all demographics lined the streets here, rich, poor, it didn't matter at the market. I assumed it was because of the very large number of guards that stood on every corner and walked up and down, patrolling the streets. The fourth level had another wall we had to pass through, a cluster of guards stood in front of every entrance here. I could feel their eyes on Fram my warmer and the dagger sheathed on my lower back. Competent, at least. I thought, noticing their stares and matching it with one of my own. We moved past the gate and immediately I knew this was the nobles' share of the city. The houses were much nicer and had much more space in between them. There were actually some rudimentary landscaping done also, which was actually impressive. It took us less time to travel through this level of the city than any other. Most of the wealth in the country located in a quarter of a mile. My mind supplied. We met another wall fairly quick and passed another gate and another group of guards to enter into the castle proper. The seat of power in Serta. Apparently we wouldn't have to travel any further because King Oran stood waiting for us in the middle of the courtyard, surrounded by what I assumed is his family. They were flanked by even more guards than I thought necessary. I wouldn't take any chances with my family either, if I were him. Nejuda, old friend, it is good to see you. Oran started the conversation off. No title, trying to act friendly. King Oran. Thank you for your hospitality. Nejuda responded respectfully. Title, overly formal, respect the man in his own castle I suppose. Formalities must be observed. Oh, please drop the titles, we are all friends here. He answered her. Come everyone, let's head inside and sup together. And so ensued the most boring night of either of my lives. I spent most of the night in Aran's court warding off widows of prominent nobles, daughters of prominent nobles, and even the wives of prominent nobles. Nearly everyone that approached me would whisper in my ear, I would love to experience why they call you the Stronghammer, or some variant of it. Every time I had to remind myself that I couldn't embarrass myself, the Varden, or Nejuda. And that ruining another man's wife or daughter for other men is a line that I shouldn't cross, unless in rare circumstances. This was not one of those rare circumstances. The rest of the time I listened to old generals prance around in their garb and tell stories of the good old days and how this generation had grown soft and fat. I didn't feel the need to remind them that the last time a major war happened, it was 100 years ago and their great-great-great-grandfathers were still sucking on a teat when Galbi took control. Eventually Nejuda found me again and led me into a private meeting with Oran himself, an honor I did not expect nor want. He will make his move early. She whispered into my ear as we entered into his solar. Ah, this is the man they call Stronghammer. Oran started as I walked in. King Oran, the city is beautiful, as is your country. I had been practicing that line for a while. I am not good at this shit. I thought to myself as the words left my lips. Well, thank you, I take pride in how much it has improved, you should have seen it under my father's rule. Unfortunately, he liked to spend his life in between a whore's legs, but well, we all have our vices I suppose. He replied, spilling a little too much detail about his father. Must be common knowledge. Now, I'll make the business quick. My steward just got word to me that the appraisal of the silk is done and you have held up your end of the bargain. He also gave me an update on the blacksmiths, and we should be done by tomorrow. Oran continued without either of us commenting. That's great news, our men thank you, as do we. Nejuda told him, looking genuinely happy. Good, good, Nejuda, would you mind if I spoke to Roran alone? You know men love to be blunt with each other. Roran asked her while also implying a few things about women. Luckily, Nejuda ignored him. She obviously expected this because she didn't even hesitate when she nodded. Be careful with him, he is valuable to me. Once she was gone, he turned to me. Ah, I can see I have already lost this battle. Well, good luck with that, she is a wildfire that one. He thinks we are together. I thought as I unpacked his sentence, I didn't see any reason to correct him. She is a good leader, better than I ever will be. I said in response, playing dumb intentionally. I am not so sure about that. The Varden sings songs about Stronghammer every night around the campfires, or so I'm told. Nejuda has not a bad word to say about you, at least not in my company. He paused then, taking a sip of his wine or brandy or whatever it was. Has she proposed yet? Roran asked. What am I thinking, of course she has. Was it right after the battle? Ah, no matter, no doubt you accepted. Once again, I saw no need to correct him. The less he knows, the better, I say. You don't say much, do you? He asked after I stayed silent. Only when I have something to say. I responded simply. What will you say when the people demand you take control of the Varden? Once she, inevitably, makes a costly mistake. He asked me. I think I would say no. I answered quickly to that one. Oh, if only it were that simple. He said laughing. Why has everyone been saying that? The week passed by extremely quickly. My time was spent teaching Twubs lessons in the ancient language. Most of the theoretical aspects we had already covered, at least all of the ones I felt comfortable covering, we covered. We would practice speaking in the ancient language in the mornings. The afternoons were spent attacking and defending each other's minds. Karn continued to outstrip the rest of his peers, whether it was a natural propensity towards the subjects or his motivation to reach fluency I couldn't pin down. All I knew was that he took to magic like a fish to water. He's ready. Vanir would say to me in private. His skill in the sword has already passed yours and he understands what we're saying when it's just us. I know. Was all I would respond to him, unable to pull the trigger and grant him the changes he wanted. Casting the spell on yourself was one thing, but endangering someone else was another. Any slip of the mind and I could damage him permanently, and I didn't have Ormes or Brahm to help me this time. You don't need help, just like you didn't need them last time. Shadowcat would tell me when I asked her opinion on the subject. He's as ready as I ever was, if not as mature. I thought to myself as I stood inside my tent prepared to go to bed now that the day was over. The soldiers were all equipped and drilling daily, like mad men. The new tactics boosted the morale. Everyone knew that if they could fight the Battle of Farthendur again, we wouldn't have lost so many people. It inspired confidence, and a motivation to not lose any more brothers in arms. These are the thoughts that haunt my mind every night as I lay down for bed. Not the faces of the Urgles I killed, not the thoughts of my impending doom or the likelihood of being killed in the coming war. The lives of all the people that will go to war, it's the living, their faces that haunt my dreams. Especially the kid in Twubs. He has no idea what is coming. Stronghammer. I heard from the front of my tent. I asked as I stood up to throw on my pants and shirt. Nejuda requests your presence in her tent. I am to take you there. One of her personal guards said. I sheathed my dagger on my back and opened the flap to my tent. I stayed very close to her tent anyways, because of my status and her wanting the magicians close to her should shit go down. Soon enough I was brought before her and she was not alone. Roran was there also, his retinue of guards outside her tent told me before I even walked in. What happened? I asked as I strode into the tent. We got word tonight. The Imperial Army marches, 100,000 men are headed our way. Nejuda answered. Roran was busy with his head in his hands, obviously not excited about what was to come. Have you made any decisions yet? I asked curious. We think the best way is to meet them, here. She said pointing to a map, her finger landed on a patch of land just to the north of Serta. The burning plains. And so it begins. I thought to myself. Good, we can't let them march all the way to the capital. When do we move out? I asked. 3 days. Have you made any contact with Aragon? She asked hopefully. No, he is within Elismira's wards, it is impossible to contact him unless we are within those wards. I told her. So we go without our rider. She half asked half said to the air. He is set to return soon. I don't think Brahm will miss us mobilizing, he has been watching us no doubt. I told her. I was leaving out some information of course, Brahm knows the timetable that they had and I told him to be scrying the army for when the time comes, no doubt Arya was already on her way. I missed the Agadi Blodrin. I thought to myself. That's something I always wanted to be there for. There is still hope then? Nejuda asked me and Aran's head whipped up in relief. I smiled at them. There is always hope. I said, trying to be wise, probably failing. We will be ready, the soldiers are the best trained in the world. We will be going up against children, no doubt, farmers, not soldiers. We have the superior force. I told them honestly, not sure how they forgot such information. You're right, they outnumber us so much. Roran replied. Have you sent word to Hrothgar? I asked Najwida. Our fastest rider left right before you arrived. She responded. I can run faster than our fastest rider. I thought to myself but didn't volunteer for the job. Good, the elves will mobilize soon also. Galbatorix will be fighting a war on two fronts, this might be the most important battle to win, so we will win it. I told them honestly. Your optimism is contagious, and for that I am grateful. It's exactly what we need. Roran cut in. We will be ready, I have work to do, if you'll excuse me. He said as he nodded to us and walked out, leaving us alone. I have been alone with her more than any other person, I think. Do you really think we'll win? She asked as she poured us both a glass of wine. We needed it. Yes, we have to. I told her, obviously knowing we will win. I took the glass from her and whispered a spell to make sure it wasn't poisoned. More for her benefit than mine, my body could probably fight off most poisons at this point. I downed the whole glass in one go. Impressive. She smiled, noticing my actions. I need it, although it won't do anything for me. My metabolism is just too good. Oh yes, I forgot. She said, sitting down next to me on the comfortable couch I always claimed during our meetings. Are you scared? She asked me with a rare vulnerability in her voice. Terrified. I answered, looking at her. Me too. We didn't say anything for a while. I thought she was going to fall asleep for a moment because her head met my shoulder and rested there. Our peaceful situation didn't last long. Ma'am, she is bus. I don't care, get out of my way before I use your armor to suffocate you. I knew that voice. Angela. Let her in. I said, raising my voice and startling the body resting on mine. Maybe she did fall asleep. In walked the famous witch, and attached to her hip was a little girl with a silver star on her brow. Elva. Her eyes locked onto mine and I knew she was experiencing my anxiety and my pain. My mind ran through the verbiage Aragon used for her and came up with possibilities to stop her gift from working on me. It took me a few moments, but I decided that I wouldn't be able to use words for this particular magic. My mind dipped into my necklace and immediately I grabbed a hold of the power and used my will to shape my words to allow what I wanted it to do. Because no words were used, the magic was done quickly but the effects were known immediately. I felt the magic keep flowing and flowing to enact my will, and I could tell it was working. Eventually the magic stopped and I felt the normally cold steel on my neck warm. I reached back into the pool of magic and noticed it didn't even dent the massive amount of power I had, but it had taken about a dragon's worth of energy. It makes sense, Sapphira did work some wild magic, right? I thought to myself. Elva noticed the change before anyone else. Thank you. Yours is hard to understand. Her voice was chilling. A grown woman's voice coming out of a child's body shouldn't happen. She's talking about my pain. Angela had long since accepted my proficiency with magic, but even she looked impressed once she figured it out. Of course, no one should have to experience all of this. I told her as I motioned for her to come here. She looked up at Angela before she ran over to me. I swept her up in a hug. I love children after all. Not like that. She didn't giggle like a normal child, but she was smiling when I put her on my hip. I take it, this is the child my cousin tried to bless. I asked Angela. Yes, you knew about her already. She asked me in return. Arya told me, but she didn't know the wording. I had to get it from Aragon. I lied to her. So you know the wording? She asked me. Yes, but it is reinforced with dragon magic. I'm pretty sure he needs to be the one who undoes it. I told her honestly, not thinking that I could undo the work. That's what I was afraid of. Angela said. I could taste her anger in the air. What is going on? Najwida finally asked from her seat beside me. Oh sorry. I said, genuinely forgetting that we hadn't described why Angela burst into her tent with Elva. Elva here, was blessed by Aragon a couple months ago when she was a baby. I told her. And she's grown to be this size because of the magic. Angela cut in. And it wasn't a blessing, it was a curse. She feels other people's pain and has to interfere to stop it. A shield to misfortune, that is what Aragon messed up. I said, completing the puzzle, and Najwida's eyes widened in comprehension. Elva interrupted us before we could continue. Do you have anything to eat? Chapter 20, Act 2, Chapter 6. Hello everyone. No longer just fillers. Big stuff happens. That's all you get, go read the chapter. As always, there is an author's note at the bottom. Disclaimer, I own nothing. The Burning Plains lives up to its name. I thought as I looked across the cracked fields below me. The Varden had camped on a hill that overlooked where the battle would inevitably take place. The Imperial army had yet to be seen, but we knew they were coming. Our scouts all parroted the same information. "What are you thinking about?" Nejuda said from beside me. Elva stood over to the side of us, playing in the grass. She was now a permanent companion of Nejuda's, a bodyguard really. There was an assassination attempt on our leader on the road and it was foiled by little Elva, earning herself a position of relative power in all of the food she could eat, which is a lot. "All the lives we will condemn soon," I answered truthfully. "If not our own men, the boys Galbatorix has scripted and trapped into fighting a war. It is a war, Roran. We do what we must, it is why we stand here, and they," she said pointing to our soldiers still setting up camp, "follow our lead. We do what they can't, or won't. We do what we must," was all I could say while my emotions raged inside. Stronghammer. They call me, not Roran the Builder, not Roran the Wise, not Roran the Great. Stronghammer, for my capacity to kill, and to lead. It'll take me forever to change my legend, I said to myself as I continued my thought process. And a legend it is, already. They may call me Stronghammer to my face, but they whisper warlord and sorcerer behind my back, afraid of my deeds and my capabilities in magic. I am too proficient in death and destruction apparently. My physical abilities don't help at all, nor do the spars that Vanir and I display without weapons. Everyone knows that I can deal death with my hands or my hammer, it is not a secret. I'm pretty sure Aragon didn't have to deal with this. I told myself as I thought back to the books I read as a child years ago, before I was brought into this world. Probably because he is a writer, they're supposed to have out-of-this-world abilities, not an ordinary man. "My lady." "Stronghammer," I heard from behind me. I turned around to see the leader of Nejuda's bodyguards. "We just received word, elves have arrived. He told us that when he had our attention." "How many?" I spoke up. 14 elves and the elder." He answered quickly. "The elder?" Nejuda asked before I could. "Brahm." My thoughts applied. "He's not supposed to be here, that wasn't the plan." "Brahm, my lady. Fancy nickname." I couldn't help but think and admire the title given to him. "And appropriate, for humans at least." Angela would beg to differ. Shadowcat commented from her place at my legs, rubbing herself against them. "Old hag. So would us elves." Vanir chimed in from his seat in the shade off to the side of us. "I think Brahm and I are close in age." "How long until they arrive?" Nejuda asked the guard as we turned back around and looked towards the fiery plains in front of us. "Not long." An angelic male voice cried out from behind us. I recognized it immediately. Glenwing. His grey hair met my vision first as he ran around the corner, springing along gracefully like a feline might, laughing all the way. A smile split mine and Vanir's face as we met him halfway. I embraced him first, and then brought Vanir into our extremely manly hug. Our joy at seeing each other was contagious because soon, everyone was wearing smiles and laughing at our antics. "Save some of that for the rest of us, Stronghammer." I turned and was immediately met by raven black hair and emerald eyes. "Arya." I thought about embracing her there but I couldn't pass up on such an opportunity to tease, so instead my face froze and I put a mask on for my joke. "I apologize for our idiocy, Drottning," I said to her in the ancient language. Everyone looked at me then, puzzled by my response before they started laughing. Her eyes narrowed and her eyebrows almost touched each other. "Ha, what a fierce look." "I jest of course," I said as I swept her up in a hug. Her laugh was also contagious. I finally caught sight of Brahm as I sat Arya down and couldn't help but look at his appearance before running to him. He had less lines on his face than the last time I saw him and he was wearing a smile. He rarely smiles. "What have they been feeding you in Elsmera, Brahm?" I asked as he approached, reacting to his appearance. He didn't respond to the question. "It's good to see you too, Roran." I embraced him in a hug after that. Everyone gets hugs. I didn't ask him any questions about why he wasn't with the elves as was our plan from the beginning. He wanted to save Ormes, more than anyone else, I think. That's the reason I didn't expect him to come back. Something must have happened. I turned around again and was met with the same 12 spellcasters that had accompanied us on our mad dash to escort Aragon to the Varden. I had never been especially close with any of them, most of them were some of the oldest and most powerful members of the race. It's just hard for us to relate with anything, honestly. Blodgarm made a move before I could and touched his 2 fingers to his lips, the others followed his lead. I reflected the motion and said the traditional greeting amongst the elves. "Stronghammer, it is good to see you again." Blodgarm said for himself and the rest of the members. "I'm happy you all got here so soon. Any word on when Aragon will arrive?" I asked everyone more than Blodgarm. Brahm was the one who answered. "He left Elsmera this morning. Should be here in a few days." "Good. I told him before turning back to Najuada. I'll set them up with Dugat of Rangwar. Will you need me for the rest of the day? I asked, making plans for the night in my head. No, Stronghammer. Enjoy the night with your friends. We will reconvene in the morning. It's not going to be all fun. I thought to myself. Come, everyone. Let me show you to your tents. I said, knowing that they didn't actually have any right now. As we walked, Vanir and the elves caught up and traded stories about what has been going on. Brahm and I walked side by side without speaking for a while, until I decided to end our silence. I have an apprentice. I started. He looked at me then, prompting me to continue. His name is Karn. Good kid. Takes to magic like I did, maybe faster. You're worried for him? Brahm asked, sensing my mood. Yes. I whispered. It's war. Is he ready? Brahm asked again. Are any of us? I threw back at him too quickly. Why are you here, Roran? To save lives. I once again answered quickly, my purpose hasn't ever been in question. He didn't fare so well, did he? Brahm asked me, inquiring to Karn's fate in the books. He died, protecting me from an enemy mage. There was no hint as to his true talent though. I answered truthfully about the book's representation of Karn. He is much further along now. Much more powerful. And talented with the sword. It'll take him years to match you or Aragon in skill, but against normal soldiers, there is no contest. I told him, catching him up with Karn's skills. Then what is the problem, Roran? Brahm asked, eyebrows scrunched together, trying to unravel the puzzle I was presenting. I want to change him, like we did to myself. I finally told him. I expected judging eyes. I made the changes to myself, I sang the words and directed the magic. Sure, other people were there to help guide me, but in the end I didn't need it. It is something else entirely to force changes onto another person's body, because you take the chances of altering their mind to fit your enhancements. There is more risk involved in the spell than there was with me. Brahm's eyes didn't accuse me of anything, if anything they pitted me. Have you told him the process, what it does? He asked. He knows almost as well as I did. I answered honestly. Then we will do it. Tonight, I won't let him go into battle otherwise. Agreed, and he needs time to adjust. More time than we have to give him. Brahm answered, adding both of our thoughts and speaking them. I thought our conversation over. Brahm obviously had different plans. You have always had trouble changing things, why is it so hard for you to trust yourself as others trust you? Throw away the world you think this is, and embrace the world as it really is, Roran. Brahm said out of nowhere. There are no more books. The only books that matter are the ones that will be written of this war, whether we win or lose. Everything is different now, Roran. It's time you shed yourself of that burden, we have strayed too far from the path for it to be relevant. It's time to trust yourself, son. I didn't say anything to that. How could I? He broke me down with those few sentences, and simultaneously built me back up. I hate it when he does that. Finally, I thought of some type of defense. The fate of the races rests in my hands, the books are my greatest tool. No, son. Brahm replied quickly, pointing all around us at the bustling soldiers, the coordination and brotherhood they displayed. These are your greatest tools. He finished by pointed at my heart. How corny. I couldn't help but think as I tried to process what he is telling me. He's right. My mind supplied as I thought about the mistakes I've made because of my arrogance of my foreknowledge. It was the reason that I lost Murtaugh in a jihad. I didn't think my enemies would adapt, and it made me complacent. Now I'm not sure if the Laughing Dead would ever happen during this war. Anything could happen. It is now open war, and assuming things would be the same as the books would be folly. Everything is different. I nodded to Brahm after that, not knowing how to respond. He seemed to think the lesson stuck because he reached out and hugged me after that. Good. Now, there are some things you need to know. He started as we broke apart. I finally told Aragon. Needless to say, he was angry at first. Didn't speak to me for a few days before he came around. Claims that he understands now. That's good. Garrow was a good replacement, but it's always good for a son to know his real father. I responded. And as to the reason to why I'm here and not with my master, I know you're curious. Brahm continued. He said that he accepted his death. Riders have always been warriors, Brahm. I will not be the first to elf and rider to die of old age since the binding. He told me. Tears were in his eyes now. Told me to look after the next generation, and forbade me to die with him. He fought them back before they fell down his face. Every man deserves to choose his death, Brahm. He's just lucky enough to see it coming. I said after a moment of processing what he was telling me. It's suicide. He responded back to me with a little bite in his voice. Maybe. It's different, but I can see why he would think that. I truly could, but I could also see why armies wanted it this way. The writers of old don't need to influence this new era. No more hoarding knowledge, no more pulling strings from the shadows. That, and I would also want to go in a blaze of glory, instead of making my loved ones watch me wither away into dust. We had been separate from the elves for a while now, standing inside my tent as we caught each other up with the goings-on of each side. He was about to leave my tent to go rest before Karn's transformation when I decided to ask him a question. "Where is Phelan?" I asked, bringing up a topic I wanted to know since I didn't see him. His eyes caught a sad look in his eyes before he answered. "That is not my tale to tell." I walked with purpose towards, leading my party from the cluster of tents and thousands of people. There is a clump of trees a couple of miles from where we were camped at that would serve my purpose as well. I was an odd addition to the burning plains. Of course the trees were dead, so close to the heat and flames underneath the ground. But it would serve its purpose well enough. My closest friends followed me: Arya, Vanir, Glenwing, Brahm, Shadowcut, Angela, Solembum, and finally Karn. Angela was waiting for us at the edge of the camp and claimed that the earth was talking to her, and she didn't want to miss whatever it is that we are doing. I took it in stride and told them to keep up. Night had fallen some time ago. I didn't broadcast what was happening to the army after all. We arrived at the destination quickly and immediately words of power were spoken as wards were put up around us. I did not want someone to be able to replicate the feat, to be honest. And I didn't trust Galbatorix to be scrying the lands anyway. I found a clear patch of grass and sat down in a meditative pose. I gestured Karn to do the same. "Clear your mind, nothing can interrupt this." He didn't say anything. Instead we sat there and I reached my mind out to his. He let me in without a problem. He sensed my intentions immediately, but I was too fast. "Sleep." I spoke and he obeyed. I caught him as he fell backwards and laid him down flat. My mind reached out to my companions and quickly we were one, all of us focused. I reached into the power of my necklace and unintentionally showed everyone of the power stored there. I heard the intake of breaths from my friends around me and realized my mistake. They had seen massive amounts of power before, but not from someone so young. It would take a normal person decades to amass the amount of power that had, and elves never keep it all in one place. What if you lost it or the enemy found it? It is too great a risk. I was confident in my warding, that no one would be able to take energy from it without my permission. "Focus." I snapped to all of them. I don't need the distraction that their reactions cause. I took a moment, as did they, to collect myself. Then I began to sing. I heard the rumble in the air before I saw them. Soon the rumble became thumps. Liquid rippled in barrels and cups of soldiers preparing for lunch. My mind reached out in all directions and I felt her presence before I felt his. She recognized me at the same time. "Sapphira." I spoke to her as she granted me access to her mind. It was even more magical than before she left. It gained depth and knowledge. "Stronghammer." She responded as another mind, familiar but alien at the same time, joined ours. "Aragon," I said, broadcasting my happiness at his arrival. "Roran." He practically shouted in joy. I ran out of my tent then, to find that Vanir and Arya felt the disturbance as well, but hadn't reached out to figure out who it was. Then she broke through the clouds, easily twice, maybe 3 times as big as the last time I saw her. She announced her presence with a roar that rattled all of our chests and scared the thousands of soldiers on the ground before they looked up, seeing the symbol of freedom. A flurry of activity happened all at once as people scrambled out of the tents into the campsite to see what the disturbance was. Looks of awe graced the faces of people as we walked the direction she flown off to land. I was flanked by my normal entourage as we headed in that direction. It wasn't very hard to find considering the crowd that had formed around the dragon and rider. The sea of people parted once they saw who I was. I was a common face to them considering there wasn't a part of the army I haven't had an influence on. I approached from the left side of the crowd and once I got through I could see Nejuda had beaten me to the greeting. I ignored all of that and started towards him with purpose. I was soon noticed as Nejuda's guards stepped to block my path but then moved as they realized who I was. Aragon noticed me then also. He had a smile on his face but he did not move forward, instead he waited for me to come to him. So I did and soon I embraced him in a hug. I have been doing that a lot. I couldn't help but think to myself. Before I said anything to him I turned to the crowd. "Shadeslair has returned." A roar of "Shadeslair" answered me. It was later that night that I finally got Aragon alone, after Nejuda and Roran had their way with him. We were in his tent that had been hastily erected next to mine once news of his arrival spread. It was now nightfall. His hair was still brown and kept short, he was clean-shaven also, one of the requirements of Ormies if I remember correctly. His face had changed though. He was always handsome. Selena and Brahm were both considered very attractive people in their primes, after all. I doubt Morzan would have given her a shot otherwise. Even my own mother had been beautiful and Garo had a rugged handsomeness to him. It ran in the family. Now his face was sharper, cheekbones tried their best to imitate the elf's beauty, lips fuller and his jaw sharper but slightly narrower than before he left. The last clue to what happened at the Agadi Blodran was the pointed ears that normally comes from centuries of magic use as riders. He gained all of it in a night. Finally, after nearly an hour of catching up and him telling me of the training that Ormes and Glader put them through, Elsmera, the Agadi Blodran, Brahm being his father, and his continuing infatuation with Arya, did we talk about the future. They offered me command of Dugat of Rangr. Aragon spoke. That took me by surprise, and it stung my pride a little, but I didn't let it show and replied as honestly as I could. That's good. I told them I would think about it. He said almost immediately. If you don't want me to take it, then I won't. I don't think I could do a better job anyway. You could do just as good a job, I am sure of it. I told him. Most of the work is done anyway, they just need practice with the ancient language at this point. They have come a long way in a short time, much like you. They wouldn't respect me like they do you. He replied to that. I had to concede that point because I knew he was right. No, they wouldn't, not immediately, but given time, they would. Nejuita thinks I do not see the politics, does she? Aragon asked me then. Do you see it? I asked, curious. People whisper the name Stronghammer more than they do Shadeslair, brother. She thinks you have too much power. He said. How do you know that? You have been here less than 12 hours. Her guards aren't very good at protecting their minds, neither is the rest of the army. He responded. Impressive, scanning all of those mines. I told him, actually impressed. Sapphira did all of the work, actually. Aragon admitted with a grin. I couldn't help but laugh at that. Yes, Nejuita thinks that I could take leadership if I wanted. She is afraid of when this is all over. I said with a wave of my hand signaling the war. She proposed, actually, to secure herself as leader and eventually queen. You said no? He asked with a raised eyebrow. I was almost offended. I have no wish for that, Aragon. He narrowed his eyes then. You have always sought power, Roran, ever since you left us that day. Aragon told me, referencing the day I started my journey with Brahm. It felt like so long ago. I sought power for a reason, I never sought the crown. I told him, switching to the ancient language, to make a point. He looked away then, satisfied with the answer. I know he wanted to ask me what the reason was, the reason I left that day with Brahm, leaving him all alone. He's no longer a boy. I thought to myself as I realized I was being interrogated by my own family. Ormes worries about me also. I am trying to help all of these fucking fools and I get treated like a traitor. Everything I have done is for someone else, never for myself. I thought as my anger got the best of me. I made a decision then and was about to speak before he beat me to it. I will take leadership. He stated out of the blue, contradicting his earlier thoughts. It's more than just a power move, Roran. The Varden needs a symbol, I know you understand. I thought I saw it at first when she offered it, but I didn't. I knew this would happen, neither of us really have a choice. I have no choice. Aragon said eventually. I know, baby brother, I know. I told him. I got up to leave then and headed back to my tent. As soon as I crossed the threshold into it, I stopped, frozen as I thought. My mind was racing 1,000 miles a minute. They do not trust me. I thought as I put the pieces together. Now it made sense as to why Sapphira had yet to go hunting, instead she lay right outside of Aragon's tent, ready to intervene if I got angry and lashed out. And they think of me a traitor. I continued to think as I assembled the puzzle, piece by piece. No, they think of me as a revolutionary, not a traitor. They don't agree with my views on magic. It all made sense, the questions Nejuita would ask me when she called me to her tent. She got close to me and tried to bring me over to her side. Then I told her of my plans with our race, with magic, and she got scared. So she reached out to her allies, once she felt threatened. It only grew once I made changes to her army, and everyone knew who was responsible, so she proposed while conspiring against me. But how did she get in contact with the elves? I asked myself and my brain supplied the answer. Angela. Vanir is too loyal, that has never been questioned. I don't think Brahm knows either, there is no way he would allow any of this, he knows me too well. Shadowcut has never liked Angela, only respected her. Glenwing and Arya. And any elf could travel outside the wards every once in a while and plan with Nejuita. I continued to think. No, not any elf. One who had their loyalty to the crown tattooed on their body, Phelan. Phelan was an adult elf, definitely above 300 years old. Respected for his skill with a blade and power with magic. Is that why he is not here? They fear I would find out. Or did Arya refuse to let him come out of loyalty to me? Or are they all in on it? I asked myself, feeling betrayed. And now Angela knows of my ability to change our bodies, to make us equal to the elves. My mind continued to understand the plot against me. Does Hrothgar know? Of course he does, that's why he gave me Fram. He saw my legend before they did. Does he approve? Is that why he did that? Of course he does, his race has been in the elves' shadow for forever. Humans were the start of all of the elves' problems. They shared the land with the other races and the dragons before we sailed here and began settling the rest of the land that they had yet to fill out, laying claim to it. Then the Rider War happened, and it was caused by a human. The elves are dying, like the dragons died because they tied themselves to each other, neither race can flourish without the other. That's why there are so few elves born, without the dragons they will die. Then another human comes along with knowledge of the future and the next rider. No, they trusted me then. This has all happened before Farthendur, that's why the elf army wasn't there, not politics. They hoped Aragon would gain his legend and surpass me at the battle, which would have happened if not for Hrothgar's gift and dubbing me savior of Farthendur and Stronghammer. That's when the winds shifted. I thought to myself as I made the discovery. Arya isn't in on it. Ilanzadi would never had let her come if she was. I thought to myself. No, Arya was forbidden to come, but she has always acted independently from her mother. Her and Glenwing came separately. That's another reason for the 12 spellcasters' cold greeting the other day. I broke out of my thoughts as a shadow flickered under the flap of my closed tent. I never light a candle before I went to bed and I hadn't tonight when I returned from Aragon's tent. I stepped into the shadows of my tent, beside the door as I waited on whoever it was to make a move. I never kept wards on my tent because I always kept my personal wards up, tied to my necklace. The tent would just be a waste of power after all. Normally I welcomed anyone to try to kill me but I had a bad feeling about this one. A knife cut the top rope, connecting my tent's flap to the pole that kept it closed. I prayed it wasn't someone I knew coming to kill me, I prayed it was a spy of Galbatorix's instead, that it was just a coincidence. In stepped one man, dagger attached to the back of his hip horizontally like I always carried my own. I moved without holding anything back, now that the identity of my attacker was known. I went to grab his neck with my arms, not to kill him. He reacted quickly and soon I sidestepped a slash of the dagger. Fast. I wasted no time in grabbing the arm and kneeing the attacker in the stomach. He ate the powerful knee and dropped the dagger. It fell to the floor while he twisted out of my grip. His leg swung with the momentum but I knew it was coming and latched onto it. Then we were on the ground and I had him. It took me no time to get behind him and my arms were around his neck. His breaths became shallower and then there was a pain in my side, the dagger he dropped stuck there, right beneath my right side and cutting 7 inches deep. I got angry then and squeezed tighter and the blood flow to his head was cut. His hand dropped with a thud. I let go and checked his pulse. Still alive? Good. I thought to myself as I ripped the mask with a red handprint on it off his face. A face that I had seen nearly every day since the Battle of Farthendur peered out at me, unconscious. My heart wrenched, the pain greater than the dagger at my side as I said his name. Karn. Chapter 21, Act 2, Chapter 7. Hello everyone. I've been really excited about this chapter coming out. I can safely say that everyone was shocked at the conspiracy against Roran last chapter. It picks up right where we left off so I won't continue rambling. As always there is an author's note at the bottom. Disclaimer, I own nothing. I fingered my scar on the right side of my body, I couldn't bring myself to heal it enough not to scar, I needed this reminder for the future. Shadowcat's tail flickered with agitation in my lap, she was not purring, she was growling. Vanir paced around my tent, furiously thinking over everything I just told him. Arya sat beside me with her head in her hands. Glenwing leaned against the main beam of my tent, eyes lowered on the dagger that Karn stuck in my side, obviously deep in thought. I didn't invite Brom or Aragon to this particular party, it's best they never know of what's about to happen. But why? Why would he agree to it? Vanir asked pointing to the unconscious Karn. He was no longer laying on the ground, instead he was tied up to a chair. Fat good it would do us if he decided to start throwing magic around. That's why I dismantled his wards and put him to sleep with magic, he'll wake up when I want him to. Well, more like overpowered his wards with pure energy, destroying them and eating up the meager amount of energy in his ring, where he got it, I do not know. It didn't even dent the raw amount of energy I kept in my necklace. The hurt I felt has now turned into pure anger, smoldering underneath the skin. I might have gone a little overboard but I wasn't exactly thinking straight. He lied to us about his family. I told Vanir, knowing he knew what I was talking about. They are alive? Vanir asked. Arya and Glenwing looked up then, paying attention to the conversation, eager to learn of Karn's motivations. Just his sister. I answered. How do you know? Arya asked me then. His mind. I woke him up long enough to take the information. It was the first thing he thought about when he saw me. I told her truthfully. The look on Karn's face was pure torture when he woke up. He saved his sister before the slavers could slit her throat, but he was too late with his mother. After he killed them, he and his sister traveled the rest of the way to the Varden, but she got sick along the way. Our healers saved her life, but Nejuda took her then, used her as leverage against him. She made him join Dugat of Rangr, to get close to me, to earn my trust. And what? They just try to kill you. Glenwing spoke up this time, his anger showing. Angela saw me change him, make him into my equal physically. She must have reported it to Nejuda. I told them my best theory. I assume they got scared of what I can do and deemed me too dangerous to live? I don't truly know, just a theory. An Aragon arriving, showed them an alternative to you. Someone with none of your plans for the future. They would blame him on Galbatorix and Aragon would be none the wiser. Arya cut and then, finally seeing the truth to all of it. You didn't already know of all this? I asked her and Glenwing surprised. Vanir would never. I assumed that was why Phelan wasn't here, I assumed Arya figured it all out, but here are her and Glenwing, clueless. No, but I should have. My mother forbade us to come, Phelan. She stopped then like she realized something. Hurt slashed across her features. He agreed with her, said our place was beside our queen. He knew, that's why he grew distant, that's why he ended it. He knew I would never agree. She said as she pieced everything together, her face hard as stone. We left in the cover of night, following the 12. Glenwing picked up then. Only when we were too far from the borders did we show ourselves and join them. They had no choice but to allow us to come. He finished. Are we leaving? Vanir asked then, coming to one of the most obvious conclusions. That was my first thought. I said before continuing. Then I remembered that this is an extremely exploitable position. They have his sister in Nejuda's tent right now, ready to give her to him if he succeeds. If he fails, they kill her. He has till daylight. I said. And no matter what he's done, he did it out of love for his sister. He didn't want to do it, I can't leave him to this fate. I told them showing my intentions. We all stopped to think then. Everyone pondered our options. Will you take control? Glenwing asked trying to discern my plan. I'm not sure. I answered truthfully. It's why I called you all in here. What do you think? You could, easily. Arya said from beside me. You should have when Ajihad left us. You don't want it Roran, but without you, the Varden will be crushed under the boot of Galbatorix. Vanir told me then. Either we leave, and doom them, or you lead, and save them. There is no doing nothing, Nejuda won't stop until you're dead or out of the picture. She lives. I said compromising. She can't. Arya said then. She'll never stop. She lives. I said leaving no room for argument. She can't die when Murtaugh needs her. I thought to myself, hating that my hand is being forced. A nod from all three of them and I stood up, setting Shadowcut down. Normally she would have had something witty or wise to say. Tonight she only rage, that's why she had yet to join minds with me, she didn't want to influence my thinking. I woke Karn up with a thought, cutting the flow of magic that held him asleep. His eyes shot up and his head whipped around panicked. He saw who he was surrounded by and hung his head in shame. Roran, I interrupted him before he could continue. I know. We're going to get your sister, get up. Glenwing cut his bindings with the dagger Karn used to stab me in the side. Karn delicately grabbed it, looked at the dried blood on it for a second, and then sheathed it in a fluid motion. We wouldn't have to walk long, Nejuda always kept her magicians close to her after all. At least we wouldn't have if a certain witch wasn't standing directly outside my tent with a little girl beside her. Angela spoke as soon as we walked outside. Fairly impressive warding Roran. Now, would you mind telling me why Elva feels the need to drag me out here? I eyed her warily, confused. You don't already know? I asked. Know what, boy? I am not one to run around on the whims of children. She snapped back, obviously angry at being out here. I didn't have time to explain it all so I reached my mind out to hers. Her eyes narrowed but she let me in all the same. I wasted no time with showing her the events of the night, telling her of the plot against me and what I suspected her role in it was. Her laugh echoed through the night. I did tell her of your changing the other night, that's true. She said motioning towards Karn. But I have not been conspiring against anyone. Why should I? The games the rulers of this continent play has been beneath me for longer than I care to remember. I have no interest in Nejuda or Ilanzadi. I only have an interest in the interesting, and they are not. Now, we have a coup to execute, do we not? The last sentence she said without a care in the world. She looked down at Elva. This will be interesting, won't it? Elva smiled and nodded quickly. I let out a breath of fresh air. Good, I was not looking forward to a fight with you. I told her truthfully. She's fucking scary powerful. Yes, do not underestimate her, young one. Shadowcat finally spoke in my mind, much less angry at Angela's confession. Sorry, I was afraid Solumbum was in on it. It's good he didn't come, I would have shown him the error of his ways. She told me. Ah, so you do have a little wisdom in there. Angela said, turning around and walking the direction of Nejuada's tent. I forget he is your son. I told her truthfully. You wouldn't have had to do anything to him for me, I would never ask it of you. I know. She told me before she bounded off in another direction, not wanting to see the next part now that her son wasn't involved. We followed, the tent came into view fairly quickly. So did her elite guards. I wasted no time putting all of them to sleep with my magic. The surprising part was the wards against such a thing tied to their own strength. I didn't let them die, but they would be exhausted for some time. I stepped through the tent first, and everyone besides Karn entered, like we planned. I was met with Nejuada standing over a girl no older than 16 with a knife on her neck, ready to cut. She was startled by my presence, but her hand didn't move. Roran stood off to the side, chewing on something. He too didn't expect my presence, but when he saw me he smiled, like he knew something none of us did. Didn't expect him to be here, but not surprised. I thought. Karn knew nothing of Roran's involvement. He must have arrived after she sent him. Roran. She whispered, defeated already. She took a quick look around at my party and noticed the lack of Karn. Her hand holding the knife fell off of the girl's neck, not seeing the point of her death anymore. I spoke the words quickly and Karn's sister shot towards me, out of harm's way. Magic slowed her down right before she got to me and I caught her. I handed her off to area behind me and she went about cutting her arms free and taking the cloth out of her mouth. Nejuada looked at me with confusion before Karn walked into the door. Her face morphed into recognition and then she smiled, finally dropping the knife to the floor. Vanir drew his weapon and walked closer to Roran, his intent clear, don't move. You're here to kill me and take control of the Varden, then? Nejuada asked me as she sat down in her chair. Should I be? I asked, walking forward and sitting in the chair opposite of her. Yes. You should be. She whispered. Roran had yet to do anything but watch, his smile widening. He thought his status protected him from my wrath. He's right too. My mind told me. Everyone agrees with you. I told her truthfully. She looked up at me and met my eyes and I couldn't help but pity her. But I don't. Relief flooded her face, and then confusion. You're to step down and name me your successor. Then you'll become an advisor, more specifically, you'll be in charge of finding a way to fund this whole operation. You'll be in charge of trade talks, you'll discover what our allies need for us to flourish. Dukat of Rangr will do the rest. You'll do whatever I ask of you basically. I finished. She looked around and then she looked to Roran. His smile was gone now. He expected this. He expected to remove her, he saw her too dangerous. He was planning on making a bid for leader of the Varden and Serta once I was out of the picture. Now the sword on his waist and the chainmail under his clothes made more sense. He was going to it himself, kill her and Karn at the same time? When they weren't looking? No. Roran. I said, meeting his eyes, my mind racing at the development. He has people waiting. But I checked with my mind, and he would have expected that. One of his magicians is out a ways, waiting on his K to send men in. Still he said nothing. Any men you have waiting, you'll not want to call. I told him. His eyes widened then and his body tensed. And why not? He asked. Vanir moved then and Roran reacted too slowly. Vanir got him with a right hook that broke his nose, sending him to the floor. He found a sword resting on his neck. I just raised an eyebrow. Does that answer your question? He looked up with pure hatred on his face at Vanir and then me, as if we dared to touch him. They will not come. He spit out. Good. Arya, could you wake up the nice men outside the tent and have them fetch the rest of the council? I asked her, and she nodded. She entered after a minute or so and nodded again, signaling that they were on their way. Nejuada, when they arrive, you'll tell them that you're stepping down. Then both you. I nod to Roran. And Roran, will endorse me to lead. They will of course agree. Do you know why? They both nodded their heads. Of course they knew why, the council hates me less than they hate Nejuada and Roran. But that isn't the true reason why they would agree. No, I don't think you do know why. I started again. They will agree because if they don't, I will kill them all with these two hands, and I will take it. I lifted up both of my hands showing them the calloused appendages. The look on my face must have looked positively horrifying. Do you know what will happen if either of you try to do something other than endorse me? I asked both of them and once again they both nodded. Good. But I will spell it out so there is no confusion. I stood up then. Nejuada, you will die, painfully. Roran, if you don't endorse me, Vanir will decapitate you. I paused for dramatic effect. Then I will take control of your son's mind, and the minds of your advisors, and I will force them to make me king of Sirta and the leader of the Varden at the same time, making my power absolute over the rebellion. I was pacing around him now. I will lead them to victory in this battle and then earn their loyalty through my bravery on the battlefield, a warrior king. Stronghammer, they'll shout it to the sky. Then all of your sons and council members will be assassinated by agents of the Imperial Army, and I will hang them for everyone to see, solidifying my claim just a little more by bringing justice to the Sirdans. I'll become untouchable. Do you know why all of this will work? I stopped by looking at both of them. Because I am Stronghammer. I am the cousin of Aragon Shadeslair, the hope of the Varden. I am the defender of Farthander. Hrothgar has already given his endorsement. I am a friend of the elves. Ilanzadi's own daughter stands beside me. No one has more merits than I, no one can oppose me. They were looking at me through frightened eyes now, but I didn't stop speaking. You were both right when you thought I could take all of this away from you. I can, easily. And I will, unless this all goes over smoothly. I said, stopping in the middle of both of them. You can have Sirta, Oren. You can have your life, Najuada. All I ever wanted to do was help, but you have forced my hand, don't do it again. I finished my speech with a raised voice. Neither of them said anything, but I could see the hate and the fear in their eyes. The council is here. Arya said from behind me. I turned around to look at the rest of my party after my speech. I expected judging eyes from them, but instead I saw respect and admiration. From everyone. Angela had a smile on her face that, if I didn't know any better, had a bit of lust laced into it. Elva just looked on curiously. Bring them in. I said without the bite I previously had in my tone. One by one they filed in. Vanir's sword was sheathed and Oren was standing, nose crooked and the blood dried on his face. Glenwing found another beam to lean against and Arya walked to stand beside me. Karn and his sister were off in a corner whispering to each other. He had been worrying over her non-stop since her release. Hormander was the last to enter, it was obvious he had yet to go to bed. Sleep comes less and less, friend. Did you know? I thought to myself as he walked in. Najuada stood up. I have something to tell you all. I walked out of the tent, with the world on my shoulders. My friends followed me. We would all pass my tent first before they could go to their own. All things considered, we could all get a few hours of sleep before the sun rose. I stopped at my tent and they followed me. You should all go get some rest. I told them. Karn spoke first. I'll find you tomorrow. He said before walking away with his sister. Vanir left with a look that told me to be careful. Glenwing left with a nod. Arya moved to walk off also. Before she could do so I reached out and grabbed her. She was surprised at the contact at first. I pulled her into a hug. She didn't react at first, just standing there before she embraced me and melted into the hug. I'm sorry about Phelan. It's my fault. I said to her. She just buried her head into my neck and mumbled a reply, no it's not. He's been growing distant for some time. He thinks me too young, questions my loyalty to my mother and our race. I didn't know what to say to that, so I just stood there. She never shook, never slurred her words. But I could feel the tears soak through my shoulder. Eventually we broke apart and she left with a thank you, leaving me alone with my thoughts for the rest of the night. I stood on a raised platform behind Najuada. Most of the Varden stood side by side in a crowd underneath us, curious as to why they had been summoned. Realistically, maybe 1,000 or 2,000 people would actually hear her announcement, but then it would spread like wildfire to the rest of the army. She started speaking and I could hear her in the back of my mind, not comprehending what she was saying. It was an elegant speech, most people would tell me later. I was too focused on the future, too focused on the faces I was about to ask to fight for me, die for me. It's a tremendous weight to have on one's shoulders. But the truth is, it's not that heavy of a burden to wear. Not when the stakes are known, not when it is worth it. When every life is worth it. And that is what really bothered me. The speech continued on and I made a note in my mind the looks of shock and confusion on everyone's faces when Najuada told them she would be stepping down. I made note of how Brahm and Aragon stood with a look that told me they knew what was coming, even though I made sure nobody told them what was to happen today. Sapphira figured it out first, if the narrowing of her eyes told me anything. Her and Aragon both knew what was happening now. Just last night, they were awarded leadership of Dugat of Rangwar, to cut my power base from beneath me. Now they are watching me rise to something new, something more. Brahm caught my eyes when he realized it and I expected disappointment to cut through the air. Instead a smile broke across his face. His smile told me everything I needed to know about what he thought. I can already hear him saying good, you're learning or something like that. He isn't disappointed at me seizing the leadership from Najuada, maybe he saw it coming. Either way, his smile showed his approval. Aragon is where the disappointment comes from, disappointment and fear? Sapphira watched me not as if I was prey, but as if I was a deadly threat to her and her rider. Maybe I am. I thought to myself, considering the facts. My gaze caught Najuada as she stepped to the side. Her last words were the only thing I remembered, a title I heard almost every day since Hrothgar said the words himself. Roran Stronghammer. I stood up to say a few words but it wasn't needed. The roar of the crowd spoke for me. Without any words, I took command of the Varden. A single chant echoed through the camp as everyone recognized me. Stronghammer, Stronghammer, Stronghammer. Chapter 22, Act 2, Chapter 8. Hey everyone! The end of Eldest approaches. Remember everyone, updates every Monday. As always there is an author's note at the bottom. Disclaimer, I own nothing. My lord, a runner. I heard one of the incompetent guards at the entrance of my tunnel yell out. Send him in. I replied without even looking up from the paper I was writing on. There was no need to, Angela and Elva were constant companions of mine now that I was leading. Not that it was saying much since it hadn't even been a full 24 hours since Najuada's announcement but still. I thought about dismissing Elva at first, now that Aragon has fixed some of his mistakes on her curse, and because it can't get through my defenses, but she can always sense the people planning to attack me, so I keep her around. That and I have a growing soft spot for her, I am the only father figure in her life really. The runner walked into the tent and bowed like an idiot, or at least he looked like an idiot bowing. I am no king, do not bow. I spoke immediately and he straightened up like his life depended on it. He still did not speak and I fought the urge to roll my eyes. What is it? I spoke with a much gentler tone that I had to force out. Urgles, my lord. He finally got out. To his credit, he didn't stutter. I stopped writing then, and stood up. Show me. I told him and I looked back at my two silent companions. Wanna come? Elva nodded and stopped chewing on the chicken leg in her mouth and bound up beside me. A few days ago, she would have asked to be carried but not this time. Magic has done a number on her. I thought to myself more than anyone. Magic, or Aragon? Shadowcat sounded out from her cushion in the tent. I didn't find it necessary to answer her question, instead I followed the runner to our destination. Along the way the people stared and mumbled Stronghammer as I walked by. Elva struggled to keep up but I didn't reach down to grab her, she has been stubborn the past 2 days. Instead my mind reached out towards the direction of Dugat of Rangr. It was an odd sensation to walk one way and your mind go the opposite but my training ensured that I could do it efficiently. I found Vanir immediately, and he let me in his mind almost as quickly. Urgles have arrived, gather everyone. Send Karn to me immediately. I told him, plans already forming on how to deal with the uproar the next 2 hours will cause. He sent a non-verbal affirmative as he set about his task, and I kept walking towards my destination. I arrived soon enough and I noticed Roran was already there, fully dressed in his armor and crown on his head. He sat upon a fine warhorse with everyone else around him walking, he was obviously trying to make a point when the Urgles arrived. Or maybe it's for me. I thought as we met eyes. I wore my simple yet finely made clothes that I always had, except with an eagle embroidered on the front, as if my stature, hair, and beard didn't already give away who I was. I didn't carry Fram with me, only my dagger sheathed on my lower back. I caught up soon enough and reached down to grab Elva, by this point she was breathing heavy. She didn't even put up a fight when I put her on my hip and pushed my way through the crowd towards the entrance of the gate and beside Roran. I ran my other hand along his steed's neck absent-mindedly as I looked out into the field in front of me. Even through the burning plains I could see their advancement on us, they would arrive soon, and I would meet them halfway. Roran. I spoke as a greeting. He didn't answer with words, instead he nodded my direction. You'd think he would be a little more welcoming. It's not like I threatened his crown and his family's lives just the other day. I thought to myself at his cold greeting. Roran. Someone called from behind me and I turned around to see Karn pushing his way through the crowd as I had. I knew he had ran to catch up but he did not breathe hard, nor did he sweat because of his enhancements. Physically, he is almost a match for me in strength, and is faster by far. I thought remembering back to our fight the other night that resulted in a dagger in my side and a metaphorical dagger in my heart. I grabbed him in close so that people would think we are whispering but my mind reached his also. My mouth did not move but no one could see that, the people would think I was giving him order. The Urgles will join us, I am going to go meet with their leader. I need you to go spread the word across camp that the Urgles have freed themselves of the Empire and come to aid us in our fight for freedom. Nothing else, you understand, not that they betrayed Galbatorix, they freed themselves of the Empire and come to aid us. I told him in our heads. Arya, Vanir, and Braum fought their way through the crowd then and I immediately passed Elva off on her favorite elf Arya. She took her with a smile and while Elva glared at me for daring to pass her off. Hormander appeared beside me out of nowhere. The men are getting ready, but I'm not sure they will be ready in time for battle. He said out of breath and wide-eyed. Oh yeah, I should have told him not to worry about that. I thought as I noticed my slip up. Obviously I still needed work with leading the Varden. It is not necessary. They do not come to fight. I told him, still looking out to the approaching mass of bodies. He looked at me confused and then processed my words. He let out a breath of fresh air then, not even bothering to question me or how I knew. I'll tell the soldiers, he said, turning around. I grabbed his shoulder before he could. Actually, let them get ready, it'll be good practice for any future surprises. And once negotiations are over, take them on a march, to get the nerves out. I don't need them antsy tonight, my friend. I told him with a look that told him everything he needed to know. Doing this served a few purposes. One, to tire the men out so they wouldn't have so much energy to go around fucking with the Urgles during the night. The second reason is to show that we are not the same army we were when they fought us at the Farthander, to showcase our military strength. What do you mean they do not come to fight? It's all they do. Roran spoke for the first time from his literal high horse. I looked at him and we met eyes again. During the Battle of Farthander, when Aragon earned the name Shadesla and Durza fell, the Urgles fell into chaos immediately. We can safely assume that they were being controlled by magic, and the death of the Shade freed them. I would argue that they are here for retribution against the Empire. So when I say they do not come to fight, I mean they do not come to fight us. So you plan on welcoming them with open arms? Roran asked. The Urgles respect strength, Roran. I will give it to them. I answered and continued before he could respond. I'll camp them on the opposite side of your forces, and you can decide whether or not they can enter your section or not. Do we have a deal? I asked, giving him an option of this much. Do I have a choice? He almost whispered then. Of course. But we both know we need all the help we can get, and if I can win their loyalty, they will be a great boon for us. I answered. We have a deal. Roran answered finally, and immediately I nodded and began walking forward towards the approaching army. I looked back once and held my hand out, and there was no question as to what I meant. Stay. Nearly everyone had followed my steps and were right behind me. Be careful, son. Brahm sounded off as he held his hand on Vanir and Arya's shoulder to stop them from following. My eyes caught a glimpse of blue in the sky. Sapphira and Aragon circled high above our camp, her keen eyes were on mine, I knew it even if I couldn't see it. I walked a good ways, far enough for no help to reach me if something happened, but far enough from the Urgle camp that I could probably make it back if the worst came to be. I stopped on the top of a small hill, and waited. I didn't have to wait long until my presence was noticed and a figure separated from the main body of the approaching army of Urgles. I knew who would come, or at least I hoped it was the same cull as in the books. He was fairly reasonable if I recall correctly. I could tell fairly quickly that it was a cull that approached, the largest of their race, most standing at least 8 feet tall. Mature horns sprouted out from his skull. I am one of the biggest humans that I have ever met in this world, standing at around 6'6" with my boots on, and with a healthy amount of muscle on my body. This cull dwarfed me. His arms were as thick as my thighs, and that is no small feat. I knew immediately that the way to fight this beast was with speed and over a long amount of time, preferable with a dragon. I am alone, without my warmer. Though my thoughts were telling me I might have bitten off more than I can chew, my face showed no fear. Once he got close enough to be able to make me out, I lifted my chin slightly, showing my throat to him, a sign of respect in Urgle culture. He repeated the action as he got closer and closer. 10 feet away, he stopped and we both dropped our heads and met each other's eyes, 2 alphas of our races. I smiled at that before I began speaking. I am Roran Stronghammer, leader of the Varden. I know of you. I am Nar Garjvog, I have won the right to speak for my people. Garjvog responded in a deep guttural tone of voice. I know of you. I replied, shocking him, if the odd look on his face is any indication. Are you here for a fight, Nar? I asked, calling him by his title. Yes. He nodded before continuing. But not with your people. We seek to fight with you, our honor demands blood for the Black One's deeds. I smiled and I'm sure the relief showed on my face. Good, we can help each other. He didn't know what to say then, it was obvious he expected to have to plead his case to me like he did with Nejuda. I spoke again since it was obvious he wouldn't. Are your people ready? I asked even though I knew the answer. I could see them standing there, waiting for their leader to give them a word of how the negotiations were going. I'll escort you to the camp. He turned around then and made a simple waving gesture that everyone understood. There were howls and grunts from his people as they celebrated his successful negotiations. I smiled and prayed that I wasn't making a bad decision. Leader for a day and I make peace with Urgles, the same Urgles we fought and defeated 3 months ago. I thought to myself, knowing I was going to get pushback from this. It took longer for the congregation of Urgles to reach us than Garjvog, but that was natural. I looked back towards my own people and was a little surprised at the trust they gave me, or maybe they were shocked into inaction, who knows. No one moved. I half expected for an army to march and meet the Urgles when they started towards us, but they didn't. Aron's probably hoping they kill me, anyway. My mind supplied. Once the first Urgal arrived, I turned around and started walking towards the direction they would set up camp, opposite of the Surdan set of tents. Walk beside me, Garshvog, not behind. I told him as he fell behind me in step. I didn't want his people to see him submit to me and lose his respect. I need him in charge, even if the rest of the Varden see me walking side by side with an Urgal. He increased his pace and within 2 steps of his tree trunk legs he caught up. Our walk was made in silence with the occasional howl of an Urgal behind me. My own camp was a buzz of activity now that I got closer. I'll have to set boundaries for my people, they will not accept you blindly. I told him as we approached. They will obey, or I will make them. He replied. So will mine. The soldiers were in full gear and stood at attention along the edge of the camp that we approached. Roran sat atop his warhorse just like earlier. He must have busted it from the other side of the camp to get here in time. I thought taking in the sight of the discipline of my army. I stopped before them and so did Garshvog. Nar Garshvog and I have come to an agreement to fight together. They will set up camp on this side of the grounds and will be allowed to enter into the Varden's sections should they wish. We have agreed, they will abide by my rules while inside my boundaries. Should any of the Varden choose to enter into their boundaries, you will abide by his rules, or you will answer to me. I gave him my word. I yelled across the bodies in front of me. A centurion banged his shield with his javelin, and I was met with a wall of sound as the rest of the soldiers followed his lead. Aragon and Brahm waited for me outside my tent, Sapphira curled up around it with her head resting like she was asleep. Her eyes snapped open when I came into view. I don't have time for this shit. I thought as I took in the sight. Although I'm surprised it took them this long. Elva had her head buried in my neck, sleeping, or at least trying to, as I walked back. The walk we made earlier really took it out of her, and with her growth, she has to sleep and eat a lot for her body to keep up. I peeled her off of me and handed her to Angela, who promptly put her on her own 2 feet. You spoil her too much. She told me as they walked away. Elva glared at me once again for daring to hand her off to someone else. Sorry, you can't be here for this conversation. I told her, pointing towards Brahm and Aragon. The rider is scared for you. She said, walking away in full hearing range of Aragon himself. His eyes followed her with a look of pity. It made me angry for some reason. Would you like to do this inside or out? I asked, more for Sapphira's benefit than anything. Inside. Aragon spoke as he walked inside my new tent. Brahm smiled and greeted me as we walked in. You handled the Urgals well. Did he? Aragon asked as we walked in. We need them, Aragon. I told him simply. Can we trust them? Aragon asked me with a bit of anger in his voice. No, we can't trust anyone. I replied honestly. But I will give them the benefit of the doubt until they show me they don't deserve it, as I do with everyone, no matter what race. I told him with just as much hostility as he was showing me. He calmed down then. You're right, you're right. He stopped then and sat down with his head in his hands. I remember him being more level-headed in the books. I thought to myself, seeing his reactions. I suppose I owe you two an explanation for yesterday. I told them, talking about Nejuada's speech and my taking over of the Varden. Brahm had yet to speak since we entered the tent, and I could see he was whittling away at a piece of wood, like he always does. The night before Nejuada's announcement, I was attacked by an agent of hers in my tent, right after our talk, Aragon. I began, and that grabbed both of their attention. I did not mention who it was that attacked me. They wouldn't trust Karn ever again. I defeated them and interrogated them, to find out who sent them. I did not expect the answer. I stopped then, and Aragon's face twisted into confusion, but Brahms showed realization. Nejuada? Brahm asked, piecing the puzzle together. And Roran had a hand in it also. I confirmed. So, I had a few options. The first was leave the Varden and abandon my family. I quickly decided that was not an option at all. I continued and gathered my thoughts. Not after everything I have accomplished here, not with how the people look up to me. It would kill the Varden if I left. The both nodded at the logic, but didn't speak. The second was to cover it all up and let it go, without telling anyone. I knew they wouldn't stop there, so that option was also discarded. What if they came after you too? Or any of my friends? No, I can't, won't stand for that. I told them before I paused again. So I saw only one true option. Take control of the situation, and remove the threats. So I showed up to Nejuada's tent alive and well, with her assassin in hand. Roran stood to the side, wearing chainmail and his sword. I suspect that he intended to kill her once she killed me, and take power. Instead, I threatened to do unspeakable things to him and his family unless he obeyed me. I finished my story with a smile. And here we are. Brahm sat down then, and Aragon stood up, pacing around the room. Aragon spoke first. I thought I saw it that night, but they were using me. I was nothing but a pawn and would have been none the wiser. As he spoke, I could hear Sapphira growling outside the tent, slow and steady. I thought she was going to roar her earth-shaking roar and scare the Varden into chaos, but luckily she didn't. Calm down, Aragon, Sapphira. Brahm said with a bit of steel in his voice that I hadn't heard in a long time. He fiddled with Aaron on his hand and I thought about reaching out to feel the amount of energy he held in there, but I stopped myself. Oren won't forget that threat, Roran. And don't think Najuada is cowed, they'll both plot against you. He stopped then added very softly. It might have been better if you went through with your threat. Aragon's head whipped his direction and I could feel the judgment in his gaze. Don't look at me like that, boy. You know nothing of the games we must play now. Brahm bit back with the same amount of steel in his voice as earlier. The old one is angry. Shadowcat voiced her opinion from her cushion behind me that she had yet to move from this morning. Lazy cat. I muttered and she moved to brush against my leg. You're too kind. She said before she moved towards the door. Find me when you're done yelling at each other. Let's calm down. I spoke before the broke out an argument in my tent. What's done is done. Let them act against me, they will learn that I do not make empty threats. If they force my hand then I would have no choice. You both can't be serious. Aragon spoke up. This is war, Aragon. I said before Brahm could blow up. Brahm knew the price of war, he saw the fall of the riders. He founded the Varden, who has been fighting Galbatorix for 100 years. He understands the price you have to pay, more than most people alive. War is a place where chaos thrives, and with chaos, comes opportunity. Whoever is smart enough to navigate this chaos and capable enough to grab the opportunity, wins. Oren and Najuada understand this. Nar Garjvog understands this. Hrothgar understands this. Ilanzadi and Ormes understand this. Everyone is playing the game but you. I tell him calmly, trying to line out the deeds us mere normal people do. We aren't the golden boy, we do not get to walk in the light without embracing the dark. I say and he just stands there unable to speak. And to be clear, I'm glad you don't have to do these things. Stay how you are, we need you how you are, not how we are. But don't look at us with judgment in your eyes, you have no right. I hurt him with that last statement, I can tell. He moved to walk out but I stopped him. Do not leave, Aragon. We are about to go into battle tomorrow, and I won't have this be the last conversation with my brother if I fall. He stopped like I told him and faced me, to his credit his eyes met mine as I approached and he didn't back down at all. I brought him into a hug. I love you. I tell him as I embrace him. I love you too. It's just a lot, to realize the world we live in, to watch what it does to people. He said with a lot more wisdom than I thought he had in him. I can't agree more. Now, let's talk about the battle tomorrow. Chapter 23, Act 2, Chapter 9. Hello everyone. The post is a little late, I went out of town and forgot my laptop charger, so of course I had to wait till I got back to post. Anyway, there is an author's note at the bottom. Disclaimer, I own nothing. Roran, you cannot be serious. You're not just the leader of a ragtag group of magicians anymore. You need to be leading the men, making the decisions. Horminder told me for what felt like the 100th time this morning. I rolled my eyes as I looked at the map in front of me, filled with pieces representing different parts of my army. We've been over this, I told you exactly what to do and when to do it. You'll have one of my magicians to contact me during the battle if something happens. I rolled my eyes before continuing. Plus I will literally be at the head of the soldiers leading the battle. That is precisely the point. You'll be in the most danger there. He replied. Lead from the top of your horse, behind your army. His voice was raising, anger showing. I stood up from my desk in my tent, annoyed by his constant nagging. I will lead by example, nothing else. How can I ask my men to go into battle for me if I'm not willing to risk my own life? Tell me Ajihad didn't have to listen to this. I responded. Ajihad died because of it. That's the point. He nearly screamed. My decision is final, Horminder. I appreciate your willingness to push this issue, I really do, it shows you care. But that's enough. I didn't raise my voice to match his, but the effect was the same. You'll just have to make sure to cover my ass from the command seat, yet. He nodded to me then, and walked out of the tent, to get ready or to calm down, I didn't know. Now is as good a time as any to get ready, I suppose. My body walked to where I kept my armor on its stand. The dents from Farthander no longer marred the surface. The eagle eye edged into it still sat proudly on the cuirass, except it was inlaid with gold, and much better drawn than before. The vambraces had changed from tribal designs to golden wings, and the greaves had golden talons edged where the toes would be. As I finished getting ready, I heard someone enter the tent and turned to face them. Why the eagle? Arya asked, taking in the sight of my armor, her eyes tracing the patterns in them. I smiled, already knowing the answer. When it rains, most birds fly to shelter, and wait out the storm. Do you know what the eagle does? I asked. She shook her head with a smile on her face, knowing that I was trying to be wise. The eagle goes up through the clouds, to fly over the storm. I told her. She nodded, appreciating the explanation, and understanding the metaphor behind it. What, not a dragon then? Do they not do the same? Arya teased back at me. Don't ruin my fun. I whined. Her laughter echoed in the tent. And they are bigger, more intelligent, and can easily eat eagles. I laughed with her before I replied. I thought about it honestly, but Aragon is the dragon rider. I am only a human, eagle is much more representative of me. The people can relate better to it. Her smile faded then, lost in thought. We stood there for a while before she spoke again. I am worried for you. I didn't know how to respond to that. She has always been fairly open since I met her in Duwelden, but she's never explicitly say that she cared for me or worried for me. It took me off guard. In the books, she was grieving for the loss of her lover, and I have been worried that she would take the same route now that Phelan abandoned her. I doubt she's taken time to really think about it. I thought, mulling the situation over in my head. Why? I asked in return. Power changes people, I saw it happen to my mother. My father shielded us from the harsh reality of ruling, and when he was gone, she didn't handle it well, hasn't handled it well. She answered, shying her eyes away from mine. I tried to console her with a more light-hearted answer. You'll just have to keep me in check then, won't you? I think I'll just put Shadowcut on you. She joked. You tattle to my mother. I stood alone, on a hill between the two armies, the Varden at my back and the Imperials at my front. I held Fram, my warhammer, in one hand and my newly forged winged helmet in the other. The Varden stood, in formation in the middle of my army, flanked by Aran's Serdan army on the left and the Urgles on the right. If I really wanted to try, I could reach out and would find the Dwarven army marching our direction about 10 miles away. They would be here just in time to clean house, if their runners were to be believed. Here they come. I thought as I saw two men on horses approach from the front of the Imperial army. It felt like an eternity watching them approach, when in reality it took less than 5 minutes for them to gallop up to me. They rode directly up to me, hoping I would flinch as their horses approached. They never got the chance. My mind reached out to their steeds and a simple command in the ancient language slowed them to a stop before me. I reached out to pet them before looking up to the men who commanded them. Their hands jerked on the reins and their feet dug into the war horses to get them to move, but their actions were in vain. They won't move until we are done here. I spoke to them as I tamed their steeds. Both of the men looked shocked for a moment before composing themselves. Do you speak for the rebellious curs behind you? I raised an eyebrow at his insult. I do. Do you speak for the children you pulled out of their homes behind you? I jabbed back. His face reddened when he answered. Watch your tongue, boy. You call me boy again, and I will pull you from that saddle and rip your head off with my bare hands. I said aggressively as I walked around to his side to get closer to him. I spoke again before he could answer. I can already see that we will not come to terms, so before you go, I want you to know that you will not live past this battle. I will make sure of it. Go and tell your army to get ready because we will fight and you will lose. I turned around and started walking towards the Varden. As I reached about 100 yards away, I released the horses from my control. I didn't look back, but my extended mind told me that they were headed back the way they came. It took me a few minutes to reach the head of my army, and when I did, I spoke a quick spell to amplify my voice so that the army could hear me. We fight! I yelled. The centurions banged once on their shields and the rest of the soldiers followed. They were scared of us, I could smell it on them. Another bang. They are children forced from their homes to fight the big bad wolf on the edge of their borders. They are scared. Another bang and cheers. This time my speech was interrupted by the sound of the Imperial army shouting and running our direction. I turned my back towards my army and saw their approach. It would take them 2 minutes to reach us, so I had time to finish. Hold the shield wall, trust in your brothers in arms beside you, and fight like hell. Now! I told Sapphira from her place above the clouds. When she breached through the clouds, a deafening roar could be heard for miles around. My army answered and I spoke one more time before cutting off the spell. March! My army obeyed. I turned sideways as the first soldier passed me and slipped in between the ranks. Fire rained from the maw of Sapphira onto the charging Imperials as she made runs on the army. Arrows reached up to touch her but were deflected by wards or metal. Soon enough, I joined with my group that I would use as a magician hunting party once they were located. Arya, Vanir, Glenwing, Shadowcut in her human form, and Karn caught up to me in their respective armors. The rest of Dugatavrangur were spread out with the army and would alert us when they found and were fighting other magicians. Brahm sat on a horse beside Hormander, giving his input and reaching out to the minds of our spellcasters. He would relay where we were needed to Vanir, and then we would hunt. Aragon and the 12 spellcasters would do the same thing on the other half of the battlefield. We would be doing a lot of running and a lot of fast fighting. I heard a loud bang and looked towards the front of the army. The cries of horses reached my ears, and soon after the sound of metal on wood, then the sound of a massacre. Their cavalry made contact. I thought, recognizing what was happening, and waited to see how my men would react. Would they run? Or would they hold? I didn't have to wait long to find out, because I only saw a few riders get through and they were systematically cut down by the soldiers following the shield wall. We held. I told myself with joy as I realized the discipline of my army. Push! I heard in front of me, and the grunt of thousands of men sounded out. The army marched forward and I saw thousands of thrusting motions. Blood flew everywhere. It was hard to see, but I could tell that we were not losing a lot of men. As we continued to walk forward behind the marching lines of the soldiers, we came across the first line of bodies. There were a few Vardan soldiers, but the ground was littered with young men wearing the standard of Galbatorix. I felt sadness for the loss of life, but quickly squashed it, knowing that it was necessary. Found one! I heard in my mind from Vanir. He took off and I gripped Fram before following and joining mines with the others. We raced along the back of the lines to find the magician. It didn't take us long to find the one hurling spells towards our soldiers and creating gaps in the shield wall that was quickly covered by our soldiers. Path! I shouted at our men and they obeyed, sidestepping and thrusting their javelins at the men in front of them. I increased my speed and took the lead as I raced through the gap, bobbing and weaving the slow, clumsy swings of the Imperial soldiers and ignoring them as I passed. The magician clutched his head as he was attacked by our collective minds and didn't even see me coming until his head exploded on the end of my warhammer. My mind reached out and grasped his energy before it faded into the abyss, and I channeled it into my necklace as I turned my attention to the soldiers closing in on me. I felt the unease of Karn and I sidestepped 2 swings and killed the attackers with 2 swings of my warhammer. The other Imperial soldiers that focused their attention on me found themselves cut down by my approaching army or by my party of elite spellcasters. I stood still as I was engulfed by my marching soldiers once again. I looked around and I could see almost a perfect straight line of Vardan soldiers march against an uncoordinated mass of bodies. Sapphira made another pass and bathed them in dragon fire for what had to be the 10th time. A horn sounded out and I finally saw the famed cavalry of Oran start moving on the Surdan side of the battlefield. Another answered its call at the other end, and the Urgles made their presence known on the other side of the army as Hormander used them as his own version of cavalry/shock troops. They raced along the sides of the fighting, cutting down the edges of the Imperial army. They reached about 300 yards before turning and cutting a path towards the middle of the battlefield, leaving carnage in their wake. Whistles blew and the army suddenly picked up their pace as the first line of soldiers fell behind to the back of the lines to rest while the others jogged forward and absolutely ran through the Imperial soldiers. Most realized that they were pinched and turned around to run, falling into chaos. Break! I heard, and they took off running to catch up to them and cut them down before they could reach the Urgles and Aran's cavalry. It's a massacre! Arya whispered beside me as arrows fell from the side and were diverted by our spellcasters. I didn't say anything, but I could feel their eyes on me. We found another. They're causing havoc with the Urgles. Vanir said. We took off once again, occasionally swinging and finishing off a downed soldier, to end their misery. We soon eclipsed the Vardan's own running soldiers because of our sheer speed. That's when I truly realized what was happening. Children were being killed by slashes to the back, or arrows from their own archers. The worst part is that as I ran, I killed more than probably anyone, collecting the energy for my necklace. I turned off my emotions as best I could and the others followed, dealing death as we ran. It felt like an eternity, but in reality we caught up fairly quickly with the Urgles and Oran. Vanir cut towards a certain direction, weaving between Urgle and humans. It was the most graceful thing I had ever seen. His blade flashed as he passed, too fast for most to catch, let alone avoid. The rest of us were no different, every swing of my warhammer dealt death. Arya, Karn, and Shadowcut raced beside me as we moved. We kept this pace up for a while, racing from magician to magician as the soldiers marched forward. More and more energy filled my necklace. Finally we got word of the twins gracing the battlefield with their presence and we took off once again. We didn't get very far before fire rained down around us and I felt my wards hold as I ran through the fire, not looking behind me to know that the others were fine. The twins stood behind a row of soldiers with their hands up and I felt my rage spark. I disconnected with the minds of others because I didn't need their minds clouding mine for what I was about to do. I reached out to the energy in my necklace and my hand rose. I didn't reach out my mind to challenge them to a mental duel, instead I opted for brute force. I began whispering the spell I had developed for sieging castles to destroy their walls without using too much energy. A white light swirled from my palm and shot out of my hand, traveling towards the twins. Flame exploded on contact and spread out upon impact. Body parts and dirt flew around the battlefield. I felt the drain from the energy in my necklace. It didn't take everything I had, but it sure put a dent in it. The two armies seemed to pause as they took in the sight of the destructive spell in my outstretched hand. A roar sounded out from the heavens that I knew did not belong to Sapphira as a red dragon descended on the battlefield and bathed a section of my army in dragon fire. Sapphira roared out a challenge in response and flew towards the direction of the new dragon. They met in a flurry of teeth and claws as they fought in the air. It's too early for him to show up, I thought, remembering that the rider only arrived when Hrothgar changed the tide of battle in the books. He must have seen how badly they are losing. My mind supplied the only logical answer as I took in the scene of the two fighting. I joined minds with the others in my party. Continue without me, I told them as I looked to the sky. I got an affirmative and was about to take off again when a red light flew from the smoke of my destructive spell and smacked my wards, taking another chunk of energy from my necklace. I started running again towards the direction the spell came from. Another red light flew my way and I quickly dodged as it hit the ground behind me. I breached the smoke with a roar and swung at the first face I saw. Surprisingly, my hammer bounced off of what felt like wards, or maybe it was a desperate use of magic to save his life. I swung once more and this time my warhammer hit one of the twins in the sternum. A crack signified his chest caving in on itself. He fell to the ground next to his already dead brother, choking on his own blood. I rose from once more and put him out of his misery. The other must have died from the spell, I thought to myself, taking in the sight of the downed foes. I looked up from the bodies and focused on the battlefield. The Varden continued to march forward, slaying the Imperial army mercilessly as they went. I saw Vanir, an area cutting through the enemy ranks heading towards another magician. The other three did the same but heading towards a separate magician. The black mass of bodies from before had diminished greatly, I would say by at least half the original number, which was supposed to be around 100,000 if the books were to be believed. The dwarves had joined the fray sometime in my fight with the twins also, and Hrothgar stood proud as he led his race against Galbatorix's army. Valens swung with strength and purpose as he fought. The Urgles with Roran and his cavalry tore through the enemy ranks, sowing chaos wherever they moved. We will win, I thought, taking in the sight of the battlefield. They'll break soon. A roar broke me from my thoughts and I looked up to the sky to see Sapphira and the red dragon circle each other in the sky. They both descended to land and I took off in the direction of them. I didn't meet very much resistance as I went. Only a few soldiers stepped up to lend their energy to my tired body and necklace. Other made way for me, recognizing my armor and knowing my legend. I could see them dueling and I circled around to approach from behind Sapphira. I reached out to her mind and let her know of my presence. Her mind was locked down tight, so I started knocking on it to let her know I was friendly and not the rider in front of her. She eventually let me in. I am approaching behind you, I told her so that she wouldn't kill me when I interrupted their duel. She didn't say anything but I could feel my presence give her hope. I finally got close enough to see the rider outmaneuver Aragon and hit him in the side of the head with an armored fist. I ran under Sapphira's wing as she lifted up and I was met with the sight of Murtaugh standing over Aragon holding Zarok, just like in the books. He's already taken it then, I thought as I continued running towards him with purpose. He obviously didn't expect me because he barely blocked the kick that held my running momentum and sent him tumbling towards his dragon. Hello Murtaugh, I spoke once I got my footing again. I reached down and helped Aragon get up. Hello Roran, you're just as strong as ever, he snarled as he stood up and twirled Zarok in his hand. And you're just as angry as ever, I replied with pity in my eyes. I reached up and peeled the winged helmet off of my head, doing him the courtesy of letting him see my face. And giving myself time to breath without smelling the blood on it. You don't know me, he spat out as he paced on the dirt and stared at M. Of course I do. How strong is his hold on you, I asked, raising my voice at him, trying to get through to him. Permanent, Murtaugh answered. He knows our true name, he said, pointing to himself and the red dragon. Meet Thorn, my better half. I nodded to the young dragon. I am Roran, I spoke in a soft, friendly tone. Thorn repeated the action. That doesn't make it permanent, I told Murtaugh, trying to educate him on the matter. True names can change. He stopped pacing then and raised Zarok and pointed it at me. You're lying. True names can change, I said, switching over to the ancient language to show him the proof of the statement. He lowered the sword then. If that's true, he muttered to himself and looked back towards Thorn. He turned back towards me. I don't want to fight you, Roran. I smiled at him but was interrupted before I could answer. It's too late for that, Aragon yelled from behind me. I held a hand up, silencing him. I don't want to fight you either. Your army has lost, retreat and we can delay our fight. And you can look into what I told you, I said, giving him a way out. I can't fight him, I don't want to, I thought as I took in the sight of my friend that I failed in Farthendur. He looked so strong, so confident, but so defeated, like he lost the will to fight even though he is more powerful than he has ever been. Murtaugh stared at me and Aragon shuffled behind me at my words. You're lucky Galbatorix didn't give me stricter instruction. We'll see each other again soon, brother, cousin, Murtaugh said as he hopped up on Thorn's saddle. I kept my hand outstretched towards Aragon as Murtaugh flew off. A horn sounded from the battlefield and I looked towards it to see that the Imperial army had broken rank and were retreating as fast as they could. My own army did not pursue, instead the Urgles and Aran's cavalry chased after them to run them down and thin their ranks even further. I wanted to tell them to stop, but I did not, instead I watched them run down the children of the Empire and execute them, aware of the necessary evil. Why would you let him go? Aragon asked with an upset tone of voice. We could have defeated him together. And then what? He is under oath, enforced by his true name. There is no telling what would happen if he got captured. Galbatorix could act through him inside our army. And I refuse to kill him, it's not an option. No, it's best he leaves. I responded to him passionately. Aragon huffed at that and let out a scream as he paced around. Sapphira was oddly quiet, looking off in the direction that they flew. What now? Aragon asked. Now we gather up the wounded, and take care of them. We bury the dead, and then we move. I answered. Move? Aragon questioned. We must press our advantage. Chapter 24, Act 2, Chapter 10. Hello everyone. This is officially the last chapter of Eldest, isn't that weird? This story is moving much faster than my other but I honestly don't mind it. I love writing this story so much. Anyway, as always, there is an author's note at the bottom. Disclaimer, I own nothing. It took another hour before the last of the fighting, the killing stopped. I ordered nearly everyone that was capable to scour the battlefield for the wounded. They would be deposited at the healers' tents where magic would be worked for a long time no doubt. The healers were told to use the soldiers' own energy to heal their wounds and if they didn't have enough for a full recovery then they were to get them stable and they would heal the old-fashioned way, at least until they recovered enough of their own strength to heal themselves in the next few days or weeks. I stood on the hill overlooking the plains watching them work, wanting to be with them picking people up and helping but I am a leader now, I have to trust my subordinates. We estimate the numbers to be around 30,000 dead, sir. Hormander said from behind me. Total? I asked. No sir, the Empire's losses. We lost close to 9,000 between the four armies. He replied and internally I couldn't believe the one-sidedness. And the legions lost the least, Roran and the Urgles suffered the most. I nodded at his words and pried my eyes off the battlefield. I do no good just watching. I thought. Let's find Hrothgar. I told him. I know where he is. Hormander spoke and so I followed him that direction, Brom following right behind me. The more we walked and people took notice of me, the more I realized that the people didn't only mutter Stronghammer as I walked past, some of them even bowed. It took everything in my power to pull them up off of the ground and tell them that I am not a king. Your legend is not yet large enough, young one. Shadowcat purred in my ear and I saw her pad up beside me, once again in her cat form. It's scary how much I trust you in my mind. I thought as I noticed that I let her in without even thinking about it. I received no response. I spotted Hrothgar's tent before I spotted the first dwarf. The hammer embroidered on it gave it away. Hormander and Brom stepped aside as I approached the guards outside his tent, Shadowcat stayed close at my side. No words were spoken as the guards raised their hands up for me to stop. I obliged and had both my dagger and hammer removed from my person before going in. Stronghammer. One of the guards called inside. Bring him in. Hrothgar's old voice barked from inside. I entered to see Oric leaning against a pole watching his adopted father get stitches along his forearm, a small injury all things considered. I nodded to him and he returned the gesture. I still haven't checked myself for any. I thought absent-mindedly. I gave a stiff bow of the head before addressing him. King Hrothgar. I spoke simply. His eyes had yet to rise to me, instead he seemed to be memorizing every line of his wound and soon to be scar. Another one to add to the collection, he said solemnly. We will have many more by the time this is all over. I answered wondering if I would live to see the end, I knew he was doing the same. Enough fretting over me, Oric, it is a small wound. You'll learn that it bleeds like mad the older you get. The old king told Oric and when he didn't move for a second he continued. The men need to see you out there, helping. You know why? I knew why also. Hrothgar has been grooming Oric to become king for a long, long time. Hrothgar was intentionally missing the clean-up process so that Oric could forge a bond with the younger dwarves, and build his base of support. It's sad that I recognize this nowadays. I thought as I watched the interaction for what it was. Oric left promptly with a quick bow and a muttered. My king. The last of the stitching was done at almost the exact same time and the healer too was dismissed. He will make a fine king. I told him as they both left. You seem to be doing a fine job, yourself. Hrothgar told me finally looking up and meeting my eyes. The retort was quick on my tongue. I am no. I was cut off. A king is more than a title, Stronghammer. Hrothgar spoke before I could get out the last part and I couldn't help but agree with him. Wise old bastard. And I know one when I see one. I saw it the first time you graced my halls. He continued when I didn't answer. I was still coming to terms with the fact that if we won, I would no doubt become king. Did you already know it would play out like this? I felt foolish as soon as the question left my lips. Of course he did. His barking laugh rang out in the tent. I admit I knew it would come to a head, but so soon? No, I thought it would happen much longer after that. I forget how quick you humans work. He answered with a wink. He sobered up for a second then. There were two routes I thought young Nejuita would take. I hoped that her lust for power would be tempered with her achievement, but you were just too much. He finished with a meaty finger pointed at my chest. They forced my hand. I answered weakly, not even believing my own words. Don't lie to me. There were other options for you. He paused and I didn't answer, my jaw clenched knowing that he was right. I thought my days of being undressed with words were over. Old bastard. That being said, you did the right thing. Even put Roran in his place. I didn't once question where he got all of this information from, I knew he must have spies everywhere. He will act soon. I said in response to him bringing up Roran. I'm tempted to let him take control, put me in my place. You're in the exact place you need to be in right now, Stronghammer. The fact that you realize Roran will act against you soon, is the reason why he will not succeed. He stated matter-of-factly. He stood up as I spoke again. A part of me curses you for naming me that. A part of me praises you for the effects it has had. I imagine you do. You'll learn that it is the small things that change the world, young king. A few simple words from an old man changed the fate of the races, I can feel it. One of my better moments I will admit. Hrothgar agreed. This guy is like a Dumbledore. I thought reflecting on the conversation and how he has led it. I would hate to see you and Lanzadi in the same room. I said without thinking. His laugh wasn't a bark this time, more booming than anything. Only happened twice, lad. And would you believe if I told you that we quit the tricks and speak plainly? As only two old rulers can? It's refreshing. I laughed then, and in doing so, realized that I couldn't remember when I had actually had a good laugh. That sobered me up. Well, I said finally coming to what I wanted to say to him. I came to say thank you, for everything. I finished thinking of my hammer, Fram, and his support in the battle. Oh, you won't thank me when it's all over. I promise you. Sir. There is something you'll want to see. I looked up from the parchment I have been writing on for the past few minutes. The same centurion that I always seemed to run into was standing in the entrance of my tent. They're supposed to be on march. I thought taking in the sight of him. The sun had barely started to peek through the clouds, it was so early. There was blood on his hands, and his clothes, the scent permeated the tent now that he stood before me. I stood up and sheathed my dagger on my lower back. I grabbed Fram as I walked forward and nodded to the centurion to lead on. We began walking at a brisk pace. What happened? I asked knowing that there wasn't an attack on the camp last night. The boys were feasting after a well-fought battle. I fed them like you told us to, we ate well and drank even better. I got up this morning and, well, I have an Urgle with a spear through his thigh and a soldier with a dislocated shoulder and a few cracked ribs. He spoke like he didn't really know the true story. I haven't gotten a story out of anyone yet. Fuck. I spoke as my mind raced a mile a minute. A drunken brawl. I thought to myself about the most likely outcome. The scene I stumbled on was a gruesome one. The fight must have happened no more than an hour ago because the Urgle was still bleeding from his thigh although it had been patched up. The soldier looked to have his shoulder relocated already but he was favoring his ribs. The man looked to be a veteran of war, he looked to be about 30 and was 6'3" tall, rare for this world. He was a burly man also, a beard longer than my own fell on his barrel chest. No wonder he isn't dead. I thought looking at his physique. I didn't need to be told what happened because I didn't care, the punishment was already decided. I looked up to see Nar Garjvog making his way through the crowd just as I came upon the scene. My presence was noted by everyone and the crowd hushed to see my reaction. They were disappointed because my face betrayed nothing. I walked over to the Urgle, who was fairly small for his race and he bared his teeth at me. I lifted my chin up, showing him my neck and I pointed at his wound. He looked at me and then finally lifted his head up also, showing me his neck. I closed the distance between us and in my mind reached out to my necklace and into the power within. My diagnostic spell came quickly. I thought we would differ more. My mind supplied as I reacted to the diagnostic spell. My mouth whispered the healing spell and my mind guided my magic as I knit the wound back together. I left a scar, because I knew the Urgles would want to keep them as a sign of honor. I walked over to my soldier without a word. Tell me. I said simply. His eyes met mine, definitely. I won't fight beside those beasts. He bowed his chest out to mine as he said the words. Two soldiers from behind him moved to discipline him. Crack. The sound rang out across the crowd and the back of my hand stung. The soldiers stopped at my look. The expression on my face never changed while he recoiled from the blow and stumbled about. On your knees, I commanded with a strong tone. My anger was palpable at this point. I was starting to get extremely aggravated. I don't need this shit right now. He obeyed me and sank to his knees with his eyes lowered. I wasn't sure if it was because he was dazed at the blow, or if he was cowed by my presence. Most likely the blow. I thought. Not every day you get smacked by an enhanced human. I turned my back to him and walked to Nar Garjvog. The punishment for disobeying his commanding officer is lashes. 50. Is this acceptable? I asked him and the Urgal beside him. Garjvog's gravelly voice rang out. Ours is the same. 50 for both. He said, looking to the Urgal beside him, who also lowered his eyes but strained with his eyes to the heavens and baring his neck for his chief. Good. I will carry out the punishment. I told him as I turned around and yelled out. Ropes, and a whip. Garjvog yelled out something in Urgal which I assumed was the same command. I was wrong, because as soon as the words were spoken, the whole Urgal crowd, which was getting quite large at this point, roared. The Urgal who got in the fight dropped to his knees immediately and his arms rose even with his head, with his palms out. He was still as a statue. No ropes. I yelled again and then addressed the soldier. Kneel beside him, palms up, just like him. He looked at me and was about to speak before two more soldiers forced him to obey the command. You will not move, do you understand? This is your punishment, you will endure 50, without moving, just like him. I knew it was an impossible task, he would pass out before he accomplished it. He nodded as he faced away from him, whether out of pride or fear, I don't know. Suddenly Vanir was at my side and I turned to retrieve the whip out of his hands. As I looked to him, I noticed that the crowd was so large at this point that it was impossible for this to stay quiet. I wasted no time and my first blow met its mark, leaving a red gash across his back. He didn't make a sound, and I praised him in my mind for it. 1. Another crack sounded to my left as Garjvog's whip met its mark. I was so angry. I kept enough peace of mind to not put all of my weight into the blows, as I would kill him before I reached 30, but each blow broke skin. I did not think about the fact that I had never swung a whip in my life, nor did I recognize that I didn't miss a single blow. He started grunting at 5 blows, by the 15th he was yelling, and by 25 he was openly weeping. He passed out at 30, like I predicted. I looked around to the crowd and realized that no one had uttered a single word around me since we started, but all of the Varden's eyes were on us. Garjvog paused, looking towards me. I had a single moment of clarity of what I needed to do as I saw the face of Hrothgar in the front of the crowd. Roran stood beside me, watching with a passive face. Get him up. I told 2 soldiers beside me. They did as I asked and I whispered a single word of power. Wake. His eyes darted open and a groan left his body. Since you are not man enough to carry out your sentence, someone must. I turned around from him and let the spell drop. I expected him to pass out but he kept his eyes open. I walked up to Nar Garjvog and handed him the whip in my hands. With both of my hands free, I gripped the front of my shirt and suddenly my torso was naked as I ripped it off and threw it to the ground. 20, Nar Garjvog, for my subordinate. Another 20 for my role in allowing this to happen. Murmurs finally rang out throughout the crowd. I turned back to the soldier. Keep him awake, and don't let him die. I want him to see how a man takes responsibility. Vanir walked up behind him and he spoke words of power, the man's eyes focused immediately. I found my place beside the Urgal and dropped to my knees, his eyes darted my way but his body didn't move. My hands rose and I adopted the same pose as him. The first blow struck and I was amazed at how much it didn't hurt. I was too lost in my thoughts, in my rage, to notice the second, or the third. 40. 10. Someone rang out from the crowd and I still didn't feel the pain. My anger and righteousness didn't allow anything to stray me from the path that I had taken, so when 20 struck and the blood gushed down my back, I still didn't cry out. The Urgal beside me stood up and yelled a triumphant cry to the heavens because of his victory. The crowd of Urgals and even some humans met his cry with their own. 25, and the pain kicked in, it was blinding. I refused to move. 30 and my eyes started to water, still I didn't waver. It was so tempting to reach out to my necklace and pull upon the power inside to deaden the pain, but I persevered. My rage died when I felt the last lash strike. 40. I stood up immediately and almost passed out on the spot. I closed my eyes and looked up, getting my bearings before I turned around and looked at the crowd. I couldn't tell if it was horror or respect that graced their face. I'm not done yet. I told myself as I noticed the faces. Hrothgar stepped forward and looked towards the crowd. Stronghammer. The crowd met his chance. Over and over, they yelled Stronghammer. I barely noticed because I was locking eyes with the soldier that caused all of this. I walked over to him, being held up by his brothers in arms. I grabbed his good arm, bent down and put him over my shoulder. It was the heaviest thing I ever had to carry, but I was prepared for the weight. He grunted in pain because of his ribs and I heard my voice tell him deal with it. I started to walk towards the direction of the healer's tents, and for the first time I thought that the deed might kill me. I could still feel the blood running down my back and I knew that I must have lost a tremendous amount. I caved, I reached into the power in my necklace and grabbed it, refueling my body. It didn't have as good of an impact as I thought it would. With each step, I took more power. Later I would realize that I did not take a lot, in total, maybe a day's worth of energy. The crowd parted as I put my feet in front of one another and carried the disobedient soldier to the healers. No one stepped forward to help me. I think everyone understood that it was something I had to do, I wanted to do. A roar so loud it shook the tents around me sang out and broke me from my thoughts. I looked to my left and found the source. Sapphira. Stronghammer. 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 Each chant was said with the collective voices of the Varden, cheering me on. I drew strength from it. The farther I walked, the more the crowd parted for me, and I wondered how long until I would pass up all of the people. I never passed the crowd, it was so large. And then suddenly I made it. Hands grabbed the body over my shoulder and lifted it down and onto a cot outside the tent, where the rest of the wounded lay. Is that Pine? I thought as I inhaled the scent around me. Roran. You mad bastard. I heard from behind me but I didn't turn. Roran. Arya's face was in front of mine, and my hand was on her shoulder, supporting myself. Her hand grabbed the other side of my hip and pulled me up to help me walk. Next thing I knew I was entering into a tent and collapsing face first into a bed. Darkness consumed me. My eyes opened, and I immediately shut them. It was daylight outside and it was spilling in through the cracks in the tent. You did it again. A Melioda's voice sounded out from beside me. I moved my arms underneath me to push myself up. It was a mistake. I groaned as lance of pain ran across the whole of my back and sat myself back down. What is that? I asked turning my head to face Arya. So that is why I smell pine. I thought as I noticed her beautiful face and puffy eyes. Stronghammer, Stronghammer. She whispered mimicking a crowd. I felt a warm mass move between my legs. Shadowcat. I told myself. She loves laying there. Oh, that. I mumbled. Wasn't intentional, I promise. Never is. She replied quickly. I decided to ask since I didn't trust myself to reach out with magic and find out myself. How bad is it? Your back is a mass of flesh, worse than even the other soldier. Garshvog doesn't know how to pull a punch. The last bit she said with a bit of steel in her voice. I laughed then but didn't respond. Had you passed out during the lashes, and not carried out your own sentence, Garshvog would have every right to take your life, as is their custom. I'm sure you didn't know that when you dropped down to your knees. She hissed out, not laughing at all. She's really angry now. I realized. She couldn't meet my eyes. Had I been there and not the healer's tent, I would have stopped it. Man. She continued and I didn't interrupt, knowing it wouldn't help. She paused for a moment and I saw a tear slide down her face. I looked away quickly, not wanting to see her pain. What started as a humorous conversation, turned into an emotional one. Look at me. She actually shouted then. I did as she asked and met her emerald green eyes. Never again. I nodded my head. I don't think I will be forced to again. I answered her. She broke eye contact and wiped her tear off of her face. Good, because if you do manage to survive another session of that, I'll kill you. I laughed and she half laughed, half sobbed. Where am I? In my tent. She answered. Consider yourself lucky. She told me with a smile on her face. I raised my eyebrow. Why? You're the first man I've ever let in my bed. Our laughter echoed across the tent then at the joke. I absent-mindedly wondered if that was true or if it was truly a joke. I, wisely, did not ask that question. Once we stopped laughing she spoke again. Good, now that you have heard what it is I have to say. Slida. Darkness enveloped me once again. Chapter 25, Act 2, Chapter 11. Hello everyone. My other story just reached 1000 follows and I am beyond the moon. But, this story is still my baby. Thanks for all the love and support. On with the chapter, author's note at the bottom. Disclaimer, I own nothing. I woke in the same position I was put to sleep in. A quick look around confirmed that Shadowcat was still between my legs, my back still hurts like hell, and Arya was staring at me as if she enjoyed my pain. I healed your back enough to be functional, you will have to heal the rest naturally. Arya said, not giving me time to wake up from my forced sleep. I carefully sat up in bed and my back creaked in response. Barely functional. I thought to myself. Luckily I still had my pants on, but my bare torso stood out as my shirt had been torn up at the whipping. My necklace hung around my neck, simple but elegant, and powerful beyond measure. I couldn't get it off. Arya told me, noticing my gaze on it. I tried. It didn't hurt you, did it? I asked, knowing the protections that were enchanted into the necklace. She gave me a confused look. Was it supposed to? I thought for a moment and then shrugged. They are triggered by intent mostly, mine and the person trying to take it. Now her confusion deepened. That is an incredibly complex enchantment. The words. I interrupted her, deciding that she was worthy of the knowledge. No words, that's the only way an enchantment like this works. Confusion morphed into amazement. That is, incredible, Roran. I had a lot of time to myself in Elsmera, waiting on you to arrive with Sapphira. Must have taken me 200 tries to get it right. I told her and then added. And I wasn't even sure I did get it right. You did. She said, standing up and reaching towards it before stopping. Roran, none of us have asked because we have felt the power in there, but... I waited for her to continue but was unsure of where she was going with the statement. Well, during the battles, you reach out to the dying soldiers and you take their energy, how can you possibly? Now I get it. I thought. It's a horrible feeling, isn't it? I asked. She only nodded at that, not meeting my eyes as she played with my necklace. Pine drifted into my nose again and I realized how close she was, both in proximity and relationship-wise. We have grown close over the time we have known each other. I have had nightmares for a long time. I am cursed with knowledge. I told her, trying to give her some context and explain the real enchantments on that necklace that she held. She looked up and we locked eyes. It got to be unbearable while I was in Elsmera, so I thought of a solution. I told her and looked down to the very thing she was holding. Her hand dropped the piece of jewelry as if stung and her eyes landed on it again. You let that have influence over your mind. I held my hands up in surrender. It's not as simple as that. The mind is our most powerful tool as magicians, it can also be our worst enemy. Somehow I succeeded in making it protect my mind from itself, it's hard to explain. Then don't. She told me and I realized what she meant. I reached out and brushed the surface of her mind, she let me inside, instantly. I did what she asked and didn't use words. Instead I showed her the thought process when I enchanted the piece of jewelry. I showed her how I wanted to keep my mind, I wanted it to progress normally, but I also didn't want to be plagued with nightmares and other debilitating thoughts. Then I showed her how I threw in other enchantments like only people I allow, may affect me with magic, and can remove the necklace from my person. It was all very obscure and abstract magic. True magic. She told me as our mind untangled. I opened my eyes, not knowing that I had closed them, and realized she was standing much closer, our bodies almost touching. My hand almost reached out to pull her closer but I stopped myself, unwilling to cross that particular line. Her eyes told me she didn't realize she had moved forward either, but she didn't back away. I think the enchantments change as my mind does. I decide to let natural things like doubt and regret affect me, but I don't want it to go too far, so it keeps my mind straight. I also don't want it affecting me, so it doesn't, there is no way to explain it without being contradictory. I concluded. I understand, completely. She answered in a breathy voice, her eyes darting to my mouth. Fuck it. I thought and my hand moved forward. Only to be interrupted. Oh, were we interrupting something? I heard Angela's playful tone sound out from the opening of Arya's tent. Both of our heads whipped her direction but neither of us jumped away. Instead Arya made completely natural movements to create distance without seeming as if we'd been caught. I think we did. I heard from behind Angela as Elva peeked her head in the tent. Angela didn't acknowledge it anymore. Well, have a seat and let me look. She told me and I momentarily forgot she was as advanced in healing as anyone in this world. I grabbed a chair in the corner of the tent and turned it around so that I was sitting with my back in the open air and my chest on the back of the seat. I expect to feel a prodding from her, maybe a few spells, or an ointment. Instead I felt a small hand slap right in the middle of my back. I groaned as manly as possible while trying to take the pain but it hurt, a lot. Elva. Angela cried scandalously while also trying to hide her snickers at the situation. I heard little footsteps walking around to the front of the chair where I could see her. Once she got close, she held up a bloody hand and her eyes narrowed. The pain was still there when I spoke. That wasn't very nice. I gritted out. She just smiled and wiped her hand on her dress, her pure white dress that I had made for her. She's mad at me. My brilliant mind supplied, as if I didn't already know. Next time, don't send me away. Elva told me with an innocent smile. I actually felt anger at that. Let's get something straight. You are my responsibility and you are a child. You will obey me, period. I put my best imitation of my father's serious voice on. I was pissed. She was not cowed at all. I am not a child. She screamed back. Yes you are. And I'm not yours. I am nobody's. She cried out and I noticed a single crocodile tear falling down her face. That must have hit a nerve. You are Aragon's responsibility, but since I have found him lacking in this department, you are mine. As his next of kin, you fall to me, and you will obey me. I stood up and towered over her. Once again, she wasn't cowed and puffed her chest out and was about to argue when I interrupted her. You say another word, and I will spank you. I told her bending down to eye level. Her mouth dropped open in shock and I couldn't help but be pleased with the reaction. She knows I don't make idle threats. Her mouth closed and her lips started to tremble. Oh no, don't cry. My heart broke as she started to cry, something I don't think I had ever seen her do. I picked her up immediately and somewhere in the back of my mind, something told me to let her cry it out, don't let her manipulate you with tears. She latched onto me and her hands wrapped around me as her head went to my neck. I rocked her as she cried it out and it was an ugly cry moment. I looked around the room and found Shadowcat in Angela's lap, falling apart to her hands massaging her body. Angela's hands were busy but her eyes were on me, and if looks could kill. Fuck, Angela's mad at me. My mind told me. Arya was just watching the interaction with a smile that pitted me as she buckled her sword onto her waist. Elva's cries slowly became sobs and then just short little hiccups. Do you know why I sent you away? I asked her. She nodded against my neck. To protect me. She got out between her hiccups. But I could have helped. No, love. A battlefield will always be your weakness, there is too much death and suffering. Your blessing would truly be a curse there. I told her truthfully. It's always a curse. She mumbled. It will be what you make it, little one. I said feeling a little wise and imitating Shadowcat as best I could. I sat her down then and had to peel her off of me. She whined a bit when I did and then gave me another look of death with her puffy red eyes. I reached my hand down and held it out for her to take. Now, we have meetings and I need a shirt. I said as Elva grabbed my hand and Angela stood up before responding. No, please, go shirtless. I walked into my tent to find it occupied by all of the important people in my life. That was saying something because it was packed, and there was a dragon laying outside of it listening in. I spoke before anyone noticed me. I wonder Hrothgar, why do your guards feel it important to search a shirtless man before he can enter his own tent? The room hushed as all conversations were stopped to look at me. Ha! Hrothgar boomed at the joke, ignoring the stares on us. Anyone who looks like that, he said pointing at my naked chest, is a threat to any man. That got a couple of laughs from everyone in the room. It's not even that impressive. I told myself as I looked down. Yes, well sorry that I am late. I paused with a thought. By a day. There were some complications. A snort sounded off from Aragon's throat. Now, anything I need to know? I asked to the room. The elves have taken Siunan, with few casualties. Brahm spoke up from his Encarn's corner of the room. Good, anything else? I asked. There has been zero fighting amongst our people, Stronghammer. Nar Garjvog spoke up using my title. I didn't bother correcting him, knowing the name would follow me everywhere. I nodded and walked over to my chest where I kept all of my clothes. I picked Elva up and set her on the bed, where she sat crisscross applesauce. I grabbed a shirt and was about to put it on when Garjvog spoke up. No. The room turned to him and I stopped putting the shirt on. Why? I asked. You must wear it, for all to see, or my people will think you weak. He answered. Angela's laughter rang throughout the room at the proclamation and I felt betrayed because I knew that particular piece of information. This is too good. She said between her snorts and soon the rest of the room joined her in laughter. I threw the shirt back down in defeat and even noticed Elva snickering. I narrowed my eyes at her betrayal. Okay, anything else? I asked the room. Oh yes. I heard from the front of the tent. It was a voice that I was very familiar with and I had to bite back a groan. Nejuida herself stepped through the opening in my tent, garbed in so much jewelry that it was obnoxious. A gold crown rested upon her head. Neither of those observations is what drew my eye, though. Instead it was the bandages covering her forearms. Trial of long knives. My mind told me and at the same time I was berating myself for not seeing this sooner. I completely forgot about it, and her, in the days after the battle. Next my eyes searched the room for a specific person and soon I found him. King Oren met my eyes and gave me a wide smile confirming my suspicions. Oren told her of the meeting. An obvious move on the chessboard. I thought as the repercussions landed in place. Fuck, already? Nejuida, congratulations on your victory. I sounded out, acting as if I knew she was coming. To her credit, she took it on the chin. And to yours, Stronghammer. She replied and I wasn't sure if it was because of the battle or the whippings. There was a moment of silence where I waited for her to continue and she just stared at me. I admit, you have me at a disadvantage. Let me be plain, what do you want? A hand appeared in my vision and I traced its source back to Vanir. He was holding my dagger in his hand. I took it and nodded my appreciation towards my friend as I strapped it on my belt. It dangled on my butt since I couldn't put it on my lower back. My people want to join the cause, for a price. She said looking around the room. What is your price? I asked. The Haderach, once this is all done. Bullshit. I thought knowing that wasn't it. No one wants the Haderach. What does she really want? Okay, you can have it, if you front half of all of the Varden's costs. I said, knowing that it would take a significant weight off of my back. Please, we cannot afford that. 25. She countered. She's negotiating, that means she isn't completely against the cause. If she would have agreed immediately I would know she was in contact with Galbatorix. I reasoned with myself before I responded. 45. Everyone here knows the tribe's wealth is much more than they show, and they show a lot. No doubt you've got yourself a gold mine somewhere in that forsaken desert. I retorted to her. Her face betrayed nothing and I was a bit disappointed. I wanted to know if it was true. 35. I knew she wanted 40, she'd already decided on it. Alright, 40 it is and the Haderach desert is yours, once this is all done. Alright, my people will set up camp with the Varden. I expect to be included in all financial decisions. Of course, you'll have a report delivered to you by tomorrow. I told her and waved my hand in dismissal. She surprisingly didn't take offense, she obeyed. Once she left I was suddenly aware of all of the eyes on me in the room. Now, we need to discuss where to go from here. I spoke openly. We have won 2 major battles. I think it's obvious that we move forward, but to where? Finster. Hrothgar spoke out confidently. Agreed. Brahm said. But we must cover our backs, we must also take Arufs. I thought the same. Arufas is not big enough, or important enough, to warrant the entire army. I paused, mind already made up on who would lead the expedition. Vanir. I spoke up and the elf in question stepped forward with a swagger that wasn't there a year ago. I need that city. Choose who you want with you, within reason, and they will accompany you. I turned to Hrothgar and Garjvog. May I borrow some soldiers for this expedition? I asked them plainly. Of course, Stronghammer. I will pick them myself. Garjvog answered. A nod was all I got from Hrothgar. He seemed to be studying Vanir intently, gauging if he was worthy of leading dwarves into battle. The dwarf-elf rivalry runs deep. My mind supplied watching the interaction. Vanir held his gaze calmly without flinching. After an intense staring contest, Hrothgar grunted. He'll do. I vaguely remembered him testing me the same way the first time I met him. Seems like so long ago. Good, if we're all in agreement, then the rest of us move for Finster. Nods all around the room. Fantastic, everyone out. I spoke to the room and then turned to Hrothgar. Stay? We have much to discuss. He nodded and I'm sure he already knew what it was about. Aragon? Brahm? Arya? All 3 nods. Vanir. I said turning to my best friend. We'll talk after. Okay, I'm taking Karn. He said as he walked out of the tent. I vaguely heard a what from outside the tent. I made my way over to the only wineskin I kept in the tent and picked it up. Been a while since I had a drink. I thought to myself, realizing I only ever really drank water. I took a long swallow and held it out to the group of people still in the tent. Hrothgar was the first to accept it surprisingly. I wondered if it was a safe thing for him to do, considering it might be poisoned. Hrothgar took a long swig and handed it off to Brahm, who did the same and passed it to Aragon. He looked at it for a moment before taking it and taking a light swallow, nothing like the 2 old men before him. He made a face that spoke of his distaste. Ha! Not every day you get to drink with such company. Hrothgar stated out in the open. A princess, 2 riders, 2 kings, a blessed child, and quite possibly the oldest woman on the planet. I laughed as I looked around to decipher the titles. Sure enough, Angela, who I assumed he meant as the oldest woman, and Elva were still in the room. Angela sat on my bed beside the child, running her hands through her hair while Elva slept on her lap. Angela didn't react to the barb towards her, instead her laugh rang out in the tent and I followed her. The wineskin had found its way into Arya's hands and I was surprised to see her take a swig immediately before walking over to Angela, who also shrugged and took a bigger pull than even Hrothgar, finishing off the wineskin. Elva stayed asleep. Glad I didn't want any more. I grumbled to myself poutily. I saw Aragon eyeing Elva sleeping and I could see the pity in his eyes. It pissed me off. I asked you all to stay because of Nejuda. I don't know what to do about her. I told them all. No one answered for a while and I could tell they didn't either. We all knew the easiest answer, make her disappear, but I refused to consider that avenue yet. And did I make a good decision with allowing them in? We need all the help we can get. Brahm grumbled. And she was doing well, before, everything. There is no easy answer, you could have done worse. Hrothgar said, giving his 2 cents. She represents clans that value wealth over almost everything else. You made sure that the costs they will have to cover will sow unease amongst them. No doubt they will be upset with having to part with that much wealth. Arya said from my side. And the Haderach is not worth much, all things considered. I turned to Aragon, and waited for his input. He didn't disappoint. I don't much care for the Haderach or the price they will pay. It's obvious to me that she has other motives, that is what I worry about. My thoughts exactly. I agreed. Oren is in on it. I'm not sure about that. Hrothgar said. To back her would be foolish, considering your allies and the men's loyalty. It's more likely that he is playing a long game. Brahm said. Sitting on the fence, showing support for both sides until opportunity arises. He loves his crown more than anything. I am a threat that he cannot afford and at the same time a threat he cannot remove on his own. I spoke my thoughts aloud. That is a dangerous place for an enemy to be in, Roran. Angela spoke up from behind us. I know. Hrothgar stood up from my chair then. Well, nothing to lose sleep over. And these old bones need their rest. He said, moving towards the door. I find we agree more and more, nowadays, Hrothgar. Brahm spoke as he followed the old king outside with Aragon hot on his heels. Vanir walked inside. Done? He asked. We're finishing up. Come on, you must have been tired. Angela said, to no one really, scooping up Elva, who was still dead asleep. Angela walked past me holding her and stopped. Oh, I forgot. If you ever spank this baby without her deserving it, I will castrate you. She told me with a look that promised the threat. I gulped in fear. Good. Angela said, switching her tone completely and continuing out the door. Is she joking? Vanir asked as we watched her leave. I don't think so. Arya said with a laugh as she followed the old witch outside. Vanir and I were left alone, unless you counted the cat lounging around in my bed, on the warm spot Elva left. When did you get here? I asked Shadowcat. I have been in this exact spot the whole time. Shadowcat lied to me while cleaning herself with her tongue. How are you feeling? Vanir asked, and for the first time since I left Arya's tent, I was reminded of my back. It hurts, now that I think about it. I answered truthfully. You are an idiot. A fucking good leader, but an idiot. A trait most humans share. He said, and the English curse word sounded weird on his tongue. Even Triana. I joked. He blushed slightly. I said most humans, not all. And that told me everything I needed to know about that situation. I assume you're taking her then. Yes, and a few others. Good. I'll make it easy for you. I began. Arufs has canals that flow through the city, they are its biggest weakness. Put battering rams on the river and you can crush the walls. I told him, using the same tactic the original Roran used in the books. He thought for a moment before answering. I was just planning on bringing the wall down with magic, but maybe I can combine the ideas for something truly fantastic? I can't let your legend outgrow my own after all. He commented. Too late. Shadowcat sounded out in our minds. I laughed as Vanir pouted. Now leave, I am going to sleep for a week. Chapter 26, Act 2, Chapter 12. Hello everyone. Author's note at the bottom to explain my absence. I'm fine, everything is fine. Life just gets hectic sometimes. Disclaimer, I own nothing. I sat down with a sigh, ignoring the creaking in my back from my wounds. You did this to yourself. Arya told me in response to my sigh, as she plopped down behind me and opened up the container of bomb Angela made me. I slid the shirt off of my back and held in the winces, out of pride, so she wouldn't think me weak. I didn't realize I wouldn't be able to heal it, nor did I think I would be writing all day with these wounds. I replied more snappily than I wanted to be. I actually did wince when she started rubbing the bomb over my back. Cold. I gave her a weak excuse. She answered knowingly. Quit whining. It's annoying my ears. I heard Shadowcat say in my mind from her position on my bed. You know Angela is willing to do this, you don't have to. I asked her. I know. Was her simple response. We sat in silence for a while. If you can call me wincing in pain every time she applied the bomb onto my wounds. Silence. How is Duke out of Rangor? I asked her. They are still learning. Aragon and Brahm were surprised at how well you trained them. They were shocked to learn some of the secrets you told them. Arya answered, and I could have sworn I heard a question in there somewhere. I understand why they would react that way. But ignorance could get them killed. At least with the knowledge, they might save just a few more people. I revealed my main motivation to her. I agree with you. For too long, humans have viewed magic as something unnatural. She agreed. I see now, your kind might have more to offer the world than mine does. Wasn't expecting that. I whispered to Shadowcat, and myself, in response. What makes you say that? I asked her. She finally finished rubbing down my back and stood up from behind me. I didn't rise with her. There is no sense of urgency for a people who are not touched by time. The evidence has always been there, but you have opened my eyes to the truth. In the past, humans advanced through the ranks of the dragon riders faster than their elven counterparts. They would eventually level off with my race, but only once they realized their immortality. Brahm is a perfect example. Arya answered, and once again I realized how well spoken and knowledgeable she is. I see what you mean, talented as a dragon rider, so much so that he earned a teacher in one of the wisest and most powerful elders of the order. I supplied. And then tragedy struck. His loss of his partner led him to realize that he is now subject to time's mercy, once again. Arya interrupted me. And when the 13 leveled out, he rose above them. I interrupted her, pleased with the conversation. And had an in every single one of their deaths. She finished for us. He may be the most important living being of the last century. That fact hit me like a ton of bricks. Brahm really is the key to all of this. Bane of the 13, Saphira's thief, father to Aragon Shadowcat. Wow. Indeed. Arya said, and I realized that Shadowcat must be connecting us, without me realizing it. Thump, 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 thump. I felt the beats of air before I heard them. Saphira. I told myself as I reached my mind out to confirm the source of the sound. I found Aragon and Saphira, high in the air, circling over the camp. Out for a nightly stroll? I asked my cousin once he let me in his mind. Something doesn't feel right. Aragon told me and then opened his anxiety to my mind so that I might feel it. My heart rate spiked immediately. What do you mean? I asked in response as I realized I had stood up and unsheathed my dagger, holding it in my right hand. Saphira says she can't hear any of the wildlife in the area. He answered. And there is a faint scent on the wind. I don't want to risk sending my mind out to search. I looked towards Arya and she met my gaze with her own, her sword was drawn also. Okay, I'll handle. Panic shot through our link from Aragon's end. Red scales, diving, fast. Murtaugh is here. He mentally yelled as I felt Saphira dive, chasing after the other dragon. I moved immediately, bursting through the flap of my small tent with my dagger in hand. My eyes found the sky, to try and find the red dragon. It took me all of 2 seconds to see the streak of scarlet flying directly towards me. The sun had already set for the night, but the campfires of an entire army glittered off of his scales. Off in the distance, I heard the sounds of stomping, and then metal on metal. Arya, Shadowcat, incoming. I yelled as I reached out to my necklace and embraced the power stored inside. As I yelled, I heard the shouts of my soldiers rallying behind me, none of them realizing the threat in the air. I didn't panic about the soldiers, they were too well trained. Sure, we would lose some with the initial shock of the attack, but we would form and repel them, I knew it. For now I have to survive a dragon. I realized as they got closer and closer. It took all of 6 seconds since I first saw their presence, for Thorn to close the distance. I readied the spell to stop them from turning me to mush on the ground in front of my tent. Luckily for me I didn't have to. Just when it looked too late to pull up, Thorn's wings snapped out and caught the air. 3 flaps later, he landed in front of us and roared. I'll never get used to that. I thought to myself as the roar rattled me to my core. The sounds of fighting increased throughout the camp. Murtaugh, what brings you here? I asked him cheekily in the ancient language as he dismounted from the red-scaled dragon. He didn't answer until his boots hit the ground. I am here to kill you, cousin. His answer seemed strained, like he didn't mean it. Is this Galbatorix's form of punishment? I asked curiously, not at all worried about the threat. One of many. His answer came swiftly and angrily. He unsheathed Zarok from his side and gave it a few test swings. Blue scaled streaked down from the sky as I replied. You will not succeed tonight, surely you know this. I hope you are right. Murtaugh told me as he closed the distance between us. Thorn leapt off the ground and took to the skies, Saphira followed him. Don't interfere. I told Arya through our mental link, not wanting her to get in the way, or worse, kill Murtaugh. Murtaugh wasted no more time as he swung an overhead strike at me. I avoided the strike without raising my dagger and my back groaned at the fast movement. He pressed me and his speed increased. The next blow I parried with my dagger and stepped inside his guard to grab him by his arms. I twisted his weight to my hip and threw him to the ground underneath me. My hands went to grab him so that I could maneuver behind him. I heard a whisper and was thrown into the air, off of him. I twisted my body to soften the landing. I wasn't successful and landed on my back, instantly opening most of my wounds and drawing out a groan from the pain. I heard footsteps and reacted by jumping up and parrying another blow from Zarok and creating distance to gather my wits. Impressive, to get through my wards. I commented to buy myself time and try to draw information out of him. You can't imagine the magic I know. He bit back to me. Maybe. What I really want to know is why Thorn left you alone, in the middle of my domain. I asked seriously. Doesn't make any sense. I thought about the situation. Who lands in the middle of the enemy camp to engage in one-on-one combat? And why would Thorn take off, to leave his bonded to my mercy? I don't need him, to kill you. Murtaugh answered me in the ancient language. He engaged me with a thrust that I weaved out of the way. Fuck. I thought as my back gave out and I stumbled to the ground. I rolled right to avoid another thrust. I heard a grunt as I stood up. I looked to find the source and saw Braum standing next to me with his foot extended and his sword in hand. Murtaugh rolled on the ground and jumped back up after being Spartan kicked from Braum. Leave, boy. Your soldiers are being killed as we speak. Braum commanded. You'll find no success with this foolish raid. Murtaugh looked warily at the old dragon rider and adopted a stance. Don't kill him. I told Braum as he adopted his own sword stance. I walked over to where Arya was watching. The two of them circled each other, Braum with an ease that betrayed his skill, a far cry from Murtaugh's tense stance. Murtaugh attacked first with a much faster speed than how he attacked me. My brows furrowed, trying to figure out the puzzle laid before me. Braum parried and his sword zipped up, faster than I had ever seen the old man move, only to meet Murtaugh's own parry. The two then began the fight in earnest. It didn't take me long to realize that Braum was the superior swordsman, which was saying a lot considering Murtaugh's prodigal skill. Braum picked him apart, a nick to the thigh, another to the arm, in less than 7 moves since the duel began. Murtaugh created distance, surprised by the turn of events. Don't be surprised, better men than you have tried, and failed. Including your father. Braum taunted. Murtaugh's face twisted in rage at being called inferior to his father, a man he hated more than anyone in the world. He gave in to the bait and attacked in anger. Braum parried once, grabbed the wrist of Murtaugh and elbowed him in the nose, breaking it. Murtaugh's forward motion came to a halt and he dropped to the ground without Zarok. I mentally applauded Murtaugh for not passing out. Murtaugh whipped around to find 2 swords at his throat. He crawled backwards on his ass away from the swords. Braum didn't pursue. Prone to anger, just like your father. His greatest weapon, and his downfall. Braum lectured, his tone of voice completely different to the earlier taunt. Bane of the 13. Arya commented in my mind at the masterful manipulation and swordplay Braum displayed. We were interrupted by the sound of a horn blowing. My head whipped to my left at the sound, so did Braum's. Murtaugh whispered again and Zarok flew out of Braum's hand and into his own. A roar sounded out in the night. Murtaugh began laughing then. It was nice to meet you, Stronghammer. My face twisted into a frown before I realized what was happening. Galbatorix. I realized as Thorn dropped down and scooped up Murtaugh, to fly off into the night. Aragon and Sapphira followed, hot on their trail. My mind reached out to them in horror, not wanting them to be so close. I expected them to be ripped out of the sky with magic, or teleport straight to Galbatorix himself. Luckily I was wrong. Do not pursue. I told them in panic as they let me in their minds. We can capture him. Aragon countered. I relayed my thoughts and feelings about the situation, to try and get him to realize the danger. Let them go. Sapphira banked and started heading in this direction, letting the red dragon and rider fly off in the night. What just happened? I asked aloud. What the fuck just happened? The soldiers are calling them the Laughing Dead. Hormander told me. I sat in my tent listening to the report from the night before. 300 men managed to cause that much chaos last night. They fought like madmen, no sense of self-preservation. And when we cut off a limb, they laughed it off and swung with the other arm. We lost good men in the confusion. He continued. I knew all of the information already, but I needed to hear it from someone who experienced it to explain my knowledge of them. Killing blows only then? I asked, speeding up the conversation. Yes, that's what it took. He responded. Anyone important die? I asked him. 2 legionnaires, they have already been replaced. 2 council members. Important. I said anyone important. I corrected him. He just glared at me in response. Nothing we can't handle. Nejuda handles most of the day-to-day logistics now anyway. She is gaining a reputation again. Hormander told me. That's fine, I have bigger problems right now. I told him, waving away the comments about Nejuda. Have the spies spread rumors? Rumors of Galbatorix twisting men with black magic, not normal magic, black magic. We don't need the people afraid of magicians, just of Galbatorix. Tell them we prevailed over them and beat back the Red Dragon Rider. I finished. Hormander nodded to me and walked out of the tent, off to take care of more problems. I sighed heavily and rubbed my eyes, tired from the day's activities. I can't piece it together. I heard someone say from behind me. Aragon. I turned to face him. Braum and Aragon stood behind me in the tent, watching me deal with the problems the raid brought. Piece what together? I asked him. They accomplished nothing. Right? Then why? Aragon answered me confused. I sighed once again. I have to stop doing that. I realized. We haven't told you yet, but right before Murtaugh left, he said it was nice to meet you, Stronghammer. I told Aragon. I waited for him to think through that particular problem. It didn't take him long. He was being controlled? By who? Galbatorix. Braum answered from beside him. It's the only thing that makes sense. I thought the same. I agreed with a nod. Galbatorix is in Ubane, how could he possibly have the power for that? Aragon asked incredulously. I looked to Braum, waiting for him to answer. Braum just stared at me, unmoving. That is not for us to disclose. Braum finally said aloud, his face betraying nothing. Ormes must be the one to tell you that. I just shook my head and tried not to laugh. Fucking secrets. Aragon looked like he wanted to demand an answer, but he knew he wouldn't get any answers out of Braum, unless Braum wanted him to know. But that still doesn't explain why. Aragon spoke more to the room than any one of us. He was here for me. I answered. He claimed he wanted to kill me, but his voice was strained when he tried to use the ancient language. Almost like he had to convince himself it was the truth. I paused for a second. I am an unknown, a player that popped up out of nowhere and cost him 2 major battles and a lot of soldiers. Sometimes you need to see the man in front of you to get a true feel of him. I answered as if it explained everything. It's the reason our duel felt so off. He was unfamiliar with Murtaugh's body, combined with the distance and the power he was using, it's a wonder he could even speak, let alone duel 2 elite warriors. I commented, showing them my thoughts. Galbatorix doesn't care for the 300 men he sent, he barely even cares for Murtaugh, and even that is an attachment to the male Red Dragon. He was here to scout out the competition, to see why his rider failed so bad. No doubt, he took note of how Sapphira flew, through Thorn's eyes. The maneuvers she uses are only learned after a few lifetimes in the air, or by personal instruction. He'll know for a fact Ormes survived now. We have lost an edge. Braum threw his 2 cents in. Aragon just stood there for a moment. He looked like he wanted to say something but he bit his tongue. I decided to talk for him. You need to go. I said simply. Aragon obeyed and started to move towards the door. No, that's not what I meant. I said. What did Solombum tell you that day in Angela's shop? I asked him. How do you know about that? Aragon asked me. Shadowkit. I lied quickly. Now answer. Listen closely and I will tell you 2 things. When the time comes and you need a weapon, look under the roots of the Menno tree. Then, when all seems lost and your power is insufficient, go to the Rock of Kuthian and speak your name to open the Vault of Souls. That's it, that's all he told me. Aragon answered. Well, you need a weapon don't you? I asked him. Braum mumbled to himself. Yes, I was going to ask you about that soon. Aragon answered. Braum still mumbled, almost like he wanted to say something but forgot what about. And has Ormes left Du Weldenvarden? No, I can't scry him yet. Aragon told me, giving me all the answers I need. Good. He'll have the answer for your earlier question. Get your weapon, and the information, and meet me at Feenster in time for the battle. Think you can do that? I can be back in time. Aragon answered me. I turned to Braum to see what was going on with my old teacher. Are you okay? I asked him. The second part of what the blasted cat told you, say it again. Braum told Aragon. Then, when all seems lost and your power is insufficient, go to the Rock of Kuthian and speak your name to open the Vault of Souls, that part. Aragon asked him. Yes, now where have I heard that name before? Kuthian. Braum said aloud but trailed off mid-sentence. Wait, what were we talking about again? I asked myself, trying to think back to the conversation. What are we talking about? I asked aloud. What the fuck is going on? Aragon needs a weapon, dimwit. Braum barked at me. What? No, we're talking about the Rock of Kuthian and the Vault of Souls. Aragon corrected him. What is Aragon talking about? I looked at him confusedly. Aragon just looked back at us in wonder, before he spoke again. Okay, what is going on? Chapter 27, Act 2, Chapter 13. Hello everyone. Like I said, we should be back on schedule with the updates. Thanksgiving was brutal. Anyway, on to the chapter. Don't forget about the author's note at the bottom. How could you? I say it every time. Disclaimer, I own nothing. The siege weapons will be done by midday. Hrothgar said from beside me. We stood on a hill, looking out at Feinster, one of the many cities that stood between the Varden and Galbatorix. That is an impressive construction time. I commented to let him know I wasn't ignoring him. We are dwarves, it is our specialty. Hrothgar retorted. The world has forgotten about us. The last part he added, sad. The world will remember soon. I added as a type of comfort. I turned to him then. Don't target inside the city at all, just hit the walls. He met my gaze when I said that. It'll take us too much to get through those walls. 80 feet high, made well, upkept. They won't fall to our weapons. A distraction then. Hrothgar summed up, without me even telling him anything. On the third day, we will attack. I told him as much as I wanted to tell him for now. I hope you have a plan. I hope you have a plan. I'm tired of hearing that. I thought to myself hearing the line once again. You aren't the only one. Shadowcat purred from my lap. I do. I responded while turning to look at the speaker. Arya just stared back at me with a look that demanded she be told of my master plan. I didn't fold to her princess stare. Where is Brom? Arya asked with a very prideful look. I just smiled at her, knowing the gig is up. And Karn? Triana? Angela? I can't seem to find any of our most talented human magicians. She trailed off. He. I heard giggling from behind us when she finished talking. I turned with a look of horror on my face. Elva's laughter increased then, and a smile broke through the look on my face. Funny is it? I asked her. Elva could only nod as she laughed on my bed. Kids. So yes, I do have a plan. One you seem to have worked out. I spoke turning back to Arya, who also had a smile on her face. You think they will be enough? Arya asked. Because I have a plan of my own. I raised an eyebrow, interested in this master plan that she had concocted. Is this the same one you had in the books? Oh. I prompted her to continue. Yes, another group scales the walls, under the cover of the siege weapons. Once we are discovered, they will send men to the walls, leaving the gate more vulnerable for the others to open it and let the army in. Arya told me, laying out her master plan. Simple, and effective. I admired. Okay, and what happens when that group is overrun on the walls? No one will have enough time to save that group. I retorted, showing the flaw in the plan and exactly what happened in the books that almost got her killed. Simple. Aragon and Sapphira. Arya shot back quickly. Well, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. I thought of the plan. I smiled at her. Exactly. And then we fight our way to the keep. I finished for her. We. I stared at Aragon's face in the water bowl beneath me. Understood. I asked him. We'll get there. Our timing has to be right, so when you hear Sapphira roar, then you climb. We'll distract the soldiers on the wall, so that you can climb without being interrupted. Aragon confirmed. Good. Everyone get that? I asked as I turned around to the audience behind me. Vanir, Oren, Hrothgar, Nar Garjvog, Nejuda, Hormander, the 12 elven spellcasters, Shadowcat, Elva, and Arya stood behind me in my tent. I got nods from everyone in the room. Brom says yes. Arya said from her place in a meditative position, with her mind connected to Brom's, who was currently inside the city. Good, now when we take the city, it will be clean. No plundering, no raping, understand? I looked at all of the leaders of the Varden. I want 0 civilian casualties. If it happens, but I want the men scared shitless of slipping up. Since I will not be leading the charge, I will hold you all accountable. Do we understand each other? I told them all, deathly serious. No dwarves will be guilty of this, you have mine word. Hrothgar spoke first. I will gut any Urgle who disobeys your order, personally. Garjvog answered me. Oren looked like he wanted to challenge me, but I didn't leave any room for argument, so instead I got a nod from him and Nejuda. Once I was satisfied, I nodded back to them. Good. I walked quickly, but not fast enough to cause any distortions in the air. I felt the slow trickle of energy leave my necklace as I bent the light around me to camouflage out approach to the walls. Vanir and Arya followed very close behind me. It was the darkest part of the night, and the sun would rise soon. I could see the soldiers on the walls walking back and forth with torches, and looking down on the field where I walked. None showed any reaction that would signal our discovery, so I kept walking. Soon enough I got to the edge of the wall. Luckily there was no moat. That would have thrown a wrench in our plans. I thought to myself and my companions. We all three huddled on the wall next to a tower so that the shadows would aid our camouflage. Now what? Vanir broadcasted to our minds. We wait. I answered simply. And wait we did. Soon enough we were all sitting down, with our weapons in our lap, watching the sun rise and paint the sky orange. Enjoy the beauty, it's about to get ugly. I warned them, and they obeyed, taking in the sight of the sun on the clouds above us. The siege weapons started again, and the impacts could be felt on the walls. None of them would get close enough to harm us. The people who knew made sure of our safety. I saw the glittering of blue scales approach before my companions did. We watched in awe of another show of beauty as the sun reflected off of the brilliant scales. Aragon and Sapphira circled the city a few times but she never roared. Multiple times, they bathed the walls in dragon fire, taking arrows the whole time. Luckily their wards deflected them back down to the ground. They must have made 4 passes on the walls before the roar sounded out. And what a roar it was, it rattled in everyone's bones, spreading hope throughout our allies, and spreading fear throughout our enemies. We were on our feet immediately, and spells to make sure our limbs stuck to the walls were whispered. My hand reached and my foot found purchase as I started my ascent. I felt the drain on my energy immediately, and I reached out to my necklace to replenish myself. We moved quickly, so quickly that the 80 feet felt like 20 because of the adrenaline and the spells increasing the speed with which we climbed. Not a single soldier noticed our climb, even with the distortions in the air that must have been there. My hand reached the top first and with a heave, I vaulted over the wall and cut the energy to my spells. My warhammer found its way into my hands as I took stock of the walls. There were 4 soldiers with their eyes to the sky, not noticing my presence. Arya and Vanir appeared behind me, swords drawn. We walked forward calmly towards the soldiers. Finally they turned and noticed our presence. Stop, surrender. One called out from his helmet as he drew his sword. His companions followed his lead. Funny, I was just about to say the same to you. I joked. Blast. It's Stronghammer, go get reinforcements. The leader told the one in the back. His subordinate obeyed. I advanced with purpose. Don't leave just yet. There was enough room on the wall for the 3 of us to fight individually without interfering in the other's fight, although that seemed unlikely. The leader thrust forward with his long sword and I calmly sidestepped it and brought Fram upwards in an uppercut that broke a few ribs. I moved to finish him after he doubled over, when Vanir parried, then in one motion cut the throats of both the guards. I looked to my left to see Arya's opponent sliding off of the edge of her blade. Let's go, we need to draw attention. I told them as we began running. I can handle that. Aragon told me in our minds. Sapphira landed next to us on the wall and roared for the second time. It served 3 purposes. 1. To draw the attention of course. 2. To signal Brahm and the others to make their move. 3. For the cavalry to begin their charge. Timing is everything. I thought to my companions as we kept moving. Sapphira took off again and I could feel the gaze of nearly the entire city land on us. There was movement immediately. Arrows rained around us and our wards flared up, deflected them from our persons. I reached out to the bodies cooling on the floor and took the energy as payment for the arrows. I could feel Arya's silent disgust through our link. Vanir shivered. 6 guards approached trying to win glory for themselves, they died brutally, 2 from crushed skulls. More energy filled my necklace, and already I gained more than I spent from the camouflage and sticking spells. We continued across the wall, moving towards the gate, killing as we went. I looked out across the fields leading into the city and could see my cavalry approaching fast, too fast because the gate had yet to be opened. I felt a mind that was familiar and I let him in as I parried a sword that broke from the impact against my warhammer. My retaliation left him without a sternum and a working heart. Gate is unlocked, can't get to the gears to open it in time. Brahm told me as he sent me a picture of the gears and the 20 guards between them and the gears. My mind worked through the options quickly. I'm on top of the gate now. More soldiers approaching, too much. Sapphira is on the other side of the city. Cavalry is approaching archer's range and if the gate isn't opened in time they will stall and be sitting ducks. Only one options. I thought to myself and my companions. I broadcasted my intentions and the 3 of us turned around immediately and ran to the edge of the wall. They followed me without hesitation. I reached the edge and didn't slow down to ponder my actions, I jumped and fell into a dive. The first 40 feet went by slowly in the dive, and then I noticed the ground approaching. Slow. I intoned and willed my companions and I to slow our descent. The magic began working and my necklace sang at the loss of energy. We landed right in front of the gate and rolled with the momentum. I hopped up immediately and could feel the hooves approaching behind me. It better be unlocked like you said. I broadcasted. Once again my mind reached out into the deep ocean of energy in my necklace. I slammed my hammer into the dirt so that the handle stuck up, ready to be wielded in the blink of an eye. Then I spoke again. Open. The energy required was enormous, I didn't bother commanding the gears to move, they wouldn't have been fast enough, instead I forced the gates open. My arms raised to the gate without me even registering it, and made a grabbing motion. I pulled. The wood groaned and my necklace grew hot underneath my armor. I felt the wards from the opposing magicians fail as I poured energy into the spell and made my will known. Then all at once, it gave. My arm snapped back and the gates followed the motion, 2 halves ripped off of the hinges. The 2 60-foot pieces of wood and metal would have fallen on top of me and my companions if given the chance. Luckily I still had control over the magic and threw them on either side of us, giving my army enough of a path to ride through. Dust and splinters flew everywhere. I sucked in gulps of breath and fell to a knee as I released the spell. I reached out to the necklace and took even more energy to replenish myself. The first horse rushed past me. Then the cavalry soared past me, parting around us. A hand grabbed my shoulder. Roran, we have to move before we are trampled. Vanir spoke in my ear. I said and stood up, recovering from the mental strain and grabbed my warhammer, steeling myself before taking off in a sprint. I felt them follow me and with our enhancements, we kept up with the horses to our sides. Brahm, where are you? I asked, feeling him and his party fighting for their lives still. All I received were pictures of directions, left after the gates, through a door, a series of turns. We found the door quickly, opened it and immediately my wards deflected a sword, he died with a dagger to the throat. We fell into close quarter combat and I felt more than saw, my companion's sword singing through the air next to my head. 4 more people fell dead, their energy went to my necklace at the same time as I took off sprinting again. We took everyone by surprise after that, a throat slit here, a dagger to the brain there. All of the blows were made in stride, without hardly slowing down. I drug my warhammer in my left hand, unable to swing it in close quarters. I felt Brahm take a cut on his upper arm as I ran through the door that would join our parties together and give our companions a much-needed break. 5 soldiers stood between our 2 parties. They had Brahm and Karn pinned and only their wards were saving them from being skewered. 3 died immediately, the other 2 were killed by Karn and Brahm advancing on them quickly. Brahm and Karn turned quickly and pulled a body towards us, out of harm's way from the soldiers approaching on the other side of the hallway. Triana fell into Vanir's arms and I could see the blood running down her face from a cut on her forehead. Her left arm was also soaked in scarlet. Arya and I followed Brahm and Karn. I immediately saw Angela's glass-thin sword whipping through the air and spraying blood everywhere. Brahm grabbed her shoulder and pulled her back to give her a break. She fell into my arms and I caught her arm before her swing could connect. Angela, it's me. I yelled, unable to tell her through her mental shields. She looked at me and realized who I was, before shoving me away and responding. It's about time. Then she walked off. Fucking witch. The sounds of fighting stopped and I looked around to find that there were no more soldiers coming. Instead there were bodies and blood covering the floors. How did we even run in here without tripping? I wondered looking at the carnage. Well, that was fun. Karn commented, wiping his sword and dagger off on a body at his feet. We don't have time, there is a shade coming. I thought to my party. Get the energy you need from the bodies, we need to get to the keep. I told them as I walked back the direction I came from. I opened the door that led outside and turned right to get back on the main road. I was met with the sight of the first row of marching soldiers, there was no opposition for them to defeat. Bodies lined the road, victims of Aron's cavalry. I walked forward to the head of the army, where Hormander sat on his warhorse. He spotted me quickly. Roran. He saluted. I nodded back to him and my companions joined me by my sides. You know what to do. I yelled to him as I took off at a slower pace than earlier so that everyone could keep up. Triana was on her feet again and her wounds looked healed. Vanir had a look of absolute murder on his face. Uh-oh. I joked to myself at his look. We jogged without opposition for a good 5 minutes. Even then we weren't engaged by the enemy soldiers, most of them were retreating. I understood why when Sapphira landed right next to us to deposit Aragon with my party. He drew his new sword from the belt of Belith the Wise when his feet landed. Its blue tint matched Sapphira's scales perfectly and had a blue gem in the hilt. It's beautiful. I commented while nodding to his new sword. Brisingr. Aragon said without thinking. The sword lit up with blue flame traveling down its blade immediately. The flames cut off quickly. Sorry, it'll be a while before I am used to that. He mumbled and I couldn't help but bark a laugh in response. If you two are done, we have sorcerers to interrupt. Brahm called out. His tone was sharp but his eyes were pained as he looked at the sword. He's right. I agreed and we took off again. It didn't take us long to run into opposition now that we were so far ahead of the army, who was busy clearing the city, street by street. Our party of 8 quickly became a party of 20 as the 12 elven spellcasters joined us. We moved through the opposition like a warm knife cuts through butter. We fought for what felt to be like another hour, but must have only been 15, 20 minutes, before we approached the gate that led to the keep. It was open, with bodies lying in front of it. The cavalry succeeded in racing to keep so that the gate couldn't be closed, but lost good men and horses in the process. Sapphira was on top of the walls, tearing catapults and men into pieces before moving to the next one. The price we pay. I thought to myself, looking at the bodies of men defending their city, and bodies of men trying to overthrow a tyrant. 2 points of view, both of them being right. I steeled myself as I knew what lay beyond the door that led up into the tower where Lady Lorna and her 3 spellcasters would be. My mind reached out to all of my companions. Prepare yourselves. I told them. Triana, do not reach out to your spirits. I commanded, and confusion spread across the link, followed by fear. Brahm sent battle-hardened focus through our links and we all followed his lead. I thanked him for bringing us back under control. Aragon stepped forward and sliced the door open with his new sword. It went through without resistance. His foot followed and broke the door in. I followed him in and was met with the sight of what must have been the court that Lorna ruled from. It was a long room that reminded me a lot of the Great Hall from the Harry Potter franchise. There were no house tables, instead rows of seats flanked the hall and led to a throne atop a set of stairs. We passed the grand room and ran towards where 2 more guards were guarding a door. They saw the opposition and dropped their weapons, surrendering. The younger one spoke up. All the way up, the 3 magicians took the Lady Lorna. You must hurry. I nodded to him and opened the door to find more guards on a set of stairs that spiraled upwards. These guards didn't drop their weapons. Aragon and I engaged them quickly. Brisingra and my dagger sang death as we got into close quarters and picked them apart. Vanir and Arya would pass us up when we engaged 2 more soldiers, and then we would overtake them. The elves behind us shot deadly accurate arrows where they could and felled many soldiers before we had to, buying us precious time. It took us a few minutes to climb 5 floors. When the last soldier was killed, I wasted no time in kicking down the door that led to the top of the tower. Immediately I saw the 3 spellcasters sitting down facing each other. The Lady Lorna stood in the back, surrounded by more soldiers. The soldiers made to move forward before the lady's hand raised and stopped them, her eyes pleading with mine to stop the magicians before her. I obliged and closed the distance between myself and the 3 magicians on the floor. Aragon dropped like a rag doll and impacted on the floor. My mind registered what that must mean, but I didn't stop. My dagger slid into the brain of the closest magician. Brahm mimicked me as the second fell without a head. Arya's sword was poised to pierce the last one before a wave of pure force exploded outwards from the last magician. I landed on my back and rolled with the momentum to flip over and look up. Dozens of bright red lights swirled around the last magician before coalescing into the body at once. No. I reacted immediately and moved. The distance was closed before anyone could react, anyone but the newly made shade that is. My right wrist was caught before my dagger could pierce his chest, right above his heart. He twisted it and my bones creaked as I rolled with the twist. My left elbow moved up to impact his nose and he reeled back. I saw a glint of steel pass beside my armpit. The sword found purchase in the shade's heart, right before a body hit me and all 3 of us went ass over tit. A loud howl, not unlike the one Durza released, rang out across the room. The body beneath me dissipated into nothing as the same jets of red light from before burst out of the body. I had to close my eyes because of my proximity. It took a few moments for the howl to stop and the lights to fade. Once they did, I opened my eyes just as the body that landed on top of me decided to also move. I turned around to see a hand extended to help me up. It led to the black hair of Vanir, the most recent Shadeslair of Alagagia. I took the hand and pulled myself up. Shadeslair. I greeted. Stronghammer. Vanir replied with a nod. I smiled and looked back to my other companions, most of whom were holding their heads or on the floor. I walked over to where I dropped my warmer and picked it up before turning to the leader of the city I just conquered. Lady Lorna, thank you for the hospitality. Do you surrender? I asked her. Her guards chuckled a little at the joke. I do, Roran Stronghammer. Please treat my subjects with care. Of course. I responded before turning back to my party. Karn, go announce the surrender of the lady. He nodded to me before shuffling back out of the room and down the stairs. Aragon took that moment to jerk awake and look around the room. He spoke words that I knew were coming, but still shook me to my core. Oramis is dead. Chapter 28, Act 3, Chapter 1. Hello everyone. I have a beef to pick with you all. Why didn't anyone tell me that I started called Shadowhunter Shadowcat? What the fuck? No seriously, I have been calling one of my most favorite characters, the wrong name since like I first introduced her. What the fuck? Anywho, too late now. I have renamed her to Shadowcat out of laziness. I don't feel like going back to change any of it. There, deal with it, wallow in shame with me. Also, sorry for the delay. Holidays are a bitch for me. Author's note at the bottom. Disclaimer, I own nothing. Another day, another battle. The man in front of me had no chance to stop the warmer from caving in his chest and pulverizing his heart. I am numb to it. I realized as I fed his life energy into a spell that made 3 more men fall. 3 more men gave their energy to my newly acquired ring, another gift from Hrothgar. I shook my head. Now is not the time. I chastised myself. When I looked up again, there was no man to contend with. Instead, there was a massive hole in the wall from where Saphira had literally ripped it apart. Once a beautiful wall before a keep was now just a mound of rubble where Aragon and Saphira stood beside Karn and the 12 elven spellcasters. Where is Arya? I wondered, recognizing the scene. Here. A hand appeared on my shoulder. Pine assaulted my nose, in the midst of a battle, and I immediately attributed it to the elf princess in question. Her emerald green eyes pierced mine and I realized she must have seen my moment of distraction during the middle of a battle. I closed off certain parts of my mind to her, so that she would not worry. Her eyebrows dipped into a frown at the action. For the Varden. Aragon shouted in front of me. March! Someone shouted behind me. Soldiers parted us as we stood before the pile of rubble. I worried for the next part, the spear that would pierce Saphira's chest, in another life. I will not allow it to in this one. I thought to mine, Brahms, and Arya's connection. I started towards the mound of rubble when Arya's hand left my shoulder. I reached the top as soon as Saphira landed amidst the enemy soldiers, spewing flame from her mouth and dealing death with each swipe of her claws and tails. I couldn't help but frown at the beautiful display of death. It will be over soon. I told myself, or was that Arya again? This time her hand grabbed my arm and stopped me from getting closer to the battle. I realized that Brahm had cut himself off from our connection, most likely at Arya's insistence. Her other hand felt around the upper part of my chest and I knew the question was coming before she asked. Where is your necklace? She demanded just as another loud boom echoed across the courtyard. I sent her the memory of me giving it to Elva, just before the battle, to help her with the pain and misery that always comes with thousands of men dying. My head snapped towards the gate of the keep opening. A cavalryman burst forward, in his right hand, a green lance. The horse got 20 out of the 100 yards it needed to cross before a spike made out of stone impaled it, killing it immediately and sending the rider tumbling. Relief shot through our link, immediately followed by worry as the rider rolled unnaturally and leapt to his feet. He took another 10 steps before gathering a lot of momentum, similar to how an outfielder of a professional baseball team would, and threw the spear with more force than I had ever seen anyone, of any race, throw. Panic raced through our link as we both realized that the speed with which the spear was thrown, would go straight through Saphira, without stopping. Our eyes tracked the projectile in slow motion, knowing that there was no way to stop the spear with magic or our bodies. Closer and closer the spear traveled, and Saphira turned her body, hoping to minimize the damage. Everyone knew it wouldn't matter. When all hope seemed lost, a loud crack could be heard across the courtyard. A black missile shot into the air, right in front of the spear. I could tell it was a body, but everything happened so fast, that I couldn't tell who it was. What I could tell, was an arm reaching out, and grabbing the spear, followed by another crack, and a series of bright lights surrounding the figure in the air. The next few seconds happened in real time. The figure held on to the spear but was launched back with its momentum, falling to the ground and sliding right in front of Saphira. I saw his face as soon as he landed. Karn. I heard myself shout. He's in the middle of the battle. I realized. Several things happened at once. I took off like a bullet towards my friend. Saphira stepped over him like a mother protecting her children. The soldiers in front of her realized that the object of their victory was under her, and the worst part of all of it, a scream that would haunt my dreams for a long time cut into the battle, and it was Karn's. My mind processed what the cracks in the air were, his bones giving out under the strain. The first crack had to be the bones in his legs, the second was most likely his arm and shoulder giving out, and the colorful lights was the result of massive amounts of energy clashing. The scream means he's still alive. I rationalized as I crossed the halfway mark. My mind reached thought of a better plan at the same time. I reached out to the new energy in my ring and cast without using the ancient language. His body lifted off the ground and shot towards me, his body didn't jerk, as my mind willed the magic to protect him from the movement. He got to me quickly, and a massive amount of energy was lost. I willed the magic to lay him in front of me, and cut off the magic, in a moment of clarity. He looked at me pleadingly. My mind reached out to his. I was immediately assaulted with more pain than I had ever felt. How is he awake? I pondered. Or alive? Slida. I whispered as I looked up. Arya and Brahm stood in front of me with their swords out, protectively. It was unnecessary as Aragon and Saphira were in the middle of absolute decimation of the Empire's forces in their rage. The spell took immediately and his eyes closed. Next I whispered my diagnostic spell. A comprehensive list of injuries assaulted my mind. Multiple fractures along the legs, from top to bottom, nearly every muscle ripped or detached, right arm fractured in 7 different places, bicep detached, pectoral detached, 3 ribs broken, internal bleeding. I felt immediate relief at his spine and internal organs being relatively unharmed. I set my mind to remembering the injuries and focusing on how I wanted the body to heal. Once I felt confident, I didn't bother with the basic healing spell, instead I sang specifically what I wanted to heal. It was slow, as I designed it. Constant feedback of the state of his body hit my mind, as I wanted it to. I started at his chest as I set the ribs back in place and stopped the internal bleeding. Then I put his shoulder back in place and set the bones before magically healing them. Then I began on his legs, which took the most time in setting them back perfectly, before healing them. Next I focused on his muscles, they were the easiest to put back in place and mend. In the end, I was exhausted as I opened my eyes and realized that the energy in the ring had depleted. I was using my own energy for the finishing touches, something I hadn't done since Brahm first taught me magic so long ago. I looked around to find that more time had passed than I originally thought. The sun was well on its way to setting. Soldiers moved around the keep with purpose, carrying supplies and setting up to use Bellatana as a base of operations for now. My companions stood around me in a circle, looking simultaneously worried and relieved at the same time. "He'll be fine." I spoke aloud to everyone. Glittering blue scales shook before a snot rose into the air and let loose another earth-shattering roar as fire spewed from her mouth. Being so close to her made all of our chests rattle in conjunction with hers. I went to greet my companions before I realized they were all facing a certain direction, and standing to attention. "Your camaraderie is to be admired." A voice that sounded like it belongs to a lion spoke behind me. That's when I noticed the black shape sitting on Karn's chest, purring. I decided to ignore the voice to greet my old companion. "I thought you got tired of me and left." I spoke to Shadowcat. A twitch of her tail and a stare was all that I got in response. I stood up and turned around at the same time. My body ached at being hunched over my body for so long. A young boy, no Wurkat, stood before me in a leather jerkin and a rabbit loincloth. He stood with an arrogance that only one of his race could. I knew who he was immediately. "I apologize for making you wait, King Hapa." I spoke in greeting. He smiled, revealing his sharp teeth. "There is no need, Stronghammer. To what do I owe the pleasure of your company?" I asked him, perhaps a little too directly. He didn't seem to mind. "I come with the might of my kind, to fight against the Mad One." "Your kind? All of you?" I asked him plainly. "All who are not nursing." He responded fairly quickly. "We welcome you of course, although my intuition tells me that you require something in return." I responded, trying my best to be cordial and also speed up the conversation. That didn't happen because his eyes swept past me as I heard shuffling behind me. I turned quickly and felt a huge buildup of energy sweep across the courtyard. Soldiers stopped moving, the world held its breath. Sapphira dipped her head down to where Karn still laid almost glowing blue magical energy. The magic had a different taste than normal, like the most free form of it possible. Nothing close to what I or other magicians wielded. Her snout touched Karn's chest and his body jerked similar to what happens in the movies where doctors try to start someone's heart back up by shocking them. The blue light surrounded him for a moment before settling at the spot in his chest where she touched him. Karn's eyes opened slowly, when I expected him to shoot up in panic. I felt Shadowcat rubbing against my legs in her cat form. He sat up and looked around, like he hadn't been so close to death for the past few hours. "Brahm." I spoke up while turning back to the king of the Erex, trusting that he would get Karn to a bed somewhere so he could rest. "Sorry about that, King Hapa." I mimicked myself from earlier. His eyes were curious and they flickered from Karn to Shadowcat on my legs and then back up to my eyes. "Yes, I can see it now. Fate follows your family." He spoke up ignoring my apology. Then he snapped out of it. "Every Wurkat will be given a dagon to fight with, if we do not already have one. Each of us shall have 2 suits of armor made to fit, one for when on 2 legs we stand, and one for when on 4. We need no other equipment than that, no tents, no blankets, no plates, no spoons. Each of us will be promised a single duck, grouse, chicken, or similar bird per day, and every second day, a bowl of freshly chopped liver. Even if we do not choose to eat it, the food will be set aside for us. Also should we win this war, then whoever becomes your next king or queen, and all who claim that title thereafter, will keep a padded cushion next to their throne, in a place of honor, for one of us to sit on, if we so wish." Each word was spoken with precision and purpose. Same as the books. I thought as he finished. "I will provide 1 set of armor per Wurkat, their choice. Everything else, I can agree on." I told him without consulting with anyone. That turned out to be a mistake. Hrothgar had apparently been watching the proceedings off to the side with King Roran and Garjvog and decided to speak up. "The dwarves will fill the need of a 2nd set of armor," Hrothgar proclaimed proudly and simply. I looked his way and he met my eye. I nodded to him as thanks, and as an apology without talking it over with him beforehand. He returned it. "Then let us bring an end to the usurper." I woke up to a small body crawling on me. I didn't react as I might have some time ago, but Elva has been training me for a while now, sneaking in to sleep with me without Angela knowing. At least she thinks Angela doesn't know. My arms wrapped around her without thinking about it. Then my brain kicked into overdrive and I sat up. What's wrong? Elva asked, startled as she sat up with me. I calmed myself before I spoke. I need the necklace back, I told her calmly. Her eyes widened and her hands jumped to her chest. But, it really helps, she protested. I know, baby, I know. I nodded to her. It helps me too, but I learned something during the battle. She stared at me with overly sized eyes, curious for me to continue. I haven't been processing things properly, I almost froze during the battle. What does that have to do with me? You'll never let me near battle. She cut in before I could continue. Her panic told me everything I needed to know about the necklace. Of course I won't. But I learned that I am dependent on the necklace, and I don't want that for you. You need to learn how to live with it. Trust me when I say I will only wear it during battles, and after the war is over, I'll destroy it. I told her honestly. No, please don't. She begged, tears coming to her eyes. It stopped them, all of them. Both of her hands were on the necklace now. My eyes widened, unaware that it would do that for her. You said it only helped. I trailed off. She was shaking now. Don't make me, Daddy. Don't make me. She didn't answer me as to why she lied. My heart broke when she said Daddy. It was only the second time she had ever said it to me. I wrapped her in my arms and held her head to my chest. My mind reached out to her for the first time ever. Her unprotected mind broadcasted her panic, but it was truthful. She wasn't manipulating me with the word Daddy, she meant it. It's okay, baby. We'll do it together, I told her as I took on some of her panic and sent calming thoughts and feelings, showing her how to focus on the warmth of our embrace. I knew that the necklace was tied to me, tied by magic unspoken, only felt. It unclasped itself at my will, without me drawing on any energy, and settled on the bed beside us. As soon as it left her neck, the compulsions came with the force of a hurricane. They gnawed at her, and she panicked once again, sending it through our link. I grabbed it and pulled it into myself, sharing it amongst us. It was surprisingly easy to deny. There was a man 300 feet away, near the wall, who was about to die, and he knew it. He wasn't ready to go. He had a lot to offer the world. I could help. No, I said and pushed the thought away, and with it the compulsion. The next one came fast, a woman grieving over her dying son. This time I shoved all of them away and held them there, similar to how my shields were, when there wasn't a battle going on, or I wasn't joined with any of my companions. The type that would defend me from a surprise attack from an enemy magician. I felt Elva's understanding of the technique. I've never tried that. She spoke as she felt what I was doing. I should have let you in a long time ago. I'm sorry I cannot carry this burden for you, I told her and broadcasted my feelings to her. It's okay. You can be Stronghammer, I'll be Strong Mind. She responded, sending understanding across the link. I chuckled out loud at her comment. Out of the mouth of babes. I broke the connection quickly as her rage built. It does what? Angela was on a tear. But she looked to Elva with a hand over her mouth, who was in a magical ward I put up to not let us disturb her so that she could sleep. Once Angela saw that she didn't wake up, she turned to me and tapped her mind. I shook my head furiously, unwilling to let her in my mind right now. She won't wake unless it's natural, I explained. Her eyes narrowed. Why won't you let me inside? Because you're terrifying, I answered truthfully. And I made a terrible mistake. She closed her eyes for a few seconds and her hands dangled in the air as her fingers danced. When she opened her eyes, she was back to her wistful, unapocalyptic self. You are the most infuriating person I have ever met, she told me. Yes, I know, I agreed. Trust me, you weren't near as mad as I was at myself. That is the only reason I am being so pleasant right now. I have half a mind to take her and leave this place, Angela answered. My head shot up and looked at her in her eyes again. Now that would be a feat worthy of a god, I told her while standing up, protectively. And that is why I don't, she said jokingly. For all of your talents, the most impressive is your fatherly instincts. Then she turned around and walked out. Right before she reached the door, her head turned to where the necklace rested on the desk of the former leader of Bellatana, Lord Bradburn. It seems that the lack of the ancient language, your bond to it, and the massive amount of energy it has stored inside has created a similar effect as Aragon's new sword, although more sinister in nature, I would say, Angela stated before walking out. I sat back down at the foot of the bed and was reminded of the one other occupant in the room when her hands landed on my shoulders. I reacted without thinking and leaned back into her presence, my head landing on lower abdomen. She shuffled until my head slipped down to land on her thighs, a more comfortable position for both of us. Pine needles once again assaulted my nose, making me open my eyes. The day's events seemed to repeat themselves once again as her shining emerald eyes met mine. There have been multiple instances where I have begun to think our relationship has taken a turn for what I would say the better, but this one is by far the most intimate. I thought as I stared at her, wondering at her beauty. I agree. I heard inside my mind, while feeling amusement at the situation. At first I felt embarrassed at saying that without realizing that she was in my mind, but then I felt happy that I said it, and happy at her response. Her eyes darted to my mouth at both of our thoughts, then I could feel indecision leak through before she closed it off. I acted immediately and my hand found the back of her head, and gently encouraged her to lean down. I made sure it wasn't forceful, just enough to tell her not to worry. She smiled, and our lips met. Chapter 29, Act 3, Chapter 2. Hello everyone. So let's start by saying the last chapter was one of the worst that I have written. I have been thinking about it all week, since it was released. The battle went how I wanted it to go, not a whole lot of disappointment in myself there. But the Elva scene, oh the Elva scene was bad. In my mind it was playing out a completely different way, and it made sense. Then I went and reread it. Let's just say that I agree with the reviewers on that one. I dropped the ball there. There is a lot more dialogue and relationship building I should have done before introducing that scene. That includes the necklace, which is something that could have been a great subplot. Instead it was just rushed, I think. Anyway, I am going to try and salvage something out of both of those embarrassments. I will not go back and edit them because I want them as a reminder, or a lesson to look back on. This FIC has always been about me improving as a writer and I don't want to go and delete something that serves as a lesson. Enough talking, on to the chapter. Author's note at the bottom. Disclaimer, I own nothing. Since when? I looked up to the man in front of me. He was supposed to be an old man with a grey beard hanging to his waist. Instead all I could see was 30-something-year-old with a full head of brown hair, with the smallest amount of grey at the temples. The famous beard had been cut and trimmed close to his face, grey only present near his goatee. It really is incredible. I thought to myself as I took in the changes of my mentor. Since the Battle of Farthendur. I answered somberly. Barzul. That was right after we left. Brahm's anger flooded the room. How long have you known? Today. I responded truthfully. There were a lot of things missed when Ajihad died, even more so when I took over for Najuada. I only know because I asked. Oh no, old friend. Brahm whispered. Oramis, and now Jihad. I thought as I kept a tally of the important people in Brahm's life that are no longer here. It's possible he is still alive. I offered weakly, we both knew it was unlikely. Brahm's hands found the edge of the table in front of him, steadying himself. Am I doomed to lose the ones I love in this life? I couldn't be quiet. People make decisions in this life, Brahm, decisions have consequences. He chose to stay, against our advice. It's not your fault. I told him, trying to pay him back for all of the wisdom he had imposed on me during our travels. A pause took control of the conversation as Brahm closed his eyes. No tears, no trembling of his lip. A man, too familiar with grief. I can feel it. He's alive, somewhere. Brahm said after the pause, his eyes opening when he began speaking. He stood up, straightened his back, and puffed his chest out. This is him in his prime. I realized as I watched him. His body won't get younger, this is what we get. Are you planning on going to find him? I asked, seeing the look in his eyes. If I do, it will take me away from the war, away from you and Aragon. He answered. And if I don't, he might die, in a cell being tortured somewhere. I understood where he was coming from. In another life I would have risked my life to save the people of Carvajal and get them to safety, fought in a war, killed men, enacted out my revenge for my father, and countless other things in the name of the ones I love. Had things gone the same way in this life, I would have repeated the actions. Even now, if some of the ones closest to me got into a position that forced me to choose the Varden, or them, I wouldn't hesitate to step down and go to the ends of the world to get them back. At least that is the decision I hope I would make. I thought as I doubted myself. Is it a weakness to be willing to watch the world burn for the ones I love? Weakness? No. But we wouldn't let you do that for us. Shadowcat sounded off in my mind from her position on my bed behind us. I sent the equivalent of a mental smile and nod to her through our link. I won't tell you to go, I need you here. But I won't tell you to stay either. That would be cruel. I told Brahm, bringing my attention back to him and snapping him out of his thinking face. He nodded and turned around to walk out. Before he could pass the threshold I called out to him. People make decisions in this life. Could your people get into the city, unnoticed? Drizleona stood before us, resting on the shores of Leona Lake. The lake itself stretched across the horizon, beautifully. Drizzliona was an ugly sight compared to the land it sat on. They already are. Hey Pa answered me truthfully in the deadpan tone of voice his kind were so good at. In fact, I came to tell you of everything we have learned since we set up camp. I sighed. Good. I responded to him as I prepared myself to give the order. I need to find a tunnel, a remnant of an incomplete sewer system that leads into the city. The only problem is that it is rigged with booby traps that would give Galbatorix himself problems. I revealed my backup plan to him. And you need my people to find this tunnel? Hey Pa asked. Yes. I answered without hesitation. Your kind is smaller and will have a greater chance of searching the walls and surrounding lands without being discovered. And there might be plans within the city, focus on the cathedral. It'll be near there. He didn't say anything for a few moments. And how do you know of this tunnel? Hey Pa asked me, mind made up. You already know the answer to that. I answered him swiftly. That I do, traveler, that I do. He responded with mention to my origins into this world. He gave a long hum that sounded oddly like a purr. You will have your tunnel. It looks like a green lightsaber. I thought to myself as I looked onto the scene below me. Vanir twisted left and then right to avoid the Dothart. Its next strike came from above and his sword rose to parry the legendary spear. He redirected it to stab into the ground where he grabbed the shaft and moved forward. Karn's laugh echoed across the clearing as he dropped the spear and dodged a swipe from Vanir's sword. His laughter stopped when a fist connected with his jaw. To his credit, he rolled with the punch and landed near the green spear, where he pulled it out of the ground and readied it for the next assault. I smiled at the scene. Reminds me of simpler times. Feels like a lifetime ago, it's only been months. I told my companion beside me. You sound like an old man. Arya responded out loud, causing laughs in the various races around us watching the spar. I feel like an old man. I quipped back. He looks like he is recovering well. Between your thorough healing and Saphira's magic, the recovery period was almost non-existent. Arya explained for what felt like the 100th time. And no, we don't need to check again. I closed my mouth because that was exactly what I was going to suggest. We found it. I heard Shadowcut say in my mind. I immediately knew what it was that she was talking about. I turned to the crowd of elite warriors watching the spar. Gear up. We've found it, we'll move soon. Any questions? I asked the faces looking back up to me. Aragon and his 12 elven spellcasters, Arya, Angela, Brahm, Vanir, and Karn all stood before me, geared up. None. No question, more of a statement. Brahm spoke up from the group. You aren't coming. What? Like hell I'm not. I thought to myself in response to his statement. Like hell I'm not. I decided to voice my disagreement. He's right. Arya agreed with him. You need to lead the army into the city. If Fiendster taught us anything, it's that any of us can die trying to get the gate open. I looked at all the faces and none of them disagreed with them. Then why is Aragon going? I asked genuinely confused. No one can stop me from going, unless they want to argue with a dragon. Aragon responded. That's the worst excuse I have ever heard. I thought to myself. That was the first sign that something was off. I started racking my brain trying to figure out what the real reason was. The last battle? I realized as I noticed the two people who put forth the argument, Arya and Brahm. They saw how it affected me when I didn't have the necklace on. I couldn't argue with their logic, it made sense, but it didn't matter anymore. I have the necklace now. My hand moved to where I knew it was sitting on my chest. They both know I have it on but they still don't want me exposing myself to its effects. But I am about to go into a war, it won't matter. I thought about arguing more, arguing that I had the necklace and wouldn't lose my head during the battle, but then I would reveal to everyone else what happened, and that would look weak. Leaders can't look weak. They're counting on me not arguing. I realized as my eyes narrowed at them. Arya at least had the decency to look a little ashamed. Fine. I conceded, knowing I was backed into a corner. Then that. I pointed to the Dothard in Karn's hands. Is how you're going to do it. I paused for a moment. Its ward-breaking abilities are the best in the world, Karn you lead and you go slow, do you understand? There are traps down there that will burn through wards with sheer momentum. No chances. Something happens, you get out of the way. I looked at everyone individually when I said that. I got nods in return. Good. I want to see everyone at the gate safe and sound. I concluded as I turned to walk away. Roran. Aragon called out. I turned back to see him approaching. Saphira wants to know if you would like to ride her until we get the gates open. I was a little taken aback by the question. It's considered the greatest honor. I remembered. Plus, Murtaugh and Thorn are here. If they come after her, I need someone with her to protect her from Murtaugh's magic. He elaborated. Well, when he puts it like that. Of course. It would be my honor. I don't remember the books ever mentioning the torque required to obtain liftoff on a dragon. I thought to myself as I almost impaled myself on one of her spikes. You get used to it. Sapphira's voice sounded off in my head, feeling my unease. I was confused at first, as I didn't let her hear that part in our bond since I still have yet to tell them the truth about my origins. If you say so. I commented, wondering of the feel of her mind, the depth and intelligence it had to it. The wind bit at the skin on my face as we ascended into the air with a roar from Sapphira. The army below us roared in response, getting fired up at the act. It has been 2 hours since I sent my infiltration party into the city. Every second saw me worrying about the state of the operation. They will be fine, they are very powerfully individually, even more so together. Sapphira told me as she sensed my worry. But this place is unnatural. I responded with a look towards Helgrind as we leveled out about the city. Another roar sounded out in the sky. My head whipped to the source to see red scales glittering, reflecting the early rays of the morning sun. The red dragon rose into the sky, with a black dot on its back. And it begins. I thought as I prepared myself for the aerial combat. I checked the straps holding my legs to the saddle, making sure I would fly off in the middle of the battle. I slipped myself further into Sapphira's mind as we neared our opponent. Another thought and a string of muttered words, melded my wards around her own and connected it to the power inside my necklace. The wards settled just as they approached. I drew my warhammer out of the sheath as Sapphira sent her opening moves to me in the link. Just as we were about to collide with Murtaugh and Thorn, Sapphira flipped over in the air with a flap of her wings. My warhammer swung before I could focus on being upside down. Time slowed as Murik and I made eye contact. He didn't let it distract him and drew Zarok, deflecting Fram from hitting his sternum in one motion. The warhammer almost flew out of my hands, but my grip was strong in preparation of the conflict. Time sped back up as we passed the Red Rider and Dragon and flipped back around. Sapphira's wings caught air again as she banked to face the opponent again. Thorn was already facing us when Sapphira took a deep breath. Fire shot from her maw to meet the flames sent from Thorn. The dragon fire washed over me and dissipated against my wards, falling around me. In a flash of inspiration, I connected myself to the magic in my necklace and told Sapphira of my plan in our connection. Distort hearing. I commanded the world and expected to meet wards against such a thing. The spell took hold just as we made another pass at each other and nothing happened as Thorn sent his tail to hit Sapphira. It missed wide and Sapphira's mouth reached out and snapped onto it, biting deep into the flesh. Thorn's roar of pain sounded out in the sky as his limbs flailed to retrieve his tail before Sapphira tore it off. We stalled in the air and I looked for a moment to strike, if Thorn got close enough in the tangle. Zarok swung towards Sapphira's neck and I didn't have to bother deflecting the swipe, since she was simultaneously tearing into the limb while staying far enough for Murtaugh to be unable to hit her. I could see the panic in Thorn as his equilibrium was thrown off while Sapphira had a hold of his tail. Almost none of the strikes of his claws connected where he wanted. Instead of finding purpose in her scales, they bounced off because of bad aim. Finally I felt my magic become strained as Murtaugh found the source of Thorn's problem. I cut the magic off before it could become a fight of pure power, not willing to risk my enormous reserve of power. Thorn reacted immediately and his head snaked around to strike at Sapphira's hind leg. My warhammer sang through the air and struck him on the jaw before he could latch onto her. The blow sent vibrations through the shaft of my warhammer and into my arm. All the while we lost altitude slowly. Fucking scales and dragon bones. I commented as I sent a command for Sapphira to let go and regroup. She did one better and all the work she had been putting into his tail gave way as she ripped out a chunk as she detached. Another roar of pain split in the sky. Sapphira's wings flapped and caught the air once again and I realized just how far we had fallen. Another look and I saw Murtaugh and Thorn flying back towards the city, leaking blood all the way. He landed somewhere in the city, and I could see Murtaugh reaching for an object to heal him. Sapphira started to rise into the air again, but did not pursue. I learned why very quickly. Send the army, we're heading towards the gate. I heard Aragon say to his partner. I acted immediately and my mind reached out to the army, finding the magician who was waiting for this specific mental call. He let me in immediately. Charge the gate, and be ready to breach. I told him and disconnected when I felt him turn to Horminder who was beside him. Soon enough, a different type of roar reached my ears, a roar caused by the voices of an army, charging into battle. At my command, Sapphira's wings tucked into her body and we shot straight down towards the city. A streak of red let me know that Thorn and Murtaugh were back to cause us trouble. Sapphira maneuvered around them and I saw her destination in our minds, not surprised at all. We landed on the lead cathedral with a roar, rattling the windows of the city and announcing our presence if they hadn't seen us fighting in the air earlier. Thorn barreled into Sapphira, who in a display worthy of praise, twisted her body and kicked him at the same time. The result was the dragon equivalent of a hip toss. Thorn smashed into cathedral ceiling, shaking the structure. I acted quickly, taking a play out of the books. Jirda. I spoke while focusing on the structure of the cathedral. The effects were immediate and the ceiling collapsed. Sapphira's wings snapped out and beat down on the air in response to my thoughts. Thorn tried his best to mimic the action, but his wings got caught on a bunch of debris, and fell down into the building, crushing everything beneath him. A loud snap could be heard as his wing landed under his mass. That's gotta hurt. We rose in the air with another few beats of Sapphira's wings. She flew around the other end of the tallest spire, and that's when I realized she was planning on dropping a spire on top of her fellow dragon. Ruthless, I thought as I spoke the word of power and focused on the support of cathedral spire. Jirda. This time I only broke a few of the beams in the building, lower down on the spire from where she would hit. And hit it she did. She crashed into it with her hind legs. Physics did the rest. Glass shattered, wooden supports splintered, and metal bent. Thorn, who had spent the whole time struggling to get up and get out of the way, tensed up and braced himself just as the spire fell on top of him and his rider. If I didn't know they had access to an enormous amount of power and the best wards in the world, I would have been worried for their life, but this would only serve as a setback for them. Sapphira. We both heard Aragon call out, and immediately she knew where to go and what to do. We took off towards the gate where my army was piling up it. On the other side of the gate, my infiltrators fought for their lives against a crowd of soldiers. That's my stop. I told the dragon underneath me. Hold on. She commanded as we picked up speed again. I did the opposite and my hands dropped to the straps holding me in place to the straps and unbuckled them with precise hands. I grabbed my warmer as I prepared myself for the jarring landing. Sapphira's wings snapped out and grabbed the air just enough to slow down and send a gust down to the soldiers to send them off balance. I took the decrease in momentum as an opportunity and jumped off of her, rolling into a backflip as I fell. I slowed myself down with magic right before I hit the ground. I landed right behind Arya. Need help? I asked cheekily as I deflected a spear and crushed the skull of the man wielding it. Why did you do that? We're losing here. She responded, cutting a man's head off. In that moment I realized that Thorn had somehow gotten out of the rubble and was on top of us, about to join the fight. That's when I understood the panic in her voice. Thorn was headed straight for Aragon and Sapphira wouldn't make it back in time. Brahm took that moment to join us, cutting two men down before speaking. I've got it. He stabbed his sword in the ground before him and his right hand reached out to the air. Jirda. An explosion of power emanated out from him, sending a shockwave throughout the city and kicking up dust and debris that cut through the men between us and the gate. The shockwave hit the gate and there was a groan before it too splintered and swung open in our direction much more gracefully than I had done in Fiendster. He spoke another few words and the dust and debris flew into the air heading in the direction of Leona Lake. Why do we even bother with a plan if we always use magic in the end? I exclaimed as the dust cleared and the men momentarily paused in their fighting. That broke the nearest man out of his stupor as men started pouring through the gate and he swung at me with a short sword. I dodged and kicked him in the chest, folding his sternum in on itself and sending him flying. I don't know, the elves don't even bother with a plan. They just power through the wards. Brahm said from beside me. Seriously. I thought at the simple brilliancy at the plan. Dwarves, Urgle, and men charged past me to take the city as I heard a womanly grunt behind me. I turned to find Arya getting backed into an alley, 20 men in front of her. A burning rage filled my body as the first man's head turned into mush under my warmer. Two more fell to the ground trying to hold their throats together. Trying to get to her, I barreled my way through the crowd, letting my wards absorb the blows and punched through the head of the man who had a hold of one of her arms. He slid off of my arm as she snapped the other man touching her. We both turned back to the crowd in front of us. She spoke up to them, covered in the blood of countless men. It was dripping off of her. I only had one thought at the sight. Sexy. Chapter 30, Act 3, Chapter 3. Hell everyone. So we just passed 500 faves and we're about to hit 600. Making us one of the top FICs in the inheritance cycle. I have no words, honestly. Thanks to everyone for their support. I won't bore you anymore, on to the chapter. Author's note at the bottom. Disclaimer, I own nothing. Thorn ran away, deeper into the city. It was odd seeing a dragon run a lengthy distance, and not fly. His left wing had multiple tiers and bent at odd angles, his right wasn't much better and all of this combined meant that he wouldn't be flying until Murtaugh got to a covered position to heal him. Karn stood beside me, with his green spear in his hands and his eyes told me he was about to pursue the red dragon. I held my hand up and stopped him. He gave me a confused look. Why? We could end their terror. We cannot afford to kill any more dragons. I said and pointed towards where Thorn's body disappeared. That is the only living male dragon that Sapphira would consider for a mate. The king has a male dragon. Karn's reply came swift. Shrukin is too big and has killed too many of his own kind. I doubt Sapphira would choose him. I cut his reply down. Soldiers passed us as they moved to secure the rest of the city, block by block. Brahm approached us at the same time as Karn replied. There is another egg, right? Karn asked. We cannot know that it is male. I lied straight through my teeth, knowing Fiernan's gender. There is a deeper reason also, every dragon's life is valuable. Karn's frown cut into his handsome face and Brahm decided to explain for me. When the elves and the dragons made the pact, so long ago. They tied their races together not knowing the effects it would bring. Brahm explained to Karn. There hasn't been an elven child born in 20 years, and before that, 30. When the riders were in their prime, and dragons roamed the world freely, elves dominated the continent in numbers, as much as humans did for sure. The war resulted in most of their deaths and 100 years of only 2 dragons has taken its toll on the race. It'll take hundreds of years for them to recover. Brahm's long-winded explanation sounded weird in the middle of a battle, but he has always been a fantastic teacher. Karn nodded and relaxed his body as more soldiers passed by us. Thorn's roar split the sky as his red scales soared up and away from the city. I watched them leave and took a deep breath of air before releasing it. Drizliona is ours. Congratulations on your victory. I looked up from the reports on my troops to see the dark-skinned beauty, Nejuda, enter the room. She was dressed as a queen of her people would be, gold flowed around her body, framing her perfectly. Hello Nejuda. I greeted her without bothering to correct her about it being our victory. Both of us have won a lot today. Her eyebrow rose, questioning. What have I won, besides more shame that you are succeeding where I am not sure I would have? Oh, she's still bitter, hey? I thought to my only companion in the room, Shadowcat. You would have succeeded, that I can promise you. I told her confidently. And you have made yourself invaluable to me throughout this campaign. I continued. She snorted. I have done most of the logistical work. She replied. And I will admit that it is by far the hardest and most stressful job I could delegate to someone. But I needed someone capable. I agreed with her. That is why Drizliona is yours. I dropped the bomb on her. Her face showed no sign of surprise, sadness, or happiness at the news. Instead she walked forward to the chair in front of me and slowly sat down. She took a deep breath and when it was released, she slumped against the chair, losing all regality and taking a break. You've saved my life. She told me after a few moments of reflections. I know. I commented honestly. She had been getting more and more pressure from the tribes to seize control from me. Ever since the Warcats have joined us, I have had more information to make decisions with. One such example was that some of the elders have been working on an assassination attempt to get Nejuda out of power. How do you know you can trust me? Nejuda asked me out of the blue. It was a good point, but it wasn't out of faith of her character that I was giving her the city. No Oran, anything this far into the campaign could mean it falling apart. I won't risk everything my father lived and died for, not for anything. Isn't that, word for word, what you said to Oran when he approached you about his latest plan? I revealed, showing her the reason I was trusting her. Once again, nothing crossed her face to reveal if she was surprised or not. My bet was that she was not shocked I was spying on her. Eventually a smile split her face. You're getting better at this, Stronghammer. She replied with a nod of her head. I smiled back at her. I've learned from the best. I complimented her. Now I should warn you. She straightened back up in her chair and adopted her regal pose again. No more slavery. I told her, dropping the bomb. It was a big deal, because it was one of the most heavily taxed trades in the empire, and Drizliona is the biggest slave trading hub on the continent. I was collapsing her economy as soon as I handed it to her. Not only that, but her people have been slavers for forever, lost souls wander the Haderach, and wake up one day to find a collar around their necks. Some were even heading towards the Varden, there is no telling how many they had doomed over the years. You have simultaneously given me everything, and have taken everything away from me. She replied honestly. They will strip me of leadership, and they might even withdraw their support from the Varden. That's not something you can risk. Nejuda continued, and gave me counsel at the same time. I saved your life. I concluded, stealing my voice and taking control of the conversation. Yes, I took everything away from you to do it. You must realize that it is better this way, no matter what you gave the tribes, they will want more. They would still try to assassinate you, they still might. The only difference is that you will be under my protection. What do I get out of this? I get one of the most capable people alive to clean up one of the biggest cities on the continent. I finished laying the cards out on the table. She nodded the whole time, agreeing with me. Yes, you're right. But how are you going to keep the tribes in line? I have a plan. Lands 80. I greeted the Elven Queen through the body-length mirror in front of me. Her green eyes met mine and I was reminded of the strong resemblance Arya and her held. Raven hair spilled down her back, just as Arya's did. Stronghammer. She replied with a nod in the ancient language. I smiled at the title. It has been a long time. I told her, switching over to the language that governed the world. Yes, it has. Let me begin with an apology. Our agreement was to meet at Farthendur. You may have noticed a significant lack of elves during the battle, and that cost your cousin a grievous injury, and your army a significant loss of lives. For that, I apologize. Ilanzadi said with conviction and honesty through the mirror. Yes, I did notice a lack of elves. But I know that it was politics that got in the way, and your hands were tied. Thank you for sending who you could. I accept your apology. I forced out of my mouth, burying my bitterness at the lack of support in Farthendur and Najuada's betrayal, which I am sure had something to do with the elves. Good, now let's move forward with our relationship. Ilanzadi answered with a smile. When do you march to Illyria, you are Ubane? We will leave Drisleona at the end of the week. I answered honestly. I suspect you will still beat us there, even with the greater distance. I thought much of the same. We both fell into a comfortable silence. So it is finally time. She continued after a moment. You've changed a lot, Stronghammer. I smirked, knowing it was true. A lot has changed me. I replied honestly, thinking back to the past year. Take care of my daughter, Stronghammer. We will meet you at Ubane. And then the connection was gone and I was looking at my reflection. No, you won't. I stood alone in my tent for what felt like the first time in forever. My shirt laid on the ground beside me and my necklace sat in my hands as I stared at it. There is no other way. I thought to myself. It's a gamble. I laid the necklace on the table in front of me, right beside a replica of the exact necklace. One that had a real stone, cut in the exact same way, courtesy of a dwarven jeweler recommended by Hrothgar. Above the two necklaces, laid several envelopes, each addressed to the leaders of the rebellion. They will find them. I thought to myself. I heard the ruffling of the entrance to my tent. I turned around to see the person I invited, Arya. She noticed my state of undress, and the items on the table and frowned. This must look shady, being summoned and finding me shirtless. Thank you for coming. I told her in the ancient language. Of course. She responded in kind. What is going on? Arya asked quickly after that. I looked to the table and then back to her. I waved her over. I need you to do something for me. She walked over and looked at the items on the table. What is all this for? She asked me. Murtaugh and Thorn will attack soon. Galbatorix will order them to come take me. I started and paused, thinking of how to continue. She interrupted me. Why haven't we been preparing? Because I will go with them. I answered truthfully without thinking. Her mouth opened to respond, but the word didn't come easy. What? Let me explain. I half told her, half explained. You know that I am a traveler. She nodded, no doubt wondering where I was going with this. When I first arrived here, I knew a lot about the events that would unfold. But I was always missing something that I still don't have. So I have tried to keep the events as similar as I could, while saving lives. I have succeeded, but it's not enough. I paused again so that she could digest that part and I could also gather my thoughts. I am convinced that Murtaugh is the key to everything. I revealed. Najuada was supposed to be the one in charge at this stage. She gets captured, and is taken to Ubane. Murtaugh visits her often, and they fall in love. By doing this, it frees Murtaugh from Galbatorix's control. His true name. Arya said, realization lighting up in her eyes as she steps forward and looks at the table again. You intend to take her place? She asked as the color drained from her face. Not like that. I corrected quickly as I could. But he needs to change, and I believe I can do that. I have to, because they will come for me with enough power to take me. I explained. There was a pause as she digested what I was telling her. There has to be another way. She spoke aloud to no one in particular. If there is, I don't know it. I answered. But the Varden needs you. Moral will falter. Arya argued, desperation straining her voice. I need you. My heart broke a little when I heard that because I could tell she thought I would die. The Varden will be fine, the changes I have made will stick in the army, and our spies will spread the word that I willing went into Galbatorix's custody because of my faith in the soldiers around me. I will be a rallying cry. And most importantly, I grabbed her hand with one arm and pulled her in, my other hand went to her neck to pull her into a kiss. I will not die. Her hands went to mine and held them in place. I will meet you in the throne room when you confront Galbatorix. I told her. How? She asked. I pointed towards the necklace on the table. I have made some adjustments, but if they see it on my neck they will know it is what holds my wards. I need to hide it. I explained as my mind reached out to join hers. She let me in immediately and I was met with an overwhelming sadness. I shared it with her for a moment, letting her feel it before I overwhelmed it with a statement. I love you. Once I told her that, I showed her. which is almost impossible to describe in words. How do you? Love is love, and I sent it her way. Being in the same mind as another person is a very unique process. There is almost no way to lie to someone, or hide feelings. She didn't bother hiding what her sadness turned into. An overwhelming need filled our bond as her lips met mine. Once again the emotion switched from a need to something much more interesting. Lust. Arya and I both woke to the sounds of fighting outside my tent. She came out of her elf sleep much more gracefully than I came out of my normal sleep. I jumped out of the bed, to my feet and didn't bother throwing any more clothes besides my boots, as I already had my pants on. Arya climbed out as graceful as a cat, fully clothed in preparation of the attack. I grabbed Fram, my warhammer, as I moved towards the entrance to my tent just as Arya belted her sword and joined me. I walked outside to see Murtaugh waiting for me. I said a quick prayer for my dead guards at my feet and moved forward. Sapphira laid beneath Thorn, behind Murtaugh, pinned to the ground. "Hello cousin." I greeted Murtaugh cheerfully despite the situation and stepped in front of Arya. "Well, that is an interesting development," Murtaugh said, watching her come out of my tent late at night. "A lot has changed since we last saw each other," I responded. "Not for me," Murtaugh bit back. "That's what I was afraid of." I thought to myself. "You are here for me?" I asked, changing the topic. Murtaugh said and pointed to Sapphira behind him. "If you do not, Sapphira's life is forfeit." "We both know that is a lie. Galbatorix would never allow it," I deduced but didn't say anything out loud. I looked past him and saw Aragon standing off to the side pacing with Brisingr in his hands, unable to do anything out of fear for Sapphira. "I love you," Arya broadcasted to me as I moved forward. "I love you too," I responded as I cut the connection to us and swung my hammer into the ground, with the handle sticking up in the air. I left it there as I walked up to him. My hands pulled my necklace around my neck and I let it drop to the ground. My ring fell from my fingers next, and I was left all alone, no weapon, no reserve of magic. "I come freely," I told him as I approached. He didn't let me get very far, as the air around us vibrated with his spell. Slida. Brahm's POV. Blast. Thorn's wings beat down on the air and lifted himself in the air. I couldn't help but appreciate his skill, knowing how young he must be. Not including the effects of being magically grown. Not many dragons could adjust as well. I admitted seeing them fly off with, arguably, the Varden's most important figure. Aragon moved to mount onto Sapphira and chase after his brother. Selena's son. My heart twisted in my chest at the thought. "Even after all these years, you own me." "Stop, Aragon." It was Arya who commanded him. Evandar's silver hair cut into his vision as he took her appearance in. "Roran has a plan," she continued. Aragon obeyed her with a confused look. "What?" I couldn't help but wonder. "He said it was supposed to be Najwada." "What do you mean?" I asked her. "Come inside. He left something for all of you," she told us, and I obeyed immediately, wondering what kind of half-assed plan my apprentice cocked up. I breached the flaps of the tent first and my eyes fell immediately on the letters that graced the table in the middle of the room. "At least it doesn't reek of sex in here." My hands ripped open the letter with my name on it. "Brahm. I know what you're thinking. You can't believe that I didn't listen to you all those times when you told me to let go of the future I knew. I never could. I changed only the slightest of things, but always made sure that events were happening as I knew them. For that I am sorry. Maybe I wouldn't have had to leave you all to finish this alone. I have faith that Aragon will lead us to victory. But I must do my part. Murtaugh plays just as important of a role, and he cannot do that unless he changes. That is my mission, to save my cousins, and let them fulfill the roles that destiny has laid out against them. I'm still not sure if it is destiny, to be honest. At this point it doesn't matter. Aragon will lead the Varden in my place. It's time for him to sink or swim. I promise he will not sink, and I need you to trust him. I will meet you in the throne room when you all attack. In case I don't survive it, I need you to help Angela and Arya look after Elva for me. She will need a father figure, as we all do. Thank you for being one of mine." In my youth, I would have reacted in anger, and chased after him without thinking of the situation. Even though this body has somehow repaired itself, my mind has been through too much to regress to that time in my life. "Be strong, son. I'll see you in a bit." Aragon POV. Aragon. I have so much to tell you. First I'll start off with this. The Varden is yours, lead them well. There are a million ways to do it right, do it your way, that is the only advice that I'll give you. Garrow would be proud of what we have done with our lives, wouldn't he? I can only hope so. I'm sorry I couldn't save him. I'm still not sure if I have had time to properly mourn him. Maybe I never will. Anyway, I promised you a long time ago that I would tell you why I left you two at the farm, so long ago. I'm sorry I couldn't do it in person like I always planned. The day before I left, I received memories from another life, in another world, in another universe. They call me a traveler. In my past life, our journey was recorded in a book. I knew that Sapphira would hatch for you, I knew that we would be thrown into a war. I also knew that the fates of all of the races of this world would rest on our shoulders and I couldn't risk influencing you and Sapphira not hatching for you. I will explain more in person the next time we see each other, but that is the short version. Murtaugh is family, and he has just as important a role to play in this. I left voluntarily to make sure that he plays that role. Be strong little brother, I'll see you in the throne room on the day of the battle. I read the note 3 times before everything processed. A traveler? I wondered, confused at the term. He left for us? Sapphira's voice cut into my mind, along with her gratitude for the act. I couldn't help but put more of the pieces together in my mind. He did everything for us. Vanir POV. Vanir. It feels like forever since I had a proper conversation with you. For that, I am sorry, old friend. I need to ask a favor from you. Look after Arya for me, would you? She is capable, I know, but well you know what I am trying to say. You know why I need to go, Murtaugh has a role to play in this. Apparently, Nejuida does not. It's one of the reasons why I left her in charge of Drizliona. I couldn't afford her making a power grab. It is Aragon's turn to lead the Varden. Be there for him, like you are for me. There isn't a lot of things unspoken between us, you know me better than almost anyone alive. I'll see you in the throne room on the day of the attack. Make sure Karn is there and doesn't take any unnecessary risks with the Dothart. Fight well, brother. P.S. Take care of Triana's heart would you? P.P.S. In the untimely event of my death, there is another note attached to this one with my will. See it done, would you? No wonder this thing is heavy. I thought as I felt the additional pages attached to the back of the note in my hands. So? You and Arya, hey? I bet Phelan shits a cow when he hears of this. See you soon brother. Elva POV. The witch sat in front of me, holding my letter. I hated that I couldn't read yet and she had to read it to me. Elva. I know you're mad that Angela has to read this, but we'll rectify that soon. Angela paused and looked to me with a grin, knowing that it was what I was thinking. She always knows what I'm thinking. I have to go and help out my cousin. He's trapped by the king, and doesn't know how to free himself. So I am going to make sure he makes it out alive of this war. I'll see you soon and then I'll teach you how to read so we don't rely on the crazy witch. Angela paused for a moment. I couldn't help but laugh at the expression on her face. Well he's not wrong. Angela murmured, making me laugh even more. Angela set the note down. Is that it? I asked, sad that he hadn't written any more. The rest is for me, little one. Karn POV. Karn. Don't be a little shit and listen to your elders. I'll see you in the throne room. Fight well. P.S. Little shit. Chapter 31, Act 3, Chapter 4. Hello everyone. So now begins the end game. The Varden is marching towards Ubane, Roran is imprisoned and at the mercy of Murtaugh and Galbatorix, and Aragon is trying to find the key to defeating Galbatorix. I don't want to drag this out too long, nor do I want to make it too quick, so I think it'll be fairly difficult to find a good balance. Undoubtedly, I will include some other POVs, to keep everyone up to date on what is going on outside of Roran. I think that's the best way to do it but I haven't included any other POVs throughout the story, consistently, so I don't know if it will fit well, but we will try. A great exercise as an author, and I am here to get better at writing, so let's try it. On to the chapter, author's note at the bottom. Disclaimer, I own nothing. I awoke and sat up quickly, it took a lot of mental fortitude to not wince at the sharp pain in my abdomen because of the quick motion. No shackles? Nothing to confine me to the room? I thought looking at my free hands and feet. My eyes focused and adapted to the lighting in the room. It couldn't be considered too bright or dim, just right. Perfect lighting for reading a book. I couldn't help but admit. My gaze was then drawn to a bookshelf that spanned the entire length of the wall to my right, a nice comfortable seat sat in front of it. I tried to think back to the last time I actually had time to sit down and read, not including reports on an army. Too long. I concluded. I swung my legs over the stone table I was laying on and hopped off of it to take in my surroundings. The floors were hard and cold on my feet, and cut too cleanly to be anything but marble. In my mind I expected everything in Ubane to be black, or other dark colors, but the room was surprisingly bright with its white floor. I turned my gaze to the walls and walked over to feel them, once again it was cold to the touch, but not the same consistency as the marble on my feet. There were no gaps in the wall where you expect whatever materials the builder used to use caulk or an adhesive. No, the wall was one singular entity. Carved by magic? I wondered before thinking deeper into where I was. The Hall of the Soothsayer. Said to be built over a fissure in the earth, deep beneath Illyria. The fumes from the fissure are said to increase the chance of prophetic dreams. I remembered from my previous life, and also my reading during my time spent in Du Weldenvarden. And so the walls and ceiling are carved from the cave, while the marble sits on top of it. I wonder how big of a gap there is between the marble and the fissure. I concluded my analysis of the room. No later than I had the thought, did the door to the room open. I don't know who I expected to walk in, but I expected more mind games until I was graced with the presence of the big dog, the king himself. Galbatorix walked into the room, with the purpose and grace only learned from a lifetime of being a king. His cheekbones were high and cut into his face, as you would expect from nobility. His nose wasn't perfect, but its thinness fit the rest of his face and didn't look out of place. His lips were thin and the only thing about him that could be considered unattractive. His wavy hair fell to his shoulders from behind his crown that sat on his temples. His beard was kept close to his face, neatly trimmed. We spent nearly the same amount of time sizing each other up. When he was done, he took his time in approaching the chair next to the bookcase, showing his back to me, and sitting down. Wants me to know he doesn't consider me a threat, hence the lack of shackles on me and the lack of a sword on him. I deduced from our small interaction. His right leg swung over his left to rest there as he made himself comfortable in the chair. I decided that if I was going to suffer through his insufferable power play, then I might as well be comfortable. I moved away from the wall I was inspecting and made my way towards the stone table in the middle of the room. It was horribly straight and uncomfortable, but I climbed on it and sat crisscross applesauce before turning my attention to him. One has to have a certain respect for you. I spoke first, knowing that I was letting him win our little stare down. Even if I find what you did. I struggled to find the word. Well, how do I even describe how I feel about that? Galbatorix's eyes twinkled with confusion at first, and then amusement finally. After all, I am trying to topple an all-powerful regime, just as you did a century ago. I concluded. The similarities are undeniable. Both of us have left death and destruction in our wake. Galbatorix's head bobbed up and down in agreement before he finally spoke. It is interesting, isn't it? Galbatorix agreed. His voice flowed like honey, seductive to the unprepared. Although I am nothing like them. He finished with anger seeping into his voice. After all this time, you're still ruled by your hatred of the council. I responded, surprised at finding his button so quickly. He smiled before responding. My greatest advantage and weakness, I have found. I tilted my head, trying to figure him out. The Mad King, the elves portray you. I pondered. Oh, I have no doubt. Their grudges last even longer than my own. Evander was a worthy opponent, but he was nothing compared to Vril. Galbatorix answered quickly. Their people will never forgive me, a human, for besting their kings. Kings. I noted his use of the word and I couldn't help but agree with him. Did you know? I wondered while we were on the topics of his past. Humans being capable of magic. Galbatorix interrupted me, guessing where I was taking the conversation. It took me 2 decades to discover it. That was just another one of the council's betrayals, it did not surprise me. I didn't know what to say after that. Galbatorix filled the silence for me. Did you know that after the humans first landed and started colonizing the land, they were planning on bonding to a race other than the dragons? Galbatorix asked, throwing me for a loop hearing it. I racked my brain for any race comparable to the dragons, a race made by magic. It hit me with the force of a train. Spirits are considered a race? I asked, almost mind blown at the possibilities. Galbatorix smiled, knowing I was eating from the palm of his hand. The council never planned on including us in the pact, until they caught wind of what our ancestors were planning. They knew it would lead to a war that they weren't sure they could win. So they decided that controlling us through the pact was the better solution. I was honestly mind blown at the information. Tied to spirits, who knows what humans would have been capable of. We wouldn't all be shades surely, but a different type of magic no doubt. Faster, stronger, and long-lived like the elves. We would have been their equal. I deduced, realizing the gravity of the Council of Riders' decisions. Or they're better. Galbatorix announced. We will never know. That war would have made mine look like a child's spat. The council made the right decision. Agreed. I couldn't help but say. Jarnun Fosk would have never chosen me, and Sapphira would have never hatched for Aragon. Galbatorix admitted, naming his first dragon and not his current one. That brought out my next question. Shrukin never filled that hole, did it? I decided to be direct. His eyes hardened then. I have entertained your questions long enough, it's time you answer some of mine. He switched over to the ancient language for his question. What is the Varden's next step? Galbatorix asked. They will meet with the elves, outside of Illyria, and attack. I answered honestly. He already knows this. Who will lead them? Galbatorix continued. Why ask questions you already know the answer to? I asked him. Aragon then. Galbatorix deduced. Did Oramis or Brahm tell him the source of my power? I don't know. I answered truthfully in the ancient language. In my mind, both the Elgenry and the name are the sources of your power. I truly have no idea if they told Aragon about the name, so the ancient language let me answer this way. That is the first time you have manipulated your answer. Galbatorix responded. I studied amongst the masters of the language, boy. I know when you lie, without having to break your mind. Then you know it was not necessarily a lie. Just an omission of some truths combined with your lack of specificity. I bit back to him quickly. So he does know of the Elgenry. Galbatorix deduced out loud. I do. I answered him. And if I do, then why wouldn't he? Galbatorix's laugh echoed through the hall then. Once he was done, he responded. You have begun to believe your own lies, haven't you? I didn't know how to respond to the question, in fact it threw me off for a moment. You still believe Aragon to be the figurehead, the symbol? He asked genuinely. Of course. I answered. Once again his laugh rang out. You don't know many unknown ripples you threw into Ormuz and Ilanzades' plans. A dragon rider, hopefully elven but it truly didn't matter, rises up to take revenge for the council of old, striking down the mad rider turned king. Once again his laugh echoed through the room. Even your weapon of choice is a spit in their face, a warhammer of dwarven metalsmiths. I have truly enjoyed your rise. Apparently my confusion was still written on my face. Do I have to spell it out for you? He asked. Oh very well, it amuses me. He cleared his throat and I waited patiently while trying to school my features. I hate to break it to you, but it is you, not Aragon, that is the figurehead, the symbol. Tell me, which is more relatable to the men of the Varden? A farm boy chosen by fate, trained by elves, a race considered superior, or another farm boy who rose up on his own sweat, blood, and tears, trained by a fellow man? Who would inspire the masses more? I grit my teeth and tried to find fault in his argument, my anger rose when I couldn't. Both of you are two ideals, opposite in nature. Admittedly, both are effective but the master stroke was the other night. I underestimated you, I thought that by taking you from the heart of the Varden, it would discourage them. And then you walked willingly into my arms, while telling everyone in the army of how you trust them to finish what you started. Stronghammer has come to mean many things, a title of triumph, an ideal, a leader, a martyr, and finally it will be a battlecry. I sat silently as he praised my actions over the past few years. Surely he knows of my time in Elsmera? I wondered. Or maybe he doesn't care. No wonder Ilanzadi encouraged Najuada to kill you. That took me back, but I didn't let it show. Oh, you didn't know? Maybe I did let it show. They need Aragon. He is their key to the next chapter of this world. Trained by elves, altered to look like an elf, wielding a sword made by the best smith who ever lived, an elf. You, a regular man who figured out a way to alter himself with magic but stay human, cut a bloody path through the heart of my empire, with no help from the elves at all. Need I continue to lay this out for you? Galbatorix finished with a raised eyebrow. No. I think you made your point. I answered, grateful that he stopped talking. You're missing a lot of details. I protested. You know how easily that is manipulated through rumors. And would it even matter to the average man? Galbatorix cut my protest down. Both of us were cut off when the door opened again. Murtaugh stood there, dressed as casually as I would expect from a general and dragon rider in Galbatorix's army. Zarok grazed his side. Ah Murtaugh, thank you for joining us. We were having a very enlightening discussion. Galbatorix greeted him. Cousin. I nodded towards Murtaugh. He didn't acknowledge me. Your Grace. Murtaugh answered with a bow of his head. And this is why I despise you, Galbatorix. I spoke, motioning to Murtaugh's cowering nature. This? Of all things? Galbatorix asked, genuinely curious. I nodded. Absolutely. Murtaugh finally looked in my direction then, with a look on his face that I couldn't discern. Interesting. Well, with Murtaugh's arrival, our civil discussion has come to an end. Now it is time for you to tell us, everything. Galbatorix stated and finished with a whisper that shook the air around me. Invisible hands grabbed each of my limbs and forced me back onto the table in a spread eagle position. I didn't bother resisting and losing my strength. Grit and bear, and for the love of God, don't scream. I thought to myself in preparation for what was to come. Now, how does Aragon plan to breach you, Bane? Galbatorix asked. I stared up at the ceiling, and didn't open my mouth at all. I could have screamed obscenities at him and told him to go fuck his mother, but I didn't. Murtaugh approached my side and in his hand was a piece of iron, and the tip of it had been heated and was glowing orange. Didn't see him bring that in. I pondered as it got closer to the skin on my arm. When it finally touched my arm, I couldn't help but let out a grunt of disapproval. Aragon POV. Armies sure do kick up a bunch of dust. I commented to my bonded partner as I looked down at the marching soldiers below. Not near as much as a thunder of dragons would. Sapphira teased back at me, one of her many jabs at me being tiny and two-legged. Her amusement bled across our link. They will reach Bane within the week. Galbatorix is waiting on us, there will be no ambush. I commented back to her, tired of putting the conversation off. It is time. Sapphira agreed almost immediately, we both knew the arguments for staying and agreed it didn't outweigh the threat if we didn't leave. Her body angled back towards the front of the marching army and my body automatically leaned to make the turn easier on myself. Most of the time I didn't even realize I was doing it, it was instinct. We dove towards where we knew Brahm and the others would be leading the procession. I focused on relishing the view, the rush of diving in such a manner, and the wind on my body instead of the coming conversation. It didn't last long enough and Sapphira's wings reached out and caught the air, slowing us down quickly. Sapphira hit the ground in front of Brahm's horse, scaring the poor creature, to the amusement of my beloved. I hopped off the saddle after pulling the straps free and walked over to Brahm's horse. Sapphira took off in the sky once again, not wanting to be confined to the ground. The conversation could have been had in the air via our minds, but there are some conversations that need to be had in person. Aragon, was that really necessary? Brahm asked from on top of his horse, who was still skittish. No, but you know how Sapphira is. I answered quickly. We need to talk. About what? Brahm asked, getting straight to the point. He has become grumpy since Roran left. I'm going to the Rock of Kuthian. I stated, knowing he would forget about it. The Rock of, well, spit out, what do you want to talk about? I sighed, confused as to why I was the only person who could hold the name in their heads for any length of time. I'm going to the place where I need to go when all hope seems lost. I answered, hoping that would clear things up. Why does that sound familiar? Brahm asked after hearing the words. It is part of the instructions the Warcats told me. We still don't have a way to defeat Galbatorix, we are marching towards our defeat, unless I go find out what the Warcats are talking about. I explained without saying the words. So when all hope seems lost, you what? Leave. Solumbum says that when all seems lost and my power is insufficient, go to this place and speak your name to open this thing. I tried to quote to the best of my ability without him losing the information. What place, what thing, boy? You are testing my patience today. Brahm bit back, upset. Every time I say the place or thing, you forget it. There is some kind of mind magic on the locations. I yelled back, just as upset at the implications. Mind magic? Brahm scrunched his brow. Blast. It happened again. Every time I bring it up. I thought. So you're leaving to chase down an answer to your insufficient power? Brahm asked condescendingly. The Varden is yours until I return. I answered without bothering to explain my reasoning, he wouldn't understand. Hold off the attack until I return, I'm going to Vanguard. I told him, dropping the bomb on where the Rock of Kuthian was. Brahm took a second to gather himself after learning where I was going. It'll take you a week and a half to get there and back, assuming you only use a day looking for this place. Brahm reasoned quickly, no doubt knowing the time because of his own time spent as a dragon rider. I know. I answered. Stall the attack, sieges can take a notoriously long time. Galbatorix won't think anything of it. I reasoned, hoping that I was correct. Barzul. You're just as stubborn as I was. I just smiled at him. Roran POV. I stared down at my right arm, where red burns pulsated from 7 different locations, sending fire up my arm. I screamed. I looked up to see my visitor, Murtaugh. The same man who put the glowing hot iron to my forearm yesterday. The same man who would apply it to other parts of my body also. That's natural. I retorted. You didn't scream. His simple rebuttal came fast. He was sitting in the same seat as Galbatorix the day before, and I was once again sitting down with my legs crossed on my bed/torture rock. Because I didn't want to. I explained. The pain was no greater, no less than your own. The only difference was the mind experiencing it. I can't be you. Murtaugh admitted. I don't want you to be. I want you to be yourself, find your inner strength, use it to bend your weakness to submission. I lectured. It's too late, I can't change. I've tried. Murtaugh croaked out, upset but keeping his voice down. He didn't have to, he warded the chamber against unwanted ears when he walked in. That's the first and most important step. I praised. But you can't change yourself while still holding on to the things you want to change. I don't know what that means. He hissed in response. That's why I'm here, Murtaugh. I told him gently before continuing. Let me ask you a question. Do you make your own bed? Do you dress yourself? I asked. No, servants do both. He answered honestly. Good, let me explain it this way. You have chains on you, placed on you by someone. Everything you do is in his control. So let's start small, instead of the red shirt he picks out for you tomorrow, wear black. Instead of servants making your bed and feeding you, you make your bed in a different way, and cook your own food. Our minds are ruled by the things around us. A man's house is a direct representation of his mind. If his room is messy, then his mind mirrors that, etc. You want to know how to change? I finished. The whole time I was speaking his eyes slowly started to show recognition. Yes. Then start taking control of your own life. Master your surroundings, and you will master your mind. I reasoned. Galbatorix rules his own mind and the minds of the people around him. Yes. Murtaugh answered. It is mirrored in the physical world, he controls how his servants walk, how they talk, and how they think. I laid it out for him. Change it all, Murtaugh. Murtaugh stood up, out of the chair he was sitting in, and looked back to it. He always wanted me to note how he sat, how he spoke. My first instinct was to sit in the chair he sat in. I smiled, the lesson imparting on him. Good, now the work begins. I saw one of the rarest things I had ever seen on Murtaugh's face after that. Hope. Chapter 32, Act 3, Chapter 5. Hello everyone. It's hard not to see the finish line and look back at things that could have been done, scenes that would have helped the story, and things like that. But, and I've said this before, this story is my favorite out of the two I am writing because it really showcases the improvements and the failures in my writing. I thought it might be shameful, but it actually fills me with pride going back and reading early chapters. Anyway, enough rambling. Author's note at the bottom. Disclaimer, I own nothing. The burrow worms crawled into me. Then a mind, the size and power of the sun battered into my mind. I was a helpless sandcastle against its tsunami. He washed my defenses away, the first time outside of training, that someone had forced their way into my mind. I did not like it. Luckily, that was when the vision started. It was not like a dream at all. The ground crunched under my black boot, it sounded like glass cracking. It is glass. I realized looking down. My eyes trailed back upwards and my point of view twisted to show my body. As if I was hovering in front of myself. My normal dirty blonde hair was replaced with blood red, to match my eyes. In my right hand I held a twisted version of Fram and a bright white light hovered above my left shoulder. A shade? I wondered before it hit me. No, a bonded. The answer came to me, except it wasn't me speaking. The idea hit me, what I might have been if my ancestors had bonded with spirits instead of dragons. My point of view shifted again to show the army at my back, an army of men built like me, with varying colors of hair, obviously more bonded. Faces I recognized from my own army, and my friends. I was thrown back into the eyes of my doppelganger. I looked up and saw two dragons diving towards my body. One sapphire blue, another blood red, and I knew their riders. Fire rained down on me, and with a twist of my arm, it twisted around me and grew to epic proportions, taking the form of a snake and launching back to the riders. The scene shifted quickly. A scream, the type that doesn't just pierce your ear but your soul also, tore into me. It stopped suddenly. Elva. I recognized the scream. My heart wrenched and I let out a cry of my own, knowing why her scream stopped so suddenly. I tried to turn but realized there was something around my neck and wrists. I was kneeling, unable to look in any other direction besides forward. Then Galbatorix walked forward, a spear in one hand. A spear that had bisected Elva, and he started at the bottom. There are no words to describe the emotion that ran through my body. The vision melted away and instantly I realized that I was back in the real world, back in my own body. And I had subconsciously been casting magic. I cut the flow off immediately, feeling the drain on my tired body. I will rip your heart out with my bare hands. I stated to the man in front of me. He didn't even listen to my statement, instead he was studying me with a smile on his face. As if I was his new thing to dissect and figure out. Oh my! Galbatorix said out loud and laughed. I could feel liquid start to run down my face out of my eyes, nose, and ears, but it was not tears. If I could have seen it, it would have been greenish-black in color. It was what was left of the burrow worms. It must have been a menacing sight, combined with the rage on my face. No one has ever broken through the worms before. He commented while twisting his head. And you should not be able to access your magic through the drugs. I metabolize things quicker than anyone alive. I told him, leading him away from the real reason the drugs didn't work. He can't discover the truth, my whole plan relies on it. I remembered for a moment before I forced myself to think about something else, in case he attacked my mind. We'll have to increase the amount fed to you then. Galbatorix exclaimed with a clap and a happy smile. You continue to impress, Stronghammer. Please, keep it up. The last thing you see, will be your still beating heart, in my hand. I couldn't help it, the words just came out. I expected a backhand, anything to remind me where I was. I didn't expect his smile to get bigger, a feat I thought impossible. That would be truly remarkable, wouldn't it? Now his insanity is peeking through. I realized as I looked into his eyes. The first vision was disappointing, to be honest, nothing torturous, just what could have happened if you had turned to sorcery. That's the problem with the worms, you can't control what they make you see. It all comes back to the victim. Those visions were yours, Stronghammer. Galbatorix told me, the smile dropping. His eyes roamed over my face to see my reaction. Tell me, why would your mind produce that horrid image of that little girl? The blessed one? Galbatorix asked. I'm not so stupid to think that I produced that image. The worms must pull out fears and show them to you how you imagine it. I deduced from the vision, unwilling to let Galbatorix beat me into submission with guilt. His face changed again, this time into a frown. I should have known that wouldn't work. Not with a mind like yours. Has anyone described to you how your mind feels? That was actually an intriguing thought, because no one ever had. I imagine it feels very different to a normal human. The first thing I noticed was the pure strength it holds, it is endearing, truly. Galbatorix began. And then the depth takes you by surprise. As if you spent a whole lifetime learning and solidifying who you are. One could mistake you as an old man just by the feel of your mind. That makes perfect sense. I thought about the description. Do you know who it reminds me of? Galbatorix asked. Oh, here it comes. Me. Couldn't be more predictable. The more you come to see me, the more I find ways to hate you. I told him, not reacting at all to his bait. Fair enough. I think that will be all for today, it's been quite stressful for you and informative for me. Galbatorix said and walked out, still holding that magic that kept me confined to the table spread out. Fuck you. Brahm's POV. I'm too old for this shit. I couldn't help myself as I walked to the meeting of the other leaders. I was not looking forward to the interaction that would take place. I have enough trouble keeping Roran in line. I remembered. He must have been terrified by Roran. I passed the fields full of marching soldiers. Hormander was busy yelling orders and obscenities at the legions surrounding him. He is perfect for the position. I looked at his grey beard and was reminded of my own, once glorious beard. I stopped and looked down at myself, clenching and unclenching muscles that had once left me. My hand reached up to the skin around my face. Where once it was thin and loose around my frame, it now sat strong and tight around my features. It's amazing what purpose, exercise, and magic can do to a man. I told myself for what felt like the 100th time since Roran and I left Carvajal years ago. I continued my journey after gathering myself and squaring my shoulders while looking towards the direction of the hill the meeting would take place on. Hrothgar is already there. I thought, picking out his lone form. I picked up the pace, tardiness has always bothered me. The lack of a sword on my belt felt odd, after all this time carrying one, but the weight of Aaron on my finger reassured me that I was not weaponless. Brahm. Hrothgar called out once I got close enough. When will you tell me the secrets of youth? Please don't tell me it's that piss the elves drink. I couldn't help but laugh at my old friend. My laughter was immediately replaced with guilt because of his inability for magic, and thus the key to youth. That piss is just as good as what you dwarves drink to get you piss drunk. I teased back at him. Well then I might need to give it another try at. The old dwarf king chuckled back to me. No doubt, the dragons are to blame for your youth. They never had love for us dwarves, or the ground at all really. The sky is where they belong. Well, the dragons are responsible, actually. In a roundabout way. I thought to myself about his comments. And I would be much the same if you dwarves weren't so good at drinking. I joked. The dwarves had been a friend to me for a long time now. His laughter roared out again just as Roran decided to show up. I ignored him for the elf approaching behind him. I touched my fingers to my mouth and greeted Ilanzadi as expected for one of her station. She and her companion, Dathedr, responded in the typical response. I did not add the last line, intentionally. Ilanzadi, Dathedr. I nodded my head at both of them. They noticed my cold greeting immediately. Well, that is to be expected, I suppose. Ilanzadi commented. I have brought a gift, Brahm. Before you object, just ask Gladr. Oramis wanted you to have it. Gladr is with Aragon, to guide him. I thought to myself but didn't reveal the information. At those words, an unnamed, unfamiliar elf approached, holding a long cylindrical object wrapped in fine linen. A sword. I deduced immediately. Nagling, no doubt. Don't let it catch you off guard. I steeled myself as Ilanzadi took the object and unwrapped it. Sure enough, Orami's rider's sword revealed itself in her hands. She wasted no time in offering it to me. I felt anger that I hadn't felt in a long time, the type of anger that fueled my campaign against Galbatorix and the 13. I grabbed the sword from her hands, not because of my want for it but because she did not deserve to touch it. A gift, you say? A bribe I would think. I gritted out to her before drawing the weapon. I was instantly surrounded by swords from elves and dwarves alike. I was not intimidated, my eyes stayed on Ilanzadi. Lower your weapons. Hrothgar commanded and his dwarves obeyed, the 3 elves didn't. My gaze said everything. You betrayed Roran. You cannot blame me. Ilanzadi hissed out, not bothering to pretend she didn't know what this was all about. They are mirror images of each other. I turned to the guards who still had their swords drawn at me. How long do you think you would last? I asked them. Put the swords away. Dathedra commanded his men and they obeyed. You too, Brom. I eyed him for a moment and cutting him down seemed like a fantastic idea, but I thought better of it and sheathed Nagling. I took my belt off and attached the magnificent blade with practiced hands before putting it on my hip. Its weight felt perfect. I vouched for him, Oramis was wary but believed in him after a while. Barzol Ilanzadi. Even Renan approved. I replied to her finally. Hrothgar cut in. And I too, gave him my blessing. Oren, if you say one word I will gut you. I couldn't help but think as I got a handle on my anger. He is closer to Evander, than he is Galbatorix. I told her, bringing my attention back to her. She visibly recoiled as if it was my hand that hit her instead of my words. She recovered quickly. He has obviously been the right choice. She finally responded. I was wrong. I nodded in acceptance, not quite sure if she was genuine or not. It does not matter. I concluded. Good. Now we didn't meet to talk about the past, but the future. Hrothgar cut in, tired of the talk. I glared at Ilanzadi and buried my anger. Something I didn't learn to do until Selena taught me. Roran POV. My cell door opened and I mentally prepared myself for another day of torture. Instead of the Mad King, my cousin walked in. He will not come today. Murtaugh began as he walked over to me. He grabbed my arms and turned them over. Bright red and black burn marks marred my arms, but I did not win CE at the skin being agitated from his rough treatment. Do not heal them. I told him, guessing where his mind was going. I can handle a little pain, Galbatorix must not catch on to you. He paused his movements. What about deadening the pain? I have gotten good at that. The painless soldiers. I guessed. No. I answered quickly. I'll endure. You need to focus on you. I have been doing what you said, it feels good, to be in control. Murtaugh whispered, his fear of his master getting to him. It will not be enough. We don't have much time. I responded. His eyes flashed with panic and he backed away from me. Yes, I know. I am close though. I can feel it. Good. I answered quickly, even if it was the placebo effect, it could work to our advantage. Now we need to delve a little deeper. He turned to me. What do you mean? Murtaugh asked. I think, given a few days, I could also learn your true name, cousin. I began. I get to do a lot of thinking in this room. Don't. He begged quickly. Please don't prove it. I won't. I answered, appeasing him. It is unnatural to have such power over a man. I revealed. Good. Murtaugh breathed. What is the emotion that rules you most? I asked him, already knowing the answer. He looked away from me, and started pacing the room. Anger. He answered. Don't lie to me. I barked, not entertaining his delusion. You have heard your true name, you know the answer. He stopped in his tracks and was about to answer before I beat him to it. Fear. I said, revealing that I know the truth. Although anger is a close third. If you know so much about me, just say my name, and free me from his bonds. Murtaugh requested, hope seeping into his voice. I cannot contest the power he has over you. He probably has wards on your true name just like he has on his own. I shot his proposal down. It has to be you. He put his hands on the table and hung his head, defeated. You're doing good, keep taking control of the physical aspects around you. But we must start on the mental aspects too. I said, trying to encourage him. You said they were one and the same. Murtaugh retorted. They reflect each other, but it will not change the substance in your mind. I answered. He took a deep breath. What do I need to do? I also took a deep breath knowing I was about to unload a bunch of shit on him. Well, let's start by not lying to ourselves. You can't change who you are until you know who you are. I reasoned. If you know your true name, then you literally have to know who you are. Shouldn't be hard. I thought to myself. I only lied to you, because I was afraid you would find my name. I know who I am. Murtaugh told me confidently. Good. I said, having no choice but to believe him. Now we need to change how you think, how you reason, how you react to problems, everything. Why do you think you are in the position you are? I asked him. Because of my father, and Thorn. Murtaugh answered quickly, telling me he was telling the truth. That's a problem. You have a victim mentality. I said, not willing to pull my punches. Let's go more recently. You were a free man, right? Yes. And then you wanted revenge for your father figure, so you chased after the Arazak. Once you were done and they were dead, you could have walked away. I said, trying to lead him to the answer. He agreed. Why didn't you? I asked. I chose to follow you. Murtaugh said and was about to elaborate before I interrupted. Exactly. You chose. I began. And then after that you chose, and then there was another decision you made. So did I, and so did Aragon, and so did Brahm, and so did Galbatorix. We all choose. This is how you need to look at situations from now on. You made a decision that led to this. And now you need to make a decision on how to deal with it. You understand? I asked. He looked confused and I realized I wasn't articulating it properly. Not really. Murtaugh answered. What I mean to say is that the only thing we can control, is our own actions. Nothing happens to you, things happen because of you. Get it now? I explained. That doesn't apply to everything though, surely you can see that things happen to you. Murtaugh objected. That is only true in the rarest of circumstances. And even then, it does no one any good to dwell on someone else's actions. Control what you can control. Shoulder the responsibility of your own being, Murtaugh. Treat yourself as if you are someone you are responsible for. I told him, genuinely trying to get my point across. His head picked up and looked at me. His eyebrows were scrunched together. I think I get it, I understand what you mean by the victim mentality. Good. I answered, happy that I hadn't fucked the second explanation up. Life is chaos, Murtaugh. We are defined by how well we navigate that chaos. Murtaugh just nodded his head at me and moved to leave. Wait, Murtaugh. I told him. He turned back to me with a questioning gaze, wondering why I stopped him. Has he taught you the name? I was the one whispering this time. Murtaugh's eyes widened and he sucked in a huge breath of air. How do you know about that? Don't ask me any more questions about it. It's no secret that he has been searching for it. I told him, trying to make up a lie as to how I know it. He wouldn't be so confident in his victory if he didn't have it. Stop speaking about it. Murtaugh told me again. My oaths. And then his mouth shut audibly. Wow, his oaths must be extremely limiting if he can't even speak about it. I realized seeing his reaction. Good. I told him, confident that he not only knew about it, but knew it. All hope is not lost then. Murtaugh looked at me like I had grown a second head. How can you think that if you know? His power is absolute. He exclaimed. That's no way to live life. There is always hope. I thought to myself. It only controls the language, cousin. Not magic itself. I reasoned with him. With power to rival him, all you would need is the right mind after that to compete with him. Murtaugh threw his hands up. Yeah, exactly, there isn't any power to rival him. He said confidently. Of course there is. I retorted. Enough people working together, linking their minds and energy together could see it done. Even still, it might not be enough. Murtaugh said. I knew that it was impossible, you would have to link close to 100,000 minds together, and keep them separate as you took their energy. There weren't enough trained magicians in the world capable of holding that many minds separate, let alone do it while taking and using the energy. Like I said. Impossible. I had a few ulterior motives for revealing this to inspire hope into Murtaugh, but also to mislead Galbatorix as to my plans for the battle. Murtaugh will report back to him, and Galbatorix will note my use of the idea. If he thought that I would try to use the power of all of the Varden, then he wouldn't realize that all of my plans rode on Aragon. Misdirection. I still have no idea how we will do it. I admitted to myself. But if I can get Murtaugh to change, then we will have a real shot. It will be enough. It has to. Aragon's POV. The weight of the mind's connected mine was almost unbearable. I can't imagine how Galbatorix does it, and with insane Elgenery at that. I couldn't help but think. Omerode answered me quickly. He does not think as other humans do. When his bonded died, it warped him. He delved into magic forbidden, and learned many things. We have pondered on it ourselves. I didn't have long to ponder on the answer as light filtered into my vision. We're almost to the surface. I said aloud, wanting to take my focus off of the minds connected to my own. To Illyria, for vengeance or death. Omerode commented. I subconsciously sped up at the excitement in the dragon's mind at the prospect of battle. Chapter 33, Act 3, Chapter 6. Hello everyone. Don't have a lot to say before this chapter except thanks for all the love. As always, there is an author's note at the bottom. Disclaimer, I own nothing. I woke to the sound of the door of my prison opening. I sat up instinctively, the aches and pains from the torture reminded me how bad of an idea it was. I barely held the groan in. How is your arm? Galbatorix's silky smooth voice asked me as he sat down in his customary chair. He was referring to the arm that he broke yesterday, my right forearm. Fantastic. I replied cheekily. He chuckled at the reply. You are a tough one, I'll give you that. Thank you, it's easy compared to looking at your ugly mug every day. I told him, trying to get under his skin. It was a sorry attempt. Oh, don't be like that, I have left your face completely untouched. Wouldn't want the princess to leave you because of it. Galbatorix commented. So he knows about Arya and I deduced. Not surprising, considering that she spent the last few days I had with the Varden in my tent and not her own. She has enough looks for the both of us, I'm sure she wouldn't mind you giving me a handsome scar. I continue with the joking. Let me ask you a question, Roran. He began. What about after all of this? Assuming you don't die by my hand. I thought about that. I thought about what I wanted to do, what I wanted the races to do, there was so much potential. I will undoubtedly be made king. I answered before thinking about telling him my true plans. But that won't last very long. Oh? Tell me more. Galbatorix said while leaning forward. No man should have absolute power. I answered. Absolute power corrupts absolutely. Someone has to be in charge, someone has to make decisions. Galbatorix countered. The people. I answered. The people will be in charge. In my mind, I call it democracy. Galbatorix's head tilted in curiosity. Democracy. He tried the word on his tongue, it sounded odd to his normal perfect speech. Tell me about it. The people will elect representatives to make decisions for their region, I haven't decided the regions yet, it will take some testing of course. I told him, not seeing the harm in telling him. Either he won't be alive, or I won't be. Him knowing won't matter. I concluded. Everyone will have a vote. I told him, trying to dumb down a system that had grown extremely complex in my past life. You'll give it up? Galbatorix asked, his eyes lighting up. Oh, you truly are a magnificent creature. The words dripped out and he got a manic look on his face, like he was seeing something he couldn't wait to break. I haven't decided actually. I might keep it, in case the system gets too corrupt and I need to step in and guide the people. I told him, thinking about other democratic systems around my past life. Galbatorix's eyes dimmed at that. Ah, so you will trick the people into thinking they have power? At any minute you could step in and change the people's decision. That's not as exciting. I didn't refute him. He's not wrong, he just doesn't understand how powerful the illusion of power is. Plus I won't abuse it. And then what will you do? Fade out of notoriety? Go back to the farm? Galbatorix asked. No. I answered quickly. To truly catapult our society, everyone who wants to, will be taught how to use magic. Galbatorix's face completely changed then. It went from being very interested, to very disgusted. I smiled at the reaction. That's the problem with dragon riders and elves. You think you are entitled to magic because you were chosen by dragons. You have no more right to magic than my father did, and he was a hell of a lot better man than you and most of the order of old. I spat the words out at him. Galbatorix stood up and approached me, staring into my eyes. And you call me a maniac? My head snapped to the left, courtesy of the back of Galbatorix's hand. I barely felt the blow. He turned back around and returned to his seat, smoothing out non-existent creases on his clothes. We really are on opposite ends of the spectrum, and yet we are so alike, aren't we? I asked him. You crave absolute power, so much so that you want control over magic itself, because you think yourself the only person capable of governing it. I want everyone to have control over their own magic, but I think I am the only person capable of teaching them to use it correctly. It's possible we are both wrong. There was silence for a moment, I wasn't sure if he was shocked that I knew about his search for the name of names or pondering what I told him. You thought we didn't know about your search? I asked, wondering what he was thinking. I never considered the possibility that the war beginning and the egg hatching was only a coincidence. Galbatorix wondered. It's not, the Elgeneri have been manipulating things for the past 100 years. I thought to myself about my misdirection of him. Wait, the Elgeneri, I can remember. Aragon has found them. I started laughing, I couldn't help it, the relief at knowing that we had a chance at beating him was too good. We actually have a shot. Is that funny? Galbatorix asked, confused as to what I was laughing about. I stopped laughing but a smile was painted onto my face, My happiness at being right all this time was too much. It's too late, Galbatorix. You have already lost. I told him confidently. Galbatorix's all-encompassing mind surrounded mine and I instinctively defended myself. He crashed into my mind and slipped inside quickly. And then, all of a sudden I couldn't remember why I was so happy, but whatever it was pissing Galbatorix off and I loved that. The information kept sliding away from his mind, everywhere he searched, the information would slip away, moving around in my mind, always in the shadow of his own. It took hours for him to get tired of looking for what made me so happy and confident, and once his mind left my own, the information of the Elgenry returned to me. The door to my cell slammed, notifying me of him leaving me alone. My left hand found my abdomen instinctively and I smiled, knowing my plan was working. When is the last time Murdoch came to see me? It was a good question, one that I didn't know the answer to. It was nearly impossible to tell the passage of time deep in the bowels of Bane. I've slept 11 times, but that doesn't mean 11 days. I thought to myself, trying to time when the Varden would attack. I steeled myself for finally trying to break the mind of the guard at my door, and find the answer for myself. I never got the chance, because a rumble ran through the castle, littering my room with dust from the ceiling. I acted immediately, my mind reached inside and I brought my magic to the surface, casting my diagnostic spell. The damage was extensive, fingernails gone, burn marks all along my arms and torso, and numerous broken bones. I decided that the healing would take more energy than I had without my reserve of power. Luckily that is not a problem. I thought to myself as my mind connected with the stone of my necklace. The power washed over me as I cast the spell to heal all of my injuries. I felt the bones set themselves and meld together, my fingernails grow back, and the burns across my torso disappear to reveal smooth skin. I have enough mental scars from Galbi, no need for physical also. I told myself, breaking my normal rule of leaving scars for a reminder. After I felt the magic stop, I hopped off of the stone table that served as my torture bed to my feet. I threw a couple punches and kicks to get myself ready. No atrophy. The changes really are amazing. I thought as I felt my body adapt immediately. I walked to the door and extended my mind to find 2 guards waiting when there was normally only 1. They weren't paying attention, nor were they magicians. I broke the mind of the biggest one easily, and searched his mind trying to find the route to the throne room. It didn't take me long to find the information, too bad he didn't know where the treasure room was. I slid into his eyes, taking over motor control of his body. It was the most disorienting thing I had ever experienced, his limbs were too short and too weak to buy my own. I acted regardless. I drew the sword on his hip and wasted no time driving it into the chest of the other guard before anyone could react. I knew that if I had aimed for the head then I probably would have missed, and even aiming for center mass, I barely succeeded. The guard fell to the ground dead and I bent down in my new body to grab the keys. As soon as I touched them, the skin on my hand burned and blistered immediately. I broke the connection due to the shock of pain. Enchanted. The guard yelled out in pain and confusion at being back in control of his body. I steeled myself and entered his mind again, sending his consciousness to the back of his mind and taking control of his body. I grabbed the keys again and grit my teeth. I moved quickly, shoving the only key into the keyhole and turning before breaking the connection with our minds. I opened my own eyes again and I was back in the body I had grown so accustomed to. My hand reached out and yanked the door open before the guard could react. He yelled again, looking down to his hand, then back up to me in shock. I kicked him, full power, in his sternum against the wall of the hallway. He hit and a crunch sounded out. His body went limp. At least it was quick. I comforted myself. I reached down to the ground where the guard, dropped his sword and picked it up. I inspected the clothes on they were wearing, wondering if I could get some protection on the way to the throne room. I wore pants only, no shirt, no shoes. No luck. I realized as I noticed all of their clothes were much too small. Intentional from Galbi, no doubt. What are you idiots doing down here? A voice sounded out from down the hallway. They must have heard the guard's shout of pain. I realized. I turned in the direction of the voice and calmly walked forward, noticing the body in the dimly lit hallway. I put the sword behind my back so they wouldn't notice I wasn't a guard until too late. Oi, who are you? The average-sized man asked as his hand moved to his waist. I moved immediately, crossing the 20 feet between us quickly. He got his sword out of its sheath just as mine pierced his heart. My mind grasped the energy fading from his body and stored into the gem that once sat inside my necklace. These will do. I thought, looking down at the boots he was wearing. I took them off of his body quickly and threw them onto my feet. They were a little small but would get the job done. I took off, moving at a quick pace. Right turn, take the steps up. Go down the hallway to this door. I had to duck as soon as I entered a doorway. The sword went over my head and I moved forward further into the room where I had to parry the second soldier and grab his neck, move his body into the third soldier's thrust. I moved past the now corpse of the second man and decapitated the third soldier's head. The first was back and stabbed towards me, wasting no time. I turned my body and grabbed his wrist before hip-tossing him and stabbing his skull when he hit the ground. I stood up and looked around the room, seeing that it was a storage area, and not at all the hallway that the man guarding my cell thought it was. Galbatorix wants me to join him. And he's left me traps. Well, this might take a while. I realized as I took in all the facts. I walked back into the hallway and turned the direction that wouldn't lead me back down to the hall of the soothsayer. Every door I passed, I checked. No more soldiers on this floor. I realized as I reached another set of stairs that led upwards. Couldn't make it easy on me at? I climbed the stairs cautiously, sword at the ready. It already had a chip in it from one parry. I'm used to much better steel. I thought, noticing the damage. I poked my head around a corner, to see 5 men with a bow drawn aiming my direction. I whipped my head back just as 5 arrows impacted the stone wall opposite of me where they broke and fell away. I turned the corner and summoned my magic. Jirda. I spoke and the world obeyed. Their bows snapped in their hands and I started running towards them. All of them had their swords out as I approached. I slowed down, thinking of a better plan than just charging at them. 3 men approached, as that was all that could attack in the narrow hallway at once comfortably. The other 2 followed close behind. Sideways or forward, never back. I reminded myself as one swung his sword trying to cut me from shoulder to him. Terrible plan. I deflected his sword and the thrust from his comrade in the same swing while also putting their bodies in front of the third man. I moved past them towards the 2 in the back and cut one down before they could react. I quickly moved sideways to avoid 2 more stabs. One man overextended and got his throat slit as a reward. That left just 3 more. I rolled under one swing and grabbed another sword on the ground on the way up. I stopped 2 blades with 2 of my own and kicked one guard in the knee, breaking it. I disengaged from the locked blades and cut the one with the broken knee in the back of the neck. I kept my momentum and dodged another swing before stabbing him in the heart and abandoning the sword to deflect and decapitate the last man. 5 bodies laid at my feet, 2 still bleeding out. I reached out and sucked the energy from them to rejuvenate my own tired body. I walked past the bodies calmly to another set of stairs just as another rumble shook through the castle. This time the stairs continued up and up and up. I must have climbed another 10 floors before I was deposited on what I assumed to be the ground floor of the castle. The hall of the soothsayer is either really far down, or Galbatorix fucked with the stairs just to trick me. I thought as I looked through the door. What I saw made me pause. The castle was abandoned. I opened the door and stepped through to what had to be the main chamber to the castle. There was a huge door, that was no door, just a massive opening that led to the outside. I walked up to it to see my army attacking the city, but it didn't look like they had gotten very far yet. Still have time, but I have to hurry, Aragon and the others will be here soon. I thought to myself as I turned around and started running. I passed through the main chamber, and continued to run straight, knowing that I would reach the throne room soon. A part of me panicked, knowing that everything rode on Murtaugh, and his ability to change. I calmed myself down with the thought that I had done everything I could. Now is not the time for worry, but action. It didn't take me long to enter the throne room. I entered through the front door, where I imagine people of the court also entered daily. The marble floor was split by a gorgeous red carpet that led all the way to the throne. Pillars lined the sides of the room, all the way to the back. The chamber itself was absolutely massive, which makes sense considering the mountain of black that laid on the ground behind the throne. Shrukin. I realized looking at the massive creature. And he is laying down. Murtaugh and Thorn were nowhere to be found. Nice of you to join us, Roran. Galbatorix spoke from his throne. For the first time, he had a weapon on his hip, and it sent a chill down my spine. I think I am a little early to the party. I greeted him as I walked forward with my stolen sword in my hand. Thank you for the presents you left me, by the way. Of course, I couldn't make it easy on you after all. Our guests will join us shortly. Did you choose the bigger or smaller guard? He asked me. Bigger. I answered truthfully. Ah, that was the boring route. No death traps at all. He spoke genuinely curious. Not that they would have stopped you either. So is the hall really that deep beneath the city, or was that just an illusion? I asked, curious. It is fairly deep, but I did some reconstruction recently just for you. Galbatorix answered with a grin. Now, how were you avoiding me when I was in your mind? It was the oddest experience. I was forgetting the information completely, and it was stored, somewhere else. When you left my mind it was returned. A result of an enchantment I made, that I still don't fully understand. I answered him, misleading him a tiny amount. Ah, that would make sense. But what enchantment? I changed all your clothes, even your hair tie. He paused for a moment before his grin blossomed into a full-blown smile. Inside you. I just patted the left side of my abdomen, where the stone of my necklace rested against my ribs. Magic kept it from infecting or causing discomfort. Now I understand, you planned on being here, right now, the moment you let Murtaugh take you. I didn't truly know if you would even try when the battle started, but I couldn't let the opportunity to toy with you pass. Galbatorix spoke. You continue to impress. As do you. I flattered him. But today is the end, one way or another. Although we both know that your cousin doesn't have the power to defeat me. Where has he been this whole time? Galbatorix asked. I just looked at him, unwilling to answer. Oh come on, you didn't expect that illusion to fool me did you? I tilted my head, genuinely impressed again. You'll find out why he isn't here shortly. I can't ruin the big reveal. Very well. I have come to enjoy theatrics in my old age. Galbatorix offered. He paused for a second, looking behind me to the city before shaking his head. Murtaugh just now figured it out. He told me before laughing. He has a lot to learn, wouldn't you agree? The last part he said with a knowing look. Your manipulation of him runs deep. I agreed, nodding my head. Galbatorix smiled again. So you know that your attempts at changing his true name were foolish surely. My heart dropped, and I couldn't find the words for a rebuttal. Obviously it was painted all over my face because Galbatorix's laugh boomed in the throne room. Oh no. He said in between breaths. Was your whole plan riding on that? Were you counting on his knowledge of? The world stopped when he uttered his next syllables. Normally when one casted magic with the ancient language, the air would vibrate slightly. But when he finished making these sounds come out of his mouth, I realized the breath had been knocked out of my chest. I focused on my breathing, and not letting my shock show. I had never experienced a true name before, avoiding them for a reason. I wouldn't want that much power over someone, nor would I like my whole life and being confined to a bunch of syllables. Because with the words, comes the knowledge of them. When he said the word, the name of names, the realization of what it meant hit my mind with the force of a train. The understanding of the system that bound magic to a language. Then it disappeared. How could you bet your whole campaign on such a small detail? It is mind-boggling. He spoke. My abdomen felt hot to the touch, it felt like my insides were burning, and I knew the cause. The stone. I realized. Don't respond, our guests have arrived. Galbatorix exclaimed as he turned to the door. Hello everyone, come join us. Chapter 34, Act 3, Chapter 7. Hello everyone. Left you on a cliffhanger last week and for that I do not apologize. I have spent a long time thinking about how to properly do this next chapter. Well, I hope you all enjoy it. I won't waste any more time. Author's note at the bottom. Disclaimer, I own nothing. Hello everyone, come join us. I turned behind me to see what he was talking about. Sure enough, in ran Aragon, Sapphira, Braum, Vanir, Arya, and Karn. They looked panicked at the way they ran inside, as if they had just fought their way into the room. Which would be odd because I just came from that way. I thought as I observed them. Karn wielded the dothard in his right hand as he jogged forward, it was dripping with blood. His clothes didn't look much better. Vanir and Arya looked as immaculate as any elf could after killing people. A talent that extended to all of their race apparently. Braum had apparently learned the skill over the last 100 years. He always refused to wear that much armor in battle, claiming he was too skilled and it would only slow him down. Aragon's blood-soaked plate dripped the same way that Sapphira's maw did. All in all, they looked like proper conquerors. My thoughts made me look down to my own body. Dried blood practically covered all of my forearms and most of my upper arm. My bare chest had smears and flecks of blood in random places. My lower body looked much better, somehow the ratty pair of pants and 2 small shoes came out almost completely unscathed. Luckily my hair and beard were still perfect. I could confidently say that I looked like a warrior slave, come to kill his master. Suddenly Arya was by my side, with her hands checking all over my body for any wounds I might have accumulated. She did a very fast glance and determined that the blood wasn't mine and turned her attention back to the real threat sitting on the throne. Must have been lost in the moment. I pondered as I realized that I wasn't paying attention to their approach. I am fine. I told her. She looked deep in my eyes and I felt her mind connect with mine. I am glad you are well. She told me. I sent her a wink and a grin as I turned my attention to the rest of the party. Their greeting was much less warming, only a nod from the rest of them. I nodded back. I have missed you. I told Arya just as Galbatorix spoke. It worked. Braum. Finally, after all these years we meet again. How long has it been? Galbatorix taunted. I have waited, plotted, and planned, and murdered for 100 years to get to this moment, Galbatorix. Braum replied passionately. Galbatorix nodded along as he spoke. Oh yes. Bane of the 13. Morzan was particularly hateful of you. It wasn't enough for you to kill him, you had to take his love away too, how cruel you have been. Galbatorix replied. I do hope you have told Aragon that he is your son. Galbatorix's eyes moved to Aragon for a reaction. When he didn't get one, he smiled knowing he wouldn't be able to get under their skin. Before anyone else could respond, a roar was heard behind us. Thorn flew through the massive doors at the front of the throne room, with Murtaugh on his back. Arya and I melded our minds with those of the rest of our party. I almost staggered at the weight of the minds connected. The Elgeneri were the source of my discomfort. Over 100 Elgeneri of ancient dragons took a toll on someone who should have been expecting it but didn't. I grabbed a hold of my own mind and blocked the chatter from the minds, distancing myself from it. Sorry, Roran. Aragon's voice sounded in my head. I sent him the mental equivalent of a shrug, saying that it was fine. Murtaugh and Thorn circled around us and landed beside Galbatorix. Murtaugh climbed out of the saddle, a furious look on his face. Hello brother. I spoke as his feet hit the ground. His features didn't soften and he didn't respond. Oh don't be rude, Murtaugh. Your family greeted you. Galbatorix spoke and mocked the word family with his tone. Murtaugh nodded in our direction in response to his wishes. We were distracted by the huge black mass behind Galbatorix shifting. The mountain of a dragon's tail slithered around the room, and it took a moment for me to be able to make out its features. It was so big. Finally it opened its massive eyes and Saphira let out a growl in response. Shrukin didn't even blink at Saphira's growl, he thought her so far beneath him, the king of dragons. It made sense considering she could fit in his mouth. Brahm suddenly moved forward, looking to catch Galbatorix off guard. No. I yelled. The world vibrated as Galbatorix spoke the word again. I recoiled as the information hit my mind and left quickly. Then I was brought into the air by an invisible force. The stone in my abdomen burned again. My limbs snapped to my side, arms and legs splayed out in the same way as when I was being tortured. I could move my head and mouth but that was it. Everyone of our party, even Saphira, was held in the air the same way, and all of them were struggling. Now that was rude, Brahm. I hadn't even greeted my old friends. Umarotelda, it is good to see you again, even if I can't truly see you. Galbatorix scolded and greeted at the same time. His eyes moved to a space to the left of Aragon's head. I melded my mind with the other closer than before, but protected myself from the weight of the Elgeneri's minds. Stop struggling, wait for the right moment. I scolded my party. Almost immediately, the veins in their heads and body disappeared, retreating into their body as they gave up the struggle. The stone of my necklace burned in my stomach, reminding me it was there. I thought it odd it was acting up, as there was enchantments against discomfort. Very well. Galbatorix spoke again. You will have to get through Murtaugh here to get to me, if you defeat him. I promise I will let you cut me down. Galbatorix's face screamed glee as he waved his hand and Brahm fell to the floor. Luckily he landed on his feet gracefully with Ormy's golden blade nagling in his right hand. Murtaugh, meet your father and mother's murderer. You could say he is responsible for everything that has happened to you. Galbatorix baited Murtaugh, and he took the bait. Zarok slid out of its sheath and Murtaugh stepped forward. You know better than that, Murtaugh. Brahm ended the misery of your childhood. I retorted to him. How many more scars would you have, had Brahm not ended his reign? I asked. Murtaugh's head snapped to mine and the look of rage he had on his face turned to one of sorrow, as if he had no choice to fight Brahm. He doesn't have a choice. I broadcasted my thoughts to my companions, and they all knew I was right. Don't kill him Brahm. I asked but it came out like pleading, begging. Brahm nodded and I felt bad for placing that handicap on him. There was no way he would win with Galbatorix here if he didn't go for the kill. I'm sorry it's come to this. Brahm spoke as he took his stance with his father figure's sword in his hand, pointed to Ormy's killer. Murtaugh stood opposite of him, with his father's sword in his hand, pointed at Morzen's killer. Me too. Poetic. I heard from a deep booming voice I assumed was Umarot just as their swords clashed. The stone in my gut burned again and I instinctively reached out to it, to see if it was losing energy. I was immediately met with the knowledge of the word, the name of magic. The syllables came to me and it took everything I had not to utter it out loud, and give away my trump card. I grunted just as the sound of two swords of bright steel clashing. The blades screamed at each other every time they met. Murtaugh and Brahm were a blur of motion, moving with the speed only master swordsmen could. They both stood around the same height and had similar reaches. To Brahm, it must have felt like dueling Morzen again. To Murtaugh, it must have been comparable to a more skilled Aragon. They danced around each other, neither getting the upper hand. In the meantime I was trying to cope with the knowledge in my mind. I had to detach my mind from the party, as I couldn't concentrate with their stray thoughts entering my mind. Arya's head turned, recognizing my discomfort. Worry stretched across her face. It was an unpleasant feeling. I uttered the word in my mind and luckily the world didn't shake in response, it didn't give me up. I immediately began to plan, because I knew I had the key to dismantling Galbatorix's wards. The problem is that I didn't have Murtaugh's insider knowledge on the exact makeup of his wards. Braum elbowed Murtaugh in the nose, Murtaugh rolled with the blow and created distance. When he turned back to face Braum, his nose was red but not broken. Good. Your skills haven't dulled Braum, that is good. Galbatorix whispered to all of us. Now stop holding back, strike Murtaugh down like you did his father. Braum attacked, beginning the next salvo of blows. I was still thinking of ways around the wards. I could change words of protection to those of vulnerability. But that would change all of the wards in the world, quickly. So many people would be vulnerable immediately. So many elves that would have normally been safe because of their wards, cut down. Is it worth it? I asked myself. I decided I needed a second opinion. My mind reached out to my party, still connected to my necklace. I held the information of the word back in my necklace, so that nobody would be overwhelmed and speak it out loud, giving us up. I was met with panic. He knows the name. Omerot spoke to everyone. We must strike. Wait. I yelled, getting everyone's attention. I have learned the word. Don't do anything, buy us time for me to prepare to take down his wards with the word. How? Aragon asked me. It keeps slipping from our minds. He has warded the information from sticking in anyone's mind. I have a way around it that would take too long to explain. Just buy my time. I told them all quickly. I am going to take down everyone's wards, I am going to switch words around. Do not use the ancient language to cast, do you all understand? I got mental agreements from everyone. Even Braum sent a mental nod as he parried a strike from Murtaugh and moved inside his guard. Good, when I start casting, Aragon and the Elgenary need to attack Galbatorix's mind, distract him so that I can finish the casting. Karn, Arya, and Sapphira go for Shrukin immediately when we drop, he must be killed. Hopefully Thorn will ignore you. Vanir, when I finish, go for Murtaugh and keep him distracted. Do not kill him. Aragon, I need you to keep his mind occupied for me to attack once his wards are down. Understood? There were no objections, and I took that for a good sign. I immediately started constructing the spell I needed, placing words in odd positions. It was an extremely taxing mental exercise. The screaming of bright steel on bright steel resumed for me and I forced myself to look at the deadly duel, so that Galbatorix wouldn't be alarmed. That is enough, don't you think, Murtaugh? Galbatorix spoke. The effect was immediate. Murtaugh's strikes suddenly became more powerful and faster as he became aided by magic. Where before they were on even grounds with skill. Now Braum was at a disadvantage. Every parry, every deflection took a little more out of Braum. I knew I had to hurry as Braum was about to be struck down by Murtaugh, who had no choice but to do it. Suddenly Braum overextended with an overhand strike and Murtaugh didn't let the opportunity pass. The world slowed as Murtaugh turned his body, missing the swing and brought Zarok up, dragging it along Braum's side, cutting into his left ribs, and possibly deeper to his lung. No. I yelled and it was echoed by Aragon. Braum staggered for a moment as his hand dipped to the wound, feeling the blood rush out of him. Murtaugh finished his swing facing away from Braum and continued to look away, unable to watch the man die. Clapping began and I looked up to see Galbatorix smiling and bringing his hands together in joy. Then he stopped abruptly and looked down to Braum with a frown. I followed his line of sight and looked at my mentor also. Braum was whispering, in the ancient language. And Galbatorix was going to stop him from healing himself. Something that I could not allow to happen. Now. I yelled and they reacted immediately, attacking Galbatorix's mind with full force. At my will, my necklace dropped all of the wards on my body. Then I reached into the energy within my necklace and spoke. The world shook again as I spoke the word. I closed my eyes as I focused on my task. All of us dropped to the ground after my first 5 words, as I switched the word for binding to freeing. Karn and Arya leapt onto Sapphira's back as she was already flapping her wings to take to the air. Vanir leapt at Murtaugh and kicked him away from the throne, a good 10 feet before he could react. I started speaking again and changed the 20 words of protection I knew to words of not only vulnerability, but also random things such as ease and problem. It had to take me at least 2 minutes, a lifetime in a battle. Words that I knew, once thrown into a sentence for wards, would prove catastrophic. Everyone would know to drop the wards quickly as they felt the effects. At least I hoped so. As I finished speaking, I opened my eyes to see light streaming around Galbatorix as the changes took place. It was a lot like what I would have expected Worden would have looked like right before his death underneath Drizliona in the books. There was a roar behind Galbatorix and as I saw a green piece of light pierce into Shrukin's head and immediately come out the other side of his body, obviously aided by magic that couldn't have been casted with the ancient language. Galbatorix waved a hand and I reacted immediately by reaching into my stone and grabbing the store of energy within. I willed myself to stick to the ground as a shockwave poured over the battlefield. Everyone but me went ass over tit, and then Galbatorix stood up. My body moved without me reacting as the light stopped streaming around Galbatorix. I started sprinting to him. His wards are removed. I deduced. Now attack before he can apply more. Galbatorix saw my approach and raised his hand wordlessly, casting a spell to make me stop. I was still connected to my necklace and also cast to keep me moving. I took 3 steps before almost all of the power in my necklace drained. The once massive ocean of energy fell to the size of a small pond within 2 seconds. Luckily those 3 steps were close enough for him to quit the spell, knowing that I was too close to him. Galbatorix's face grimaced and his hand twitched to his head. I knew Aragon and the El Junnery must have attacked his mind again. He drew Vriel's blade from its sheath to prepare for my attack. I realized I still had my stolen, inferior blade in my hand, and something in my mind told me to grab the blade in a reverse style. I obeyed. I jumped as high as I ever have in the air and brought the blade in a slash from Galbatorix's left shoulder to his right hip. Vriel's blade swung with purpose to block, and instead of cutting through my sword, it just broke in half. The other half of my sword fell from my grip because of the fracture and the shock it sent up my right arm. I landed in a crouch on his right side and had to duck under Galbatorix's counter swing that would have beheaded me. Vriel's sword cut into the throne beside us. I swung my left fist in a punch that had all of my strength and leverage in it. I made contact with his right ribs and felt them crumble under my superior biology. I used the momentum to throw a kick with my right leg and he lifted his left arm up to block it. It folded under the force of my leg. The momentum sent Galbatorix backwards to hit the throne and he sat back down unintentionally. Vriel's sword ripped from his hand as it was still stuck in the throne. The gleam of metal hit my right eye and I reacted immediately by jumping up, twisting for leverage, and grabbing the broken shard of blade flying in the air with my right hand. I continued my momentum and drove the blade straight through his forehead, splitting the crown on his head, piercing through his brain, and coming out the other side to stab into the marble throne. His body fell limp. The world stood still. The shuffling sounds of fighting stopped behind me as I stood into the eyes of the tyrant. I let go of the blade and stood up above him, breathing hard. Galbatorix's vessel stared off into space, no longer functioning. It would have slid off of the throne had I not impaled him on it through his skull. I just stood there for a good moment, letting the realization that it was over sink in. It's not over, I thought to myself, realizing that the battle was still raging outside. I grabbed the body of Galbatorix and ripped it off the throne. Brain matter and blood flew because of the action. I grabbed him by the arm and turned around. All of my companions stood around me, even Murtaugh. They all had a tired look on their face, as they all knew it was over. I moved forward holding on to the arm of Galbatorix's body and drug him. They split, letting me pass them. Brahm nodded at me, holding his side, and I almost stopped to finish healing his wounds. The look on his face told me to keep walking, so I did. I walked towards the front of the throne room. Time passed quickly as I moved through the doors into the grand entrance to the castle. I could hear footsteps behind me as everyone followed, even the dragons stayed on foot. The pillars passed by me. Or did I pass by them? I wondered as I walked, like I was floating on air. The sunlight hit my face as I passed into the open air. In front of me was a set of very wide, very steep marble steps. I looked out over it and could see the city. It was up in smoke. The battle had progressed to right in front of the castle. I could see a sea of black and red in front of me with their backs turned. My army was cutting through them. We won everything, I realized. I reached into the necklace in my gut and without saying any words I cast a spell to amplify the sounds coming from my voice. Enough. The sound reverberated throughout the whole city, traveling to every body within the walls according to my will and magic. Everything stopped and the mass of bodies in front of me turned to me. Galbatorix is dead, I said in a normal tone and willed the sound to reach everyone's ears. I reached behind me and grabbed Galbatorix's body. I threw it down the steps in front of me. Blood smeared across them as he rolled. Something came over me and I flexed every muscle in my body and screamed to the heavens. I cut the magic off first, of course. Ah! It was a cry of triumph. The dragons behind me joined and their roars shook the buildings around us and rattled the windows. I could feel the heat from the fire leaving their maw. The Varden reciprocated my cry and voices of 100,000 soldiers hit my ears. Horns of Urgal sounded out. The Empire's soldiers dropped their weapons all across the city. When they stopped I saw a lone rider approach. The crowd of black and red Imperial soldiers split and I made out the man on the back of the horse. Hormander. He dismounted when he reached the front, took 5 steps towards me before turning around. He took his helmet off, drew his sword from his waist and pointed it to the air. Long live the king! Stronghammer! He pointed his sword towards me and then laid it across both of his palms as if offering it to me, then he dropped to his knees. The crowd echoed. Man and Urgal dropped to their knees, and offered their weapons up. Stronghammer! 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 Chapter 35, Epilogue. Hello everyone! We have reached the end. I am so happy and sad at the same time. This story is my baby and where I first started to write. It is what started my passion and love for writing, and I'll never forget it. Thank you to everyone who has been with me on this journey, you all are the reason for everything. I get so much joy going through and reading the comments, even the criticism. So once again, thank you so much. I'll probably keep one story up on this site at all times just because of how good the practice is. I can upload and get immediate feedback on a style of writing, which is invaluable as a writer. Not sure what it will be after Volar Dame yet. And I'm not sure it will be a SI either. For those who don't read my other story, I am going to start on my own original piece of fantasy once this is finished. I already have a few ideas, but I don't have a book yet. To me there is a big difference between those ideas. Anyway, you'll all probably get updates on that every once in a while. Now I can stop rambling and get to the end of this beautiful journey. My body felt alive, energized after my daily sparring session. My hair and beard were neatly brushed but I could still feel the slight dampness that accompanied my morning shower. I walked out of my chambers into a hallway that would lead me to my morning meeting. I stopped in the hallway, as I had done since the renovations to the palace had been completed. The glass windows to my left reached 20 feet to the ceiling and showed a magnificent view of the waking city of Illyria below me. The sun was starting to peek over the horizon and the first rays of light shone through the windows and landed on my face. I gave a small smile to the blessing of the morning. Today is an important one. I reminded myself as I turned away from the view and kept moving. I passed through close to 4 different hallways before I reached my destination, although a longer route was possible to my office. I walked in and grabbed the cup of coffee being offered to me by one of my many assistants. Thank you. I told her as I continued to my desk, where a stack of reports waited for me, bigger than normal. Of course, Your Grace. My head snapped up to look at the woman who I had, mistakenly, thought was my assistant. A smile split my face and I stood back up, noticing who it was. Elva. I greeted and moved to crush her in a hug. She laughed as her arms wrapped around my chest. Hello father. She said and my heart soared at seeing her after so long. We broke apart and I stepped back to look at her. She had changed a lot in the 10 years since the war. I expected the accelerated growth due to her gift to stop after a few months. I was wrong, it took her another 6 years to stop. She was a fully matured adult now, in mind and body, even if she only just turned 11 years old. Her black hair was parted down the middle and fell to the tops of her shoulder blades. Her face was just as elegant as one would expect from a girl dragon blessed, beautiful. Proof of her blessing rested just above her brow. Once where it might have looked out of place on a young girl, now it seemed to fit her, she wore it with pride for everyone to see. She wore an elegant skirt/dress that split in the front and back, coming up to stop at her hips, beneath she wore women's trousers. It was a fashionable choice for a woman who liked more physical activities. A dagger and a sword rested on her belt, both made of the same material, bright steel. If she drew them, they would showcase a blade the same brilliant violet as her eyes. Uncle Aragon gifted it to her upon her graduation from the university. The blades reminded me of my own piece of bright steel. I could suddenly feel the weight of it on my hip. The black dragon bone hilt gave it away as a different one than the dagger that accompanied me throughout the war. It was a white bright steel dagger, forged from the remnants of the sword Vril and Galbatorix wielded, a symbol. Another part of the legendary sword rested on my brow and the brow of my beloved. Bright steel crowns for the king and queen. You look as beautiful as your mother. I said, starting the conversation. Elva rolled her eyes, used to the compliment. Thank you. She answered with a slight smile, telling me that she really did like the compliment contrary to her eye roll. How is Mount Arnger? I asked her. Good, I was treated like royalty from everyone but Uncle. Elva responded. It took a while for the students to warm up to me and accept me. That sprung a memory about a report I had a couple months ago from Aragon. Oh? I heard about a little disturbance a while back, couldn't have been my favorite daughter, could it? I asked her mischievously. She shook her head, keeping her calm. No, they just needed a little lesson for their respect to apply to me. Her face was passive, she didn't want to tell me what really happened. I guess challenging and embarrassing all of the new writers, and then Blodgarm in a duel would do that. I commented, revealing I knew the truth. Her lips curled up into a smile. The door opened quickly. Elva and I both reacted quickly, drawing our daggers. We quickly put them up when we noticed who it was that dared to barge into the king's office. Naturally it could only be the queen. No one denied her, not even me. Elva was smothered by the elven woman quickly. I watched on with a smile and downed the rest of my coffee, setting it on the desk. A servant popped out of a separate door and handed me my second cup, glaring at Elva all the while. Arya, I think that is enough. I said as Elva looked at me with pleading eyes. She's turning purple. Arya let go of her and stepped back, not sparing me a glance. You look beautiful. Arya told Elva as she looked at her. Arya dressed in similar fashion to her daughter. Although with a white and green color scheme compared to Elva's black and violet. They were both worthy of being called royals. On her waist was also a bright steel blade, although not because of a gift from Aragon. She had it because it was her right as a writer. All of the differences I may have made in her didn't stop the green dragon egg from hatching for her a few days after we took Illyria, then called Bane. This time Elva did blush. It was one thing when I told her she was beautiful, it was expected. When Arya told her she was beautiful, it held more weight behind it. Thank you, mother. Elva replied sheepishly. How did you know I was here? I know everything that happens in this city. Arya's humble response came quickly. And you left a certain assistant unhappy. She enjoys giving your father his coffee very much. I laughed, knowing it was true. Now come on, your father has a lot of work to do and your brother misses you. Arya told her as she walked my direction. Arya gave me a deep kiss on the lips before departing through the same door she came. Elva gave me a hug on the neck. Love you, Dad. I love you too, baby. I walked out onto the platform just in front of the obelisk. It rose about 60 feet into the air, making it one of the tallest structures in the city, second only to the peaks of the palace, where Fiernan made his home. The crowd before me reached far beyond the streets I could see. The lines wrapped into the city, a significantly larger number of people compared to just 10 years ago. It must have been close to 1 million people or more. Humans, elves, dwarves, and Urgles waited for the speech. I reached into the magic in my necklace and brought it forward. Where once the power within could have been called the sea, now it stretched as an ocean inside the gem. I quickly cast the same spell I had used to amplify my voice 10 years ago. Welcome everyone. A roar sounded out through the city. Today marks the 10-year anniversary of the day we defeated the tyrant Galbatorix. An even bigger roar echoed all around me. Those dark times are behind us. In the past 10 years we, the races of Alagagia, have brought peace and prosperity to this great land. Through my marriage to Arya, Queen of the Elves, our close relationship to Hrothgar, King of the Dwarves, and my cousin Aragon, bonded of Sapphira and leader of the new generation of riders, we have brought all of the races of Alagagia together. Another massive roar that included the beautiful yelling of elves, the roar of humans and dwarves, and the horns of the Urgles sounded out once again, as loud as I had ever heard anything before. It took a good 5 minutes for the crowd to settle down. Behind me, stands the obelisk of unification, a testament to the bond between our races. Engraved into the side are the names of all the warriors of every race who fell in battle to free the land of tyranny. Their sacrifice will be remembered throughout all of time. It was, of course, not true. There were some names and faces that fell through the cracks, no doubt. But it was full of about 70,000 names of real people who died during the war. The crowd didn't need to know that detail, and by the sound of their roar, they wouldn't care. I have another announcement to make. I told the crowd of people in front of me as my heart rate picked up a bit. Hrothgar and Arya stepped up on either side of me. Our unification brings about a new era. From now on, we are not 3 kingdoms. All 3 of us walked forward a little more. I reached behind me and drew Fram. Arya drew her bright steel blade. Hrothgar wielded Voland in his old hands. As one we all reared back and struck the marble in front of us. Arya's blade sunk to the hilt. Cracks sprang out from where Voland struck the marble. Fram sunk into the marble farther than Voland did and also sent cracks through it. In the end, all 3 of us left our mark on the monument and solidified our agreement. The impressions our weapons made on this hunk of rock would serve as a catalyst to propel our races to becoming one, better than any war ever had. We are the united races of Alagagia. The feast that followed would be remembered as the greatest the continent had ever seen. Wine, beer, and Fjellner flowed as the people celebrated their victory. Beasts from the Beer Mountains lined tables along with fruits from the coasts, and vegetables from the land. Karn has his hands full. Arya said beside me at the table. Yes, he will. He told me that he pulled in an extra 3,000 men from the army for the occasion. I responded. He wanted the responsibility. I don't think he knew what he got himself into. Arya commented with a laugh and a smile. A silver-haired missile impacted my side. Dad, help. Instincts born from the war almost kicked in. Luckily it had been a long time since the war and I had worked long and hard to break those habits. I looked around to see what he was running from. No fair, Gabe. Elva said as she appeared. She had obviously been chasing and playing with him. You can't hide behind Dad. I looked down at my son as he pointed a finger at her. He had silver hair like his grandfather on Arya's side, Evander. His ears were pointed, signifying his half-elf half-human heritage. His eyes were a deep green, just like his mother's. The only thing he shared with me was his strong jaw, mouth, and musculature. I can too. Gabriel, aka Gabe, yelled back at her. You're cheating with your mind thingy. Elva's hand went to her heart in mock hurt. Nuh-uh. She cried back intelligently. Yehey. Gabe called back. I slapped his hand away and moved out of the way of his sister. He looked up at me in betrayal just as she reached him. A savage tickling ensued. It left him red-faced and panting when she finished. The crowd of friends and family laughed along with Gabe at his torment. Another black streak of hair jumped on Elva just as she let up. It was Vanir and Triana's son. He didn't last long and soon Elva had both on the ground relentlessly tickling them. Vanir appeared beside me. A good day, old friend. Vanir said. A good day indeed. I heard Brahm's voice from the other side of me. My arms reached out and wrapped around both of them and pulled them into a hug, my superior strength making their protests useless. I have been waiting for y'all. I exclaimed, excited. We made it in time for the speech, and the reveal. Brahm said with a raised eyebrow. I thought you all were going to wait. I smiled and motioned for them to follow me. It felt right. We walked through a door off to the side of the feasting area and I nodded at the guards watching the doors. There were a significant amount of them because of the occasion. 4 of them followed us at a close distance, although not close enough to hear the conversation. There wasn't much that they could do to protect 3 of the most elite fighters on the continent anyway. I led them to a room that opened up on a grand scale. It had ceilings that mimicked a church from my old life, reaching high. Stained glass lined the walls along with the same glass windows that were beside my chambers. This was on the opposite side of the castle, and overlooked the city also. Massive marble pillars lined the room. In between each pillar, a fairth hung, depicting different scenes during the rebellion. I walked through the room. The fairths on either side of me started with the fall of the riders of old. Another showed Brahm talking to Hrothgar, making the pact between the Varden and the dwarves. The next showed him stealing Sapphira's egg with Jayad. Brahm stared at that painting longer. A shame. I commented. He deserved better than to die in a cell, forgotten. Brahm answered. We kept walking and the next fairth was the first that depicted me in one. It showed our meeting with the elves. Oramis, Lanzadi, Brahm, Dathedr, and me talking. Shadowcut and Glader laid in the background. Brahm once again paused to look at it. Next showed my duel with Vanir, cementing our friendship to the viewers. Most of these, I did myself. I commented as we moved on. Sapphira bonding to Aragon, then Garrow's death. Our race to Tirm, where we left Jayad to his fate at the docks. This one appeared on my balcony one day. No doubt from Murtaugh. I told them as I stopped to another one. It depicted me ripping the head off of the Arazak after we landed in, what was then called, Serta and met up with Murtaugh. Next showed Aragon striking down Durza in Farthendur as Arya fell from the ceiling. I was on the ground in the Fairth watching him fight. It was an accurate portrayal. The next Fairth showed Hrothgar dubbing me Stronghammer. I paused at this one. I can still hear the chants. Ajahad's death, along with Murtaugh's capture at the hands of the twins. We kept walking further into the chamber. Next showed Najuada giving me leadership over the Varden. Then the burning plains. This one showed me overlooking the battle at the end, as my forces routed the imperial troops. Aragon was on the ground behind me and Murtaugh was riding Thorn off into the sunset with a new sword. This is my favorite. Vanir said as he pulled ahead of us. This was not the first time either of them had seen this chamber. It was me, standing with both of my hands out. Fram was sticking in the ground with the handle up. I was standing in front of Fiendster. Magic swirled around me as I ripped the front gate open. I smiled at the memory. It was the first time I had used magic at such a grand scale. Now magic obeyed me almost completely. This is a good one. I pointed at the next Fairth that showed Vanir slaying Varag the Shade. It wasn't so glorious. Vanir commented. The next Fairth showed Vanir and Karn, capturing Arufs. There was nothing special about it, mainly because Vanir had made it plain as possible. The ones that I contributed were much more dramatic. We kept moving and saw the moment Karn snatched the Dothard out of the sky, saving Sapphira at the expense of his own health. It was one of the most well-done Fairths in the room, and it showed a very very brave moment that cemented Karn's legacy in history. Then Brahm appeared in the next Fairth, devastating Drizliona with the power of Aaron. The ring on his hand was glowing menacingly in the depiction. Murtaugh and Thorn lay broken on the ground behind him. The next Fairth skipped ahead once again and it showed me surrendering myself to Murtaugh, giving myself up for the rebellion. Aragon discovering the Rock of Kuthian, the Vault of Souls with the Elgenry and the Eggs of Dragons came up next. Finally we reached the Battle of Ur-Ubain. There were multiple Fairths. One showed Ilanzadi falling to Barst. Arya had submitted it herself when one of the Queen's guards showed her a memory. It was the most beautiful death ever depicted. The next Fairth showed my escape from the Hall of the Soothsayer. Another showed us suspended in the air, with Brahm on the ground in front of Murtaugh. The next one showed me shoving the broken blade through Galbatorix's forehead. Vanir held Murtaugh in a stalemate. Sapphira flew above Shrukan and Karn's arm was outstretched signaling he was the one to throw the Dothard through Shrukan's skull. Aragon stood off to the side, glowing a brilliant blue and had a hand pointed towards the Mad King. The last Fairth showed me throw the body of Galbatorix down the steps leading to the palace. All 3 of us stopped, signaling we reached the end of the hall. We turned to the last thing in the grand room. There sat the throne of Galbatorix, in the exact condition as when the actual battle happened. The whole room was a telling of the rebellion's story, from start to finish. You should extend the room. Brahm said looking at the throne. I looked at him and didn't verbally ask for an explanation, but my face asked the question. The last 10 years have been just as eventful, just as important. Brahm continued, but Vanir picked up where he stopped talking. The farming techniques, the knowledge of biology, the building techniques, the prosperity you have brought the land. Vanir said. The university. Brahm said. That will be our crowning achievement, we will bring magic to everyone who wants to learn. I nodded at them and added my 2 cents, something I personally thought would change the land more. And now, democracy. A/N, end of an era. We've done it everyone, we've done it. Roran, Arya and Hrothgar will still rule, but in the sense that the Queen of England does. There will be elected officials that hold most of the power, Roran, and the others will just be a guiding hand to the races of Alagasia. Prosperity will reign for a really long time, like millennia. Eventually they will go on to conquer much more land, and reverse the desertification of the Haderach. You can only imagine how fast they take to the stars. Roran will go down in history as King Stronghammer. When people speak of King or Stronghammer there is only one person they mean, Roran. Well, what do we think, everyone? A satisfying epilogue? I'd love to talk about everything. Let's talk about it in the reviews. P.S. Very emotional right now.